Chapter 8, The Beer Run and the Joker Card. Joker's Wild Set 1, Chapter 8, The Beer Run and the Joker Card. July 22 CE 710430 hours. It's kind of a strange thing, Calamira notes as Kagalai stops to look at yet another side corridor mural. This ship has fought some of the bloodiest battles of the Star Empire Wars, and we're about to start yet another bloody battle, but in terms of total missions and total flight time, the Mjir has spent more time doing colonization runs than battles. And this is one of those runs? Kagalai asks. Oh yeah, Calamira replies. Looks chaotic, Kagalai notes. The form of the Mjir itself was easy to pick out in the picture, as was another of the massive Phalanx-class ships, though most of the ship's 80 dropship dock collars were loaded with dropships of several types and sizes, and there were unarmed mobile suits out and about in the picture doing non-combat tasks. It is, Calamira replies. My first tour on this ship was one such colonization run, the Mjir and the Red Aderns, ferrying almost 100,000 to a new planet to begin the process of building a new world. Kamera drew silent for a few moments, remembering the feelings she had experienced on that run were wholly different than those on a patrol or combat tour, and significantly different from the righteous crusade that was about to be unleashed on the near space here. Barely managed chaos is about what the Star Admiral called that run, but we still managed to get the civvies on the ground and get the workings of a new planet set up. How hard is it, for you guys at least? It's work, nothing major. Once facilities are available to make housing, such as a sawmill or stone foundry, the rest begins in earnest. A couple months and the landing site is its own little city, with people starting to spread out radially from there. 6 months and all the initial colonists are on the ground, the dropships are on their way back into circulation. Within a year, most of the infrastructure of a real city is in place and the real expansion begins, but by then regular jump service is in place to bring more people to the environs and sometimes pull people away. Within 2 years, you start to see the first colonies being manufactured and emigrated into. 5 years and the planet itself is ready to join the Empire as a full habited planet instead of a periphery colony, though even in colony status the people still get the right to vote. 10 years and the planet is in full swing, industrial and agricultural pursuits are fully up and going. There was one thing that Kagalai could not get her brain around, so she figured she would have to ask. Why, what draws people to this kinda thing? Calamira took no more than a moment to answer. Some, the thrill of adventure. Some, the chance to start over. Some, the freedom of walking away. The bulk want the space, want to get away from the inevitable crowding of urban centers and fully industrialized planets and such. Just you, a plot of land and a set of tools to get a homestead going. Oh, Kagalai replies. I guess that wouldn't work for me then, I'm too much a creature of habit. A comfort zone, Calamira replies as they continue walking. No, there is nothing to take offense to in that, Kagalai. Even among the Magi, polling shows that less than 5% of Magi citizens would actively choose to become a colonist for a new planet. It's not lack of bravery, it is routine. People don't want to change all that much unless they seek change or actively recognize a need for change. And there is a lot of that here. The act of war, terrorism can be described as such, the will of a people to resist change brought upon them by outside parties. Phrased like that, Kagalai was immediately brought to mind of the Desert Dawn she had served with in North Africa, the fighting at Ob, and now the Magi. Defining who was doing the changing and the resisting, though, became a bit iffy and varied depending on what angle she took in understanding the conflict. After a while she decided that defining the war was too complex. It gets too complicated, sometimes, defining who is doing what with a war. And that is the crux of all war, Kagalai. War is a terrible, complex venture, to be used sparingly and restrained when not needed. Fear, hatred, confusion, misinformation, propaganda, Lebensraum, territory encroachment, humanitarian violations, peacekeeping, a war can start under many pretense, but they all do the same thing, destroy. Getting past that understanding is one of the first steps to mastering the stars. The Magi have been there, and that is why we almost never start a war ourselves. But, didn't you fight a huge war yourselves? It was a thoroughly redundant question, with a pathetically easy answer for Calamira. Oh yes, we did. About 3,500 years worth of war, to be more exacting. The hatred of the gods manifest to strike back at those whom they believe oppressed them. Gods, mind you, not normal people, and in so doing they consumed so many lives in the fires of war we cannot ourselves account for our dead, much less any of the other Star Empire. We did not fight because we wanted to. We fought because we refused to be erased from existence based on someone else's hatred. We paid a terrible price, Kagalai, and understanding what we do now, we look upon the world here and we see millions of people about to be killed based on hatred. A repeat of exactly where we have been before, with predictable persons, actions, results. We cannot let this happen again, that is why we act. Kagalai was not sure if the thing about the gods was metaphor or if she really believed it was real, but she was not going to press on that subject. That did not preclude her willingness to follow Calamira from hell to breakfast if that is what it took to get out of this alive. Calamira had shown her true skill in a strategic meeting earlier in the day, yesterday, whichever applied, by giving an estimate on nuclear capabilities of the Earth Alliance given several scenarios of technology leaked to the EA. She had shown that she could read the minds of Earth Alliance quartermaster officers on the far side of the moon and discern totals of nuclear armaments from those scattered thoughts she picked up. Between her and the ship's AI, that still freaked Kagalai out to an extent, the picture was fairly bleak. Don't bother with hell, Kagalai. Real estate prices in there are not worth the hassle or the substandard neighbors, Calamira says as she stops outside a set of cargo bay doors. This is much better, the Club 300. Trance, dance, and rave club, haunted by every class of personnel in the ship from pilots to mechanics to officers to gunners. You can disappear in here or you can tear up the dance floor, and enjoy it all the same. If Kagalai thought the music outside the doors was loud, inside was an order of magnitude worse. Still, she did not shy away from the implicit challenge that Calamira and the music and the crowd gave her. She stepped in without much more than a second of hesitation. Immediately Kagalai liked what she saw. The personnel inside, those that actually noticed her markedly different OB officer's uniform, did not eye her any more than she expected to be noticed in any military base in OB. The dance floor itself was packed to people bouncing to the sound of Eurodancer, and a scrolling marquee around the perimeter of the room declared the author of the song to be DJ Mangu. The song was something way too fast for Kagalai to even think about dancing to, but it was not more than a few seconds before her head started nodding to the music. She followed Calamira to the bar in the facility and waited while the bartender mixed her a drink fairly fast. That accomplished, Kagalai and Calamira headed for the booth rows around the perimeter of the club, but instead ended up headed upstairs past a pair of obviously dating couples and one couple that was using the semi-concealment of the staircase to make out. Upstairs, the sound was quieter but not completely cancelled out. The tables were numerous, as was the crowd, but for the most part Kagalai did not recognize them, and more to the point they did not recognize her except as one of the other ship crews from the Three Sisters, as the Magi called them. Calamira led them to a table on the inside of the room, near the heavy plexiglass that looked down from the balcony onto the dance floor. What is that? Kagalai asks as Calamira takes a measured sip. Whiskey sour. A bad habit I picked up from the Galaxy commander of the Marines shortly after he was transferred onto this ship. His great sin was to challenge his Century commander on the troop ship he was assigned to, and after being defeated he was docked pay and sent here. That was, about 5 years ago. What's it take like? Kagalai asks, a bit bewildered. All she had ever heard about whiskey was how much it hurt if you tried chugging it. A lemonade with lime and a hint of hickory smoked flavor to it. It's hard to describe, but it's not all that bad. They let you drink. Kagalai was not about to try, she knew if she got caught Kisaka would tear strips out of her hide, and rightfully so. She was barely 16, a far cry from 18, much less the 21 minimum age of her homeland. I am 23, Kagalai, 18 is the minimum age. Oh, Kagalai replies as she continues to watch the mass of people downstairs bounce to the music. The DJ had to be ramming the tail end of one song into the front end of the next, as the sound was not slowing down. A two-tone signal came across the ship's intercom, which Kagalai had found out now preceded any announcement from the ship's jester. Kagalai found whoever he was to be crass, vulgar, sometimes insulting, but somehow entertaining. The Magi thought he was freaking hilarious. Attention all hands, ship's jester reporting with new intel. Recently acquired information shows that dip switches are trending down and dipshits are trending up, and there were some laughs on the dance floor, since the DJ paused the music to listen. Where possible, this trend needs to be corrected with extreme prejudice. Thank you. I still can't believe you allow that, Kagalai notes sourly. 1. He is not harming the matter. 2. The AI is in on it so we can't get a solid track on him. 3. The crew likes it. No complaints here. Much of the Empire's principles probably seem backwards, almost anarchy waiting to happen, but keep in mind that responsibility and honor are taught at an early age. Things start early for people because they are ready for things to start earlier than one would think possible. Then what? Too soon too old? Kagalai asks, frustrated with the thought that she would already be in society, doing a rote job or in the military if she had been born Magi. In point of fact, the same could be said of her life already, but she pushed that thought aside. And who said age was a hindrance? The Star Admiral is over 40 and still doing well, at least as well as one could expect with the thin prospects of this warship and him being the CO of it. Just because you have a few years on you does not mean you have blown your life, Kagalai. Start thinking that destructive thought and your whole life becomes nothing but a coulda shoulda woulda song, never more worth anything except as something to regret. Even still, Kagalai could see the expression in Calamira's eyes as she said so. The sip of the drink did not fool Kagalai, either. Calamira had her regrets, her soured actions, and her face showed it more than else. You're regretting something as well, Calamira. What is it? Kagalai asks in her usual direct fashion. My partners are still back home, wherever home is relative to here. I trained in with 2 other strategic Shinix, Nareka and Adele, and chances are good I will never sense them again. After another sip of the drink, Kalamira snorts loudly. Consider yourself lucky, Kagalai. Being a telepath is more than it seems. You can't turn it off, and the sound, the echoes of other people's minds, it is addictive. Shitken whatever sci-fi bullshit you may have read about it, you can't tune it out and you can't turn it off. It's like a drug, but a purely intellectual one, and one that you don't want to give up for any reason. It gets even better, though, when you are literally raised in a team of Shinix, you never want to leave that team and you never want to be cut off from them, you become so used to, almost in love with living among each other's thoughts. I was separated from my partners by the Admiralty for shooting a Star Admiral that decided to get overly personal with me after a drinking binge. And not a day goes by where I don't kick myself for not requesting a refusal through my command structure. Kagalai started to say something, but Kalamira's head hit the table in her arms, almost as if she was crying. Is something wrong? By the gods, Kagalai, how I wish Nareka and Adele were here. You'd get along very well with Adele. Nareka might have given you a hard time for being such a tomboy, though it wouldn't last after you hooped her ass on the shooting range a few times. And were they here, I could read the mind of every person in the Earth sphere deeply with little effort in as little as a few days. I could tell you what the people really thought and how to go about acting on that knowledge. And it would never happen. Adele and Nareka are somewhere else in existence and probably regretting it all the same. She can't be drunk already, can she? Kagalai asks herself silently, wondering just how powerful a whiskey sour really was. XXX. July 22, CE 71:0615 hours. Something was not sitting well with Murdoch about the insane level of access the Archangel personnel were getting within them. It was as if they trusted the crews of the 3 ships completely, or something else. His mind just could not wrap around why they were allowing them almost complete access, with the exception of certain high-risk areas on the ship pertaining to the main naval railguns and the ship's engines. On the other hand, most of the crew was also restricted from those areas, so their explanation did follow in pattern. The rest, almost smelled conspiratorial to Murdoch. Even still, he was not going to complain about the hospitality, despite not trusting it. A crew of the fighter techs from the Montgomery, one of the smaller Riga-class missile corvettes of the fleet, had damn near drank him drunk on beers they financed as they listened to his recounts of the battles the Archangel had been through. The whole group listened long and hard, and Murdoch got the feeling that it was not for entertainment purpose, it was understanding what the techs on the Archangel had done to help get the team out of the scrapes they were constantly getting into. None of it was classified per SE, nothing even really out of the ordinary except for a few field expedient fixes he elaborated on that were real rough ones to pull off, but even that was nothing real special as far as he could tell. And still they listened long and hard. Murdoch figured there was one of 2 things going on here. Either these magi guys, and ladies, were so hard up for real entertainment that they considered the stories of a crazy spec ops mechanic interesting, or they listened for inherent lessons in anything they could hear from anyone, as a sort of always learning gig. Murdoch had met some of those before, they could be pains in the asses but they were invaluable in getting things fixed. It always turned out to be the pukes that knew it all that inevitably screwed the repair up. So far he was leaning toward the latter of the 2 choices, especially after having been in both the sniper bar and grill and a set of the Marine barracks. These magi definitely did not lack ways to amuse themselves, even if some of those ways beat out the most salacious, perverted, insane, and disgusting of the Earth Alliance ranks by an order of magnitude. Ah, CPO Murdoch, you are going to tour this dropship as well. Murdoch looks to the speaker, and immediately sighs in relief. Martin da Costa was the asking officer, Captain Waltfeld's second-in-command. Definitely a guy on the level. He had been involved in the hair-brained rescue of pilot Athranzela when he made the mistake of confronting his father in a less-than-civil fashion. He was part of the proof that 2 insanely wrong operations can make the right outcome if some stars aligned properly and a god or 2 lent a hand. Yeah, I'd like to see what these things really take. I think I can make one, a small one, after this shit's over with. Nothing like these big monsters, Harry Harvey notes after Murdoch does. I think it'll be decades before anyone can match these ships, or even come close. A small shuttle, though, that should be easy, he says. Harry was Murdoch's top electronics tech and engineer, and his nickname came from the fact that he was in blatant disregard of Earth Alliance requirements to be clean-shaved for all non-officers. Nobody really complained, he was almost as good as a coordinator with electronic stuff and nobody wanted to find their door doing strange things if they offended him, so the epic beard survived for another tour. You would get rich extremely fast, but you would also have stiff competition from the corporations and states that have mass drivers. If half the shit I've heard about this ship is true, anyone who wants to give these magi guys stiff competition for any reason will find themselves limp, soggy, and complacent real fast, Harry notes gruffly. Might as well not stand here talking about it, Murdoch says as he trips the door latch to open the locks between the dropship and the warship. The warship lock opens, followed by the dropship lock immediately after the warship lock finishes opening. Martin was first to enter after Murdoch gestured him to lead, followed by Harry and then Murdoch. Strange to think that we just walked through the bottom of a ship technically larger than an Earth Alliance Nelson class, Martin notes. Whoa, Harry groans as they come out of the stairwell from the Mjir into a crate maze. It just happened that a lot of the crates they were nearby had the universal placards for either flammable materials, explosives, lots of crates with that designation, or a smattering of other designations, general hazard, non-flammable gas, corrosive, even one crate marked as radioactive. Though, much as they expected, for every hazardous crate, there were 4 or more that were unmarked, meaning they were just big, not hazardous. I don't think this is where we want to be, Harry mutters aloud. Where you headin', man? Bridge, hangar decks. Murdoch was not surprised there was an officer down in the cargo bay. The Guild 2 class ships had a rather large crew complement. Engine rooms, if we're allowed, Da Costa asks. Hey? What you want with those grease heads? The quartermaster officer asks. Trying to see how these things work, I'm thinking about building my own after the shooting's over, Murdoch says. Oh, that makes sense, the same officer replies. Follow the yellow line on the floor. Just start small, like 1,000 tons small, don't start with a monster like these Guild 2 ships or you'll go bust fast. And if you need a hand, give me a buzz, I'm good for it, he says the last on the sly. Gotcha, Harry replies as the group moves onward, following the glowing yellow path toward the center of the ship on the same level. When they arrived at the central engine shaft entrance lock, lower, they found it locked out the same as the engine rooms on the other ships to their guest code. Not willing to push hot buttons, the group decided they'd ask one of the chief engineers on the Mjir why they were restricted from the engine rooms, and if they could get some help setting up some civvy dropship designs. I would have figured their weapon designs and unit specs would be more secret than their engines, Da Costa notes as they head up the stairs toward higher ground. The Guild 2 class dropships had a simple construction, with down in the ship oriented toward the engines, in which fashion the thrust of the engines would push everything down and give them a feeling of gravity all the time the ship was moving. One would had opined that if you cut a Guild 2 in half vertically the ship looked like a biggest layer cake with a spike in the middle. This made finding one's bearings also fairly simple, all you had to do was go for the central engine spike to find the stairs and lifts to the next level. It was the next layer that really stunned them as they emerged from the central engine shaft stairwell into the large, open bay. Easily hundreds of meters across from one wall to the other, the bay was home to 150 cubicles arrayed in 2 concentric rings for mobile suits, Gundams, or in this case a machine class completely different from what they thought might be inside. Locking points on the grounds of the taxiways in between the cubicles told that the ship itself was capable of carrying far more than it had cube space for, but repairing those units would be tricky at best. What are these things? They're not like any mobile suit out there, Murdoch asks nobody in particular as he walks straight forward from the door to stand in front of a very large machine. It was singularly non-humanoid in appearance, looking like a massive lemon drop with a pair of chicken legs and 2 boxes for what would be bunny ears. The lack of arms for holding weapons really had Murdoch's interest, since that meant the whole weapon array was internal. The fact that it did not look like anything remotely human made Murdoch wonder if it was a mobile suit or something else entirely. Catapult is its name, the speaker was, hanging upside down from the first level gantry around the machine, which put her head pretty much dead level with the rest of their heads, except her body was inverted. Despite this, there was not much in the way of entertainment for Murdoch and Harry, nothing particularly revealing of her slender frame as she hung upside down by way of a pair of reinforced boots for the purpose. The ghost white hair was a bit creepy to Murdoch, but such things hardly bothered him anymore. After dealing with Thrun and Kira for as long as he had, much less Lakis Klein, few things about appearance bothered him anymore. Da Costa found her present location amusing, since he knew she was doing exercise routines, but he did wonder why she was doing her exercise in the armor bay. It's a ground-use fire support unit, used for blowing serious chunks out of enemy ground forces at range while the close-range butchers like the Atlas to your left square off with them face to face. Ground use? Murdoch asks, looking it up and down. After a few moments he realized that it lacked maneuvering jets, but did appear to have some heavy thrusters on its back. It's not a mobile suit, if that is what you are asking. Something completely different, Da Costa notes. Same size, somewhat humanoid appearance, but everything on these machines are internal, he notes, not referring to the catapult but to some others in the area that were if not human then more humanoid. No hand-carried weapons. Some can carry handheld weapons in a pinch, like that Atlas can carry a smaller mobile suit and use it as a large club if needed. The thought of such a machine using an astray or din to whack enemies in close combat caused Da Costa and Murdoch to grimace simultaneously. They could also tell she was not joking. Most of these machines have internal, hard mount arsenals, and some of them have hard mount arsenals weighing more than 2 or 3 mobile suits can carry. Different design philosophy, different target audience and different purpose. Ground use only, what real use would that have? Da Costa asks. Wars are won or lost in space. Space, like the sea and the air, are simply battlegrounds for specialized units. The real measure of the outcome of a war is who holds the land when the echoes fade, be that land colonies or ground on a planet. Feel free to look around, the mechanics can answer any questions you'd have. Murdoch considered it a fairly oblique dismissal, and he reminded himself that they had interrupted her workout routine. Just one question. Why would a patrol fleet have a load of ground units? He asks. If this fleet is the first responder to an enemy planetary assault action, having battle mechs on the ground with aerofighter, mobile suit, and Gundam support might be enough to dislodge or destroy the enemy invasion force, or seriously bloody them enough to make them reconsider taking the planet over. The unstated threat was that the fleet would be the first responder, certainly not the last or only responder, and what came afterwards would be more inclined to hoop ass on the ground. This thought set all three of them to nodding, because the logic was definitely something only the Magi would have the balls to think of. This was not to say that ZAFT or the Earth Alliance lacked balls in such a department, but the current trend of mobile warfare was toward units that could do it all. The Magi used a totally different stance in that they had specialist units for fighter combat, space combat, ground combat, planet invasion, even their warships filled specific and deadly roles when compared to local contemporaries. And thus far all indications showed that challenging Magi units inside their specialization was asking for a swift and brutal defeat or outright death. If I was a betting man, I would wager a chunk of my salary that the Magi might use these machines as a bargaining tool after the shooting is over. Of the sledgehammer kind, Murdoch agrees as he stops to look at a squat but wide machine with two large arms that were nothing but cannon and two odd-shaped missile packs on the back of its slender torso section. The width of the muzzles were smaller than the Gin 76mm machine guns, but he had no problem imagining how much damage such weapons could cause in a stand-up fight against ZAFT or the Earth Alliance, despite their new models having advanced defensive capabilities. He was only misgauging what kind of weapons they were, but that was a minor detail in the face of it. XXX. July 22, CE 71, 0730 hours. I can't believe you are going to try and get this machine running, Star Captain Kika, her controller says. This cursed Gundam has been sitting unused in a cubicle for going on an eon now, lovingly maintained by generation after generation of mechanic, and no pilot has the balls to try and tame it. The Empire's best manufacturers refuse to build and ship it because it has such a dread reputation. Someone has to unfuck this machine because we need all the units we can get, and a self-produced multi-role Gundam would be just as useful as the strike would be. Since she was still attached to the system's internal communications network, there was no chance of that tidbit being intercepted by the Archangel. The few skirmishes that the Mjir had run had also been participated in by the crews and mobile units of the Three Sisters, what the Magi called the Kusanagi, Archangel, and Eternal, and in that the Magi had even learned some hard lessons of exactly how skilled the pilots around here really were. It also exposed all those mobile units to extreme sensor sweeps by the Magi forces, and in that enough exposure was enough for the Magi to understand the units at a level that would have caused the Morgan Roet engineer Erica Simmons to crap a brick. All the ship's AI needed was a go code, and they could convert about 100 tons of salvage from prior battles into a new, bright, shiny Freedom Gundam, with one minor revision in the engine compartment. Apparently what demonstrations the Earth Alliance and ZAFT had already put up were below par, but that was not Kika's real concern right now. Gerald had a lesson planned for the next training skirmish, which would be sometime later today, and the lesson was aimed at the two apparent super aces of the Eternal, Kira Yamato and Athran Zala. Knowing Gerald, the lesson could not but be messy, Kika figured, then focused back on her task at hand. Gerald liked making sure that his notional allies did not have a god complex born of how good they were, because such people tended to screw up the mission 5 times more frequently than anyone else. Failure out here was unacceptable, therefore a preemptive boot to the ass was the best insurance against a failure. And then Kika stopped to really focus on her task at hand. Which was a good thing, since the next comment made her laugh heartily. So, let me guess then, any unit you drive is powered by tits, not balls. The controller asks. Which makes things twice as efficient and 3 times more dangerous, Kika completes the thought. Her comment was actually not sexist in Magi parlance, it was an ancient tidbit of wisdom from the first emperor, Eric Atrebas, and over the millennia many studies had proven the comment to be true or an understatement. Roger that, the controller replies with a giggle. I have a Wing 0 on standby in case anything goes wrong, Angel 1. I expect you will come back alive. Go for launch, she orders. Star Captain Kika, Angel 0, Gundam GP00 Blossom, launching. Kika shouts as she drives the throttle forward to where it tripped the catapults. For the first time in 900 years, this undervalued and derided Gundam left the Mjir's repair bays with purpose. Immediately, as the boosters in the core booster 2 kicked in, Kika was rocketed back into her seat almost as bad as if she had hammered it in her dendrobium. Good gods almighty, I like this thing already. It's got more pickup and go than a dendrobium, and only slightly less top thrust. Sweet. How's it handle? Her operator asks in what Kika could have sworn would have been a schoolgirl's chatty, secretive tone. Give me a few to yank and bank on it, Kika says before she does some standard evasion maneuvering. Looks good, feels about right for one of the GP series machines. Good enough to pass muster, definitely, but in raw maneuverability it's not going to beat out the best of the XG series or the top end of the GX series. I'd call it middle of the road there, she finally declares. Not a match for an updated Stamen in pure maneuver, but this thing is also heavier and not designed to act as the cockpit for a 500-ton mobile armor. Alright, run some sensor sweeps, let's look at its electronics package, see what you can see. Roger that, activating biz now, Kika declares as she throws the switch for it. Immediately the sensor screen came to life and began classifying anything in the area as friend or foe. Holy shit, the range on it is immense, far more so than the sensors on my Stamen. I can clearly track the Eternal from where I am, and that is only showing about half distant on my max range gate. 1. Whoa, holy shit, that's like a warship sensor in a small add-on radome, the controller says. Alright, how's your systems holding out? Any overheating? Engine temp is up, nothing serious right now. Other than that, ready OP, Kika replies. Next is going to be a long-range test, we're launching some drone tetras, target and destroy while falling back. That rifle you're carrying is a beam sniper rifle, you have plenty of range to work with, the controller orders. I roger your last, fall back while firing. Definitely not a Magi standard tactic, but if it works, do it. Roger that. Launching 10 targets now, the controller declares. Deployed, at your option. Control, Blossom, I have a contact here, Kika notes warily as a red dot shows up on her screen. Classifying now, local cargo ship, monitor estimated 50,000 tons, heading 3-0-5 depressed 10 degrees, ship true. Do you want to intercept, or shall I call for reinforcements? The controller asks. Negative, control, no need to involve others in something I can deal with, experimental unit or not. I have a standard beam rifle as well as the sniper rifle, I should be fine. Didn't a guy by the name of Custer say something similar? The controller requests. He did, he also didn't take part of his equipment with him and he walked into a freaking ambush. No sympathy from me on that note. Blossom is heading out now. Roger that, awaiting word, the controller declares. Good hunting. Kika moved toward the contact, her beam sniper rifle readied and charged. Unlike the original GP00, the beam sniper rifle had been modified to operate using an E-Pack system supplemented by the Gundam's engine instead of directly feeding from the engine, making the unit extremely flexible and giving the rifle a fire rate of 1 shot a second, which was only slightly slower than the average beam rifle. The reactor itself had been stripped out and replaced with a short-loop toroidal-style fusion reactor similar to what was used by Omni-Mechs, meaning that the unit had limitless power at the cost of having a larger engine than the original design called for. Kika figured if she could justify the nano expenditure, this unit would do immensely well with a dual-stage fusion reactor, meaning that the reactor could power 6 of the Blossom frames, their beam weapons, and have energy to spare. Attention unidentified ship, this is Kika of the Independent Mobile Armor Formation Angel Team. You are hereby ordered to cease your advance and identify your purpose in this sector immediately or you will be dealt with. Confirm my last, she orders. Go to hell, bitch. We pirates write the rules for this area, not you. You surrender, we may give you an escape pod to float around and wait for someone to rescue your sorry ass. Oh really? Kika replies with extreme exaggeration. That's a hell of a lot more courtesy than I am allowed to show pirates. I find your humanity rather impressive, for someone that is otherwise scum of existence. I may have to afford you the same, despite it being against the code. So, which one of you two jerk-offs wants the pineapple up the ass first? I'm gonna make you eat those words through your asshole, cunt-sucking slut, the enemy replies in serious frustration. Kika did not continue the tirade of verbal insults, instead replying by way of her beam sniper rifle. She figured she was close enough to do the job without giving away the maximum range of the weapon, she still had an extra 30% more range to play with, so she centered on the first of the 2 targets. Her first order of business was to take down the artillery unit between the 2, since she could deal with speed demon enemy MS in close if needed, but she did not want to fly through a pack of missiles to get the job done. 1 shot, a second, and a third on what she figured would be the next path the enemy artillery unit would take, all in the space of 3 seconds, and her sniper work was done. Whoa, holy fuck, boss lady shit. The presumptive pilot of the artillery unit shouts over the radio band. My suit is trashed. He counts that thing as a MS? Standards must be extremely depressed out in this area, Kika thinks crassly. The thing looked like a series of bricks with the head of a gun and 2 scrawny makeshift arms with shields on them, and Kika had slammed the brick 3 times with beam rifle fire. Calling it a mobile suit qualified as 2 lies for the price of 1 in her opinion, because it did not appear mobile nor did it have anything near the form of a suit. No, no way. The lady orders. How could she hit us from that far away? I can't even see her. It's your turn, super bitch, but you can be thankful that I'm going to do you up close and real personal, said with the sound of cracking knuckles as Kika declares in a cold voice as she brings the shield forward and the standard beam rifle to bear before hammering her thrusters. Oh, man, this isn't a good day, the lady pirate declares, likely as she got a visual on the incoming mobile suit. Oh fracking piece of shit. Kika slams the radar console when she realizes the BIS system had cut out on her. Switching to standard sensor suite, BIS just died out. Roger that, go for it girl. The controller orders. Whoa, I'm showing an overheat warning on your engine, Kika, you may want to back off the throttle. What the hell? I'm just cruising right now, I don't have the hammer down. Where the hell is the cooling system in this thing? Probably non-existent, the chief engineer for her repair bay zone declares. Keep it slower, don't push it or you'll blow your fuel tanks from translated heat. Or cook yourself. I always wanted to tan up, but cooking myself like a lobster is not my idea of how I wanted to accomplish that, Kika declares as her standard sensor systems pick up the remaining enemy machine. Got the tango, moving in slow and steady now. Oh, fuck, what the hell kinda machine is that? The pirate asks on open channel. No wonder she got you, Otark, she's got a beam cannon on that thing big enough to blow chunks out of a warship. Kika could guess that the lady pirate was referencing the artillery brick that Kika had hit with 3 rounds of sniper-grade beam rifle. Now, how fast are you? Kika could instantly sense the attempt at attacking the Blossom, even before the enemy pulled the trigger. Kika had rotated, braced her shield, and brought the beam rifle onto target. She fired twice on the same bearing as the enemy machine gun firing back at her. The impact of the 76mm machine gun rounds was more than enough to rattle the frame of her Gundam, but she figured the sight of the neon violet beams passing her machine or striking the debris nearby would be enough to scare her into inaction. As the enemy ducked out of sight, Kika began formulating her plan and moving upwards in relation to the orbital plane, where a conventional enemy would move along the sides to try and close in on the enemy. 2. Oh man, I should have stayed in bed this morning, the pirate declares. Sleep is for the weak, honey, Kika declares in a half sing-song voice to try and distract the enemy. It worked, she continued looking around the side of a piece of debris from a wrecked colony as Kika maneuvered up and over it. Yeah, right, bitch, what do you do in bed? Besides get laid? I do not sleep, pirate scumdog, I wait. Kika used her manual targeting system to center the beam rifle and take a shot, since using the automatic system would have locked her up and alerted her to the fact that Kika had LOS. One shot is all she took. One shot is all she needed. The beam struck just at the joint between the neck of the MS and the right shoulder, heading down and left through the mobile suit. On its way the beam blew through the main capacitor and effectively killed the suit's ability to move or power its weapons, only to exit around the left waist area about 2 meters below the left arm. In one shot, Kika had taken out the remaining enemy, completely bypassing the need to chase her down and cleave her suit up with a beam saber. Wah damn! How did you do that shit? She screams furiously. I am used to doing so much with so little. I can now do the impossible with nothing, Kika replies. It is the job of the Angel team, honey. A lesson you are about to get a crash course in. Besides, you are a pirate, not a soldier, you stood in the same place for too long expecting I would not find you from a different angle. Big mistake. Oh hell no. I am not being taken prisoner by you, bitch. The pirate declares. Okay, then how do you want to be executed? Spaced, shot or sabered? Kika asks in a level voice. What the hell is this? You've kicked my ass, you're supposed to rescue me now. Supposed to, honey. Kika's snort was loud and very derisive. Under my society's mill regs, technically I am required to execute a confirmed pirate on sight. Consider yourself lucky that I am allowing you a way out, unless you really do want to die. No, she replies timidly. You mean? No. Not Earth Alliance, kid. Not by a long shot. Right, she declares. Okay, I surrender, take me to jail, do what you will, she replies. It shall not be that simple, pirates, Kika replies icily. You are about to get the 101 on being a Magi bondsman. Hope you have knee pads in your survival kits, pirates always start out on the latrine duty cycle. Oh shit, this isn't going to do anything for my nails, the lady pirate replies. You will learn that being fashionable is not in the cards for a bondsman. XXX. Kagalai yawns. Oh, what time is it? She asks, wondering why she was feeling so tired. Calamira was silent, apparently checking around the area for someone who was nearby a clock that she could pirate the time from. 0840 hours. Oh man, I'm tired and I still have 4 hours in the day to go, Kagalai declares as they continue down one of the secondary corridors, headed toward the bridge and the connection points for the 3 ships Kusanagi, Eternal, and Archangel, which were all nearby the front of the ship. Yeah, it's been a long day. Strategic meetings, touring the ship, got drunk and danced my butt off, fun times, Calamira declares. If I had any more to drink back there, I wouldn't be able to hear myself think, much less anyone else. Calamira had been absolutely right about one thing: once she got out on the dance floor, nobody took notice of her except as another one in the crowd. A few had been eyeing her with suspicion, Kagalai could tell, and at least one guy had tried some moves on her that got nowhere fast, but for the 30 minutes she had been at it, she was just another among many. For a society that was at least discerning about who and where someone is, even if it technically means little among them, excepting actual rank and veterancy, it was a strange dichotomy that was amusing to Kagalai all the same. If Kisaka had caught her doing that, in or out of uniform, she would definitely have had hell to pay. I'm not so sure that's a good thing, Kagalai replies as Calamira lists to starboard and eventually slams into a wall while walking. I'm taking a rest here, hold on, she notes in what Kagalai could tell was a rather sauced voice. Whoa, something's not right on the other side of this wall, Calamira declares as she pushes away from it. People in here, this is supposed to be a shower room. Really? Sounds like, I dunno, Kagalai says, her ear to the wall next to Calamira. Definitely not a shower. The entrance is on the other side, follow me. Calamira could maintain enough of her ability to stand straight and walk straight that she did not appear hosed, and they managed to make it to the corner nearest the entrance door before anything else happened. Attention all hands, this is the ship's jester with a public service announcement. Drugs will make your head explode, and immediately following was the sound of an explosion, something Kagalai recognized as the distinct sound of a missile detonating, and that's why we shoot drug runners and dealers. Thank you and have a nice day. Infinite wisdom from our jester, yet no paycheck for the poor sod, a marine standing guard outside what was, at least at one time, a bathroom had Calamira's interest, but she said nothing to the marine about him being there out of armor but with a sidearm and a cigarette. Whoever he is, he's got my vote for a 500 C-bill bonus on top of his normal wage, Calamira declares. More, if he acts like a jester in his off-duty time. You got it, admin. You're in the wrong place for the Club 300, though, it's that away, and the marine points. The fact that he even mentioned it made it suspect, but again Calamira said nothing. Been there, done that, looking for better. Any ideas? Supposedly there is a casino on the ship somewhere, but it is secret at this time. The marine artfully dodged the fact that he was standing guard on a unisex shower room, which was definitely not normal procedure. Well, I keep hearing about a casino somewhere around here, care to point me in the right direction, big guy? Calamira asks. The guy says nothing for a moment, just looks back and forth up and down the hall. Through this door. And don't blame me or the patron if you go broke. Roger that, Calamira says as she somewhat gracefully manages to avoid slamming into the marine and enters the room. Kagalai, out of mutual support for the significantly sauced strategic officer, follows close into the modesty corridor that prevented all but a concerted attempt to enter the room. Here, Kagalai damn near walks into Calamira's outstretched hand, which was holding one of the mysterious C-bills that Calamira had only seen a few 20s and that was it. This one was a 50, which supposedly was triple more powerful than the Earth dollar. You'll need this. Calamira, I don't think we should be doing this. Kagalai, you need to get away from the perception that your whole life has to be proper. Yes, you are military, yes, you are the last remaining of the Atha blood heritage, 3, and if you don't get away from yourself every now and again, you will eventually go crazy. And that alone is a greater failure than any other. Kagalai still had her misgivings about going into an obviously shady casino, but two things forced her onward. 1, Calamira was right, she was probably going to go crazy if she didn't cut loose sometimes, and 2, you never abandon a teammate, and Kagalai thought of Calamira as part of her team at the moment, when entering a possibly hostile situation. She accepted the 50 C-bills, which probably was not a huge amount when entering a casino, and followed Calamira in. The place was actually far from the posh, well-decorated, and glamorous casinos of the movies, Kagalai realized immediately. The tables were all more sturdy than well-crafted, designed for rough use by rough people. There was precisely one slot machine, 2 video poker machines, and a makeshift game of guess where the hot chick is using the old deactivated shower stalls. The tables ran the gamut: poker, blackjack, craps, roulette, and appeared to be the main focus of the 30 or so people in the room. The atmosphere was quiet, not quite subdued but far from as energetic as a normal casino would be, presumably because they were not supposed to be running a casino in an otherwise functional shower room. Kagalai decides that blackjack, a game she had played off and on with the Desert Dawn teams, would be her best bet for not getting cleaned out fast. So, as Calamira headed for the roulette table, Kagalai broke off and bellied up to the blackjack game. With 50 C-bills at her disposal, she figured she would either win big indefinitely or get crashed sometime in the next hour. That's how it always went for her. Deal me in, if you will, Kagalai requests at an open location at the table, handing over her cash to the dealer. You got it, kid, the dealer replies immediately. She could guess he was about 25, maybe a bit older, and very slick in demeanor. Not the kind of greasy slick that reminded her of politicians or school preppies, it was more of the slick that operators and business professionals presented, a kind but not overbearingly so demeanor, professional in another word. As the first hand was dealt and she sorted out her chips, Kagalai checked her whole card and came to the conclusion that Lady Luck was already looking in her direction. Split, please, the fighter pilot to her right requests as he reveals a pair of aces. Roger that, the dealer replies as he passes the pilot a pair of whole cards to go with his now split hand. Nobody else had a split request, so he started with the rightmost. Call. Hit, the player 2 to Kagalai's right asks. She could not tell what her profession was, but she could tell that the lady was at least 30 and otherwise nondescript. Hit, the fighter pilot to her right requests, pointing to his right side hand. Stand, he says after he gets one card. Stand on the left, he says immediately thereafter. Stand, Kagalai declares. Hit, the medtech to her left requests. The medtech stood out among the magi, where most of the magi uniforms were nondescript and you had to check their brass to identify their specialty, or be told, the medtechs had red crosses on their uniforms that clearly identified them at distance. Supposedly a clearly marked medtech was not shot by the old enemies of the magi, but word among them was that casualties were still very high, especially in battle. Flip M, the dealer orders. In moments, all the cards were loosed. Winner, the lady from Ob, the dealer notes as all the chips were pushed her way. Hers was the only 21 hand, even despite the guy who split. You know, I may come to like this. So long as I can talk Kalamira out of here after about an hour or two, Kagalai thinks aloud as she sorts and stacks her chips. XXX. Same day, 1000 hours. The sight of an autocannon on a fire test mount was nothing special in the confines of a Magi ship. After all, to make sure the damned things work, they had to be shot from time to time. For that, a slug trap had been set up on the far side of the target, and the whole thing was arrayed toward the airlock door in the hangar. The only reason they were not doing this outside the ship was because they were running on a half-G thrust and it would not take the test long to fall behind the fleet. The supposed reason for the test, far from routine. The Star Admiral was not someone normally invited to a gun test, same as Gerald Lightbringer. Kalamira West had not been available nor answered a page, but by the same token she was off duty and not really germane to this test. All right, people, commanders, you've all seen these puppies in action. Midran Model RC6, rotary autocannon in 65mm caliber. 12 slugs in 10 seconds per load cartridge, honed receivers for smooth feed, automatic delinker if you have to feed it a belt of ammo, safe eject of cartridges in the tubes to prevent cook-off. Nothing special, the demonstrating mechanic declares. As much as I expect, Gerald Lightbringer replies. In tow were the beings known as the Terrible Twins, Wendy and Mina Barus, Angel 2 and Angel 3 respectively went out and about in their dendrobium armors. Their reason for being here was suspect, but they were paying attention properly and did not appear bored. We have a target set, a 3x3x1 sheet of lamellar ferrocarbide armor, same thing as the ships are usually armored in. Again, nothing spectacular. You can probably guess the result, but we're still going to demonstrate for effect. Eyes and ears, people, he warns quickly, his meaning was that all observers should be wearing hearing and eye protection. Moments later the gun begins spinning but no fire was being loosed from it, that changed moments later as the gun let loose 12 slugs in 10 seconds into the armor. The gun's climb caused it to leave a trail of pock marks up the panel of armor as each round struck and detonated. Against a battlemecha's armor, such well-aimed attacks would tear through armor, but against a warship they were not a real serious threat. This test confirmed that, the armor was cratered but far from penetrated. Well, that was rather unimpressive. You'd need a couple tons of those semi-explosive rounds to get through that plate, Mina Barus declares. Much unexpected, but becoming typical, was the intercom's buzz and following announcement. Ship's jester reporting that any contacts running too close to the aft of the ship may be served for lunch with honey mustard sauce. That is all. The joke caused a few laughs, as one fool pilot had actually done that recently. A dendrobium made the mistake of flying through the exhaust of the massive interplanetary engines of the Mjir, and the damage was immense to the armor and particularly its weapon systems. The pilot was on sick leave for a case of dehydration, but his machine was slated for 2 weeks of repairs to get it back into battery. Area restrictions were now strictly enforced for the stern of the ship. It had also become typical to listen to the comment, then continue going on about your duties. Well, as I said, that was just for reference to standard. And now, we have a new type of ammo that appears derived from the enemies that sent us on this hellbound tour, he says as a new cart with a different ammo drum was wheeled into place of the old one by some of his subordinate techs. These rounds we found interspersed about 1 in 4 in enemy magazines recovered, and we were able to dissect several and come up with this, our own version of their penetrators. And you're going to shit bricks when you see what these things will do, the chief engineer declares. You'd better produce on that promise, or you may not like the penalty we'll inflict on you, Mina declares. I'm not sure if I should deliberately screw this up or run away screaming, the chief engineer replies with a smile. Rumors of the penalties inflicted on those who lost a challenge to the Barus twins were rife, salacious, very perverted, and rather shocking. Still, make sure you have your ears on, these are kinetic rounds and use heavier charges than the heap rounds. Ears up! One of the mechanics shouts as he flicks the barrel motor switch and clears behind the safety shields. Firing 3, 2, 1, now, and the gun cuts loose with the same 12-slug burst. True to their warning, these were much higher velocity rounds due in most part to the powder charges behind them, but also to another factor. Whoa, holy fuck, Gerald Lightbringer declares first. The Star Admiral was simply staring at the plate in question, mouth agape at the destruction caused. Dude, what the fuck? Phase-shifting penetrators, the chief engineer declares. Phase shift, you mean the same shit that stops K and explosive attacks against the local Gundams? The Star Admiral finally asks. Yes sir, same thing only applied in attack instead of defense. Hey, air movement. Wendy Barus shouts. Someone plug those holes. Shit. We're venting through the damned bay doors. Get those emergency vent kits up here now. Mina Barus shouts immediately thereafter. What? Oh shit. One of the mechanics shouts. We're venting. Someone get a plugger in here. Now damn it now. Wayne and Gerald watched as several mechanics moved to emergency kit boxes around the bay and pulled out plugging capsules, which contained a sort of pre-charged plug chemical called Hargel. The capsules were designed so that when they were sheared and vented to negative air pressure, an electrical charge from a battery pack in the capsule discharged through the chemical and immediately hardened it to plug the leak. The Marines had a similar system in their armor, but usually when that much trauma occurred to Marine armor the Marine inside was Kia anyways, and sealing the armor itself was a moot point at that time. Opinions, ladies A and D? Sir. The chief engineer asks as the Star Admiral walks up to the target. He began feeling the holes, seeing how clean the punch-through was and even squatted down to look through the meter of armor and at the backstop behind. The slugs had gone through the standard grade backstop, which was rated for guns up to 200 mm, and kept going. Eventually they punched through to the inside airlock bay door, and the outside airlock bay door was presently jammed open on a mechanical fail, meaning that once those slugs got through the bay door they were in vacuum. Clean holes, through and through, Wayne mutters, still looking through the 5th and 6th slug holes. Complete resistance to deformation, and actually reduced translation of impact shock except outside what matter it punches aside during the transit. I'll admit I was not expecting the slug to retain its phase shift that long. Our tests of the initial recovered live ammo died in the air gap between the target and the backstop. And because you built it, it is better, right? Gerald declares. He got only a nod from the chief engineer. Better longevity, better batteries? Is this production sustainable? 4. Reasonably so. Per unit, it's going to cost about double standard autocannon ammo, same for Vulcans, machine cannons, or naval applications. Double is fucking cheaper than EAP ammo by a long shot, Gerald says. EAP ammo was pretty much restricted to aces and people who could afford it themselves, because it was so expensive. The flip side was that each round had almost double the penetration power of standard ammo, but quadruple the cost per round and massed double that of standard ammo types. These results, can we expect them every time? Star Admiral Centura asks. Yes. The only downside is you cannot use these kinds of shells in railguns or Gauss rifles. The magnetic coils or rails absolutely destroy the internal phasing regulators. Chemical or explosive propellant only. Bracing circuit boards inside a shell was nothing new to Magi, it had been done for millennia in laser-guided, sensor-guided, and satellite-guided artillery rounds. Hypervelocity penetrators? And what about physical weapons? Mina asks, intrigued by the possibilities already. Hard to say. I'd need time and resources to experiment, the chief engineer declares. You'll get them, but not now. I need a requirements list of what it takes to make these, and I hope you have schematics the AI can understand. We'll hold this capability in reserve for now, but at the right time I'd like to shove it up the necessary person's asses, Star Admiral Centura declares. Yes sir, I'll ready the ammo, you provide me the gun specs and you'll get as much as I can give. XXX. July 22 CE71, 1115 hours. Kagalai had become so wrapped up in the ebb and flow of her blackjack streak that she lost pretty much all concept of time, simply losing herself to the movements of the game as a way to take her mind well off the strains of the changing times and the coming battles. Escapism though she knew it to be, she could not but continue, knowing that tomorrow may not be so peaceful for her. It was proving to be the perfect distraction. Winner, the OB mechanic, and the dealer shuffles the chips over to the mechanic in question, who also happened to be the mechanic for her new Gundam, the Strike Rouge. It was an improvement on the Strike concept, and with the ALE pack or even the new IWSP pack she would be able to help save lives when the battle came to pass. She just hoped she would be good enough to survive it in the end. Good hand, she declares to the mechanic, who so far had fleeced her out of about a third of her earnings. She had not won large, but she had a respectable 500 C-bills for her efforts so far. Her cap seemed to be too grand, then someone managed to leech her back down to 800 or so. The fighter pilot that she had started against was turning out to be the real gambler Diriger, giving her several good runs for her C-bill, but each time she stood on the brink of defeat, she bounced back with a vengeance. Kagalai took a moment to look around the room, content that the persons around her were not going to cheat and try to rip her chips off. Those that were not subordinate to her were otherwise honorable Magi soldiers, and cheating in such a fashion was grounds to get one's ass kicked among the Magi. She immediately found sight of Kalamira, sleeping on a deactivated, enclosed, toilet. Obviously exhausted from her day's exertions, Kagalai had to remind herself that it had been almost a 20-hour day for her already, and not much shorter than that for herself. A pair of Marines were chatting on their way out the door, nothing special there, so she continued looking past them to the guess the shower stall game, then her eyes were drawn back to the Marines at the entryway. She saw a long, thin object bounce off the wall and land just inside the door, plus another that was thrown around the corner almost haphazardly. Before her mind registered what she just saw, the whole world flashed white with a deafening crack, followed closely by a second crack, as all her senses were overloaded by the sheer flash and sound and pressure of the assault. Her mind remained stunned for quite a while, but it clearly recorded what was going on even if she could not understand it at a higher level. After the light from the flash grenades, that is what they had to be, subsided, Marines in their armor but without the heavy weapons had surged into the room and were removing people by way of dragging them out 2 or 3 at a time. The stun Kagalai took was more than enough to keep her under until she was dragged out of the room herself, by way of the front of her uniform shirt and bra. Her mind could tell it was a rather uncomfortable experience, but even then she could tell the Marine had no joy in such actions due to her stern expression, and her own rack was big enough to actually show minor relief on her chest plate, meaning the Marine was at least 2 sizes larger than she was. By the time she regained higher processing power to her brain, Kagalai was already seated against the wall outside the casino area. It was a few moments before anyone else was removed from the area, then much to Kagalai's aghast Kalamira was dropped roughly in front of Kagalai to take a seat next to her and await being processed. Outside the casino is where the armed Marines were. Several of them had the large 20mm armor assault rifles out and readied as a show of force, and nobody was thinking loud about escape as far as Kagalai could tell. You are right, nobody is. They know they are caught and there is no sense running. The ship's AI already knows about this and knows who has been captured. A lot of people are going to be spending brig time for this one, including at least me, maybe you as well. I knew we should not have gone in here, Kagalai thinks loudly, mostly in frustration to herself. You are probably right, Kagalai, but just consider what happened in the past several hours. You forgot about the war, you enjoyed yourself, and you made about $1,000 off $50 worth of starter. Regardless of the outcome to come, that may have been worth it in the end. Or do you disagree? Kagalai shakes her head to reply no to Kalamira's analysis. Isn't this going to damage your career? Kagalai asks. Far less than shooting a drunk and forcefully lecherous Star Admiral. I'll bet 50 C-bills that Star Admiral Centura would have been down here had he been off duty and the establishment was sanctioned. You would win that bet, but do not tell anyone I said so, Star Admiral Centura declares as he stops and squats down in front of the two. Unfortunately, you are right, someone is going to have to serve brig time for this. If the proprietor had bothered to ask, I probably would have said yes in less than a New York minute. Can you, Kagalai asks, wondering just how many people in the command structure could read minds, since it seemed everyone short of Commander Ward could. No, just Chinook sensitive. I can hear easily a point to point but I can't do anything else beyond that. Side effect of some surgery I had a long time ago. Now, is that all, Star Colonel? Star Admiral, the Star Colonel declares from behind him. All right you pukes, settle down. The boss has something he'd like to say to you. I don't think I need to tell you why this was wrong, people. Modding the ship is supposed to go through me first, even for something that bears the impression of not likely to be approved. You can expect that by the time you get out of the brig, the casino will be dismantled and returned to a shower room. There was a unanimous groan from all the detainees. I will give you all one sop to honorable conduct here, however, your final earnings or losses will be credited to your personal accounts. Whether here or in your barracks, a win is still a win. End of story. There was a low murmur of assent to that. All right, Marines, move them out to brig areas nearby their duty stations and determine standing. Move out, the Star Admiral orders. As the first Marines descended on the personnel to start breaking them up and assigning brig or cleaning duties, the Star Admiral entered the makeshift casino himself to inspect the facility. He was escorted by 2 of the armed Marines in so doing. Slick setup, for a makeshift operation, the Marine Point commander with him declares. We're going to need that kind of slick to get through these coming times, Wayne declares. And I need a way to focus it without it looking like I am focusing it. All wisdom showed that if you did something from a command standpoint without making it look like you were commanding, it got done faster and better. You're referring to the inevitable exodus of persons from affected states to neutral nations like us, OB, Scandinavia, and such. The Star Commander with him notes. Give them the Empire's dues, 5, and they'll follow you to hell and back. That is only going to be a start, Star Commander. I need more ideas than that, or we will never get this ship repaired. XXX. July 22nd CE 71, 1720 hours UTC. Hope you're ready for this, man, Gerald declares. I am. All I need is one good swing and I can take him down. The Ultron closes up and grabs a hold on the back of the new Ezeal upgrade that Gerald piloted normally. Go for it, Gerald, the pilot orders. Moving out, 3GXL, Gerald Delcars. 3 gravity acceleration was something the Ultron was capable of only when the pilot put his foot down, unlike the new Ezeal which had 3G as the maximum cruising speed. Time to arrival is about 2 minutes. They're not too far from us. Wow, I thought they would have gravitated farther out. NEG, they have been getting closer to the fleet since they began skirmishing. Which works to our advantage. Shall we warn them? You don't exist until the shooting begins, man. I'll get their attention here in a moment. Gerald dials in the radio band for the training skirmish. Attention all units on this band, this is Gerald Lightbringer, call sign Angel 0, reporting that school is now in session. Hope you have your textbooks out and your homework ready. Oh shit, the Ultron pilot heard by pass-through from Gerald's radio. He's riding the new Ezeal, a lot of us ain't going to survive this skirmish. Heads up, he's already in gun range, ladies, another person declares. Oh man, this is not going to be pretty, Wayne could recognize the voice of the Justice pilot, Athrunzela, among the others that were griping. Say hello to my little friend. Gerald shouts before he rattles off a series of 6 beams and ejects the wire-guided remote arms from his mobile armor. The Ultron pilot could not see the result, since he was electronically silent at the time, operating only on reactor and camera systems, but the pass-through for the radio had some rather foul swearing in 3 languages for the barrage. Break up. Scatter. Use ballistic and missile weapons, beams aren't going to get to him unless you hit it with naval particle cannons first. One of the pilot's orders. And now for the first lesson, expect attacks from any direction, Gerald declares. Try this. Oh shit, those arms are all over the place. A Magi pilot declares. I can't track on it. Pilot Kira Yamato half shouts, trying to take shots at one of the arms. Crop. He presumably shouts as the arm closes up on him and tries taking him down with a simulated beam saber stroke. Do it. Gerald shouts, the one thing that the Ultron pilot was waiting for as the Gundam Freedom begins to cross right to left in his view. The range was absurdly close, less than a second's flying time including acceleration, yet the Freedom was stuck trying to contend with one of Gerald's remote arms and not paying much attention to its surroundings. The Ultron pilot stomps on his main thrusters, immediately separating from the new Ezeal and showing up as a separate contact on everyone's sensors. Since the fateful battle with the mobile dolls, the pilot had modified the Ultron he piloted with 2 critical new features, salvaged wing binders from a Wing Zero Gundam and a beam machine gun from a Gulgug commander type. Due to the increased maneuvering power, when he hammered it his Gundam was literally on top of the Freedom in less than a second. The pilot did not have the time to react to the new threat and the maneuvering arm that was chasing him. He fired a series of paint rounds from his Vulcans into the arm only to see the business end of a simulated beam trident come in and impale the Freedom right in the reactor. Without doubt, his Gundam was dead in that one stroke, and the radiation from having his reactor opened like that would probably have killed him if it was a real battle. What the hey? Kira. Athrun shouts as he realized what had happened. An unidentified Gundam had used Angel 0 as cover to close to point-blank range and skewer the Freedom while Kira was distracted. I thought. Don't think, kid, move. The pilot of the Ultron shouts as he suits his own actions to his orders, arcing upwards while mercilessly spraying his beam machine gun and tail binder beam cannons at the Justice and more importantly around it, forcing the Aegis to take a defensive stance and not move anywhere. After he reached the apogee of an arc that would have come down on top of the Justice, the pilot immediately changes his course downward and right, in the process dodging 2 beam attacks and deflecting a third with the shoulder shield on the Ultron. As he continued moving he did so while still firing his beam machine gun rapidly at the Justice still. Athrun growls at the unidentified Ultron's actions as he takes the lesson to heart. The Phantom 00 subflight lifter detaches and goes high against the Ultron as the Justice deploys and slings a beam boomerang out directly. They, now apparently crazy, pilot shifts thrust again and charges through the boomerang, inadvertently passing under the Phantom 00 too fast for Athrun to compensate and stopping the boomerang cold by ramming it with his shield. Ultron continued the close-in charge to the last, his beam trident set as Athrun's beam javelin came out, with an absolutely mollifying clash followed by a flying drop kick from the close quarters Gundam delivered to the Justice. It was more than a rude shock to Athrun that the enemy machine, despite being an older Magi unit, was a bit faster than the Justice. Damn it! Athrun shouts as he tries regaining his bearing on the insane pilot of this modified Ultron, only to find himself staring at the oncoming claw of the dragon arm. His beam saber came up and slammed the claw, a stroke that would have removed it, but immediately thereafter he saw his doom as the twin beam cannons on the tail of the Ultron fired just under the elbow of the outstretched claw and right into his chest. His battle was over as well. The Gundams are down, Gerald, but I paid a tab for it. The Ultron pilot's voice sounded familiar to Athrun now. Lost an arm I can sense, Gerald declares. Continue the battle, we can handle the rest without further incident, Gerald orders immediately thereafter. We won't go down so easily. Pilot Juri Wunyan shouts back in defiance. No, I don't imagine you shall, the pilot of the modified Ultron declares. I expect a workout for canning your asses, all of you. Oh shit, one of the remaining Magi pilots declares. Is that the Star Admiral's Ultron? I dunno, I heard it was being modded, but I never expected this. A lady shouts. Whoops, looks like you let your guard down, the Ultron pilot declares. Gerald had broadsided 3 of the pilots, including the one that opined the Ultron was being modded, and took them down with missile and autocannon fire. Focus on the Magi pilots, I will deal with the OB units remaining, of which there were only 5 of the 12 Astray machines active, but the Magi had 7 of the 15 Gundams and MS still going that were involved in this skirmish. Easy prey, Gerald replies. That one of their own would say so was chilling to the locals, since those same Magi had fought both Freedom, Justice, and the Astray team to a standstill prior. There was the hint that he was saying so as intimidation, but the Ultron moved in on the remaining Astray, which had gravitated left and away from the Magi toward where Freedom and Justice had gone down. As the now assumed certifiable pilot closed in on their ranks, he began firing his beam machine gun at an absurdly long range, using it basically for long-range suppression. However, the enemy was not as stunned as the pilot thought they to be, and after one of their ranks succumbed to several practice strength hits that scorched paint and no more, the remaining 4 split up in 3 directions and began firing in kind. As the new Ezeal hammered on the Magi officers that were not really accustomed to fighting a foe with far more armor than they had, the numbers began to catch up to the Ultron. A lucky hit took his beam machine gun out of play, scored on him by Asajai Caldwell, followed closely by a concerted effort from 2 other pilots to close in on him from the right with beam sabers while Juri closed in on him from the left and above. Caught in a 3-way attack, the pilot was able to cleave his way out in one direction only, taking down 2 of the enemy with aimed shots of 60mm Vulcan and the tail binder beam cannons, but in the end it was Juri that sabered his Gundam in half just below the cockpit before Asajai put a pair of beam rifle rounds in his torso. Ha! Got ya dirtbag. Indeed, but best you work on your plan fast. Gerald Lightbringer only had 2 Magi Gundams to go before it is your turn, the Ultron pilot replies. You did well to catch me in 3 directions and force the issue on my damaged side, but you must do better or you will not survive future real battles. Juri and Asajai read between the pilots' phrasing to the meaning, and both immediately turned around and began moving to support the 2 remaining Magi Gundams. For one, their backup was a moment too late as the pilot was sabered by the remote arm. Juri specifically targeted it first, shooting it several times apparently as it tried to maneuver, and after 5 good hits it fell silent and was retracted. Asajai chose the direct approach, drawing her beam saber and driving in on the massive mobile armor. There would be a lot of target to cleave up there but made one mistake in so doing. A simulated missile launch from the tail binder apparently tore the legs off her Astray, leaving her almost unable to maneuver properly, followed shortly by her flying through the path of a beam gun mounted in its back. No! Asajai shouts as she slams the console with both hands, a sound that echoed well across the radio channel. I damn it! To make things only more confusing to the remaining 2 pilots, Gerald Lightbringer inverted his armor and thrust away from the Magi Gundam, though did not fire on it any more than his 105mm autocannons already were doing. The pilot was doing an excellent job dodging, but not after Gerald passed Juri headed away from both. A salvo of micromissiles proved to be the decisive distraction to both pilots as Gerald retargeted his armor on Juri and fired a single blast of the megaparticle cannon mounted centrally in the armor. One shot was enough to simulate completely cooking the top half of her mobile suit clean off the rest of the body. The strike against Juri proved enough of a distraction to the Magi Gundam pilot that he absorbed several missile hits, one of which appeared to fly into the cooling vent on the chest of his Gundam, which caused his reactor to overheat in a matter of moments due to how hard he was pressing it. Attention all participants, this is training command, cease combat action immediately. This skirmish is decided. Gerald Lightbringer is the only survivor. All right, people, time for the report card, Gerald declares. $20, we all failed, Mayura declares, having been knocked out of the battle early on by one of the Magi Gundams. NEG, not quite, the Ultron pilot declares. Shall I, Gerald. Please do, Star Admiral, Gerald replies. There were some gasps from the Astray personnel. Kagalai seemed to be the exception about a mobile warfare-trained commander, but the commander of a 6,000-man-plus warship also piloted a Gundam? Technically, in reference to actions conducted during the battle, you all did good or better. Some mistakes, but nothing major enough to guarantee instant death. Tactically is where you fell apart. Magi against Ob, you were doing acceptable in that you were focusing your effort on each other's ranks and not trying damn foolish things like flank attacks or such. You all blew it royally when you did not unite quickly and decisively against Gerald and myself. The arrival of the two of us should have done nothing more than provide a temporary distraction to 26 of you, and yet you allowed yourselves to be divided and conquered. Big mistake. The other tactical foobar, 6, you made was that you attacked in no more than a group of 4. You are soldiers, not freaking medieval knights. I expect better out of all of you, especially the Magi in this skirmish. Fighting one-on-one is for the circle of equals and the trial of possession, it is not for real battle. Is that clear? F, Star Admiral. Several of the Magi and Asashai all shout at the same time. All right, all of you draw fresh ammo, get some charge blocks and fuel cells, and take a 30-minute breather. We will begin a new skirmish at that time, clear. And no fouling the waters with one-on-one dunderhead tactics or you will be scrubbing latrines for some time after today's training is over, Gerald Lightbringer orders with the voice of command. Nobody, not even Kira and Athrun, would dare to disobey him after the showing the two of them just gave. Athrun silently admitted that he was not going to underestimate the Star Admiral again. XXX. July 22 CE 71, 2230 hours UTC. Professor? I have something significantly strange here, Liam declares as he looks over the sensor screen. What? The professor asks in a bored fashion. I have the 3 ships we're supposed to meet and resupply, but I also have an increasing amount of contacts behind and around them. Some of them are also as large or larger than the Archangel, ma'am, Liam says. Okay, hold on, the professor replies as she picks up the handset for the radio and dials in the frequency and encoding for the ships. Archangel, this is Cornelius-class resupply ship Re-H.O.M.E, we're seeing a lot of traffic around your ships at this time, is something going on, over. Re-H.O.M.E, this is Archangel, Commander Mullah Flaga speaking. Right now you should be seeing some travelers we came across during our travels near the Mendel colony. They are not hostile, they are aware you're here to resupply our ships, over. I hope they don't need supplies, Kisato declares. There's a huge amount of them. What the hell did they find around Mendel that we didn't? Low Gear asks. That's a lot of them, maybe they're being coerced. Attention Re-H.O.M.E, this is Erica Simmons on the Kusanagi, Professor, how has it been going for you guys? Pretty good, Erica, how about you? Wonderful, just wonderful. We've been working on various strategies to bring the war to an end before things get way out of hand. You? Just doing the usual junk guild thing, we go where they say we need to go, and try to make a buck or two at it. Say, these friends of yours, they going to need anything while we're here? The professor was apparently convinced that the 3 ships were not in any danger, as far as the rest of the crew could now tell. They might, you'd have to talk to them about it. Hope you're willing to barter, though, they don't work with Earth dollars right now. Hey! The professor's glasses slipped down her nose at that mention, which was sure sign that she had been surprised by whatever just happened. You serious, Erica? Yeah. They are a real long story, but they're on the level, Erica replies calmly. Neither side, Earth Alliance, or ZAFT, they are their own force, sort of like us. Got it, the professor replies. Can I get a radio frequency? 181.622, same encryption, is set aside for the 3 ships and mobile forces to communicate with their group. Your contact is your comms, they'll hand you off from there. Roger that, Liam replies, holding up a piece of scrap paper with the frequency written down. All right, whose ship are we resupplying first? The professor asks. Archangel, then Kusanagi, then Eternal is how we planned it, Erica replies. You have a better plan? No, that should be the best, the professor declares. We'll begin the docking with the Archangel while I give your friends a call, hey. You are seeing it correct, Professor, that thing is massive. The contact on the sensor sweep was just entering the range of the sensors, and the blip it created was itself far larger than the blips for the 3 ships and a good portion of the smaller contacts combined. Oh, yeah, forgot to mention. The size of their ship is, well, massive. Almost as big as a colony, but built for a totally different purpose. Oh, like the Tsiolkovsky, but, way different, the professor declares as she realizes she was looking at a very massive ship of war after having turned a long-range camera on it. The smaller contacts were numerous mobile suits, larger units, and even smaller ships that looked similar to it, or at least nothing like ZAFT or Earth Alliance ships. Whoa, holy shit, that thing is huge. Lo declares. I'd need the Gerber straight to even scratch that thing. Well, like it or not, we have a job to do, the professor declares. Liam, begin the docking with the Archangel. I'll give that monster a call. The professor dials in the radio combination that had been declared. Mjr comms from Junk Guild ship Reh.O.M.E, come back, she begins, not entirely sure if that was the right way to start a radio conversation with them. Reh.O.M.E, this is Mjr comms reading 5x5, stand by for routing please, and though the professor was really the only one expecting to get put on hold for a moment, none of them were expecting Holy Diver by Dio as the elevator music for being put on hold. Reh.O.M.E, this is Commander Ward, Duty Command Officer on the Mjr at this time. How may I help you? The speaker sounded more than a bit gruff, but definitely not pissed off. Something in his voice made Lo think that the guy was enjoying this, whatever this was. The video signal came on after a few moments, showing a sharp downward angle view onto a raised platform and a large, rather muscular guy in a grey uniform. The one thing that stood out about him was his face. A pattern of reddish-brown tattoos in several varied shapes adorned his face. Well, we were wondering if your ships needed any resupply while we were out here, or anything we would normally sell on a barter bargain. Interesting offer, we were under the impression that your contract went no farther than the Three Sisters. Still, if you are offering, we may be able to work out an arrangement. You have a manifest. I can transmit it electronically or have it couriered over to your ship, your choice. I also have a document covering the services our ship provides. Electronic version would do well, and he looks off camera. Comms, stand by for receive of 2 documents from the Cornelius class, then he looks back, what is your preference of payment? Fuel, foodstuffs, metal composites, electronics, mobile weapon parts, warships parts, and salvage, or a combination. You, really don't use Earth dollars, do you? Liam asks. No, not yet, though I do expect we shall be soon enough. It struck the professor as a point in their favor that no mention was made of their currency. Whoever they were knew they were playing a dicey game right now, caught between 3 separate powers and probably wanting out of it. At least they were willing to accept that fact and the knowledge that they would have to play by at least some local rules, because it was obvious they were probably not from this planet. But they were human, or appeared to be. I'm not going to ask where you're from, the professor declares. For that you have my thanks. I am not the best on this ship at explaining it. A soldier with a leg holster and a large frame automatic in it hands a small tablet computer to Commander Ward, then turns out of the view of the camera. Lo could tell the person in that uniform was a lady, not a guy as the cut of her uniform would have suggested. After looking at it a moment, he flips the tab around 180 degrees, then gives it a thorough look over that lasted about 30 seconds. It appears that you have about another 1,000 tons of shelf-stable foodstuffs, a similar amount of water, and some sheet titanium that is not listed for the Three Sisters. Shall we discuss a trade? He asks. I like this guy already, Lo declares. Got any interesting battle salvage? The commander's reply caused them all to stare at the monitor, mouth agape. Do you prefer Earth Alliance or ZAFT roadkill? You must be joking, right? Liam replies. The fashion in which he spoke made it seem as if the commander considered ZAFT and Earth Alliance forces to be less than a threat. Well, you know, the Earth Alliance tried taking out the Three Sisters with their latest and greatest ship, the Dominion, and rather blundered into us in the process, so we had to, dispatch them. Earth Alliance salvage. Halfway through that battle, a strike fleet from ZAFT showed up at our back door, so one of our commanding officers in a gunboat sunk too and sent the third packing. ZAFT salvage, and quite a bit of it. Warships leave a lot of leftovers. You wouldn't happen to have some of ZAFT's latest mobile suit, the GUAIZ, would you? Lo asks. I have 3 working GUAIZ and 2 that we're trying to fabricate necessary replacement parts for. Impressive suits, lacking in a few places but overall a good unit for a non-Gundam. How would you settle for one of the working units and the core parts of 2 more, in exchange for the prior requested food, water, and sheet titanium? Whoa, dude, we could make a killing off those kind of parts. Lo half shouts. Captain, we're almost docked with the Archangel, Liam notes. Lo, Kisato, get down to the cargo bay to transfer the supplies. I'll handle things up here. In moments they were headed down to the cargo areas, which accounted for most of the bulk of the ship. You would seriously turn that kind of hardware over to us? It is simply a mobile suit as far as we are concerned. Better than many but hardly an earth-shattering piece of hardware. The commander sounded more than a bit amused by how incredulous the crew of Reh.O.M.E was about the matter. It is a proven fact that we have, in past times of our parent government, sold other nations' weapon systems which we later recovered as salvage months later when the same foreign state turned those guns on us, and failed to use them properly. Arms transactions of this nature are a favored form of business among us, not for profit nor points but for just the reason I propose to you. Keeping a fleet with almost 10,000 persons in it fed and watered is no simple task, and though we do most of it ourselves, every little bit helps. Given that logic, the professor had no complaint with such an arrangement. People, even crazy-ass foreigners from Sheen or God knew not where, had to have food and drink, or the shit well and truly hit the fan. Deal, Commander? You want us to come to you, or do you have transport capabilities? We have small craft and MS that can do the transporting. I will have flight control do the directing, just tell the controllers how you want it arranged. Anything else, milady? The professor had to search her past long and hard to remember if anyone had ever called her milady, and came up flat zero. They must believe in some form of old chivalry or something like that. If they're not from this world and going to help these 3 ships stop the war, they're fucking crazy. That's the only explanations I can come up with. She thinks rapidly in series. No, unless there is something else on our manifests not promised to the 3 ships that you would like to trade for. The commander takes another glance at the list. NEG, looks like everything else we shall be acquiring the hard way or already have full stores of. I think that should be it, he declares. One other thing, though. I don't want you guys to leave here empty-handed, and that not inclusive of trades. Once you are through resupplying the ships, I would like you to pull alongside for a unrep refuel. It is the least courtesy we can afford you for risking your lives to resupply the 3 sisters and by extension us. Free tank of gas for supplying the fleet. Again, the professor's spectacles slid down her nose. It is the least of courtesies for the assistants. Would that the Earth Alliance or ZAFT finds out about this arrangement, it will be your heads on pikes for this. Such conduct should not go uncompensated. Again, she came back to the thought that they had to be crazy, but the right kind of crazy to make bricks fly. Will do, Commander, and thank you. Reh.o.m.e is over and out. After the link cuts, she sighs. Did he say something offensive? Liam asks. No, why? You are incredibly red in the face. Oh, the professor gripes. XXX. July 23 CE 71, 0300 hours UTC. Wayne Centura sat alone in the wardroom, staring at the locked door silently, pondering his fate to an extent, but more pondering the fate of the ship and his crew than else. He was guaranteed screwed and he could live with that, yet most if not all of them deserved better, and there was practically no chance in hell of them getting better. It was this conundrum that had him by the balls, that since he was screwed the remainder was fated the same. He did not want to see his crew hammered by such a merciless fate. The Admiralty thought of us as jokes, expendable troops and an expendable, outdated, second-class fleet. What are we now, that we seek to become the saviors of the planet below us? Wayne asks himself internally, never putting voice to the fate in question. The answer was not long in coming to him, but not from where he expected. We are the wild card, sir, Calamira tells him telepathically. In every deck, there are 52 standard cards, but there are always 2 jokers and at least 1 spacer. We are not rank and file, and we are not filler to be discarded the first time the deck is shuffled. We are the joker's cards. You still have gambling on the brain, Calamira. That may not be the healthiest bad habit to pick up, Wayne thinks in counter. It is money, in the end. I have no shortage of it. Strategic shinix are paid far better than we could expect to really use until we retire. We are the joker cards, Wayne declares to the doors. Wild cards, normally discarded in tournament games, but in street games used with brutal efficiency, he thinks aloud. The thought ran the same phrasing through his mind several times but never made it to his lips. He continued thinking along those lines, ignoring the sinking feeling he sometimes got on such matters. Finally, it came out. That is the solution, Wayne mutters. This is no tournament game, this sure as hell is not the fucking Star Empire's wars. This is a street fight, the 2 biggest kids on the block tired of putting up with the other kids' shit. Such a game in card sharps parlance would warrant the use of wild cards and loose rules, since fights like this are free-form more than regulated or honored or venerated. And we are become the wild cards, Calamira completes the thought from 500 meters away, through more than 30 meters of armored bulkhead no less. Indeed, he replies to Calamira, though far away she heard it. I know you are in a pact of secrecy with this ship's jester, but now I need the jester's service. And for the sorely needed morale boost and the upcoming focal point to our efforts, he deserves both recognition and a pay raise. You know as well as I that the Marines and mechanics alone have voted the poor sod a 500 C-bill bonus, the pilots more than that. Might as well give credit where due. The response was not short in the coming, but worth the wait. It is not a he, sir. Maintenance Controller Ember Ferdine. She uses her neural implants and a triple-pass voice-altering system to put the good word out as she calls it. And I agree, morale-boosting effects from her continual jibes and humor are well received and in need of compensation. I confirm it, I've been supporting her for some time, Calamira declares. To point of proof, ship's jester reporting, it is now believed that the bottom of Earth Alliance ration packs do have the phrase open other end on them. This should explain a few things still in question. Thank you. Wayne could hear the coarse laughter from the Marine barracks next door. All right, time to make things officially screwed of the pooch variety. Issue orders to have Commander Ward run a general quarters drill for the whole fleet. As he said so, he pulled a trinket from the lower left drawer of the desk he was sitting at. It only took 15 seconds by Wayne's reckoning. The sound of the newly adopted ghost opera by Camillet, a suggestion by an engine mechanic on board the Hyperion, started low for a few moments, but once it hit the latter half of the intro there was no doubt the song was power metal through and through. It was as the artist began in on the lyrics of the song, speaking of an opera among the deceased, the final curtain call of the viewers, that Wayne stepped out and joined the torrent of personnel headed to their duty stations, including a serious rush for the bridge. When general quarters was called, everyone moved to their duty stations, no excuses. Even if that meant showing up in bra and panties and boots, fresh out of the shower, which at least one of the flight controllers had done. Training and norms among the Magi Society kept complications from that to a minimum. Sir, all hands show at general quarters at this time, ship is 100% combat ready, Commander Glenn asked Ward declares. Shall I step down the con? NEG, retain command. My purpose here is quite simple, nothing so illustrious as to require having the con. Sir, Ward says. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you know my initial purpose for this fleet, and you know what our status is with the Admiralty, besides the coveted rank of dogshit, that is. Wayne waits a few moments for the chuckles to subside. We are a joke, and yet we are a joke like no other. And now it is time for us to act like one. Ensign Amber Ferdine, and Wayne immediately looks to her. The expression on her face, as well as the instant blushing, told Wayne that the ship's AI was not bullshitting him. Or, more appropriately ship's jester, I should say, Wayne declares. This time he had to wait for almost a minute for the murmurs to subside. Sir? She asks. If I must, I will sub. NEG, I was just going to ask you to declare today's colors, and that I have an announcement to make. Nothing so much as to require you to resign over a 500 C-bill yearly bonus for exemplary service. And Wayne pitches her a card from a fresh card deck that had been residing in the desk of the wardroom for untold thousands of years. She deftly caught the card as it passed her head, then got the message quite clearly. After a moment, she closes her eyes, concentrating inward on her neural implants and the link to the ship's systems. Attention all hands, ship's jester reporting. Today's colors are red and black, and the Star Admiral has an important announcement regarding the fleet. So pay attention. This was still with her modified, male voice. On the 1MC, please, Wayne requests. The speakers pop audibly, sure sign the system was old and could be considered abused. All hands, this is Star Admiral Centura. Most of you have been with this ship and fleet longer than I, but it is safe to say we all know our lot in life and how the Admiralty views this fleet. We are a joke from the top down, ladies and gentlemen, a biggest farce laid on by the Admiralty Review in the blatant hope that this fleet would self-destruct or be killed off so they could justify replacing it with a newer vintage ship right out of the dock facilities. All throughout the ship's hull echoed the choruses of boos and jeers for such conduct. It was once said that what happens at the Admiralty Review stays there. This time, I think I can piss on that old saw and get away with it, because when we get back to Terra 02 I have every intention of suborbital bombarding the board's building, with or without the consent of the Division Commander Tech Strikers. Their callous disregard for normal procedures almost got us all killed, and that is not something I cannot ignore. Simply because they do not favor this ship or this crew does not make us any more expendable than they are. Again, Wayne had to pause from the cheering, both from the remainder of the crew and the bridge staff. They were laughing, ladies and gentlemen. I could hear the senior admirals and some of their staffers laughing through the doors after I was assigned to this ship. That is the measure of this fleet in their eyes. My posting here was as much a joke as anything else about us. A joke we are, a joke we are not. We fought to a standstill and destroyed over 6 times our numbers in the soulless mobile dolls, merciless and ruthless machines of war that know only the bounds programmed into them. We paid heavily, but we won and we walked away. I would love to see those fat bastards in the Admiralty achieve that. The cheering was significantly louder this time, as such a victory was literally against the odds. The Admiralty almost got their wish of a new ship and them were dead, were it not for the timely actions of Commander Ward and the monitor captains to move in and take the heat off the mobile forces. In further proof of our status, weeks after we arrive, we became embroiled in the local conflict de rigueur, and we have thus far acquitted ourselves as true Magi, the hands-down best local warship, hamburgered under our guns, boarded and captured by our Marines. This was followed less than an hour later by the Absinthe and Century Commander Lightbringer, a single ship and a single mobile armor, destroying 2 ZAFT warships, severely damaging a third, and destroying or disabling their mobile complements. And they thought of us as a joke? What is the Admiralty smoking, and why are they not sharing? Another pause, this time for the laughing. Drug use was not tolerated in the Meiji Tumen, but it was suspected that some groups of important individuals did do so. A joke, ladies and gentlemen, or should I say, a joker. See, I was thinking about some interesting things, and what we have become in the interim of fixing our ship. There is a parallel between our existence, our history, a street vendor's game of cards, and a card sharps tournament. If our history of the Bloody Star Empire's wars is equatable to a tournament, as it was after a fashion a war fought by the rulebooks of the participating empires, then the situation we fight now is a street game, a war without bounds and without rules, and precious few objectives at that. Keep in mind, in tournament play the joker cards are removed from the deck and discarded, of which there is no better analogy of our fate than to be discarded by the tournament and be picked up on the streets, where the scores can really change from hand to hand. This is our fate and our reality, people. We are become the joker's card of this war, discarded and never even issued a fleet designator as is proper conduct of the Admiralty, for they expected us to die and they might never even find out about it. Wayne paused, but the crew was silent for the brief moment. They could sense what was coming, but they still waited for it. Thus, I now propose our fleet designator and call sign. Task Force Joker's Wild, Star Admiral Centura releases the microphone switch to the feeling of the floor around him shaking slightly as the whole crew erupted in cheering such as not heard since the Mjir's crew learned of the end of the Star Empire Wars over 12,000 years prior. Author's chapter afterward. A thoroughly hectic chapter. Fun to write, such as it is, because it turned out to be a bit chaotic and scatterbrained. Sometimes writing small arcs is better than writing a long chain. Things will be shaping up into the remainder of the conflict from here on out, though, so keep your eyes on the date stamps. Matters will change more and more as shall dates and times. The introduction of the GP00 Blossom is just the first intro into mainstream mention of the MSV units and similar, as Magi are truly scavengers in this sense. If it is stupid and grossly mismatched, but an effective doctrine can be written for it, they will use it. The Blossom also jives with another principle of Magi doctrine, the respect of the long-range combatant and snipers, due to the beam rifle with the hellishly long range. The cursed model Blossom will show up in combat again, rest assured. As will even more bastardized modified units, like the Star Admiral's High Mobility Ultron. And don't expect the mod groups to remain stock to their universes. You could see a Camphor with Wing Gundam spinders and a GUAIZ beam rifle, just as one example. I want to hear your thoughts, people. If you have mod ideas, requests, crazy antics, officer gigging, I want to hear them. Ideas that cut the mustard may be included. There's a lot of salvage to go around, and the techs on board the Mjir are every bit as crazy as the techs on the Archangel. The more the merrier. So bring it on. And now you know how the story got its title. That is actually a bad habit I picked up from Tom Clancy. Just as one example, the book Debt of Honor. The phrase Debt of Honor is used by Jack Ryan about halfway through the book. It's almost easy to overlook it the way he couched it and what Ryan was saying, but it does make sense both then and both that the author would drop it in somewhere. Interestingly, on the same note, I do not ever remember the phrase clear and present danger being used in said book, but it was clearly used in the movie, which sucked compared to the book, so it cuts both ways. Kika's one-on-one battles and CI are far from over. I have at least one, maybe two more good ones planned before she resumes her dendrobium for the final fight. No such thing as rest for the smartass, trust me. And the two pirates she took down are going to have to learn the hard way that they skirted death, only to find themselves a far more bizarre fate. Notice, I have set up a C2 community for Gundam Seed, showcasing FICS that qualify only for the title of Real War, in that the battles are more realistic and weighted than the norm for Seed. If anyone wants to have their FICS reviewed to be added, or would like to join the C2 as staff to add FICS, please message me. My one desire is to put the focus back on the battles of the Gundam universe, and besides my own writing this is one way to do it. Any help appreciated. 'Tis pretty much all I have to mention for this chapter. Next up, ZAFT command gets word that something evil this way lurks, the ships get another good resupply, a few crazy battles ensue, and the ship undergoes major redecoration and reorganization. Review replies. On the subject of reviews, this story is now averaging 5 reviews per chapter. That is insane, I never really thought a story like this would take off. Keep 'em coming, the more I get, the more I have plenty more ammo for the firefight, tongue sticking out. Knives 91, okay, if I may ask, what do you mean by AP Gov? You kinda lost me. One village idiot, the Mjir, out of 200 mobile armors, had 4 big ZAM. One was destroyed in the battle with the mobile dolls, one was crippled, 6 months minimum repair, the other 2 are functional. As to androids and scrap, battlefield salvaging is a group effort among Magi. Once the shooting is over even the Gundams get out and pick up the remaining junk. The food and water issue I answered to yet, but it bears repeating, these fleets have to be out and about for a year or more, and they carry large stocks of on-hand resources like food and water, a minimum of a 200-day supply for each ship and its crew complement. And I hope this one answered where the PS ammo stands. Phrase remage, Thanks for the nod to Tweecross, I thought it was just a useless sandstorm-whipped planet, tongue sticking out, have to keep that in mind when people start expanding with jump ships. 8 yen of the West Wind, Ghost Heros? That is a creepy thought. I'll have to keep it in mind. That reminds me, if the ship ever does regain its ability to jump, and it does jump, is the ghost left behind at the jump point or does it follow with the ship? Necroblade, the Magi have a long, checkered, and very bloody past. Rest assured that you'll see hints of it in the chapters to come, as well as echoes of their mentality as the fighting gets bloody. And fret not about the BCPUs, they didn't get any action in this chapter, but they will definitely get action in the next one, and they are not completely stripped of their crazy, it will still show. Thank you all for the reviews. The continual feedback is plenty for heart and making sure any major screw-ups don't fly unchecked, and for that I cannot thank you enough. Keep 'em coming, as shall I. The gripe sheet. Only one gripe, from Phrase Remage, and that on a side detail on background info. That mistake shall not happen again, tongue sticking out. Also, I now have a beta reader for the story, Necroblade, who has thus far caught me on several parts that I had to clean up in this chapter. Let's hope I got this one right, tongue sticking out. Footnotes. One range gate is a principle of radar systems. Theoretically, when sent out radar signals go on forever and forever, but the system cannot be looking for those signals or it gets bad returns. Therefore, the radar system only looks for returns inside a certain timing frame, which is called the range gate. This allows the system to get the best range possible without giving false returns. Two-orbital plane is an astrophysics term, referring to the, relatively, flat axis upon which the planets rotate around the Sun in relation to each other. Pluto is the exception to this, as Pluto has an angled and elliptical orbit around the Sun. This orbital plane is often used as a reference as to movements in space, particularly when determining moving in the y-axis, where x and z-axis follow the orbital paths of the planets in a star system. Three-blood heritage is an old clan term, BattleTech, strictly referring to a genetic line of one of the 500 blood houses that were formed among the clans by Nicholas Kerensky after the clans were formed. In Magi use, blood heritage refers to a distinct family line as well as the eugenic definition. Among the Magi it is permissible for new eugenic bloodlines to be formed by a division commander or higher, and this is sometimes done in place of a more traditional medal for extremely exemplary courage and service to the Empire. The founding of a blood heritage may be contested, but only by trial of refusal, and that only with very strong cause to contest. 4. Production sustainable refers to the concept that something is simple enough to be easily and cheaply mass-produced, and soldier-proof for field operations with a low rate of failure. Production sustainable made the difference between the mass production units and the Gundams, just as one example among many. 5. The Empire's dues is a reference to the principles of the Empire: all persons are free until otherwise revoked, all persons are innocent until otherwise proven, all persons are otherwise responsible unless shown incapable. By strictly following this doctrine, the loyalty and patriotism of the Magi was and always has been the highest of the star empires. 6. Fuck up beyond all recognition. X. Below, Durgan is the city in which the first emperor, Eric Atrebas, was born. A more thorough explanation of that town will be covered in another story. Logic and Reason, Blood Heritages and the Eugenic Program. Excerpt from the Remembrance of the Magi, Book 4, Chapter 2. The prior era is closed for all time. The new ways of the Empire are shown. That all life, now and forever, to be protected. Among the Magi, by hand of the Magi. That no life shall be considered alien. That no life shall be considered artificial. That no life process shall be denied as demonic. That untold generations may flourish under countless stars. Even unto conflict against the dissenting, the zealots. The hands that have shaped the future shall remain. The soldiers who have defended forever be germane. That no hand shall deny their rightful place within. Shall be the eugenics program for thine honored therein. Very likely as cause to the interlocking non sequitur of the Magi society, the clans absorbed by the Empire contributed one of their bloodiest rites to the Magi, the eugenics program. For this reason alone, the Magi have been hailed as neo-gods and damned as the Satan himself for their use eugenics. In the original, clan, form, the eugenic program was a two-part system. The main form of the program was simply a series of arranged marriages among the 4 lower castes of society to help keep the population from becoming stagnant. Though not often considered when studying the eugenics programs of the clans, this was considered a vital part of their social engineering efforts to keep the clan from collapsing due to lack of population or other social factors. The prevalent part of the clan eugenics program is the eugenic gestation systems and the sickos. The clans were themselves dominated by de facto dictatorship of the warrior caste, the crowning achievement of these being the genetically engineered super soldiers produced by the eugenics program. The eugenics program was populated with the genetic sample of the 600 warriors who followed Nicholas Kerensky in the founding of the clans, and with careful crossbreeding and genetic manipulation these lines were enhanced over the years to produce the best genetic stock for their purposes, soldiers of every kind. These 600 genetic lines are often called blood heritages, though among Magi the term is used more loosely to refer to a distinct family lineage. Born in the gene tanks, often called canisters, these soldiers of the clans had intrinsic advantages over a naturally born, freeborn, soldier in certain areas, but even at their best the eugenics of the clans were not such an advance over the common man that they were unstoppable. The advantages of clansman genetic tailoring and birthing were accentuated by the Sako program. Effectively, the Sako system became the family and parentage of the eugenics, and in clan tradition the Sibkin, those who belonged to a Sako, were trained in their warriors' arts from a very early age. This produced stellar warriors in the final analysis, easily the better of a trainee from the inner sphere, but the cost of this program was that very few warriors were graduated out of each run of a eugenics program. Of 20 birthed eugenics, estimates range from 2 to 8 actually making it into the ranks of a clan's warriors. Those that were not killed in the rigorous clan combat training or killed in their trial of position were demoted to an appropriate placement among the civilian castes. The failings of this system, the inability to produce a large quantity of combat-ready skilled troops, cost the clans dearly. In the natural history of the clans, they suffered severe defeats when attempting to invade the inner sphere, which is both more populous and less stringent about the quality of their troops. When the Magi encountered the clans, their elite tactics and technology made an impressive showing against the Magi but failed to take into account the traditional strengths of Magi in infantry tactics, fire support and support forces. Instead of utterly destroying the clans, the Magi moved to absorb them, taking their operations over from the inside out and subverting their advances wholesale. It was this downfall of the clans that became the first great stepping stone of the Magi into the eugenics programs, as the facilities the clanners had built could not be readily dismantled and in fact were seen as something of a welcome boon to the empire. There were calls from the religious community among the Magi to destroy the eugenics program, and to this date those complaints still exist in some groups. However, the few trials of refusal fought over the program were partial failures and the program was continued. Due to the refusing parties winning some parts of the trials and not the bulk of the battles, the program was modified into something that did not guarantee the recruits a life of the soldiery. In classic Durgan, footnote X, fashion, the Sakos produced would train half in what would be basic soldier skills, half in civilian pursuits. The training was deliberately neutralized of all bias for or against military, so that when the Sako reached the age of 12 the creche participants would have the option of making a neutral choice as to their fate. Having learned the basics of both civilian and military pursuit, the leaning of the Sakos turned out to be around 50-50, with higher percentages for the pro-military choice during active times of conflict. The program was modified outside its original constraints during the heady years of the Star League, with certain creches dedicated to different fields of research in genetic manipulation, creating a new genesis of engineering techniques that allowed for more drastic changes than even the clans dreamed of. Combined with the Respire Accords, the eugenics program became a decentralized entity that anyone could participate in and run their own so long as they met the minimum guidelines for operating a creche, and so long as the requirements placed on the Sakos thus created did not exceed 1/4 the term of bond regulations. With this changing of policy, genetic experimentation was allowed to take on its own path separate of the empire's more militaristic aims and the corporations were allowed into the field of dreams as many called it. It also served to increase the net population of the empire and also drastically increased the genetic diversity of the populations on inhabited worlds. By the year SL 355, the corporate sector had begun their first gestations of non-empirical eugenics. The empire itself still ran the core eugenics program, but immediately after the signing of the Respire Accords, that program was immediately dwarfed by the external commercial entities who had their own purposes and aims. Just as with the empire's program, the dominant intended mindset did not win out. The commercial eugenics Sakos showed around the same tendency toward military and civilian pursuits as the empire eugenics, though capabilities varied more wildly than freeborn military personnel and some adjustments had to be made in training standards to account for those variances. The greatest known advantage of this program was actually seen down the road from the beginning, as statistics started cropping up that showed cases of terminal diseases and infectious diseases were dropping significantly among the empire's population, to the point of annihilation of certain forms of influenza as a threat to the empire or its citizens. This is often considered one of the major reasons of Negaverse jealousy toward the Magi, and is also considered one of the greatest reasons why the Star League was destroyed by the Negaverse, to prevent the peaceful pursuit of eugenics and therefore lessen the chances of Magi somehow gaining even more extreme advantage over the other Star Empires. After the end of the Star Empire Wars, a call came up from, wonder of wonders, the religious community again to abolish the eugenics programs as no longer needed. Citing the many benefits of society that the block of artificially gestated persons had provided to the empire over the millennia, and citing their failures in previous trials of refusal, the emperor disabused them of their request. This led to the Bloody Canisters incident, where a disaffected religious cult with otherwise incomprehensible beliefs attacked a commercial biotech research creche and killed everyone, including the unborn Sako, by using armor-piercing heavy rifles and lasers to shoot through the canisters, artificial wombs. Casualties numbered over 1,000, including 300 in gestation in the eugenics facility that was attacked. In so doing, the empire's overall attitude became hardened against the bioterrorists and the religious nuts who did their utmost to obfuscate or eliminate eugenics, and after the elimination of the White Star terrorist group that performed the attacks, the eugenics program was granted an immune status, thereby it could not be defunded or cancelled without a full win in a trial of refusal. It is widely believed that wholly 40% of the empire's population is eugenic by birth, and at least 85% of the remainder has at least some ancestry of eugenics. TRO section. In today's TRO corner, I have a BT interpretation for the GP00 Blossom that I whipped up. If any of you are brave enough to do Gundams in BattleTech, here is one to drop in on those poor clanners, tongue sticking out. BattleMech technical readout. Type/model, Gundam GP00 Blossom RX78 GP00. Tech, Mixed Tech/3060. Config, Biped BattleMech. Rules, Level 3, Standard Design. Mass, 80 tons. Chassis, Anaheim Electronics Composite, C/ES. Power Plant, Anaheim 400XL Fusion, C. Walking speed, 54.0 km per hour. Maximum speed, 75.6 km per hour. Jump jets, 6 improved jump jets. Jump capacity, 180 meters. Armor type, Anaheim Heavy Composite, hardened. Armament. 2 beam SBR/gun compose *, C. 1 bis Bloodhound probe, is. Manufacturer, Anaheim Electronics Corp. Location, multiple. Communications system, GP Series 01A. Targeting and tracking system, GP Series 01A. Overview. The prototype unit for the GP Series Gundams made by Anaheim Electronics, the Blossom turned out to be a veritable Pandora's box of problems for the development team in the end. On the other hand, the GP00 provided the team with much needed hard data to use on the succeeding GP units, breathing life into a project that seemed destined for the paper shredder and junk heap. Capabilities. The GP00 Blossom can be best described as a jack of all trades and failure at most. The annals of Anaheim history illustrate it as a machine that tried to do too much with too little, eventually overwhelming the pilot and causing the destruction of the prototype and the death of the test pilot. Despite this, the GP00 was still picked up by the Magi and several other Star Empires to be used at the least as a long-range shooter during the long and bloody Star Empire's wars. The main feature of the Blossom is its variability. For starters, the machine is designed with the same core block concept as the original RX-78 Gundam, meaning that if needed it can separate into 3 pieces and replace damaged parts with a new one, or even can break off the MS modules and go it alone as nothing but a fighter. To add to this sense of all trades capability, the Blossom is set up with 2 drum-type modular hardpoints on its back, to which various mission gear can be attached. This can be either weapon class gear or non-weapon gear, such as the BIS sensor system. The primary configuration of this gear is as a long-range hunter-killer, mounting a special sensor dome over the left shoulder and a heavy long-range beam rifle behind the right shoulder, giving it unprecedented ability to detect and fire on enemy MS at as much as 20 times their optimal striking range. Other configurations of the gear exist, but these are personal modifications, much as the Naga Omni-Mech of clan fame, so little interest exists for this unit among the Magi that modifications to it are rare at best, and almost always to personal specification. In defensive terms, the GP00 has the best non-shield defensive arrangements of all the GP series, counting strictly defense and not maneuverability. The Blossom comes standard with 26.5 tons of advanced composite armor, which cuts back on the maneuverability of the unit on the ground and reduces raw thrust from the onboard jets, but this is seen by Magi as less of a weakness than it is a capital strength, since even the vaunted king of ground operations, the Assault Omni-Mech, cannot kill a Blossom Gundam in one stroke. The sheer size of the Blossom guarantees its ability to take a beating and keep walking, as the 80 tons of dedicated frame put it heavier than most mechs and mobile suits ever deployed in quantity, meaning that the Blossom can literally pick up light mechs and toss them around, if not as well as the infamous Atlas. The crowning feature of the Blossom is its special sensor system, something that appears in every standard and custom configuration thus far deployed, the Minovsky Particle Interference Wave Searcher. Effectively an over-large Minovsky influence sensor system, it works on the same principle as the old magnetic influence sensor systems that aircraft carried to detect submarines below the waves. Since it is not using a directed pulse of radar energy but is determining object makes and locations by way of Minovsky particle influence in the areas searched, the sensors have a far greater range and sensitivity, and can even be used to a limited extent to find hidden units in debris fields. The net result is a sensor system easily capable of detecting MS and warships at ranges well exceeding the distance their own sensors can detect the Blossom. The major downside to this system is it, like the rest of the Blossom, seems to be cranky and prone to failures at random intervals. Anaheim has, over the years, worked on improving the design dramatically to improve reliability, and their efforts have met with mixed results. As of the start of the Second Star League, the Blossom still suffers from a reputation for being the generally crankiest Gundam of all, with special props given to the beam sniper rifle, which can have any number of component failures in the middle of a firefight, or the BIS in particular, which is widely known as the best unreliable sensor system ever to exist. The engine of the Blossom takes the third place distinction of cranky systems, as certain parts of the cooling system are prone to failure if put under load and can cause the whole engine to overheat and shut down, or if pushed too hard past the failure point it can explode, assuredly killing the pilot and leaving not much op for the Gundam to pick up afterwards. If any one entity can solve the problems with the Blossom's main systems, they may have the ultimate extreme long-range combat mobile suit on their hands. Battle history. The battle history of the Blossom is itself so lackluster and cursed that the few hundred produced a year for the Magi have not really earned themselves a notable reputation. On the other hand, those pilots who are brave enough to pilot this unit for 5 successive battles are usually given a medal and a pay raise for surviving that long in the cursed unit. As such, the craziest and most disciplined of Magi pilots will occasionally take upon themselves the Blossom as something of a challenge of merit to prove that they have the most guts in their hangar area or unit. Surprisingly, the frequency of this award being handed out is actually rather high, even despite the stigma the machine bears. Variants. There are no official variants of the Blossom or its weapons loadouts. Any such modifications are field expedient mods to better suit the preferences of the pilot rather than anything official. Notable mechs and mech warriors. None listed for this unit. Deployment. The Blossom is an exceedingly rare Gundam, on the order of the Wing Zero and Epion machines in terms of rarity, but for a far different reason. It is in use by only 3 of the 6 star empires, the Magi, the Negaverse, who will not allow any Magi Gundam deployed to go unoccupied, and the Dark Moon, who use it primarily as a fleet sniper unit, almost never on the ground. In empires where Gundam production is measured in the millions per year, that this design receives a couple hundred units built over a fiscal year is a credit to the perversity of bureaucratic inertia and how it can keep an otherwise deceased unit going well past its perceived prime. BattleTech Special Rules. The beam sabers listed in the TRO equipment double as beam guns. Each has a damage factor of 15 points in beam saber or beam gun mode. Beam saber qualifies as a melee weapon and follows all applicable rules. As a beam gun it has ranges of 3-6-10-12. No to-hit bonus or penalty as beam guns, but using as a beam saber the player gets a +1 bonus on his clubbing attack roll. Both modes generate 10 heat when in use, the system generates 4 heat due to charging when in storage in shoulders. The Bizax, and is shown as a Bloodhound active probe, but has a maximum range of 1000 hexes on the ground and 40 hexes in space. Additionally, in space, if using debris fields, units cannot hide in debris clusters from a Biz-equipped unit if the searching unit is within 10 hexes. The beam sniper rifle is an external armament for purposes of weapon considerations. This weapon is considered to be an energy weapon, PPC, has ranges of 40-80-120-160 on the ground and uses the naval fire brackets in space with a maximum range of extreme. The weapon causes 35 points of standard scale damage per hit, and like any energy weapon this is doubled against non-heat resistant units such as standard MS, with standard armor, and any Gundam that is not armored in Gundarium or Gundanium. The weapon produces no heat to the MS, as it is an external, self-contained weapon, and can be fired once every turn. The BSR is considered to have 3 tons standard armor for purposes of taking fire from enemies. If used in space, the Blossom acts as a fighter with 4/6 thrust and is considered to have 6 tons of fuel. For purposes of recording, just list the fuel in the BTEC sheet's margins and roll hits as if it was a battle mech instead of a fighter. In any configuration or environment, the GP00 takes standard damage from ballistic, missile, and impact weapons, but takes double damage from beam or energy weapons, including beam sabers. Type/model, Gundam GP00 Blossom RX-78 GP00. Mass, 80 tons. Equipment. Crits, mass. Internal structure, 122 PTS Endosteel, C. 7, 4.00. Endosteel LOC, 1 HD, 2 LA, 2 RA, 1 LT, 1 RT. Engine, 400 XL. 10, 26.50. Walking MP, 5. Running MP, 7. Jumping MP, 6. Heat sinks, 10 double, C, 20. 0, 0.00. Gyro. 4, 4.00. Torso-mounted cockpit, life support, sensors. 6, 4.00. Actuators, L, SH and UA and LA and H, R, SH and UA and LA and H. 16, 0.00. Armor factor, hardened, C. 0, 26.50. Internal structure, armor value. Head, 3, 9. Center torso, 25, 35. Center torso, rear, 0, 4. L/R side torso, 17, 25/25. L/R side torso, rear, 0, 3/3. L/R arm, 13, 24/24. L/R leg, 17, 30/30. Weapons and equipment. LOC, heat, ammo, crits, mass. 1 beam SBR/Gundam C. RA, 10, 0, 1, 0.50. 1 beam SBR/Gundam C. LA, 10, 0, 1, 0.50. 1 Bloodhound probe, is. LT, R, 0, 0, 3, 2.00. 6 Improved jump jets. Jump jet LOC, 2 LT, 2 RT, 1 LL, 1 RL. 3, 0, 12, 12.00. Totals. 20 heat. 60 crits. 80.00 tons. Crits and tons left. 18 crits. 0.00 tons. Calculated factors. Total cost, 25,148,939 C bills. Battle value, 1,946. Cost per BV, 12,923.4. Weapon value, 3,123/3,123, ratio equals 1.60/1.60. Damage factors, SRDMG equals 23, MRDMG equals 5, LRDMG equals 0. Battle Force 2. MP, 5J, Armor/Structure, 5/5. Damage PB/M/L, 5/3/-, Overheat, 0. Class, Ma, Point value, 19. Specials, VRB. Note, battle value does not include the sniper beam rifle or any other external weapons, which under BattleTech Level 3 rules are calculated separately and added to the machine's BV in the same way that C3 bonuses are added. Chapter 9, Changing Winds of Fate. Author's note, as of this document, I am now changing spelling to canon anime and Gundam official website spellings instead of manga spelling, particularly Akindo to Jachindu and Orb to Orb. This is to standardize between research and other FICS to avoid confusion. July 23 CE71, 0500 hours. Contrary to what Kalamira thought would happen, Kagalai had actually been confined to the brig by Colonel Kisaka for being somewhere she should have known better not to be in. So, fuming all the same, Kagalai and Kalamira were assigned to a bunk bed cell in the brig nearest the bridge along with a couple other bridge staff that had been captured in the casino. It was something of a laughable outcome according to the Earth Alliance prisoners in the same area, seeing as they had been all alone with only the Marines to keep them company. Most Marines on guard duty are not by nature chatty people, thus the standing derision for them. The Star Admiral's speech got some boos from the Earth Alliance officers, but not all participated in that. Commander Badgeruel in particular simply listened, and even without checking Kalamira could tell she got the message loud and clear. The Mjir was less than impressed with the quality or quantity of Earth Alliance forces. Kalamira and Kagalai both could tell she found it a bit disheartening to know the Earth Alliance was not only so disliked by ZAFT but also warranted little consideration as a threat from the Magi, whom she had not heard about until Captain Ramius told her their name. The fact that the Dominion had been practically disassembled by a mobile armor drive-by assault and a few shots from 2 monitors, by far not their largest ships, simply reinforced their disdain for the Earth Alliance, and after a fashion justified it. The Earth Alliance definition of acceptable would not have cut it on the horrid battlefields that these Magi fellows trained for, Natarl thinks crassly, loud enough that Kalamira could pick it up with little effort. Kalamira restrained her comment, however, since both knew she was right. Question, Kagalai prompts of her cellmate, Kalamira. Hit me, Kalamira replies immediately. If you do make it home, what happens to your ship? If we make it home, and Kalamira put a rough strain on if in her opening, we get the luxury of telling the Empire that we are at war again. It is unlikely that we will get our chance for revenge for the major screw-up with the Admiralty Review with a war going on, but someday, somehow, we will get our vengeance. That is provided that the people around here don't kill themselves off with various nuclear weapons, of course. If Terra goes to shit, the Mjir will last maybe 2 years at best, far less than enough time to fix our jump core. Oh, Kagalai knew that the Magi were afraid of nukes being used here for some reason, but that put a whole different spin on things. They weren't concerned about such weapons being used on them. A nuke had to be inside a spaceborne object to cause catastrophic damage. They were concerned about the massive losses of life associated with indiscriminate use of nuclear arms. Well, maybe we can make it out toward the gas giants, they should have resources usable by us, but not a lot, Kalamira corrects herself. I still don't think we'll be able to fix our jump core without assistance and people from around here, but it may be doable. Kagalai was silent for several minutes, before, what is it like? Other worlds? Are they as different as? They are all that you imagine and more, Kalamira replies. Millions of worlds per galaxy are habitable, millions more by way of special equipment or space colonies. The universe will be laid open to those with the will to reach out and touch the stars. Just a matter of effort. This one Commander Badgeruel could not resist, why are you throwing away your one advantage over the other states here by giving it to them? Kagalai was a bit shocked that such a question had come into play at all. Kalamira, less so, she figured that someone would consider it an advantage whereas it was only a method of transportation as far as the Magi concerned over it. An advantage is something held by one side against some or all others, Commander. Not only do 5 other star empires hold the same advantage as we, their ship designs are less combat-oriented and cost considerably less, therefore they have more cross-dimensional jump ships per capita than the Magi. A jump ship is no advantage, it is simply transportation. A super dreadnought is a temporary advantage, one I think ZAFT will try to match within the decade, yet even such massive ships can be beat out under the right circumstances. No, Commander, our advantage is the soul of the Magi, the belief of life and honor that will always beat out hatred, regardless of how many thousands of years it takes to win in the end. Natarl's snort was audible from the other side of the hall. I can't believe a serious, powerful military entity like you would believe that. She was more referencing the Magi than either the ship or Kalamira directly, but any of the above applied almost equally. No, Commander, you cannot believe that a rigid command, completely top-down military entity would believe that, and in such a case you would be correct. The Magi command structure is a lot more flexible, with more authority centered lower on the chain of command as opposed to everything up at the top. Therefore, such belief as honor and life factors into all operations the Magi undertake. That is insane, the commander declares. How can you follow a plan if anyone can give or receive orders? And how can you follow an operations plan issued by an immoral command structure? Strangely, this was from a marine that was on roving brig patrol and had wandered down to where the talking was at. Every now and again you need to check yourself and make sure your humanity and honor are still in place and in working order, otherwise you damn yourself to your actions and such consequences, Commander Bajaruel. After all, Blue Cosmos basically runs the Earth Alliance and it was they who issued the orders to launch a nuclear attack on Junius 7. Keep in mind that while the war you think you fight is righteous, their purpose is nothing but mass murder. Natarl begins, but does not complete her sentence. I was born in a colony around the planet Huntress. He was looking at the cell blocks down the brig hall, not at Natarl. You can prate about the righteousness of your cause all you want, but keep in mind less than 1,000 of the persons killed were military. You do not win wars by killing civilians, you win a war by doing the right thing. There is, no, I must argue that, Natarl replies staunchly. The right thing is dictated by your superiors. You win the war by following what your superiors want you to. Makes sense, Marine? Natarl asks. Justly so, the Marine replies. Now define superiors please. For my superiors all follow a chain of command leading ultimately to the Empress, and every station on that chain of command has to answer for his or her personal actions as to whether or not they are just, honorable and moral. How far does your responsibility go? The Marine asks in retort. Natarl had to admit to herself that such an argument blew her out of the waters, such as they were. There was little authority she had in terms of making moral decisions or verifying that those above her were making their orders were moral. If a Magi officer is shown to have done something dishonorable and is not eliminated for their transgression right then and there, they are removed from the command structure of the operation and go through the various trials for their misdeeds, Kalamira clarifies for the Earth Alliance officers in the room. For us, there is no room for guesswork, everything has to be done reasonably and effectively. After you have had no less than 2 or more than 5-star empires trying to annihilate you down to the last man, woman, and child, you will understand the need for honor. Natarl knew she had lost for sure. The Earth Alliance was trying to survive, not necessarily win the war, as was ZAFT. The combination could only get bloody fast, and now she understood why. Nobody was trying to do the right thing, except her former CO and this collection of seeming misfits from a whole different world. Justice indeed, Natarl mutters before laying back to rest. She knew she lost but was still not completely convinced the Earth Alliance was wrong, or more properly was any more wrong than the plants and certainly not as freaking insanely naive as the Magi. XXX. July 25 CE 71, 1650 hours. And this is what I've come up with, Shunny replies as he shows the diagram in the holo tank in their pilot's barracks. It had taken him a few hours to figure the holos out, but once done using it to model a decent casino was easy. This is a composite of all 3 of our ideas, since I really couldn't come up with something these 2 didn't already. An impressive concept, Captain Jamestown replies as the diagram highlighted the various attractions of the proposed cargo bay-size game room. The twist on Shunny's plan was that it was tri-level and it still had room for more cargo in said bay, which well outstripped any other plans on the table. I think the Star Admiral needs to see these, he concludes after verifying all the big ones were in the facility in question. Come on, shall we take a walk? Oh man, Shunny half moans. Now look what you got us into, Oruga declares. Nah, this'll be fun, Clotho replies. Of the 3 pilots, only Clotho so far really got it. He understood that the system, the Magi way, was designed as a low-level self-correcting entity. There was no need for a massive government infrastructure to control and pacify the people because the people collectively corrected themselves. Oruga was stuck wondering if the whole thing was some sort of joke, or if it was all going to collapse in on itself in some sort of ghastly macabre black hole suck effect. Shunny rode the line in between, not convinced it would fail, not convinced it would succeed given the notorious assholiness of the Earth Alliance. Shunny found himself leaning more and more toward it would work, given the people he was now working with were singularly crazier than he was. After all, it is not often that one meets humans from a totally different line of history who settle things in the circle of honor and start their otherwise normal pilots in the field at 16. The existence of the Magi was a feat in and of itself as far as he was concerned. It had become the masterful stroke that assured Shunny wasn't going anywhere but wherever this ship was headed. If that meant head first into the Earth Alliance and ZAFT, oh well. If that meant sideways through hell headed ass first toward breakfast, again, oh well, Shunny would still follow them wherever it went. He just wasn't convinced it was going to work. Everyone was counting coup on the much-changed spirit of them. The Star Admiral had started the trend by requesting bids from personnel for a casino to be set up in an unused cargo bay, with bonus props awarded to the more games available and the ability to have extra cargo in the facility after the rest was set up. A classic example of Magi spirit for themes was clearly evident as the three pilots and the new captain of the Dominion exited their barracks on them, as a long streamer of cards had been run down the length of the main corridor and could be seen going both ways without end. Gerald Lightbringer was even in on the decking out of the ship, as he was controlling the bids for the new task force insignia, which had to include the Joker theme. Clotho had submitted a bid to that as well, but since his submission wasn't too terribly inspired he was not expecting anything there. As the four moved forward toward the bridge where the Star Admiral was likely to be, he was still listed as the duty con officer at this time. They passed a pair of Aero fighter pilots that were converting one of the strangely blank walls of the Mjir's central corridor, 1, into a classic mural of the dogs playing a game of cards around a table, 2. Oruga figured that some of the other blank spots would be painted in appropriate mural of the battles to come, since the propensity for glorious ass-kicking was coming and coming quickly. 50 meters down the hallway from the painters, a table was outside a room and in the hall with 3 persons sitting at it and 3 chairs open, an open invitation to off-duty persons to stop and have a quick game or two of poker. Shunny had learned that open invitational card games were not uncommon among the Magi, but usually they were kept inside a room and not out in the hallway. Screwing off on duty, however, was not permitted and only off-duty personnel would join the game at hand. 800 meters and a few other painting crews later, they were at the bridge of the Mjir at the extreme front end of the ship. Captain Jamestown and 3 to speak to the Star Admiral, low priority, the captain declares to the Marine in front of the door. It was always the same, Marines guarded the important parts of the ship against unauthorized entry, which Clotho had learned was not standard practice. Apparently the Marines did not truly trust the Archangel's crew, just as the Archangel did not completely trust the Magi personnel. What the Archangel had to lose since the Dominion had been captured and recommissioned by the Magi was a bit lost on the pilots, but such facts and procedure always came at face value in military operations. Who knew what one's allies were capable of when the enemy already wanted your ass on a pike? Nothing going on, Captain, should be clear now. Head on in, the Marine trips the doors to the bridge for the quad to enter. The typical chaos of the bridge hit them when the 3 pilots entered. At any given time, unless battle stations were called, there was no less than a dozen conversations going on, including both operational and personal conversations. The most notorious were the flight controllers, who when not giving orders to their unit sections were known to make personal calls on the ship's equipment. This place, does it ever cease to be chaotic? Oruga asks nobody in particular. NEG, not at all, Captain Jamestown replies. As far back as I was marooned on this ship, it has always been like this. It gets worse when we deploy ground forces, as Galaxy commanders invariably use flight control as their communications switchboard instead of their own communications sections. There's a reason for that, though. The ship has better COMM gear than a ground-bound command vehicle. Shunny, who was holding the outside right of the marching group, was watching the helmsman and the suborbital officer trade rude and threatening gestures instead of where he was walking. In so doing he stumbled over the legs of Tech, who was half buried in one of the flight control consoles, collapsing over one of the flight controllers and slamming his forehead into the leg of another. Ow! That freakin' hurt! The controller he slammed with his head half shouts. Oh my, going for 2 at once, pilot? You've got balls playing that kind of game, the controller he was doubled over declares. Hey, Mina, isn't he one of yours? The first of them asks the one that Shunny had slammed with his head. Yeah, Shunny Andres, pilot of the Forbidden, she replies drolly. This is not a good way to start a professional relationship, pilot, she declares. I'll pa-a-a-a-a-os. Shunny declares in 2 tones, the second as someone unceremoniously picked him up off the 2 flight controllers by the back of his shirt. Sorry about that, controllers. This pinhead tripped over my legs, Oruga realized that the legs he had seen coming out of a console were the same legs supporting over 2 meters and over 125 kilos of technician. A technician that, as far as Oruga was concerned, should have been a marine given how large he was. Watch where you're walking, flyboy, you almost caused me to cook a whole console in your attempt to face plant in marshmallow hell. Not a moment thereafter Shunny was reunited with the titanium deck of the Mjir, though not being ready for it promptly tripped over his own feet and this time landed in the open area between the two walls of consoles. Fracking pilots, too busy looking up and out. The rest of his sentence was lost to the bridge as he slid back into the console, leaving just his boots and part of his calves visible to those outside it. Smooth dump, X-lax, looks like I'm not the only one capable of screwing up my chances of getting a date, Clotho declares as Shunny clambers to his feet, attempting to prevent himself losing any more face in this social disaster. I wasn't trying, Shunny replies before turning to the controllers and apologized for landing on them. Both acknowledged it, but only the one that Shunny had headbutted on the leg held the tone that she thought it was an accident. Damn, this is not going to be a simple problem to solve, they heard the Star Admiral speaking to their Supreme Commander, Century Commander Gerald Lightbringer. Under wartime considerations, denying mass drivers to the Earth Alliance is a no-brainer. Even the Giga float can be considered a stationary target relative to the Mjir, and I rest assured Esmeralda can take care of it, he grouses almost gutturally. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Star Admiral, I'll be sure to send you a Christmas card this year, the said Chief Warrant Officer declares in a momentary pause from her trading obscene gestures and insults with the helmsman. The Star Admiral simply waves her off, not replying verbally. The problem is denying them the mass drivers during non-combat season, right? Gerald asks. Okay, give me a few days and I'll come up with a way to do it without blowing our own foot off. You do realize, though, unless we get dropships moving fast, this is going to cause a shitload of economic problems for everyone, especially the plants. A Guild 2 class freight hauler can more than compensate for a mass driver that can maybe put 10,000 in orbit on its own. Remember, until Orb ramps up the Izumo class production, 20,000 is the practical limit for their shoot speed for the rail launchers. Just get me plans to deny space travel to anyone, and a report on how likely we may be required to use it. You don't like this thought, do you? Gerald asks as the four settle into a bit of waiting. No, I do not like it in any fashion, but if someone wants a shooting war up here in space, and their ass is centered on terra firma below, keeping them on planet is the most assured way to make sure they are little more than obnoxious miscreants incapable of reaching us. Wayne Central looked to the deck after a moment, then back up to his immediate subordinate Gerald. Sometimes, the best victory condition is to deny the enemy his victory conditions. Right, boss, I'll see about strangling this snake without magi hands visibly involved. By your leave, sir. Gerald asks. Thanks. How's Angel 1 doing with the Blossom? Kika and a few of the crazier engineers have it just about dialed in and ready. Should be good to go in a day or two, Gerald notes. Excellent, I will have a pilot ready for it in about the same time frame. I look forward to your plans, Gerald, Wayne declares as an offhand dismissal. Gerald came to attention as was proper and then was down off the command platform without another word. Though, Gerald did have a word for Shunny as he passed him. Nice face plant, pilot, he says without even breaking stride or a smirk. Only then did Shunny realize that Gerald would have had a perfect view to his unexpected flight, which only made things worse inside the confines of his own mind. Still don't get it, do yet? Captain Jamestown asks. Get what? Shunny asks. You're the only person here that gives a crap about the propriety of the situation. The average mage just brushes himself or herself off, apologizes and gets off with it. Gets on with it, he corrects his own slip. Stop worrying, and I suggest you accept the offer for a round of drinks. Free beer is by definition good beer. And people swear I am crazy, Clotho declares. Shunny Andres, please contact the bridge within the next 3 to 0 minutes, the Star Admiral orders over the intercom. Star Admiral, he stands right behind you, Captain Jamestown declares. Hey. Wayne turns around from his task and realizes that the said pilot was indeed behind him. Whoa, wait, that was you. And he points in the general direction of the flight controllers he had unceremoniously conflicted with a few moments prior. Star Admiral, Shunny replies immediately, his face immediately changing colors to red from sheer embarrassment. Impressive, Wayne replies. Incredibly direct, but impressive nonetheless. Regardless, do you have your submission for the casino? It had started with the busting of not one but a total of 3 illicit casinos that had taken over 2 shower rooms and a marine barracks. Nothing more would have come of it, except that one of the marines involved in the first casino busted had declared that there were far more people involved than they would ever track down and brig for it. Wayne, himself on the rogue side of the sliding scale of order versus chaos, knew that the marine in question was right and catching them all was impossible. So, Wayne co-opted them with their own ambitions by putting out a contract bid request for an official casino design. Only 10 were in the running, the AI filtering out designs that, though well-intentioned, did not meet the contract criteria. Shunny's design passed the filtering and was the only one outstanding at the time, given that Wayne had not called anyone but him. I thought I uploaded it, sir, Shunny replies. AI? Wayne asks. One moment, the hollow projector fades out, then back in with a rotating display of Shunny's tri-level monstrosity. On the central projector, she declares. Whoa, Wayne replies, looking through the projected list of what was in it compared to the contract requirements. It seemed like a good idea at the time, sir, Shunny replies defensively, thinking that he was about to get hammered on. Which never happened. 3 levels, everyone else did 2 or 4, 2 levels does not allow for cargo, 4 makes things too cramped vertically. Why 3? Just that, sir, I didn't want any elementals banging their heads off the roof if they started jumping for joy, Shunny replies quite honestly. Oruga thought it a joke and started cracking up. The Star Admiral did not think it a joke, however, it looks like you also have all the requested entertainment in the contract, and then some. I would like to know how you knew about the bathroom shower stall gag that the first casino had, word is you 3 were never in there, Wayne says, since Shunny's plan had included an official version thereof that was not jury-rigged out of shower stalls. I heard rumors from some of the patrons that weren't caught. Shunny replies, again truthfully. I'll buy that, Wayne replies. So, any other comments you want to add about your submission? I hope it doesn't suck, sir. Shunny replies incredibly nervously. His paranoia curve had gone apeshit ballistic and the Star Admiral's tone was the only reason he could think why. After a moment he realized the Star Admiral sounded like some of his instructors back in Lodania. Wayne could sense he just pushed a hot button, and relented immediately. You can rest assured it does not. It will be a few hours before the winner is declared, not to make you sweat for it but I have several other things to deal with. You will receive a VID mail before I announce the project and winner. Understood, sir, Shunny replies with a little more gusto, since his paranoia curve had dropped back a few. Anything else, gentlemen? Wayne asks. No, sir, all 3 pilots reply. All right, keep out of trouble. Would no bode well for you to get brig time during your victory. Dismissed, excepting you Sorits, I have some things I need you to go over and verify. Star Admiral, Shunny, Oruga, and Clotho come to attention and turn smartly to leave, though Captain Jamestown did not follow as he had been requested. Kick-ass, Shunny, you didn't embarrass yourself this time, Oruga notes as they were on the way out of the bridge. Pilots tended to avoid hanging around the command and control sections for some strange reason, and the 3 Abtaa from the Dominion were no exception. What caused you to clam up like you were about to shit a brick, Shunny? Clotho asks after they were well outside the bridge. Something, the Star Admiral's voice reminded me of one of the instructors at our training. One that always punished us, practically never praised. Chill the fuck out, Shunny, Clotho declares. This ain't Earth Alliance territory, unless they have us so drugged up that all 3 of us are imagining the same damned thing. In which case, since we took the red pill we're all fucked anyways. Oruga was referring to a movie they had watched yesterday after they were off flight line standby, called The Matrix. It was freaky shit to them, really had them thinking about the meaning of life and whether or not it was all just some made-up bullshit to pacify people being used essentially as replacement for batteries. If so, the AI entities controlling the world's programs had a hellish sense of humor to write up a history and involvement like the Star Empire Wars, much less the bloody Valentine War that they were part of in the here and now, but they all saw through it. If the events of the movie were reality, it would not do well for the AI entities to tip their hand with a movie written about their own activities, unless something else was going on. Don't get me started, we just had one existential near meltdown, I don't need another before I see the rest of the series, Shunny orders. Right, gotcha, Oruga replies. Anyways, we play this one hard and fast, we get the chance to seriously fuck up those sadists that ran us through the ringer in training. You were Lodania, right Shunny? Yeah, you. Northwest America, Clotho, and I. I'd love to visit my alma mater with my upgraded Calamity. Oruga replies in a snide tone of voice, meaning not visit but annihilate the staff, extract the students, level the facilities and piss on the graves of the sadist instructors he had suffered through in one word. Would be fun, Clotho replies. Using an equivalent toroidal fusion reactor to the battery system in his Raider Gundam gave him both a mass reduction and a speed increase above and beyond the near-limitless power generated by the engine. There was also talk of implementing a new, experimental engine technology in it that would increase power output of the engine by as much as 5,000%, meaning that his one Gundam could run a sizable portion of the North American power grid and still have enough power to move, fight and annihilate opposition. We may get that chance if the Earth Alliance doesn't play nice, Shunny replies coldly. Come in, let's go talk to Butt and his crew about the new engines, he says as they walk past the turnoff for the docking collar to the Dominion and instead head toward the hangar where their Gundams were being modified. XXX. July 26 CE 71, 0600 Plant Standard Time. ZAFT Military Station, Command Center Area. Commander Raul E. Cruzat and 1 to brief the chairman as requested, Cruzat declares as both he and Isaac stop at the doors. The chairman is expecting you, Commander, the door guard declares before knocking and pushing the door open slightly. Chairman Zala, I have Commander Cruzat and 1 to speak to you, he declares. Send them in, Isaac hears from the far side. The guard opens the door the whole way for the two, Isaac hesitating long enough for Cruzat to step forward and enter first. Once inside, the guards closed the doors to protect the secrecy of what they were about to discuss. Both moved to the chairman's desk, come to attention, and salute as was proper. The chairman stood after a moment and returned the gesture. Grab a seat, I gather from your pre-brief report this will take a while. Indeed, sir, Cruzat says as he takes a seat, followed quickly but distinctly afterwards by Isaac. Please begin, Chairman Zala orders. As per my submitted report, we approached the Mendel colony where intel garnered from informants suggested the Archangel and renegade machine Freedom had taken refuge. While in the vicinity of Mendel, on or about July 12 of this year we were witness to a pitched battle involving the Archangel, a second ship of the same class, and 2 unknown warships each as large or larger than the Archangel and armed far more heavily than said warship. The 2 unknown warships, in concert with smaller units we believe to be mobile armors of an indeterminate type, proceeded to lay waste to the second ship of the Archangel class, and do so in less than 5 minutes of gun action. At that time I ordered the 3 warships in my flotilla to hold position off the outside dock entrance to Mendel while Isaac and I entered Mendel to investigate the possibility of being able to sortie from the planetside dock against the Archangel and Freedom. Inside Mendel, we encountered an unknown mobile suit and were able to take it down but not without having significant damage taken to my GUAIZ unit. Reference Record 3 Alpha for the battle with the unknown mobile suit and our subsequent inspection, Chairman. Already have, Chairman Zala replies. It is clearly similar to the captured machines from the Earth Alliance, but our analysts think this machine is a completely different line from ours or the Earth Alliance mass production units. Please continue, he orders. At the time that we landed to inspect the mobile suit and the area, we came under fire and were subject to an attempted boarding action by unknown armored infantry units that appear resistant to fire from mobile suit weapons, as evidenced by records 3 Bravo 1 and 3 Bravo 2 where the unknown infantry units took repeated hits from 60mm CIWS fire and continued moving with only token damage visible. Additionally, when latched onto a mobile suit these units are capable of causing severe, if not crippling damage in a matter of seconds, lending the possibility that whoever these foes are they are extremely well trained in anti-MS combat, above and beyond being equipped for such. Threat assessment. Chairman Zala asks. Severe, Cruzat replies. Isaac simply nods in confirmation. Their maximum effective range is unknown, nor if they have extended capabilities for long-range combat, but within 100 meters at the least these units can be a severe threat to the GUAIZ. Within 25 meters they are capable of crippling a mobile suit even such as the duel with Assault Shroud if left unchecked or not retreated from. Very well, continue, Zala orders. After jumping clear of the armored infantry, we were engaged by the Buster and Strike Gundams. As my machine was severely damaged, I ordered Isaac to engage them alone in a fighting withdrawal, which he executed in Record 3 Charlie 2 and subsequently struck down the Strike Gundam. Events that unfolded after that are not included in the record, as the duel's recording system suffered damage after shooting down the strike and all further records are unusable. Isaac has filed a report on what transgressed, though he can better explain what happened afterwards himself. Pilot Jowl, please deliver your report, Chairman Zala orders. Sir, after knocking down the strike I engaged the Buster both in close and ranged combat. In so doing I was informed that the Buster was still under the control of former pilot Dirka Elsman, it had not been captured as I initially thought. The Buster landed at Mendel and I joined it, determined to interrogate Dirka on why he had apparently defected to the Earth Alliance. I did not receive a meaningful answer on it prior to being accosted to the Marines that had attacked my mobile suit before. They approached, asked Dirka if he required assistance, and left when told no. I requested but did not receive an explanation as to what the Marines were or who they were, and without further harassment I departed the colony from the outside dock gate. I will resume from he, Cruzat declares, but is interrupted by a knock at the door. Chairman, I have Councilwoman Azalea Jowl here to speak to you, the guard declares. Send her in, she needs to hear this, Zala declares. Sorry I am late, sir, I was held up by Eileen Canaver. Patrick grumbled but said nothing substantive as she took the seat waiting for her. Please continue, Commander Cruzat, Patrick replies. After retreating from the colony, I moved to return to the Vesalius and make preparations to leave but was intercepted by an exceedingly large mobile armor unit that was completely resistant to beam weapons and at least heavily enough armored that it took several railgun slugs and repeated strikes from the CIWS guns on the ships. This mobile armor was able to completely disable my GUAIZ unit, struck down at least a half dozen more GUAIZ, and caused significant damage in a single volley to the Husinger, though that one mobile armor was not the responsible party for bringing down the Vesalius and the Husinger. Records 3 Delta 1, 3 Delta 2, and 3 Delta 3 all show the believed enemy command ship, assuming that the mobile armor in question is not part of some larger, hitherto unknown fleet. Patrick Zala cues up Record 3 Delta 1, which included the first glimpse of the enemy warship, which was at a ludicrously short range. Easily, they could read the hull number and name off the ship, Absinthe, as well as get a good look at the unit symbol of 3 equilateral triangles, one stacked on the apexes of 2 others. The symbolism of such a device did not register to the 4 viewers, though everyone in the room knew that absinthe was an alcoholic beverage that also had hallucinogenic properties, making the art on the side of the ship about the green fairy rather appropriate in context, including the lewdness of her cleavage being replaced by 2 obvious gun barrels of some kind. As the video shows, this warship was able to lay waste to the Husinger, Vesalius, and with less than a percentage of its full arsenal cause significant damage to the Helderton. It is my professional opinion as a team commander that this battle was not winnable by circumstance, though at the time we did not know that the enemy, who refused to identify themselves, had such overwhelming power and clear fearlessness in the face of a numerically superior foe. Thank you for the report, Commander. One point of clarification, you do not believe this was a matter of 3 more ships in addition to the 3 renegade ships Kusanagi, Archangel, and Eternal, correct? No, sir, I do not. I believe strongly that the Absinthe and that mobile armor were either vanguard or rearguard to something far more dangerous than just the sum of those 2 units, or even those in addition to the 2 ships that mauled the Dominion. More than 70% of the debris field in and around Mendel airspace was not visible to us even by way of long-range scans and infrared sweeps. It is possible that something else may have been hiding in the area we could not see, Chairman. That would be seriously bad, Isaac grumps to himself. If a few of these Marines, 3 warships, and a mobile armor were nasty enough, Isaac had no desire to know what else they might have in store for anyone who went looking. Recommended course of action. This was an open question, and he expected answers from all 3. Use long-range recon patrols to thoroughly inspect the debris fields in the L4 area for more units. It might be possible that we could force them to play their hand early, when they are not ready, putting them in a compromised position, Azalea declares. At the least, we may get some intelligence on their true strength and disposition. Cruise it? Zala asks. I advise a fleet of the most capable warships we have use standoff fire against the debris field and saturate the area with beam fire, clearing out the area by way of denying them cover. This will force them to play their hand, likely in a violent fashion, providing us the upper hand in a running engagement. Pilot Jowl. Zala orders. Sir, I have to advise a non-action. We do not have enough information on them to confirm that either course already presented would not be a waste of personnel and equipment. For all we know they may want nothing to do with us whatsoever, and were simply responding to a hostile presence in the area. Isaac did not mention that ZAFT had been the first to fire on anyone in the engagement, but his not mentioning it was his belief that ZAFT was in the right, regardless of what else was factored into the equation. Thank you. I have some work to do pertaining to this. The Council will have to be notified of the circumstances surrounding the loss of 2 of our capital ships, though such actions might be usable to our advantage in the long run if handled properly. Azalea, please remain, cruise it. What remains of your team is on standby for now here at the plants. The Earth Alliance is stepping up their ground offensive operations against our terrestrial bases, they may not be over long in coming to us. Understood, sir. By your leave. Dismissed, both Cruzet and Isaac stand, come to attention, and salute in the ZAFT fashion. Within a minute they were out of the room. That was a prudent but overly cautious suggestion, Isaac, Cruzet declares. If you do not take the initiative against those who conceal themselves, they will strike when the opportunity is right for them to strike. Remember, if we had not preempted the Earth Alliance at Heliopolis, things would be far different now, and likely none of us would have survived the fallout of such consequences. Understood, Commander, but I can't shake the feeling that there really is more to these enemies, a lot more. There is a lot more to them, but we will not know how much until after they spring their own plans, unless we can force their hand on our terms. If Cruzet could sound any colder, how he was to sound so was lost on Isaac. XXX. July 27 CE 71, 1300 hours. Warship Jr. The Star Admiral had done what he was going to promise himself to do days ago. He finally made the leap of conscience necessary to activate the first series of androids. All that remained was actually doing it. Ready to do this, Wayne? Gerald asks candidly from the doorway to his quarters. Hovering behind him was Aina, the effective progenitor of the androids about to be activated. Before I put this off another few days, we need to get moving on it, Wayne orders. Within moments he was outside his quarters as the final step in ensuring he actually did it. Still worried about it being morally ambiguous, Gerald clarifies to Aina. It's a hard thing to tell someone they now exist, but are at serious risk of being shot until further notice. Oh, the doc replies immediately. Until further notice is a long way off, Wayne replies. Do not be fooled, Gerald replies for calming, silence will happen even during the storms to come. Oh, Aina replies again. And we shall generate that silence, Wayne replies in stoic magi fashion. The how of the comment was fairly obvious. Superior firepower plus judicious precision application plus moral high ground really does equal peace in very real terms. All the more so when the enemy is not expecting it in the least. The journey to the nanotech machine shop 6 Bravo was a short one, though mostly vertical in that they had to drop down in the ship's 7 decks to get to it. Magi warships did contain turbolifts and more particularly freight elevators, but these were always busy during operating periods and unusable during close combat. The three had descended into the depths of the Mjir's hulk by way of ladders, which were less favored but readily available. Gerald, Aina, and Wayne entered the shop during a material reduction operation that someone was cutting a slab of mobile doll internal structure into smaller chunks with a plasma torch. Seemingly commanded by fate to prove Wayne's hypothesis about the fleet correct, rather than doing something normal like moving to and tapping the salvage chopper on the shoulder, an object was thrown in her general direction, causing her to stop torching and look at the object as it rolled across the floor, then trace back to the throwing person. Yo, Liz, the boss is here. Oh, hello Star Admiral, she says while turning the plasma torch off. Here for the android project. Yeah, I have had my mental argument on the subject, time to start walking it. The salvage technician racks the torch in her face guard to join the other 3 nanotech machinists for the activation. AI, final check, good to go. Wayne asks. Star Admiral, the ship's AI entity replies. As Aina can attest, the mods are all working flawlessly and I have thoroughly checked through the 3 cores involved. Henceforth I recommend that a mandatory 7-day trial period be executed for preparation and testing. Noted, included in the standard process from now on, Wayne orders. Gerald, final chance for objections, he adds after a moment. I have none, Gerald replies. One of my best teammates before I joined this misfit fleet was a construct AI. He did not say how long ago that was, nor did he say what position said construct AI had relative to him, but Wayne took the presented fact at face value. Aina. Certainly not, sir, Aina replies immediately. Tex, I want to hear if you have any, so speak up and speak loud if needed, Wayne orders of the 5-man team in the machine shop, that was 4 ladies easily capable of meeting the guidelines for Amazonas and 1 guy that was scrawny enough to almost appear as a pilot officer. None, sir, nope, we built we wanna see go forth, do it, sir, just do it, and from the 1 guy, after everyone looks at him solely, what? You think I'm gonna dissent after helping set up? You're all out of your fracking mind. That settles that, Wayne replies. AI, please activate the first series production models. Initiating startup process and unlocking the core AI groups now. 20 seconds. It did take the full 20 seconds before the first of the 3 new androids physically appeared to wake up. All 3 of the new androids were sitting on a bench against the wall presumably where they had been constructed, which also is where several new objects had been built and were awaiting collection by the appropriate mechanics or technicians to use those parts. Immediately, the female android, 3, that had stirred looked around to assess where she was, then, amazing, I really was activated, she declares. I was beginning to wonder, the first of the 2 male androids declares. Honestly, I wish it could be under better circumstances that you were activated, as well, Wayne declares, immediately drawing their attention to him. Still. His sentence trails off. What the Star Admiral is trying to say is things are about to go to hell and we need help fixing them, Aina finishes up for him, understanding why he faltered. Thanks, Doc, Wayne replies. We understand the conflict as the ship knows it, Star Admiral Centura, the 3rd of the androids, also male, replies. Where do you need the assistance the most, sir? He asks as he stands up, followed shortly by the other 2. That reaction had taken the Star Admiral aback, that quick. His question was referencing the fact that they were just that willing to join the effort, no question asked. The lady android picked up the response, sir, an everyone dies scenario includes us as well. We could get by, maybe even flourish if the rest of the crew was lost, but, hollow victory that is, she replies. Nobody can win or everyone loses, the center guy declares. I'm in, but would we be allowed to resign afterwards? No questions asked, you want out, you are out, Wayne replies. It'll be after an armistice is in place, but you will be released without prejudice. I expect we shall be here for a few years at the minimum. The center guy nods a few times thoughtfully. I am ready for orders, sir, he replies. We all are, the lady android adds after a moment. If the proto-unit is in the fray, so shall we be. Hey, leave me out of this, Aina replies. I'm just medical staff, not combat personnel where the bodies are needed the most, she adds quickly. Wayne sighs. I really wish it wasn't this directly nasty, he declares. All right, if you 3 want in, I accept. Tex. The next part of the procedure as had been laid out was in their hands, since it had been they who had done the final assembly approval and monitored the process. The final step was in their hands. AP0-0-1, and the salvage cutter steps forward. Ma'am, the center guy steps forward to meet her. Your codex, and she offers the typical chrome codex box that had 2 codex necklaces in it. 4. Your name is Dale. Welcome to the ship from hell, she says. Thank you, ma'am, he replies kindly. AP0-0-2, and the lady android steps forward to be met by one of the other ladies in the room. You are now Lita. You don't object, do you? No, not at all, thank you, she replies graciously. And the last, AP0-0-3, Trevor is your name now, the other salvage cutter declares as they meet halfway. Welcome to the crew, all 3 of you, Wayne notes. Hopefully we shall all live long enough to celebrate you resigning from the crew, if that is the path you want to take. Now, on to the real grind. I'll accept whatever open position you wish to take in the ship short of a command slot, but honestly we need pilots and we need them desperately. That is where I request you go, but the choice is up to you, he concludes. The 3 looked among themselves, and Wayne had to wonder what kind of communication capabilities they really had that went above and beyond the norm. We will become pilots, sir, the lady among the 3 replies. Wayne nods thoughtfully, still rather ill at ease that he had to ask this of someone just technically brought into the here and now of existence. Very well, the Century Commander will see to your placement and preparation. You answer to him, he answers to me. Any questions? NEG, sir, all 3 reply. Gerald, you're it, Wayne declares. Good luck, all of you, Wayne declares before coming to attention and giving a Star League traditional bow, a formality reserved for only the utmost of procedures. When he came back up he realized that everyone had done the same, including the androids. He was the first out, but not the last. Aina followed closely and back towards her duty station, to which he was also headed in the same direction. That was rough on you, I can sense it, she declares after they were out of earshot of the machine shop. They may not make it back, Wayne replies. Even if the 4 of you are artificial intelligence entities, you do have a right to your lives as per Magi regs, and as per common decency. It really is a haluva thing to have to consign someone to the battlefield, even when the cause is necessary, just, and honorable, especially when you know they may not come back. The fight should not be something we regret, but the necessity of the battle is to be regretted. Not even that in some cases, Wayne replies as they enter the medical ward down the hall from the NT machine shop they were just in. It was Aina's assigned medical ward, though she also did some traveling around the ship as needed. You don't regret the battle, on the face of it war is not something to regret except when the cause is so blatantly pathetic as to be non-existent. The fact that people are killed in such actions is what is to be regretted. Ship's jester reporting, beware that if someone has to explain to you what a rubber is for, there may not be hope for you. That is all. Which made a wonderful triple-barbed comment on the jester's part, since Gundams were becoming rare on the ship at this rate as well as some scuttlebutt he had heard from the flight controllers about said subject, and the proclivity of some Magi philosophies to not recommend protection. If you'll forgive my being flip, sir, I don't quite understand the dichotomy you're placing on it, Aina replies. War is inevitable, Aina. So long as there is matter in existence there will be a conflict between matter and its next-door neighbor. The same principle applies all up and down the chain of organization in existence. Planets will strain against their bounds of gravity, the winds shall whip the surfaces of those planets, the insects shall strive to avoid the bird trying to eat it, the lion shall face down the pack of hyenas and may win or lose, people will bludgeon, bash, shoot, explode, and vaporize their neighbors for insert reason here. So long as something exists, conflict is inevitable. War is what we dare to call the eternal conflict of existence when we apply high-tech and the occasional rule to the act of the conflict. If the war is inevitable, then, why the regret? It would be inescapable. Not for the war, except when the cause is unnecessary, but always for those whose lives were cut short, Wayne says. I have much to see to, thank you Aina. Try and keep the 3 new ones straight, please, Wayne requests before he was off. I still don't think I get it, but... Aina mutters to the wall. XXX. July 30th CE71, 0730 hours UTC. I am the Oathmaster, Gerald Lightbringer begins. As is tradition of the Magi, and the clans that we absorbed, those to become the next generation of warriors shall do so only by way of victory in trial of position. Pilot candidates Dale, Trevor, Lita, this is your challenging grounds. As you have already shown yourselves so far beyond Salama that to face them would present no challenge, if we could scratch up enough of them to begin with. Therefore, you will face blooded and active warriors, specifically Club Element, Units 0, 4, 6, and 10 from said element. You will engage and destroy all 4 enemy marks to achieve a total victory, or 3 and damage the 4th for an acceptable partial victory. Failure to destroy 3 enemy units will constitute a failure condition. Is this understood? F. Century Commander, Lita replies immediately. Club Element Forces, your victory condition is disabling or destroying all 3 enemy units while minimizing friendly casualties. Your enemy has been thoroughly trained and posts veteran status at the minimum in Sims, which means this is not going to be a simple battle for you. Despite this being a trial, I expect your alpha game on this one, clear. F. Sir, Club Zero replies immediately. Estelle Grieg, a blooded Dendrobium pilot, had seen more than a few of these kinds of trials and know how to do it right. If they pass muster, Century Commander, to whose unit do they go? Oh, I expect there will be a bidding war for these 3 pilots after the shooting is done. Hell, it may even start before the trial is concluded. This is probably not going to end well, Club 6 complains. The Oathmaster called upon us for a reason. 6. Get your shit in gear or duck out and call a replacement, whichever it takes, Club 0 orders. F. Command, Club 6 reporting ready OP, she immediately replies. Club 4, report ready OP at this time, said pilot declares. Club 10, ready OP. Club Element in deploy reporting ready OP, Oathmaster. Green 1, ready OP, Dale says immediately thereafter. Green 2, active and ready, Trevor adds in series. Green 0, reporting Green Element ready OP, Lita declares. You are released. Begin the trial, Gerald orders. His Gundam floated idly to the side, 2 similar Gundams nearby watching the battle as he was. They were UC-era special-purpose machines, constantly upgraded and refitted by the Magi for their original ugly and brutal purpose, easily putting them nearly on par with the Freedom and Justice Gundams of local vintage in some respects, and well advanced of them in others. Think we'll get a good show, sir? Kingfisher asks Gerald. Oh, you shall get a good show, comrade, Gerald replies. Calling them Green Element may just be an insult in and of itself, they are that good. And we had them laying about the ship with no knowledge of their capabilities. Cobalt asks the Century Commander after a few moments of silence. You could say that and not be incorrect, Gerald replies immediately. It begins, he declares. The shooting had begun with standoff missile fire, conducted with the Dendrobium's typical large anti-shipping missiles that came 3 missiles to a silo. All was simulated, of course, the Mjir did not have the ammo to waste nor the manpower to repair banged-up units. Both sides had launched 6 salvos, 18 missiles total, it was in how they intercepted the missiles that the difference was made. Not bad at all, Cobalt, her code name, declares. Club Element had intercepted 9 of the missiles with beam rifle and Vulcan fire, dodged 2, and received 7 hits, nothing spectacular there, given that Club was rated as veteran. Green Element, on the other hand, intercepted 15 of the missiles with precision beam rifle fire, dodged 1, and took 2 hits. It helped that the pilots of Green Element were carrying 2 beam rifles in dual-wield configuration apiece, as opposed to the beam rifle and shield combination of the Club Element. It gets better. Now the beam weapons do the talking, Gerald says. This is where Green will change the score for certain. Gerald was not lying to his erstwhile teammates, who formed their own element separate from the Angel team. Related by way of similar profession that they did not discuss, Gerald held a deep-seated respect for their chosen duty, if a distaste for the amount of collateral damage it caused. Even still, the shock from Kingfisher as the 3 from Green team commenced their attack on Club in a methodical fashion began with violating and successively destroying the I-field generator of Club 0, first by using 3 precision megaparticle cannon shots from their Dendrobium armors to knock down the enemy I-field, then used a barrage of beam rifle fire aimed specifically at the I-field generator. 3 shots of their 8-shot beam rifle barrage contacted the armor, 2 armor hits and 1 to the I-field generator. Just like that, Club 0, the element lead for Club Element, was defenseless except for the heavy armor on his machine. In the process of stripping the defense from Club 0, Green Element had split up in 3 directions, allowing Club to pass between 2 armors above and 1 below. The enemy return fire was itself impressive, scoring several hits both beam and ballistic against Green 1 and Green 2, but their efforts were not immediately enough to bring down a shield or cause major damage. With the passing, Green Element turned into pursue with a series of maneuvers that were close to the threshold of what a normal pilot could take in maneuvering forces, as Club Element changed heading but continued to slide away from their pursuers, essentially flying backwards while firing more anti-shipping missiles at Green. Classic Dendrobium swarm, Kingfisher notes as Green closed up hard and fast on Club, then broke off while leaving a series of micromissile canisters in their wake, in the process dodging megaparticle cannon fire from 2 of the enemy and taking 2 hits in the process. The missiles were not designed to take down larger craft on their own, but as harassing fire they were practically unmatched as both minor damage instruments and as a supreme distraction. While Club was busy absorbing missiles and attempting to shoot some of the 6 canisters worth of missiles down, Club 0 was singled out for significant beam weapon fire from Green 0 and Green 2, taking 2 hits of megaparticle cannon and several beam rifle strikes. The major damage occurred to the lesser armored flank of the Dendrobium as they passed through Club Element while splitting up, in so doing destroying the engine and fuel bunkerage for the armor. Club 0 blew out radially in a plasma venting wave from the cooked reactor in simulation, the pilot thoroughly chastised of his failure by his monitors. Green did not go unscathed for their efforts, though, as they passed through. Green 2 received more than a few missiles in the very weak rear armor and numerous hits from Club's 1 new Zeal upgrades 105mm autocannons. Though energy resistant, in their eye fields and armor composite, the ballistic weapons still caused notable damage to the armor. The missile hits in the rear also included one that destroyed an engine nacelle, significant, while reducing Green 2's thrust. Green 1 tried clearing through toward the left in an attempted beam saber drive-by that failed to contact Club 6 and exposed her to return fire from Club 4 and 2 pods of micromissiles of his own. Gods be damned, these greenhorns are good. Club 4 declares as his prey shakes part of the missiles off, taking the hits from the rest primarily in sides. They're even high G-rated. Club 6 half shouts as she latches down the beam rifle and shield to the frame of the Orcus and reaches out with her gimbal arms to pick up 2 folding bazookas from her stores. Unfolded and deployed, she goosed her engines to clear out of the way of another possible missile or beam attack and moved low, rotating to fire her bazookas up at them. Spread out. Spread out from Green 2, I think that Tango has chain mines. Club 10 hastily orders. Where the beam cannons were nasty customer in anti-MA warfare, chain mines were inherently more deadly when used right due to their self-forging penetrators that could punch several meters into the innards of even the heaviest armored mobile armor. Close, not quite, Cobalt says mirthlessly. In the process of spreading out, Club 6 became the subject of overt beam cannon fire, a few direct hits, 2 misses, and 1 partial. They know how to shoot very well, she declares a moment later. They are a little green tactically, though, Kingfisher declared. Should have mauled 2 of them by now, not just 1. Wait for it, Gerald cautions the 2 observers. More missiles traded directions, again Green Element went out of their way to intercept the bulk of the ordnance coming their way, though this time Club took a page out of Green's book and used the missiles as a concerted distraction to hammer on them with beam and ballistic weapons. Their ploy came with limited success. Gerald's status screen for Green 1 showed a significant depletion of the eye field, something that took time to recharge. Now, Cobalt declares, realizing what Gerald was referring to. As Gerald was the Oath Master, he had the option to listen in on their radio chatter, something denied to observers as an observer could theoretically be a mole for the OP-fer, thus he could hear the logic that Green was operating under. Green 1 and 2 were the bait for Club, allowing Green 0 to get within the magical 5-mark range bracket to deploy chain mines. 3 of the chains shot out, 2 aimed at the new Zeal upgrade, 1 aimed at Club 6. It did not stop the new Zeal upgrade and the other 2 armors from tearing apart Green 1 by way of their next beam barrage, but they were too distracted to realize what was happening until it was too late for the new Zeal. The Dendrobium got away with several armor-penetrating hits as well as significant damage to its engines, but was itself not destroyed. Shit. That's the same as your wing lady, Gerald, what the hell have you been teaching these rookies? C'mon, finish 'em off, Green 2, Kingfisher entreats. Prove you are ruthless enough to capitalize right now, and your position is pretty much guaranteed, he says. As a team, if Green Element could prove themselves apt enough to capitalize on each other's successes, not one element in them would not want them. You'll get it, Gerald declares. Green 2 indeed moved in for the kill from an oblique angle, using prior inertia headed in one direction plus judicious thrust in another to essentially arc in on the flank of the battered Club 6. Without much in the way of maneuver options, the pilot could only wait for her fate or eject the Stamen, to which she simply waited and watched as the paired simulated beam sabers chopped her mobile armor apart laterally into 3 rough sections, missing the primary reactor but not the engines and behind the weapons containers but also through the midsection of the Stamen contained inside. Trial Command, this is Club 4, requesting the right to forfeit the engagement. I am outclassed grossly, there is no way in hell I can handle 2 Dendrobium that fight like these 3 have done so. To point of fact, 2 megaparticle beams struck his armor within a second of each other, knocking out a significant portion of his eye field's reserve energy. Club 4, Trial Command acknowledges your surrender without prejudice. Green Element, Trial Command, stand down from simulated combat procedure, this engagement is completed. With 3 kills and 1 surrender against 1 friendly loss, you have achieved a complete victory as per the spirit of the trial. Sir, Green Element is clear Weps, Green 0 reports. How's the bidding war coming along, boss man? Cobalt asks after a few moments of silence. Oh, looks like we have 2 fist fights, a game of tiddlywinks, and 5 minor blackjack tourneys going right now to pare down the field of competition. Bets? Kingfisher asks. With a game of tiddlywinks in the fray, no chance in hell, Angel 0, Gerald Lightbringer, replies. All units RTB, we are done here. Allow me to be the first to say welcome to the unit, Green Element. X. Location, Mjr Flight Deck, Hangar Area 13 Sierra. By the time all craft had been docked, the last of them being Green Element, the bidding war had been sorted out and the results acknowledged by the Star Admiral. 2 would be assigned to Club Element, replacements for, formerly, Warhawk 2 and Warhawk 7, casualties of the mobile doll assault on them before they had even come to the Cosmic Era area. Green 2 would be passed on to Spade Element, where he would round out the unit's numbers into what was technically a star. Alright, listen up. You may have won the bidding wars for these 3 pilots, but there's one thing I want to make clear before I transfer them in. Sir, Club 0 and Spade 0 reply immediately. Their respective pilots were arrayed behind in assembly formation, not that there were many waiting in the end. The mobile armor elements were a thin number right now, having suffered hellish losses at the hands of the mobile dolls. You have heard the scuttlebutt about an android on the ship, right? Sir, Spade 0 replies. She's the doc down in the hell hole, spends all day patching up the brainless marines who keep getting into shit down there. For an AI, she has a helluva lot of patience, Club 6 appends. That medtech was an android? Holy shit, I never knew, even after she patched me up after the last bar brawl in the Club 300, Spade 4 declares. Whoa, no shit. Spade 2 asks. Helluva nice AI, then, I couldn't tell she wasn't a normal crazy surgeon on this fucked up patrol boat. Takes all kinds, I guess, including in the AI department, Club 4 notes. Simmer down, Club 0 orders. A few murmurs came back but that was it. What does that doc have to do with this, sir? Spade 0 asks. The doc in question was a prototype, one of a limited series put out as an eval program for more than a few interesting features in an android. We may never know the program's overall success rate, if we don't get out of here alive or can't go home. Regardless, the Star Admiral considers the program effectively complete and ready for deploy. Oh, let me guess, and Spade 0 waves her finger at the 3 inductees standing at attention behind Gerald. There may be hope for you yet, Star Captain Tina, Gerald declares. There was a very short-lived ripple of conversation from the assembled personnel and the mechanics that were also listening in, but that was it. I won't bother to tell you to follow orders. We don't have time for petty rivalry shit, I can sense the blatant end is coming and it will not be pretty. If there is resistance to you serving alongside Construct AI androids, I want to know right now so I can have them assigned to a team that will accept them. Make the call and make it fast. Spade 0 looked back to her star for their opinions. There was a quick chat, then, we're game if they're game, and Spade 1's indication was the androids. After getting our asses handed to us that fast, we'd build a monument to the program's creator if we could spare the resources, Club 0 declares. We could probably use a couple dozen more of them as well, which garnered a surprised reaction from both the mechanics and the androids alike. Only problem with that is, we don't have the resource machining time, Gerald says. And, as is requirement of the program, free will is in effect, so after the shooting is done anyone who wants out can taken out. I expect we will be here for at least a decade, but that is my opinion and is not shared by the rest of the command staff, and in following there will be a lot of people who do not want to remain MIL for that long, androids included. I guess that means you are in as well. Sir, Club 0 replies immediately. Very well. Dale, Lita, you are hereby assigned to Club Element. Your unit CO will assign your units and designations. Trevor, you are in Spade Element. Since both of your elements are on stand down for the next 72 hours, I suggest you get some sim time in, make sure you know how to coordinate properly. One thing, especially for you, Star Captain Tina, Gerald prompts as Trevor was trading handshakes with his new team. Sir. The boss says they are part of the team and on the level at that. They are not a step up from mobile dolls and a step below you. Keep that in mind. Sir, Tina replies immediately. She was not thinking such a thing, which meant that he was playing the drill sergeant and using her as an example for the rest of the unit. She could accept that, in the end, especially the way Trevor acted as if he really was human. XXX. August 10 CE71, 1400 hours UTC. Something about being inside the corridors of the Mjir always gave Kira the chills. Even more so when he was nearby the Marines, they always seemed to be watching, waiting, as if it would be he that does something nasty to someone somewhere and would warrant a reprisal. Come in, Kira, Athran grumps. It's a free lunch, I'm not complaining, you shouldn't be, he declares. Right, Kira replies as they continue down the main corridor to where the lunch was being held. The other thing that was creeping Kira out was where they were headed. The Sniper Bar and Grill had a reputation. Chandra had been in there grabbing a quick lunch after winning some hard cash from the casino a week past, and had been witness to a bar fight that thankfully did not engulf the whole bar, but did embroil a significant amount of it. Of course it did not take long for the story to get through the ranks of the Archangel, and Kira had heard Muru muttering something to the effect of the Mjir's crew was so unruly it was a freaking wonder their military didn't collapse of its own faults. Coming from Muru, Kira took that as strong condemnation. Finding the said establishment was not a difficult task, quite belying the name of the place. A sniper rifle had been inset and hard-mounted into a pair of columns that flanked the door to the bar. The door's sign said enough to set the tone, "Sniper bar and grill, all you need is one shot," which after a little exposure to one of the marine snipers made perfect sense as well as holding a double meaning. With a moment's hesitation he pushed into the door to enter. An almost empty establishment. Kira offhand could count only a dozen of the Magi grey uniforms as well as Kalamara's distinctive dark blue uniform. A full galley staff was in the central cook's pit, each running no less than 2 grill operations at the same time to keep up with demand. Most of the people in the bar restaurant were Orb refugees, Earth Alliance expatriates or ZAFT renegades. Did they kick out the regulars? Athrun asks, confirming what Kira thought was some visual illusion of some kind. He wasn't putting that skill past the Magi at all, given their other talents. For a bar that could hold up to 500 persons at once, and routinely did, the crews of the 3 ships held less than half occupancy total to the room. I guess so, most of them, Kira replies, seeing one of the pilots for the Dominion's Gundams at the table with the 3 orb pilots that were the prototype M1 Astray test pilots. Kira could remember one of their names, Juri Wunyen, but the rest of them he could not remember offhand. Makes you wonder what it would have been like without the war, Athrun says as they continue walking toward the command area where they were supposed to be sitting. Like Kira or Athrun had command of anything more than their Gundams, Athrun figured. Or what it would have been like without them, Kira figured Athrun was referring to the Magi and left it at that. You know, I just realized something, Kira thinks aloud. The name Magi Empire doesn't sound right, it just doesn't feel long enough. Kinda like something is missing there. You could always ask if it's a contraction of something. Athrun asks as they grab their seats with the command staff of the 3 ships Alliance and the Mjir, of which the latter had its own command staff larger than the 3 ships combined, but most were not present. Nah, Kira replies after a moment. A set of menus came down the table for the 2 pilots, though these were in straight English instead of the sniper lingo of the last time Athrun had tried eating here. Needless to say, he preferred straight English on a dinner menu. What is this about, anyways? Athrun asks. Don't have a clue, Kira replies before writing his meal plan down on a ticket and handing it to a passing mess tech. Athrun took a little longer to decide, but I on the end settled on the roast chicken. It was only after he wrote down the code for the meal he intended that he realized they had not gotten completely away from the lingo of the establishment. The meal ticket had the heading of meal shoot list on it, and the total section that would be filled out by the galley staff had rounds expended and accuracy fields on it. The Century Commander said he'll explain why as soon as everyone is here, Mew tells Kira and Athrun. What did you guys choose? Roast chicken, Athrun replies immediately. Filet mignon, whatever that is, Kira says. He was not averse to trying things he did not like, and having won a few C-bills in the ship's casino/arcade he could afford to get something else if he didn't like it. Oh, that's just a cut of steak wrapped in bacon and grilled, Mirialia informs him. They're real good, but expensive and hard to come by, or were hard to come by on Heliopolis. She could remember those few times she had one when her parents could get one from the grocery, and had immediately jumped on it herself. Oh, Kira replies. It definitely qualified as something new to him. Chicken was fairly common at the Yamato household, steak products almost unheard of. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your attention for a moment, and Gerald Lightbringer was standing conspicuously at the far edge of the command table, a circular one. Within 5 seconds, the whole area had quieted except for the low-spoken commands of the grill techs. There has been some confusion as to why I called this dinner for the 3 ships. Essentially, it boils down to the fact that when the shooting is done, the 3 ships alone, to say nothing of the Mjir and her escorts, will be renegade and will very likely be portrayed as chaotic aggressors attempting to stop either the Earth Alliance or ZAFT righteous crusade against the other side. Given that portrayal, which is inevitable in this scenario if for no other reason than just as a parting shot from the defeated, it will get real lonely out there after the dust settles. We Magi have seen this time and time again both against ourselves and against others. One of the more iconic cases of such disparaging bias is the returning United States troops from Vietnam, how they were so grossly degraded by the civilians who had no real understanding why they were fighting. Come what shall in the weeks or months to come, let it at least be known that we Magi understand what your purpose is and support it, because you will find little to no support among the people who should know better. It will feel cold, almost an empty victory saving people from their own stupidity, yet it must be done for more than a few reasons. He's right, Mew replies. I even got some guff on a couple times of shore leave on the moon, he says. He did not say what became of those few that had challenged him, of course. That pretty much covers the why of why you are getting a meal seemingly at random. I shall distract you from your dinner no further, enjoy the meal and drinks, and with some luck on all of our parts we will survive to do it again after the shooting is done. A moment thereafter Gerald was seated and a few ripples of conversation started back up. It was close to a minute before anything serious was heard from anyone, mostly discussing what Gerald meant. Sad but true, Mew declares after a moment of silence. Less than a second later the mess tech with his plate showed up, and as Kira guessed he was eating chicken for a primary, with some kind of baked hash brown product. But good cooking, he admits after his first bite. Now, are you going to ask your question, or not? I dunno, Kira hedges. Might piss them off if they're deliberately trying to hide some things, he concludes his thought. Fine, I will, Athrun replies almost sharply. Star Admiral, I have a tough question if you are willing to answer, Athrun prompts as the Star Admiral receives his plate. Sure, ask, Wayne replies immediately. The name Magi, it is short for something else, right? Not really, more of a crass euphemism, Wayne replies. Magi is a multifaceted joke or honorific, usually boiling down to wise men or wise asses depending on who you ask among the other 5 empires from where we come. We never called ourselves that until it came into common use among some of our old foes, then it stuck and never let go. Some would say that the term Magi is a derivation of the empire's real name, but it never started that way. Wait, you have a different name? Muru asks. Oh yes, Wayne replies. The original name of the empire is typically only used formally, the name Magi has become the de facto shorthand name thereof. Wayne sighed. Before I go on, any of you actually heard it yet? I did, Erica Simmons, the MS engineer from the Kusanagi, declares. I just don't understand why someone with such high grasp and utilization of technology would follow an antiquated belief in old tales of wizards and magic and such, she says almost dismissively. Pay up, Gerald, Calamira orders. You pays your money, use takes your chance, Gerald grumbles in quote as he shells out over 200 C-bills to the diminutive strategic officer. Without much in the way of reaction she folded it up and stuffed it in the uniform pocket over her left upper arm. See if I bet against you ever again, he grumps. And in that case I have to say you are dwelling on only a quarter of existence, Miss Simmons, Wayne replies, politely ignoring the cash trading hands on the subject in question. He had not been involved in the betting on this subject, so had no bone to pick or payoff to give. Think back to the briefing I gave on determining your location in existence by way of answering a series of yes-no questions. Then apply 2 questions in series, is wizardry used, is technology used? You get 4 outcomes, no, yes, no yes, and yes yes. In our case it is a hell of a lot more complicated than that, and I must admit there is a complete, 100% absence of such personnel in this fleet, but you can rest assured that the name Multimage Star Empire is not bullshit. Athrun, who had just taken his first bite of his chicken, promptly gagged on it. XXX. September 1st CE 71, 0430 hours UTC. Oh, and, let me guess, next you will say phone sex between new types is pointless. Kika asks her operator as she ducks around a piece of space debris with a deft thruster adjustment. The new type factor in it changes the whole equation, girl, and we both know it, her operator replies back. The guy in question was about the same age as she, and not all that bad looking, but his personality reminded her of the sound of forcefully bent steel. Good, you are thinking. Now, if I can get you past the thought that all sex has to be physical, you may be ready to transcend normal enlightenment, Kika says almost sincerely. It was good enough for Snickers on Control Band 37, which was tied into a dozen aero fighters and a half-dozen mobile suits in addition to her dendrobium unit. Doesn't that defeat the purpose of it? Her controller asks weakly, knowing he was losing the argument. Depends on how you define purpose, amigo, she replies. If your aim is to build the next generation, yeah, it won't work. If you are looking to keep in touch with your partner and have a little fun while you're at it, then no, it works very well. Works even better the more powerful the new types in question. And Kika had to admit that what she could sense of Gerald was indeed very powerful in that category, almost as if he was something more than a new type in addition to being one. He staunchly denied being anything more than a mobile armor pilot with connections high up in the Empire, but Kika could smell that at least a ration of bullshit was being shoveled in that sense. Cute, real cute, the controller declares. Kika changed course again, this time to dodge the torso of a Gin mobile suit that had been delimbed and was now drifting in a very high orbit around Terra. So, what's the word on the freak-out among the 3 ships? Nothing major, Kika replies. There's a few that were instantly paranoid, a couple that still are, but Erica Simmons went over the records and is convinced we are not lying. There are no mages on our ship, so of course she wouldn't find anything. No brainer, that, the pilot of Spade 4 replies, Spade being the new designation of Eagle Aero Fighter binary, what was left of them. If we had any mages, we would be freaking home by now, not hanging around jerking off in the cosmic era waiting for the dumbest race war ever to end and hoping it doesn't kill us in the process. Or is that too logical for some of the locals? My friend, you are preaching to the choir, Kika replies. Just, keep the supposed superiority attitude out of it if you do tell some of them that, they actually have a lot of good pilots, and some aces. Roger that, Spade 4 replies immediately. Angel 1, Control, I have movement in your ZOC, unidentified mobile suits possible closing on the ship's flank. 2 marks, unidentified. Move to an intercept, determine threat and request backup if necessary, Kika's controller orders in a command voice, signaling that the hours of bullshitting were over now that something real was happening. His choice of tactics were a derivation of the new game plan written up by Gerald, given that any one of the Angel team were literally a one-unit wrecking crew capable of shredding just about anything short of one of ZAFT's major space fortresses or an Earth Alliance equivalent. Combining the 4 Angel team pilots into one action was now in the Mjir's playbook as overkill, used sparingly. Roger that, I have track, moving to intercept now. Kika adjusts her facing and applies half thrust to get moving in their direction. Control, Angel 1, en route, show time to contact as 4 minutes at present acceleration. Angel 1, confirm fuel and ord, 5, status. Angel 1 confirms 78% fuel, full weps heavier on anti-ship detail but still capable to this task, she declares. Roger that, don't do anything I wouldn't do, Angel 1, the controller orders. That leaves a lot of open territory, Kika mutters with her thumb off the radio switch, so it never went any farther than her flight recorder. After a minute she dialed in the open frequencies for the locals, since they operated with different bands that were supposed to be picked up by every radio set than Magi or Star League sets. Attention unidentified mobile suits, change your course immediately and declare intention or you will be considered hostile, Kika orders. She could sense the happening before her systems picked it up, even though the beam struck her eye field and went no farther. A burst of high-caliber machine gun rounds walked across the front surface of her weapons containers but caused no notable damage. If that is the measure of your intentions, mobile suits, I think I can reply in kind, Kika declares as a second and third beam struck her eye field harmlessly. She triggered the weapons pods containers, then dispatched a pair of the large missile canisters that held 3 long-range missiles each. The missiles each carried EO gear, allowing her to watch a kamikaze cam as the 6 missiles bored in on 2 targets, one of which being a definitive Astray variant, the other being a Gin. The Astray took no hits, the Gin lost its entire right arm and shoulder from a solid hit. What the no way? I got shot down that quickly. Kika could hear the Jin's pilot half shout in surprise by way of her new type senses. 2 more beams struck her eye field as she passed by where the 2 were practically creeping along toward them. Mjir. This isn't a normal enemy, Elijah, get back to the ship right now, the Astray pilot orders and was heard in the same fashion by Kika. She passed outside hearing range too fast to hear the reply, but her sensors immediately picked up the Gin headed for an otherwise unarmed ship. Is this what they sent us out here to investigate and destroy? That is nothing like their file footage, the Astray pilot says as she closes in again. You will approach the absinthe only over my dead body, pilot, Kika declares coldly. 2 shots of the Stamen's beam rifle were followed by a single micromissile canister, which in turn was followed by the dendrobium itself charging in with one of the anti-ship beam sabers set outward at an angle to chop him if the missiles failed. Which they did, his shield deflected the beams, of the 10 missiles that locked onto him only 3 contacted his shield, and finally belying his veterancy the pilot just barely dodged under the beam saber. She passed by and took the time to dodge around a few beams sent her way since she could sense the aim Wang as he fired, then bootlegged and rotated around the enemy transport ship, again not firing on it due to Magi ethos preventing firing on unarmed targets. This is distracting me from my contract, the Astray pilot grumps. And how can something that big maneuver like that? He asks as only one of the 3 shots he fired at it contacted the defensive field around it, the other 2 missed the whole assembly by meters. Kika sensed something else approaching her, and much to her surprise found the Astray red frame from the junk guild between her and the similar model blue unit. Attention pilot from the Mjir, this is Low Gear, from the junk guild, come in, he requests on the frequency previously set aside for the junk guild to talk to the fleet. Angel 1 to red frame, best you clear this area, pilot. The mercenary and I have a disagreement to settle, Kika declares as the dendrobium comes to something approaching a dead stop relative to the blue and red frames. Serpent Tail is not your enemies, Angel 1, I'd say we need to stop shooting at each other. Low asks. If the mercenary has a contract to damage or destroy the absinthe, then we are unequivocally opposed, Low. If his intention is else, he should have declared so before shooting it. Oh, I get it now, you are the resupply scheduled for the 3 ships today, no wonder the junk guild is out here in the middle of nowhere. Is she, easily distracted? The mercenary asks. I don't think so, Low says. She's one of the Angel team, badass elites among a whole fleet of M, Low says with a hint of reverence. And here come her 3 teammates, he says, having seen them in action in a training session the last time the RHOME was at the fleet, conducting resupply. Oh great, the mercenary declares as the 3 other mobile armors come to a slow stop in flanking positions relative to where Angel 1 was parked. 2 of the armors matched Angel 1, one was so totally different as to look almost alien. A mercenary, is it? A guy declares on the same frequency. Say the word, boss man, and we'll missile massacre the merc-playing pirate, a wholly different lady declares on open frequencies. NEG, not necessary, yet, at least. A pause, so tell me, mercenary, what shall it be? The term of surrender, the long walkway the hell away from here, or the firing squad? I leave the decision up to you. 2 beam shots at the Nui Zeal failed to do anything more than terminate at its eye field as well. All 4 of our units are beam resistant, Merc, you will get nowhere with such tactics. If I walk, what will become of my ship? You all shall leave the area. We do not take hostages, be it equipment or personnel. Guy Murakamo knew one thing better than most mercenaries, there were limits on what one man, even the best of them, could do when the odds were stacked against him. In this case, the odds were stacked against him to the point that one could walk the length of the odds and transit the distance from Earth to the Moon in that length. Not only did he have these 4 impossibly fast and incredibly powerful units to deal with, but from ZAFT's own file footage and analysis this Absinthe was a kind of gunboat that ZAFT or the Earth Alliance could only dream about. Not even the vaunted Archangel had the kind of firepower that the Absinthe had demonstrated in its shootout with Cruzat's team and fleet carriers. The whole thing was a colossal loser, and only now did Guy realize that even the second G equipment for his Astray would not save his rear even if he had it with him. Very well, we will walk, Guy declares. The money ZAFT was putting up was impressive, but not worth the risk in the end. One moment, Gerald says. Here, take this, and a short-burn missile was launched, a beacon-type missile. The engine burned out long before it got to the blue frame. That is a tech readout of the Flame Eater class warships, of which the Absinthe is one of them. I'll leave the matter of how you mutilate and present that data to the ZAFT intelligence weenies up to you. At the least, it will prevent you from totally defaulting on your contract, may even earn you repair costs on that custom gun your comrade uses. What's the catch? Guy asks after catching the rocket as it came closest to his machine. We may be calling upon your services in due time, mercenary. I shall leave the when and how up to the fates at this time. Understood. Good luck, Guy declares before he turns and moves back to his ship. And you, Red Frame, you picked a very bad place to park it, Gerald berates the pilot. If Kika had pressed the attack, you can rest assured the Astray's shield won't stand up to a concentrated missile barrage or anti-shipping chain mine. Somebody had to stop the only 2 right military groups in the Earth sphere from blowing the hell out of each other, Lowe declares. The kid does have a point, Kika declares. You don't get much more right than mercenaries, and that includes our own ranks. I guess I owe the crazy one a drink when we get back to the fleet. 6. XXX. September 23 CE 71, 2010 hours UTC. You really should be asleep, Strategic Officer, Commander Ward says. Muru agreed, but she simply silently sat there, taking no vocal position on the matter. Things are heating up, Commander, Kalamira replies. This Operation Elvis that the Earth Alliance has laid on, under normal circumstances I would consider it a suicide run given their intention to cut through Boaz, but something is still not right here. The Earth Alliance leadership is smarter than this, despite the fantastic racism kick. Not even the Nazis were this dumb about the Russians, unless the Earth Alliance has something more up their sleeve than piss and vinegar. You are rambling, you are having problems standing straight, you have taken in enough caffeine to kill a Marine in the past hour alone, and I do not recall you having had anything to eat in the past 10 hours. With all due respect, the only person you are fooling is yourself, Strategic Officer West, Commander Ward declares rather coldly. The look he got from the Strategic Officer was rather venomous, but short-lived. I know, once the Earth Alliance throws in the towel I shall retire for a day or so, Kalamira declares. Muru looked at the force composition table in the hollow projector again. The Earth Alliance had thrown effectively 6 fleets at Boaz as part of Operation Elvis, totaling 6 Agamemnon, 34 Nelson and at least 61 Drake. The mobile suit count was assumed to be somewhere close to 200, which was no match for what the Mjir's strategic analysis thought of Boaz. In fact, Muru had heard that the Star Admiral's plan to take down Boaz if necessarily relied on ultra-long-range bombardment and intercepting the inevitable naval counterattack with his monitors. No finesse, no special tactics, just hammering on them until the whole fort folds. It had been shocking to her at first, that a force who could smart their way to victory in any battle would have to brute force one of 2 fortresses guarding the ZAFT homeland. It was not a pretty picture. Something is happening, Kalamira mutters, her eyes closed tightly shut, focusing into the distance. I feel panic, white-hot panic, and a lot of death. Something, bright, nukes. Nuclear weapons at Boaz. Sensors, I have electromagnetic pulses consistent with high-yield nuclear devices detonating in space or in a thin object, bearing 3-1-7 at 0 Terra, estimate range equivalent to location ZAFT Fortress Boaz. The flight controller declares. Kalamira looked down to the deck, banging her head off the rails around the command platform and muttering something. Are you all right? Muru asks as she reaches a hand out to the strategic officer. That never got there. Don't, Kalamira cautions. Please don't, Captain, she requests. I just felt 10,000 people die in the space of 20 seconds. I am not in a good mood right now, she declares. Commander Ward picked up a growler phone and entered the 1MC code. Star Admiral Centura to the bridge immediately. Repeat, Star Admiral Centura to the bridge immediately. It took a minute, during which Calamira visibly backed off her near rage fit, but now showed no sign of fatigue. What gives, Commander, Calamira? He asks as he strides into the bridge while buttoning down his uniform shirt. Sir, given what our sensors in Calamira have picked up in the past couple minutes, it is now safe to assume that Boaz is a small, crispy cinder, and what crew was not initially killed in the attack will be dead enough soon enough from radiation overkill. That Commander Ward said it with a straight face was testament to the gravity of the situation. Great, Wayne moaned sourly, meaning the exact opposite. Calamira, what's their next target? They're mopping up ZAFT leftovers right now, then it is Jachindu and the plants themselves, she declares coldly. This elicited a gasp from Maru. It's Junius 7 all over again, she says. Yet a lot larger than just one colony, Wayne declares. By the gods, what I would not give to have AF-210 here, the Star Admiral laments. Bomb the whole Earth Alliance and their blue cosmos puppet masters back to the Stone Age. Respectfully, sir, screw the wishful thinking, we have immediate and real problems here and now to deal with. Thanks, Glenn asked, I'll send you a Christmas card in due course, Wayne replies sourly to the commander. Chief of the boat, sound general quarters, Wayne orders. I have the con, he says as he walks around the rails and steps up to the platform. Commander Ward acknowledged just as the first heavy strains of Ghost Opera, their new GQ theme song, hit the air in the ship. Hell just froze over. Chief Warrant Officer Willie shouts as he runs by the command platform, trailing his shirt and belt behind him flapping in the wind of his passing as he held his pants up with the other hand. Only after he activated his helmsman's station did he have the wherewithal to finish getting dressed. Of course, in so passing CWO Esmeralda could not help but give the usual catcall whistle to the passing helmsman. The song continued until every station acknowledged ready for action, which in this case lasted just after the first refrain of the chorus, about a minute and a half. Attention all hands, this is Star Admiral Centura. Be advised at this time there are no known close proximity threats to the ship, however you are to remain at general quarters until we explain the situation and modify status. All personnel ranking above Captain or Galaxy Commander from all 8 Magi ships are to report to the bridge conference room immediately. That is all. His orders included the Dominion, which hell or high water notwithstanding was now a Magi ship as far as everyone was concerned. The requested officers came to the bridge, as well as Kagalai and Lakis, whom Murrah had suggested would also be best in on this conversation. After all, their ships would be headed into the fire as well, not just the Magi. It took 5 minutes for everyone to congregate in the bridge, since it turned out there were too many warm bodies to fit in the conference room. Wayne made a note on the wall of the conference room to have that rectified. All right, people, listen and listen well. As Willie just declared, and the jerk of the Star Admiral's thumb indicated the helmsman's station, hell is now officially frozen over. For starters, Boaz has been practically erased from the stars by an Earth Alliance nuclear assault. There were some serious grumbles from the whole crowd. You know the code Zellbriggen just as well as I, people. Legitimate military target, legitimate military power, the use of nukes is abhorrent but permissible. When you get down to it, that is actually a more elegant solution to Boaz than I had, though one with the overkill flag raised real high. Sad but true, Spaz Holmes mutters in earshot to both Murrah and Lakis. That's not the problem, though. Legitimate military use of nuclear arms goes no farther than Boaz, because the Earth Alliance is targeting the civilian plants next. We have seen the wreckage of Junius 7, people. That colony was lucky, it is still in orbit and will be there for some centuries. If they hit any of the October, November, or December plants, there will be no hope for Terra and the billions that live on it. It went without saying that if even half of one of the plants struck Terra, it would cause a nuclear winter such as the worst of Cold War theorists could dream of. 2 or more halves would almost immediately kill all meaningful life on Terra. Anything beyond that was simply insurance that the cockroaches did not survive humanity's folly. Oh holy fucking shit, Galaxy Commander Michaels, the Marine of Marines in the fleet, moans. I hate to say this, guys, but we've jacked off at the jump-off point for long enough. Pay or play time, we don't act, we get to watch the Holocaust magnified 1,000 times. Who objects? Anyone who objects can discuss it with the alternates plaque down in the ladies' room, Galaxy Commander Rico declares, which got a few crass laughs from the command personnel that were also trained pilots in their own right. 7. That is the measure of it. Wayne asks, hearing no objections and only one off-color joke to the matter at hand. All right, people, listen now to the sound of space, for soon enough we will bring the sound of Magi steel to the cold nothing around us. Wayne quotes an old Magi lament about battle in space. With us being over here roughly between the L3 and L4 points, we have a haluva hike to get over to L5. The straight shot, cutting through the debris belt and near space, then back through the debris belt and onward to the plants, no go. Too many Earth Alliance pukes to mow through on the way to the inevitable nuke assault. To avoid exhausting ourselves on lesser targets, we arc wide, cutting by the remnants of Yggdrasil and Lupin on the Earth Alliance outside flank. Done right, we should be able to dissuade the Earth Alliance from trying again. Hell, if we get real lucky the plants might decide throwing in the towel is the best option as well. Expected transit time is 2 days, so we have some time to rest up, shine our machines to a high gloss, and prepare for the edge of paradise. 2 days? To go that far? Kagalai asks, rather shocked of tone. No way that's possible. Kagalai, I can drive this ship from here to Mars in 4 days, Wayne retorts. Jupiter in 5, Saturn in 6, Uranus in 6.5, you get the point. L4 to L5 is literally a short one, the only caveat is I have to accelerate smooth for 3/4, decelerate hard for a fifth, and the last 5% we go in on manual. It's going to cook a lot of gas to get there, but this ship has a deep bunkerage. And who knows what we'll come across while we're en route, he declares. Okay, we get there, Muru says to forestall any more arguments. Then what? Depends solely on what happens between then and now, Wayne declares. I don't expect ZAFT will take this sitting down. If they have a comparable capability, I expect to see it used in the next day or two. This may have started as a slapping war, but it can only get worse from here. We have one chance to stop it, Lakis Klein says. I pray we can, she entreats, really meaning she hoped their combined might would be enough to stop it from escalating. If we don't do it right the first time, milady, there will not be enough pieces left to pick up, Captain James Freeman tells her from immediately behind where she was standing. And now we are on the edge of paradise, Gerald Lightbringer declares. Or hell. So far I'm not sure which. We will know soon enough. Galaxy Commanders, Gerald, please remain for contingency planning. Captains Ramius, Athha, Klein, if you have any ideas, no matter how screwed up they are, I want to hear them ASAP. If there is a way to do this without mass bloodshed, I want to know it and get it going. You will, sir, Captain Ramius replies immediately. Dismissed. Author's chapter afterward. The time draws close to where Seed ends and the history really begins to change. Ouch. This next chapter is where the serious battle begins. The Mjir has had it real easy, dodging the eyes of the Earth Alliance and ZAFT, but now there is no more hiding in the vast expanse of space. The battle has to be done or the blood will flow freely. Yet, can it be done? The Mjir suffered heavy losses at the hands of those unidentified mobile dolls. Can such a reduced and battered, morale-wise, not equipment-wise, force readily face down ZAFT and the Earth Alliance and get away with it? Oh, while I think about it, don't expect the strange happenings to end. I have one big gag to pull in the next chapter. There are 2 days of transit, after all, and a certain movement on the ship intends on taking full advantage of that time, with crazy and possibly hilarious results to come. And then there shall be war, because sometimes that is what it takes to stay alive. Now, I have 3 things to say about the chapter. First off, the date spread is one of the critical things that happened here. Between the first block and the last, 2 months passed. In that time, the Mjir was moving well away from prying eyes and hardened hearts, their only contact with the outside being the Junk Guild ship and that one misunderstanding with Serpent Tail. The thing with the Junk Guild goes beyond the REHOME, though, as more than a few ships were roped into the resupply effort by Low Gear and the Professor. I may do a side story on that here in a short one. I also have a side story to do for something else that you saw a hint of at the dinner scene, and that side will not be young kid friendly. The casino that Shunny designed will also factor heavily into that. Second, the issue with the androids may have come out positive this time around. On a D100 roll check, the result came back 92, but don't expect it to be all fluffy and nice come further chapters. The same prejudice against coordinators will affect eugenics as well and can easily be translated into an outright hatred of androids. Hatred is not rational, so don't expect much of an explanation why, but do expect it. Third, and I am not making this up just off my left arse cheek, the Star Admiral's commentary at the dinner about how magic was not bullshit is actual backstory to the Joker's Wild and has been from long before I began this story at all. A little more of that comes into play in some of the side stories of the second Joker's Wild arc, but the references are a bit thin. I will leave the main telling points of such reality to the prose of coming chapters. Rest assured that Natarl already knows, Marines can be talkative, and will report it when she is released, therefore the Earth Alliance is going to try shoving it down the Star Admiral's throat. The question is, who gets the luxury of gagging about it? There is one minor detail to clear up an explanation. In the last block, the Star Admiral referenced AF-210, and how he would love to use them to bomb the Earth Alliance back to the Stone Age. AF-210 is the fleet designator for the Grey Death, a prestige posting for naval officers like no other, and what some said Wayne was headed for before the Admiralty review derailed him to the Mjir. Assault Fleet 210 dates back to the Star Empire Wars, where it was the single most decorated Magi naval formation due to its unmatched record of hundreds of naval victories and successful planetary invasions. The fleet itself is comprised of 6 Phalanx-class ships, 2 captured Excalibur-class dreadnoughts, which provide the main planetary assault transport, 6 Leviathan II-class ships, and 24 smaller warships for escort duty. The amount of battle force carried by AF-210 exceeds what would be needed to completely take over Earth 4 times over. Which makes its involvement in something as pithy as someone else's race war a complete pipe dream on the Star Admiral's part. And that is all. Next up, after sorting out who will do what and how, the Mjau runs headfirst into the evolving battle at Jachindu, with predictably loud and brutal consequence for everyone involved. Bloodshed will ensue. Notice, there is now a side story of this chapter posted. Read those whom fate plays with as a supplemental to the section for the free lunch. Review replies, an excellent series of reviews, much thank you to everyone who dropped me a line for the last chapter. One village idiot, pirates, 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 what can I say? Regenerate is assumed to have run afoul of Lo and Guy without Magi interference, but it will make a cameo in the Destiny arc. Shade, thanks, man. I have not begun to haul out the strange love for metal music, and you will see a healthy chunk of that in the coming chapter. UTB be the best place to look up any band I discuss. Knives 91, thanks for the clarification, Knives. And thanks for the idea. Murdoch Blitzed is going to be a given. After the shooting is over, I think I might be able to work Kira and Athrun into it as well. Here is some more sauce, and here shall come some holy shit how big a battle that is sauce in the next one, tongue sticking out. Gadaman 41, Chapter 7 Rev X post facto. Okay, now your comment on the doc makes sense. Thanks for clarifying. If they do a anime of this, no chance in hell of that, har har har, I would advise Tabitha as the doc, just with a more calm and serene inflection than Flay, until she has to bust some marine chops that is. 8 Yen of the West Wind, I hope my last PM with a partial list of the non-human races did not squick you out, I heard no reply from you after that. Necroblade, no problem for the delay on the review, and very much thank you for beta work. Tongue sticking out, by the gods, some days I think I need a keeper. Regardless, I think after several months of exposure to the Magi she will not lose her spine between Seed and Destiny this time around, but I will leave that up to your imagination how it turns out. Blossom is going to be a tough nut to crack. You're looking at a beam sniper platform with the precursor to the movable frame technology, giving it the ability to carry mission-specific equipment and mods into battle. If they can iron out all the bugs, it may be more than a match for what ZAFT has to come. That's actually a misconception some people hold about controller positions. The maintenance controllers I work with at my day job are all senior mechanics in their assigned field, having been promoted to essentially supervisory status after more than a decade of fixing things. They have to advise junior mechanics of strange issues and repairs for those issues, as well as schedule, defer and prioritize repairs. No simple task, that. However, mechanic levels among the Magi span from enlisted to the low-commissioned officers, including some warrant positions, like the controllers, and she technically answers to the captain of engineering for the ship, so she's closer to the command end than I made it seem. Clancy is one of my all-time fav authors, smiley face, his was probably the first intro to the real war genre, things of massive campaigns and exquisite planning and logistics and time versus space and lions and tigers and bears and dragons, oh my. Seed does better than some of the Gundam franchise, but it is still hollow in a lot of places. I hope this is doing better. Thanks for the help again, tongue sticking out. Gadaman 41, this chapter I hope I captured the essence of the conversation between Natarl and the Marine in this one. I still haven't gone out of my way to have Azrael executed, yet, but I think I will get around to it somehow, tongue sticking out. Semp, if you can think of it, so can the insane mechanics. Keep those thoughts coming, there is plenty of room for modifications. Thank you one and all for the reviews. You are adding fuel to the continuing nightmares, rest assured of that, tongue sticking out. Keep 'em coming and the inferno only gets hotter, nastier, bloodier, more nightmare fuel good. The gripe sheet. No gripes outstanding for CH8, so. Footnotes. 1. The corridors of Magi warships are a magnet for fanart of various types, usually representative of things the ship had done or scenes from the remembrance, basically glory artwork at its core. This also translates to the fleet moniker as well, in cases where a ship doesn't have much of the first two to fall back on. Also a good morale thing for the crew and a bad thing for the morale of anyone trying a hostile boarding action, shows that the crew is really dedicated to their ship and is willing to fight long and hard for it. 2. This is an old series of paintings done as a cigar advertisement, and may be a good example of an early meme. Critical reviewers of the time thought these paintings sucked because they were too plebeian, but the paintings themselves continue to live on and on and on, growing in popularity every year. 3. The technical term for a female android is gynoid, on the premise that the prefix andro is male and gyno is female. I will not be making that distinction except when deliberately used by a character in the story. 4. 2 codex necklaces are always issued, one is worn by the Magi citizen at all times as a standard identification device, like a driver's license, but more detailed. The other is kept in a safe location, typically a bank or at home in a secured safe, and serves as the family's permanent record and backup of the day-to-day codex. Additional or replacement codex necklaces cost 25 C-bills each. 5 Ordnance. 6 Old caveat of Magi ethics and sense of honor. Mercenaries, as their duty is literally to fulfill their contracts, are typically considered some of the most honorable soldiers in existence. It is also expected that the mercenary commander is of such moral fortitude that he or she would not readily accept a contract requiring them to do dishonorable acts, which is considered the gold standard for mercenaries among the Star Empires. 7 A Haluva shout out to a classic 80s movie, Top Gun. Supposedly the Top Gun second place plaque was in the ladies' restroom, making this comment an effective insult to anyone not willing to step up to the challenge. All the more insulting that most of the command personnel of the Magi fleet are men, which is an extreme rarity among Magi fleets. Chapter 10, Determination. September 10 CE 71, 0900 Plant Standard Time. Prior to the nuclear attack on Boaz. ZAFT Military Station, Command Center Area. Chairman, I have Mercenary Commander Guy Murakumo to speak to you. Send them in, Patrick replies gruffly. If it was possible for anyone to remain pissed off about his family's actions, namely his sons, he was. That Athrun was not supporting the cause of coordinators over the rest of the Earth's sphere was infuriating him, especially if he was with this rumored massive starship that itself was larger than some colonies. Guy Murakumo reporting for briefing on our findings in trying to track down the rogue warship Absinthe, Chairman Zala. Please deliver your report, he says at least civilly. On or about September 1st, we tracked the Absinthe and a sister ship to a location outside the normal bounds of the Lagrange points around the planet. We do not have information on the sister ship as to what its hull number or designation is, however I have visually confirmed there is a second ship matching the Absinthe, in both configuration and veterancy of the crew. That was an extrapolation on his part, but something safe to say he figured. Given how badass these Magi were purported to be by the crew of the RHOME, the only way that ship would go would be better. I was able to capture a part of an enemy mobile suit in combat against escorting forces, a part which contained a personal effects storage container and therein an identification flashcard for the Flame Eater class warships, of which the Absinthe is one of them. The flashcard itself contains a basic rundown of the ship's stats and arsenal. The remaining contents of the pod were less than useful in military matters. We will need a manifest of materials found in the pod for psychological evaluation, Chairman Zala replied. Someone's leftover junk or personal effects could itself be a telling sign of what that person was like. I will have it written up and delivered to you by tomorrow morning, Guy replies. He could have Loretta write up the contents of her footlocker to give them the impression it had been a female pilot Guy had partially defeated. Before I could appropriately close on the Absinthe I was engaged and subsequently driven off by 4 enemy mobile armor units from the same unit as the Absinthe. The battle ended in a stalemate I had to retreat from due to the threat of more forces approaching the field of battle. In the engagement, my wingman's customized GIN unit was damaged severely by a single missile from the first enemy mobile armor to engage us, and, at this time, is still in overhaul to restore it back into service. If you have need of parts, forward your requests to the quartermaster here. I will have them released to you immediately, Patrick comments. If nothing else, the chairman of ZAFT was not going to be shown to be ungrateful to hired help, since the mercenary units usually had capabilities well beyond those of even his best special forces. Thank you, Guy replies immediately, intent on doing so. Regardless, we were able to get this information and confirm most of it against your records from the engagement at Mendel. The Absinthe, for all intents and purposes, is a heavy gun warship without any mobile forces complement of its own. Arguably, it does not need them, given that most of its arsenal is dedicated to anti-MS weapons. Wait a moment, if what you are saying is correct, then how does the ship expect to defend itself against a concentrated mobile suit attack? Chairman Zala asks in clear confusion. It was apparent to Guy the chairman did not realize warships could be more of a threat to a mobile suit than the other way around. It does so by way of having hundreds of independent small-scale weapons, equivalent to the armaments of a fighter, MS, or mobile armor. These are apparently married to an impressive targeting and tracking array the battle at Mendel demonstrated capable of reliably tracking, targeting, and eliminating even the latest ZAFT models. The prevalence of ballistic cannons and small missile weapons suggests these warships share practically nothing in common with Earth Alliance ships, of which they are far larger than the Drake, Nelson, or Agamemnon-class ships. For the record, the longest Earth Alliance ship is the Archangel class at 420 meters, the Absinthe is 660 meters, larger and far more powerful offensively than the Archangel in terms of sustained fire. Did the intel you came across include information on defensive staying power? Zala asks after a moment. Yes, the ship is apparently armored in 2,200 tons of something called lamellar carbide multi-threat laminated armor, on top of a 96,000 ton hardened and reinforced internal structure. By our estimates, it would take a fleet of 5 Nazca-class ships approximately an hour of sustained fire to breach the armor and cause enough damage to the inside of the Absinthe to constitute a kill, barring you hit something critical such as an ammo bunker or the engines. The unstated, but nonetheless true, implication was his estimate was based on ZAFT naval gunnery being uneven at best, and far more likely to miss than hit when at their worst. The obvious rejoinder to such a comment was the Absinthe may give said ZAFT fleet 10 minutes to live under the best circumstances, definitely not the hour Guy thought would be necessary. So you estimate the threat posed by these ships to be drastic enough that they could, theoretically, pose a grave, sustained hazard to the ZAFT fleet and home defense. If they are so inclined, yes. Given where we found them, how we tracked them, and how hard it was to pursue, it is fairly reasonable to say they want precisely nothing to do with ZAFT or the Earth Alliance at all. How are they being supplied? He asks. They are likely operating off internal stores. The intel we picked up indicates the Absinthe has 4,000 tons internal storage for parts and material for the ship, 375 tons provisions, food and water for the crew of the ship, and 1,500 tons general-purpose cargo space. Assuming no extra foodstuffs carried, the ship should be able to operate for no less than 200 days on a full supply, and assuming their general-purpose cargo is dedicated to provisions for the crew, as many as 1,000 days. Whether the ship can hold orbit for that long, I do not know. One thing Guy was not going to do was implicate the Junk Guild in supporting the fleet. Guy had recorded a partial glimpse of their main ship from his battle recorder's records. It scared the living piss out of him, given that its scale to the other Flame Eater class docked with it. The ship in question had to be over 5 kilometers long, bow to stern, and studded with more than 4 times the gun port's minimum. There was only one way a direct confrontation with the fleet that the Absinthe would go, and that was straight to hell for the offending party. Apparently, even the admiral of the fleet was an extremely accomplished pilot of a customized Gundam, capable of taking out the freedom and justice in close quarters, according to Lowe's more detailed description of the fleet after the RHOME had finished its resupply run. Anyone with that kind of skill and hardware was themselves beyond just plain good and could turn ZAFT into mulch without much in the way of effort. Guy knew he had to play it straight and narrow here, or it would be him on the chopping block next. Is there anything else you would like to add, Commander? Only one thing. I included the radar specifications I tracked from their units in the report. If what I received is any indication, there are 2 things ZAFT has to worry about. 1. The faster a targeted unit moves, the more likely the ship and mobile forces are to score hits. Speed does not equate to armor, never has and never will, and these guys can prove it against me. I did best to dodge their shots at slow movement rates, but the faster I moved the more times they got within touching distance to me. 2nd, the power of their sensors is such they will burn through neutron jammers. I was not able to get a clear cut to their radios, but they were coordinating somehow and coordinating very well. Understood. Thank you for the assistance, Commander Murakumo. We will be in touch. Seconds later, Guy was outside the office and heading back toward the dock and his ship. Elijah joined up, walking behind and slightly to Guy's right. A hall later, he asks the burning question, will they try? Not likely, Guy replies immediately. The Earth Alliance is operating, moving forces and material in large quantities. And, as our own encounters demonstrate, that fleet is not something you can fight in a conventional manner, unless you don't want your fleet to exist after the shooting is done. There was silence in walking for several minutes, both contemplating the battle past and the likely battles to come. Whatever Elijah thought of as possible, Guy thought of the same and 3 ways it could be worse, though neither knew they were coming to the same or similar conclusions. Now that we have a clear idea what we were up against, I am glad that mobile armor stopped us at a distance. I don't think either of us would have survived getting close to the ship. Sad to say, but you are correct, Guy replies. The footage of the battle against ZAFT showed that even the Absinthe's laser anti-missile systems, primarily defensive armaments to intercept missiles, had scratched a GUAIZMS. If a purely defensive measure on one of their ships was that god-awful powerful, the real net effect of their offensive measures would be less than pretty to whomever their sights crossed. XXX. September 24 CE 71, 0605 hours UTC. To the Star Admiral, the sound of combat boots on the decks behind him were nothing new. This was a warship, after all, and the quartermaster did not stock tennis shoes for duty uniforms. Thus, he disregarded the sound as he continued working on contingencies with Gerald, Calamira, and Waltfeld, building a set of possible scenarios that could be used to bring the navies of both sides to a screeching halt before more civilians died. Star Admiral, looks like you have visitors, Commander Ward declares. If anyone would see to arrivals first it would be him, as Wayne was not con and the current command officer of the ship saw to such things. Keep it running, guys, Wayne says as he stands to speak to the arrivals. What goes, Marines? Wayne asks as he steps off the command platform to face the 2 Marines who had come forward. Sir, we've got an issue we need hashed out by a higher, the point commander of the 2 says. I say this guy's full of it, but he's claiming half the marine galaxy is in with him. I got no way to prove him right or wrong, so. Well, you measured the quandary in precise terms, yet have not told me the tale of the woe. Speak, man, I don't eat enlisted for breakfast. He wants to modify the tradition of music. Rather significantly. Commander Ward whistled low, in apparent surprise. That's a damn big and loud stick to wave at the rest of the crew, Marine. I am aware of this, Commander, the Marine point officer in question, a lady of maybe 18, as far as Wayne could tell, replies. Justify it, Wayne replies simply, with a completely neutral inflection. Sir, I bring 2 points to this argument. First, I do not speak of eliminating the use of the tradition, nor magnifying it, I speak only to change the flexibility of certain ritualistic songs we can do just as well with other songs in addition to the standard. Second, as we are likely going to be here for over a decade, maybe permanently, we need to look to the fact that we shall become our own entity, raised by the Empire but separate from it. Contrary to some dunderheads' belief, we will not simply be able to walk away from that, or those who will inevitably be left behind will be eaten alive by the hive of scum and villainy in our wake. Wayne cracked a crooked, almost evil smile at her comments. You are saying that because we shall be a separate entity for so long, we should act like it. Wayne was referring to an oddity called a descendant empire, a principle of Magi law allowing a group of persons to move away from core Magi territory and influence to set up their own government based on the Magi model, with modifications made by their group. Some descendant empires worked, some such empires collapsed in a spectacular self-destruction. Star Admiral, the point officer replies. Very well, your arguments should boil down to it is tradition for a reason and we will return home, therefore we play by Magi rules UFN, am I correct? The Star Admiral asks of the point commander. Star Admiral, this is so, he replies immediately. You present me a hellish quandary. You both have valid arguments, and given this is such a hotbed traditionalist issue, I cannot simply take sides and expect to live through the ensuing trials of refusal. Therefore, the only way to solve this issue is in the thoroughly Magi way, the trial of possession. Yet, we do this with a twist, the Star Admiral had resumed his evil grin, which worried everyone up to and including the commander. Ship's jester reporting, all quiet in the toilet stalls, and for good reason. That is all. Wayne glanced at the maintenance controllers, but said nothing as she shrugged. A ration of bad chicken had been found the hard way, after a dozen crew or so had it for a meal and came down with a light case of food poisoning. It had led to some horridly rank toilet rooms for a while, and they probably still were. Wayne only needed one whiff to lose any urge to use the shitcan in the near future. Attention all hands, this is Wayne Centura. He took a short pause for the room he was in to quiet down, which was the loudest of the ship's groups by far. Listen and listen well, for we have an issue of tradition to hash out today, and, by extension, how it will be applied in 2 days hence. Normally I would disregard something like this in the face of nuclear war, but since this is such a divisive matter and we do not have room to spare in our minds over such matters, we will do this in the trial of possession and let combat be thy judge of conviction. The issue at hand is there are parties, not fully declared at this time, who wish to make changes to the songs used in the tradition of music. He could hear the massive combination of cheer and jeer echo throughout the hull, but it was short-lived. 10 seconds later, it was quiet except for the sound of the engines. Now, there are limits allowed for change under normal Magi guideline, but some are set in stone. I need not tell you which, we have all heard them used. This trial settles the eternal question as to whether or not we are allowed to modify those areas considered but never really legally declared exempt for a long time. Wayne takes another pause before continuing, I have no position on this matter myself. I personally revel in the spirit of the tradition, the defiance of our foes and the horror of combat, not necessarily in the fact that it is tradition or that certain groups are favored by the tradition. Therefore, I am not participant of this battle, nor shall be any of the senior command staff century commander and up. I require 2 or more galaxy commanders or ship captains who have an opinion on the matter to report to the bridge ASAP. Additionally, all non-essential personnel who believe this is worth fighting for shall within the next 60 minutes register to take part in a ship-wide trial of possession. Again, Wayne paused for the cheering to subside. The term of the trial is as follows: 2 teams, offense and defense, will be segregated and prepared for battle. Defense is required to eliminate all offensive personnel. Offense is required to storm the bridge successfully, meaning that more than 5 persons must enter the bridge from the offense team. The mode of combat is simple: quartermasters will break out and issue appropriate quantities of paintball ammo for all participants, and the battle will be conducted by way of combat training and simulation gear for all personnel. The trial begins in 90 minutes. Register, draw weapons, draw marker ammo, and stand for your beliefs. Any questions can be forwarded to the AI entity, who will sort out any technicalities or forward them to me. The clock is ticking. For those persons not able or unwilling to go through a match of paintball, you may vote your choice and it will be counted for or against the end score of the battle. That is all. Star Admiral, The AI prompts. Yes, AI. Wayne replies. 5,000 participants, and the number is going up by the second. This is going to be a sight to see, Andrew Waltfeld says with something of a smile. A friendly game of paintball was something he had no objections to. Which way to the coffee? No battle is proper without coffee, Commander Ward affirms before picking up a growler phone and dialing a number from memory. 3 pitchers of your best coffee for the command staff. Charge back to my account, pause as the guy on the other end of the logical connection said something back, roger that. He hangs up, 5 minutes. May not be a match for what you were serving on the Eternal, but it is close. Waltfeld had no idea what Magi defined as paintball and how it was used in Trial X. Attention all personnel, the trial of position will begin in 2 minutes. A warning bell will sound at that time. 2 rules of engagement updates, there will be no combat in line of sight to the dock collars leading to non-Magi vessels or inside those vessels, and there will be no combat actions taken inside or shooting from cover inside any of the clubs, restaurants, or the casino. Anything else is expected. All personnel are cautioned to avoid taking shots at ship's crew not wearing CTS gear, and all uninvolved staff are cautioned to remain in quarters or at your duty stations until further notice. May combat be thy judge, victory thy jury, and history the recorder of these events. Lock and load. Elisa orders. Magazines were inserted, breech open markers were removed, and bolts were dropped to chamber marker rounds. Confirm all energy weapons down to training standards or all heavy energy weapons are rigged with training designators. All set, boss lady, Diane replies. Missiles verify type as paint marker only, Elisa finishes up her prep orders. Ready. Helga replies. This is going to get messy, Victoria declares as hers was the last bolt in the point to slam forward. A moment later, the same Marine activated the barrel motor on her 10mm Gatling, a minigun rechambered to a 10mm heavy cartridge. We all shall have to scrub down our armor after all is said and done, but it will be worth it, Helga notes with an evil intonation. The sound of a very loud school bell echoes throughout the ship, issuing warning that the trial was to commence. Cheering could be heard from both sides of the ship, the stern of the ship where the red team had started, the offensive, and the bow where the defensive team was at. Advance to contact. You have point, Helga. Helga led off the advance for her point, shield set forward in her Panzersturmgewehr, armor assault rifle, poking around the side of the shield. Given they were starting in a secondary corridor, definitely not the main corridor of the ship, sniper bait that would be, combat in brutal close quarters fashion was to be expected and very shortly. As she filed out of the barracks, the others followed close behind and dispersed, their shields also set forward to make sure the 2 inches of woven Gundanium and diamond took the damage first, not their personal armor sets. As more of the red team moved forward, it was inevitable that some of the defensive force would take exception to their presence. A burst of M4 assault rifle raked the front of her shield, and it was always considered bad form to take hits from even assault rifles since freak accidents could happen. So, she continued the shield advance form while using the camera sight on her MAR-22C to sight up the offending engine mechanic and fire a short burst at him. Helga did not get so lucky as to put her first burst on target, but the second salvo did hit him square in the arm and right side of the chest. The CTS pack he was wearing registered the hits as valid and immediately sounded the tone indicating he was down, which also disabled his ammo from causing damage to other personnel after 4 seconds, the theoretical maximum it would take someone to die under average battlefield conditions. Good game, Marine, the mechanic declares as she continues walking forward. Helga nods her acknowledgement of the accolade but does not slow down during her march forward. It was another 50 meters before any of the defenders got adventurous. Tango call. Red Marines at 100, Corridor Charlie 3 Alpha, engaging and requesting assistance. A defending Marine puts out on the radio, but also made the mistake of putting it out on her loudspeaker. Helga had just barely enough time to duck down C3A4, aside access to crew bunks, before a pair of 100mm marker rounds impacted on the bulkhead she was nearby. It was severely discouraged for Marines to stand around and take fire from anything larger than 90mm even with the shield, since APFS 1 rounds in large caliber could theoretically crack the shield plate in as little as 1 shot, though this was tested to be very unlikely. Such a weapon almost assuredly would bust the main armor a Marine wore in few shots, which would make it a bad day for them, so. Elisa, a little covering fire. Helga asks, before the distinct sound of her sniper rifle barked the response needed. The 20mm armor sniper rifle was a venerable Magi mainstay, and one very adept at silencing armored infantry in 1 to 3 shots with very high velocity armor penetrating rounds, when using real ammo. In this case, the bark of 3 shots is all it took before that Marine was out of action, along with the 100mm short charge autocannon that was giving the point hell. That was fun, Victoria says sarcastically, her shield had taken significant damage from the enemy Marine's shooting spree, 4 hits. At least nothing notable came of it, Karen grumps, really meaning that she wanted something to come of it. It took 30 seconds of wary shield marching before anyone replied, oh, something came of it all right, Diane bemoans while moving to take refuge in a bathroom from the suddenly vehement reaction of the enemy to their advance. Damn traditionalists, no respect for the feelings of the rest of us. Cuts both ways, Diane, Helga replies crassly. A series of training marker rockets zoomed down the hallway, 2 of which struck in the doorframe of the cargo area she was in, splattering paint all over the place. Damn, they are counting that as damage? Bullshit, it never even struck me. How are they stacked? Victoria asks. Oh, not as well as you, Elisa replies. Even with an advanced targeting system, she could still somewhat safely poke her head around a corner and observe, or, as she was now, simply use the gunsight camera on her monster rifle to rattle off rounds. Can we keep my bust size out of the conversation, please? Victoria asks in almost a whine. Certainly not, we need something to distract ourselves with while being shot at, Diane notes almost sweetly. Victoria's bust was the second largest in the unit, defeated only by Helga, though the latter was only given a pass on the subject due to the fact that she was well over the 2-meter mark and massed more than half the guys on the ship. Helga could rewrite the book on the word Amazon, and even with working out as she did, she still retained a pair that drew attention anywhere she went out of armor. And it did make Diane kind of jealous in the end, but not enough to do anything about it. Less talk, more action, people, Elisa orders. Blue team ain't going to die of the dumps, we have to push them over. All personnel, cease fire in C3A for medical emergency, repeat, all personnel cease fire in C3A until further notice. That's us, people, check fire. Elisa shouts, lowering her sniper rifle and beginning the process of changing magazines out. It took 5 seconds, but prior to her finishing up all fire stopped in the corridor, to the point whereby the Marines strayed out from their places of cover and looked back and forth through the corridor to take stock of how hotly contested it was. The presence of at least 5 dozen Marines and twice that in non-armored personnel gave enough evidence, and C3A was not a primary access corridor at that. The charging of the medical personnel toward where Elisa stood caused her whole point to come to attention, awaiting them passing by. This also gave them the best field of run toward the area where the injured was. Hey, Reds, why you messin' with the tradition? One of the opposition Marines asks. Why? Because we're going to be here for a decade, at least, no sense fucking around about it, Diane replies. We might as well start acting like our own group, and Nightwish is getting old, like real old, she continues after a moment. So. After a decade of smacking ZAFT and the Earth Alliance around, like we will definitely have to in coming years, you think you can just walk away from that? Walk away from the lands you have held, people you have defended? There was no answer from the blue team. As I thought. We will be magi, but we will be far more than the sum what we brought along. Best we plan ahead for it. Then what would you use, say, as replacement for 10th man down? Listen, soon you will know, Diane replies, queuing up the song she favored for the said purpose. One could easily say her intention was arrogant incarnate, especially when wagered against the general dwindling of religion in the empire from being the main focus in everyday life, but the same could be said of the uses 10th man down was put to. Just so long as it ain't no wussy thing, the defender let the threat hang unstated thereafter. Come back here you pinko bitch. The voice, despite the unusual insult, was definitely that of a very pissed off hero. Said hero came into the corridor from one of the shower rooms nearby, chasing a smaller, pink, and bouncing hero with a 3-pound sledgehammer held high. You pink pop smooching maggot. Die already. Clang, clang, 2 solid misses with the hammer, but they were close enough to hold the hope that one would contact. Dude. What the fuck? The point commander for the Blue Marines asks. It's kinda cute. Where do I get one? Helga asks. You don't want one, the third trooper from the opposing Blue Point says immediately thereafter. I heard about how this thing annoys the fuck out of the Marines and our heroes. Apparently, it got away last time, but not this time. I call a combat challenge, Elisa says immediately. When open fire is called, and when it comes back into the hall, we unload on it, trying to push it toward the other side. First to get it past the opposing side's bathroom wins, and the loser point stands down. Sound fair? Works for me, if it works for my point, the point commander says, followed by a cacophony of "I'm in" from the remainder. AI acknowledges challenge. I will administer, the AI declares over the radio. The medtechs charged back through, this time with a gunner on a stretcher. The location where he had taken the hit his neck did not look very good. Wait for it, Elisa orders. Resume fire in corridor C3A, repeat, resume fire in corridor C3A. Wait for it, and everyone's sensors could see the 2 heroes coming back from the storage area and into the path of 10 waiting Marines. Wait for it, she orders unnecessarily. Damn you pink fuckball chutchode. Elisa figured it was real bad if the ship's hero was stringing nonsensical words together as something attempting to be an insult. Go. The ship's AI orders. The pink harrow never made it past the halfway mark between the starboard and port sides of the hallway, as the fire began immediately from 10 marines and very little of it missed, even such a small target. It was trapped between two walls of paint rounds, knocking it fore and aft violently, jockeying it toward the two ends of the halls in both support of the shipboard harrow and in contest to prove which team was the better marksman. For a few moments it appeared to be leaning toward Elisa, but as two of the enemy stopped to reload, Elena struck like the trained armor sniper she really was, two well-placed shots knocking it well past the opposing line as well as caving part of its metal frame in. Challenge completed, victor is red team. Clang, and the ship's harrow finished what Elisa started, hammering it flat and into several pieces with the sledgehammer. As was his duty, he swept the debris out of the walking path before Elisa's point walked past, shoveling the remnants into a debris vacuum that led to an incinerator and nanotech material reprocessor. Who da man, bitch? Who da man? It asks the vacuum port, or more likely the harrow it just flattened. Helga had resumed point for the team, pushing the red lines forward in the corridor and also varying the percentage of the ship held by red with practically each step, though be it by fractions of a percent per step, it still counted. Diane had turned on her radio retransmit for the tradition of music, only rather than Nightwish as the tradition required, she had iced earth playing. X. Descending from heaven, the angel swore to bring them down, the hunter, the thunder, the wrath of heaven's coming down. Gerald Lightbringer echoes what he heard of the song now echoing up and down the corridors of the Mjir. That's not on the level, in my opinion. Religion is dead. Why are we? The flight controller in question immediately silenced herself with a look from the Star Admiral. No, controller, religion is not dead, and it will never die completely so long as sentience exists. There shall always be a reverence for powers beyond the known mortal coil, and even our own faiths, or lack thereof, include reverence for such mundane, confirmable pursuits as wizardry and executors, which in other lands are religions themselves. Besides, I don't hear you griping about religious reference in Nightwish music. What gives you the right to complain about what is that music, anyway? Iced Earth, sir, the maintenance controller, who doubled as the jester, replied. Song's name is The Hunter. Where is religion referenced in Nightwish? The flight controller asks staunchly. Pick a song. Almost any song has hints of it, many of them directly reference religious concepts, such as the ancient Greek mythos in The Siren, the river Styx in Planet Hell, the end of days legends in The Islander. Need I go on? Gerald Lightbringer replies. Dark passion play is discontinuity, I'm not counting it and I'm counting your argument spurious on invoking it, she replies weakly. She lost, she knew it, and she knew everyone else on the bridge knew it. Besides, such subjects were not something one normally argued with an officer that outranked her by 5 places and expected to win. Fangirl syndrome, Gerald replies in kind. I like this theme, Star Admiral Centura notes as Gerald approaches the hollow tank to review the force status. The Hunter, it may sound condescending, more so than some of the traditional Nightwish themes, but I think that when combined with our tactical and technological superiority, it may just be enough to break their morale. And breaking morale is easier than breaking bodies or machines, Gerald completes the thought. Probably a lot less bloody, as well. This is a good theory you pose, Wayne says. Talk to me, Gerald. I am not much of a metalhead when you count coup. Who else would be a good option? Oh, plenty, Gerald replies with an evil smile. I can assemble you a true symphony of destruction ranging from Black Sabbath all the way to Within Temptation, hit every high point in between such as this new one in Iced Earth, classic Magi scare tactics from Nightwish, and music so powerful it should be illegal in Dragon Force. Shall I go on? He asks for added effect. Wayne smiled serenely for a moment. Do it. You daring me to do it? Gerald asks in response. Dare, order, invocation of apocalyptic evil, whatever you want to call it. I just want results. Well, apocalyptic evil is out, Satan and I are not on speaking terms. Every time we get together, he ends up accusing me of stealing his beer, I punch him out, it goes back and forth. The problem with Gerald saying such things is he always spoke in such a fashion that it held the patina of legitimacy, since in most cases it was impossible to distinguish what he said was real from his bending of the truth. And with his codex being almost completely classified, there was really no telling whether or not he was lying about this or other matters. On the other hand, I think I can assemble an orchestra of death, that it may be lost on them this time around, but if we have to go to guns with them at a later time, the sound of the music will make them shit their pants. Fine by me, Wayne replies. I expect all necessary paperwork filed and lists readied within the next 6 hours. F. Star Admiral. Gerald gestures to the hollow tank. Oh, look, our maestro of the Marine Resistance is doing a good job. This may come to grips outside the doors here, and very shortly at that. X. For Elisa, things were far from as clear-cut as Century Commander Lightbringer would have them believe. The fighting had moved out of C3A into C3, a short port to starboard maintenance corridor that was surprisingly easy to clean out, just 3 defensive infantry, no armor, and into Corridor C, one of the main access corridors of the ship and where the true fighting was being done. For what it's worth, it appears we now hold the aft 80% of the ship, Victoria notes, preparing for a final push into Corridor C and likely eventual defeat. Karen put voice to her fears, it's going to be this last 20% that kills us. We are building a pressurized defensive scenario for the blue team, which will probably triple their effectiveness. It was the classic Magi concern writ in one description. Magi did well enough on the offensive, but put the same soldiers in a defensive battle and their effectiveness doubled. Put more pressure on them in the defense and effectiveness increased further. Put them in a final protective fire scenario and it tripled or quadrupled. It was one of the reasons why the Negaverse had the saying enough troops is never enough when storming Magi fortifications. Then we make their lives living hell, and hopefully give the enemy a breach that our comrades can exploit, Victoria replies immediately. Victory or death? What do you want to do with your life? I dunno, live long enough to find a great guy and have some wildly athletic sex would be nice, Diane replies. You probably will never know how many hearts you just broke, Helga comments. Oh well, Diane replies immediately. She cared not a whit for the bisexual or lesbian ethos, and clearly showed it. Unit, jump off, 3, 2, 1, now, Elisa forestalls the degenerating conversation with her orders. Helga was the first around the corner, using the classic Magi aggressive shield advance technique to move forward into the corridor they had cleared. Her shield took some 20mm rounds, but she gave as well as she received in addition to Diane firing a beam heavy machine gun around her right side to add to the fire headed down the hall toward the enemy. Hand grenades from Elisa and Victoria joined the direct fire from the front too, detonating in close proximity to the enemy armored marines and the not-so-armored defensive personnel. The main flank guard was dropped by a round from Elisa's armor sniper rifle, paving the way for the unit to jump forward and clean house. Corridor C3 was short, only 15 meters long, and the marines took seconds to cross it. Out in C Corridor Main, they walked into a gap between the blue front line and the troops coming up behind it. Immediately Diane and Karen reoriented right to guard against the reinforcements, Helga and Victoria guarded left and began shooting up the backs of the enemy marines with their support weapons. Faced with fire from red marines on both sides, the blue line only took 5 seconds to collapse, though not without casualties. Karen took a simulated portable ion cannon blast in the back and was, theoretically, killed when her jump jet fuel cooked off. In response, she took a knee to acknowledge she was dead. Move! Helga shouts. Move it up! She suits actions to words, shield set forward and stomping down the walkway, her right arm back to deploy the pile bunker, an armor-penetrating weapon designed expressly to kill elementals and armored infantry by ramming a long spike through them. Charge! Elisa shouts, cranking her external speakers to the max, to haunt the enemy they were charging down with Primo Victoria by Sabaton. Particularly egregious and demoralizing were the lines "We've been here before, used this kind of war," as crossfire grinds through the sand. Our orders were easy, it's kill or be killed, blood on both sides will be spilled, as the 4 remaining charged forward to take advantage of defensive disarray while the remainder of the Red Force closed up on their rear. Helga was the first in, followed closely by Diane and Victoria, with Elisa a pace behind. Helga led off by slamming into one of the front-rank marines to drive his shield aside and slam in with a simulated pile bunker strike. His battle computer acknowledged he would have received almost a meter of steel penetrator rod through the heart for his lack of bracing properly, a kill in real-world terms, before Helga backed off and braced her shield again to stave off any point-blank 20mm or autocannon fire. Diane had the real shock trooper kills of the engagement. As she charged the enemy she ejected her shield, fired jump jets to blast clear over the marines in the front, and landed in among the second-rank marines who were not really expecting anything remotely that suicidal. Her simulated beam saber work was both deadly and incredibly graceful, claiming 6 marines before a simulated at 4 Block 16 would have blown her left leg off and not left her much in the way of options. Still, with the marines down, the unarmored infantry was easy pickings for the marines on the red side. As Elisa knocked off the last remaining forward line marine, Victoria moved forward and used her shield-mounted Gatling to spray the mechanics-turned defenders down mercilessly with paint rounds. The sight and hits from their 5.56mm rifles, effective against personnel, were useless against marines armored in 5 tons of ultra-dense armor plate. Sniper 15 reporting Charlie Corridor is cleared, bring it on up. She had technically lost 2 of her point in the fighting, which for a simulated shipboard battle was slightly better than PAR. In a real engagement against real opponents, such as Negaverse or Dynasty heavy infantry, Elisa figured it would be her and Victoria remaining, maybe not even that. Someone snitched. Victoria shouts, firing a L110 infantry support laser, simulated, down the hall toward Corridor C1, the main cross-access to Alpha Corridor, the latter being the backbone of the ship's corridors that ran the whole length of the ship. Shit. Elisa replies, since she was picking ammo for her armor sniper rifle off a sniper that had been downed by Diane's wild antics in close quarters. Her rifle came up, but before she could even sight an enemy in, a 120mm marker round tagged the frame of the gun, which her battle computer registered as critical damage to her sniper rifle. She dropped it aside immediately and picked up a stray 80mm long charge grenade launcher to continue fighting, taking care to set a non-critical waypoint on her tactical map so she could come back and reclaim her favorite rifle after the shooting. 1, 2, 3 grenades went downrange before Victoria's shield ejected of its own accord, 2 damaged in simulation to provide her reasonable protection. Such would not happen in a real battle. Get behind me! Helga shouts, moving forward to assist Victoria by shielding the diminutive but stacked marine with her shield. Simulated missiles flew down the hallway and into the enemy ranks from the approaching red troops behind the lead. Move it up! Take these Surats down! A star captain shouts as he jumps over several of the blue team that were laying down to simulate casualties. Just after he came flat and braced, the bottom edge of his shield came up, revealing a pair of 120mm short charge autocannons on the inside face linked to the shield block trigger. 2 squeezes let loose a hellish amount of red paint, liberally coating one of the defenders with paint splotches that took him down in simulation. In his right hand a M4 assault rifle delivered red paint death to several mechanics that were prior covering behind the Marines. Hey, Elise, finish up with my rifle, the sniper nearby where she lost her rifle declares. Thanks, Tina, I'll be back with it shortly, Elisa replies, realizing who the sniper was Diane had downed. With the rifle and several more magazines of ammo, she was on her way toward the front again. Sniper, hot shooting so far. You think you can thin the herd in the Charlie 1 corridor? F, Star Captain, Elisa replies immediately. Cover forward. Sniper at work. Cover forward, F ma'am. A larger guy shouts in reply as he sidesteps out into the hallway with his shield forward. Work fast, I can't hold forever. Elisa was ahead of his request. As he braced down on the ground she braced around the right side of his shield, and began firing aimed shots at the enemy who were being distracted by the other Marines firing over the height of his shield. Her efforts were lost in the din of the fire trading hands, which is what she wanted. With each shot, another Marine was injured or downed, and by the time the first magazine dropped out of her rifle the enemy realized that someone far more precise than just a Marine was at work here. They never zeroed in on her fast enough, though, before her rifle silenced the last of the main opposition in the short tunnel. Clear forward. Move out. The star captain shouts, suiting actions to words as he moved forward in a shield charge that itself was almost reckless. His team followed close, however, which told Elisa he had the complete respect of his unit. Elisa followed close, knowing the Alpha Corridor would qualify as a target-rich environment for people of her skill set. Sniper, hack into the bridge, enter and clear. The star captain orders over the sound of renewed battle fire, with ordnance heading in at least 6 directions as the red team was being squeezed from that many directions in just this one corridor alone. Elisa spared a moment for amazement. Magi were always taught hard defense, but every now and again a unit cropped up that was better, almost aces on the offense. This showed all the hallmarks of an offensive unit by the book, as the blue team was being pushed back faster than their defensive skills ratcheted up to the increasing challenge and pressure. She took 2 shots downrange to take out more vociferous resistance, then racked her rifle on the rear of her right shoulder plate and pulled 2 beam sabers to literally hack her way through the doors. Being a Marine sniper, she knew an old, dirty trick of the Phalanx-class bridge doors. A certain locking mechanism could be tripped to retract the doors if you shoved beam sabers through 2 certain points on the door. It was set up that way as an ostensible rescue mechanism, and strangely the Negaverse had never twigged to it. Many was the story where Negaverse infantry had died literally leaning against the doors of a Phalanx bridge when they could not get inside and take out the ship's CIC before they were flanked and eradicated by Marines. With the mechanism tripped, the blast doors slammed open and Elisa was the first to sweep inside, immediately looking for armed threats. Satisfied that Blue had not established a foothold inside the bridge, she began looking for the enemy commander, a search that did not itself take more than a second. Tango! Hands up! She shouts as her armor sniper rifle centers on Star Commodore Jin Kojima, the fleet admiral in training and captain of the escort monitor Redland. Hands up! One of the follow-on MS technicians shouts, his M4 centered on the enemy commander. Valid threat, Elisa shouts as he begins to bring a pistol up, but she reacted faster. The head Vulcan on her armor, chambered to 9mm, rattled off a dozen rounds onto the center of his chest, creating a neat circle of red paint just above his sternum. That he was still in his officer's uniform did not matter according to the exercise, nor did Elisa give much credence to the thought until after she had tagged him, realizing he might not be all that happy about being marked in such a fashion. Elisa realized as he came to his knees that directly behind the enemy commander was the 2 highest-ranking officers on the ship, as well as one of the commanders of the 3 ships. Immediately, she stands down the massive armor sniper rifle, resting the butt of the rifle on the ground and bringing it vertical, put the muzzle brake of the rifle well above her head. Armor sniper Elisa reporting objective completed, Star Admiral. The shock on the face of the commander from the Eternal was itself rather amusing to the armor sniper, though it faded fast as the ship's AI reported the trial completed in a red team victory. Never seen a force that relies on the strength of the infantry, have you? Elisa thinks crassly about the commander from the 3 ships. She figured it was the same everywhere, the sheer awe of 60 tons of combat hardware had to have the most sex appeal for commanders, but relying too much on mobile forces was a sure way to doom yourself to a fast death. Training and outfitting 30 conventional, unarmored, infantry or 5 armored infantry cost less than the average mobile suit and pilot training. NEG, no longer armor sniper, the Star Admiral replies. Elite specialist. As shall each of your team be promoted. Everyone on this bridge thinks you are way underranked for how good you are, and that performance you just gave is proof enough. Sir, that's way too much, Star Admiral, there's a lot better out there than just the 5 of us, Elisa protests, jerking her thumb over her shoulder at the dwindling shooting down the corridor and the length of the ship. It went unheeded. AI, file the paperwork, I'll sign off on it within the hour. For the record, Point Commander, when you show skills like that, it is only fair they are recognized, especially after the decades of deprivation this ship has seen. And by your team's own logic, we will be here a decade, so promotions may be in order. Who knows how long it will take us to fix this jalopy and get home, when everything is said and done. Alright, Elite Spec, I need to talk to your unit's maestro, compare notes about symphonies of demoralization. The rest of you, go find some beers. Losers get to clean up the trial area, Century Commander Gerald Lightbringer orders in back-to-back declarations. The outcome for the losers was unspoken tradition of practice exercises and trial by combat, of which this fell into both categories. The AI was already passing orders out to that effect. XXX. September 25 CE 71, 2010 hours UTC. Kika found Gerald in the Club 300, much as she expected she would find him, half in the bottle, half out, sitting in a corner on the upper balconies, with more than a few empty bottles. Doing his damnedest to ignore the world. Succeeding, for the most part, given her paging of her unit CO for almost an hour now. The ghosts, again, Kika comments as she sits down. The ghosts. Always the ghosts. Enemies you killed. Friends I didn't save, he replies. I laugh in the face of the ghosts of enemies slain, for they who are stupid enough to stand against a superior foe, too bad homeboy, I'll pass my condolences on to their mommies in due course. God you're blitzed. She could tell because Gerald could get rather satirical, but he never attempted to speak half-ass ghetto or make his invective that directly personal as to challenge their families as well as the foe. Getting the ghosts drunk with me, Gerald replies straight-faced. It is amusing, how ghosts end up piled in little heaps when drunk, kinda groaning like they have constipation, kinda moaning like they've been shot once or twice in a fleshy spot. Most of them are rather bitchy even when wasted, some are kinda cool about it. If you ever get cleared for it, I'll tell you about a few of the more amusing ones. I'm not sure if I want to hear your spook stories, Kika groans. A drink, ace pilot. Gerald offers her a shot of sake, his drink of choice for the day. No, and I think you need to down a cleanup capsule. We've got work coming in from starboard, they'll be announced as a threat in about 20. Can't we tell the pissants to back off? I'm working on a perfectly good buzz here, Gerald grumps. Murphy's Law, old man. The enemy will attack on 2 occasions, when they are ready, when you are not. I am definitely not ready, therefore they will attack, Gerald declares sourly. Get me 3 capsules and mix them in with orange juice. You gotta be shitting me. Kika half shouts. You're going to speed yourself 3 cleanup capsules? Are you fucking nuts? I avoid fucking nuts or bumholes whenever possible. The 1 capsule, sealed stipulation on the packaging is intimidation tactics by the anti-nano tinfoil hat crowd. I've done 5 speed fed through me to clean up a damned awful BAC that should have killed me, and suffered no ill effect. Now, if you want to do the response to these pukes, best ya be on your way to grab those, I handed mine to a poor marine a few minutes ago. Right, Kika grouses as she heads back downstairs to the bar, collects the cleanups and a tall glass of orange juice, and back upstairs. At the table, she broke the capsules apart and squeezed the almost gelatinous nanomachines into the glass, where on contact with the orange juice they dissolved into the liquid. Damn, you were right, she says in a shock as she starts breaking open the other capsules and dumping them in. After she was done, it looked like the orange juice had paled a shade or 2, but was still drinkable. Have at it, she says as she slides the glass over to him. Here's to victory, he salutes her with a shot glass of sake, then slams it, then begins chugging the orange juice. Immediately he went bright-eyed, then banged his head off the table a couple times. Damn, these things work fast. From Hiluva buzz to rip-roaring migraine in very short order. Yowza. Dude, you sure you're going to be alright doing that? Kika asks. Yeah, I've done it before many times, Gerald replies casually. Oh, gods, this hurts like a sumbitch. Even still, Kika could tell it was working and real fast. Gerald had gone from somewhat slurred speech to completely on the level, and he was starting to straighten up and breathe easy after 3 minutes. The things I do for this fucked up job, he grumps after a few moments more of resting. Alright, now we head for the bridge. The Club 300 was a good 10-minute walk from the bridge itself. Since the club catered to the enlisted personnel on the ship, it was nowhere near the bridge and its larger, fancier cousin in the Sniper Bar and Grill. As soon as he walked in, Con, sensors, I show activity to starboard consistent with a fleet headed to the battle site. Possible range differential, enemy may know we're burning hard for the battle ourselves. Chief of the boat, find Century Commander Lightbringer, and kick over whatever rock he's hiding under, Star Admiral Centura orders. The rock kicked me over, Star Admiral, so I decided to get back to work, Gerald replies before the chief even knew he was there. I am not going to ask, I don't think I want to know, Wayne replies. Con, sensors, activity and emissions consistent with Earth Alliance fleet maneuvering, bearing change shows they are angling for us now and not the battle zone. Roger that, Wayne replies. Alright, Gerald, I want some ideas. I will see to it. 4 of us can take these things down with little issue. Use the rest of the fleet to flatten the Earth Alliance before civilians get caught under a nuclear slave trigger. We can catch up to the fleet easily enough after the shooting is done. Not betting on that? Wayne asks with a raised eyebrow. Not at all, Gerald replies. They'll put up a good fight anyway, it is just a matter of their definition of good versus our definition of good. Wayne mumbles. Do it. Make sure you keep copious video records of the battle, no sense in being accused by the EA of foul play. Will do. After coming to attention, Gerald was out the door and headed for the hangar that his unit was parked in. So, how are we doing this, Gerald? Kika asks. Oh, I have a plan, a hellish plan. Call it a field test of a new doctrine of mine, and for the fleet. Gerald went on to explain his plan, which relied heavily on traditional strengths and disciplines of the Magi, as well as a new implementation thereof. If we can intercept them, we'd be doing the Earth sphere a favor, erasing their kind from it. Seriously, trying to flee to Mars or beyond. Chairman Reisman mutters. Captain Harold Mako snorted quite loudly at the comment from the chairman. He was Blue Cosmos by default, and really did not support their ethos any more than it took to get promotions. If he could get away with being a soldier of a neutral faction, he would be there, but with this war there was no such thing as neutral anymore. The Earth Alliance had hooked or crooked everyone into a war against ZAFT, for no reason other than political expediency and their puppeteer controllers' wishes. Practically everyone knew Blue Cosmos was calling the shots now. Con, sensors, 4 objects detected closing from port, Captain. Estimated time to intercept is 2 minutes. Mobile suits, token defenses, or something, Reisman says. Unchecked, they are still a threat, Mako's replies. CIC, prepare to launch the 105 daggers. Intercept at range. If the captain could sound any more bored, Howe was lost on his crew. Con, radio, we have something on our radio frequencies. Listen to this, the ensign on the radio flips it onto the main speakers on the bridge. What the hell? Captain Makos asks nobody in particular, suddenly keenly alerted to the fact that something was severely wrong. Nobody had thus far hacked the Earth Alliance radios, though the lilting, slow strains of a guitar was evidence enough someone had succeeded. Con, sensors, we're being tracked. Something about the electric guitar in the song made him think that the music was about to shift pace. After a few moments, it became obvious the music of choice was heavy metal with the tripling of pace and distinct shift in the guitar. They fired. Missiles inbound. They launched right at the opening crescendo. Reisman asks, nobody paid attention to his bureaucratic bleating at the time. Intercept them. They're not aiming for us. The target of the missiles was the periphery of the fleet, clearly intending to cause damage to or cripple the smaller Drake-class ships. They even succeeded. A missile blew the conning tower clean off one of the escorts, leaving it dead in the water for all intents and purposes. What, not even a word of defiance? Reisman half shouts. How dishonorable. Enemy units unknown type, estimate 10 times larger than a mobile suit or more. The sensors officer shouts. The haunting strains of the song continued, blaring over all of the Earth Alliance frequency band, even defeating standard Earth Alliance encryption, and at such power there was no way to communicate by overpowering their music. Then the lyrics began in earnest. A force of light, an angel, sent through time to destroy, avenging the dark ones, descending angelic force, to the site of anti-warship beam cannons being fired from each of the 4 units as they broke apart, headed in 4 different directions. Sir. 2 Nelson-class ships just took severe damage. They're operating independently, we can hammer on them one at a time until we destroy them. Reisman declares proudly, incorrectly assuming that mass formation battles were how wars were won in space. Only in your dreams, Chairman, Makos replies. Guns on the large one, missiles on the nearest small one. Fire at will. One of the small ones, this one painted with a large 3 with angelic wings around the number, fired a pair of canisters that broke into large missiles. Each missile slammed into the ventral surface of a Drake and caused an impressive amount of damage for something so small, easily rivaling the torpedoes on a Drake in terms of net damage to the ship per strike. Of the return fire, the only notable attack that actually struck one of them was the machine cannon on a Drake, and that not enough to actually damage it. One of the Gottfried cannons from the thrones did strike the large one, but failed to penetrate an anti-beam weapon barrier around it. No way. That thing just. What the good God is going on? What are these things? Who are these maniacs? Reisman asks, for the first time actually knowing what it felt like to fear for his life. Jesus, sir. That thing just wiped the floor with a half-dozen strike daggers in one stroke. The ship's 2IC declares. No shit. Captain Makos replies angrily. Order the fleet to fire only on the nearest of the 4 to them, using their whole arsenal. Continue moving forward, maybe we can outdistance them. What the hell? One of the sensors officers asks. What is that? From the small unit with the markup of A1 in angel wings, a rocket-propelled chain streaked out, wound its way around 2 Nelson-class ships, in the process passing over the fantail of the thrones, and detonated. The damage to the ship was immediate and extensive, as holes as big as a man and deeper than 3 would be tall had been driven into the ship by whatever had just happened. The damage was much more severe to the ships it encircled, as the nearer of the 2 began venting fuel from one of the penetrations that was igniting and driving the ship toward Earth, the other had taken several hits in the conning tower that killed off that ship as well. Sir. Engine damage, thrust down 40% minimum, maybe more. Attitude control and maneuvering thrusters from the Valiant's back have been disabled. Fire hell darts. Load all tubes with wombats, fire when target is in range and profile. Valiants, single out enemy 2, Gottfrieds, on enemy 1 in 30 seconds. Sir. His weapons officer shouts. A quick flurry of keystrokes changed the targeting profiles of every weapon on the ship except the Eagle Stallions, which went into overdrive as the 2 unit loosed 3 canisters that fired off literally hundreds of missiles between the 3 canisters. Despite the efforts of the CIWS, the missiles themselves still ended up hitting the ship in the side, also striking several other ships and, more importantly, caused extreme casualties in the strike daggers of the fleet. Where's our 105 daggers? Reisman asks a moment before the ship shudders to the sound and impact of the catapults deploying the first pair of the said machines. The next moments themselves were horrific. The 105 dagger launched from the port side was eliminated barely 2 lengths outside the catapult. A pair of small violet beams struck the right shoulder and blew down through the waist, disabling the suit and likely killing the pilot. The right unit was killed less than 3 seconds later as one of the smaller armors flew vertically down through the fleet bubble, passing within a length of 6 ships at very high speed, with a very large beam saber set at an angle to saber the stray suit. There was little left of the 105 dagger, just part of one of the arms. The saber itself was large enough to eradicate the rest. This is impossible. Chairman Reisman shouts after witnessing the outright destruction of a Nelson-class ship by way of 6 precision beam cannon strikes from the larger armor followed by missiles and large-caliber cannon rounds striking it in the prior hit locations. Internal failure took 30 seconds, but the ship was assuredly dead with several chinks in the armor giving out explosively from the contents of the inside cooking off. Can't you do a damned thing to stop them, Captain? Did Commander Badgeruel befall this unit? Sensors, do we have a visual on that high-speed colony? Sir, one moment, he replies. Sir, that's no colony, it's a warship, it's gotta be a warship of some damn kind, the sensors officer replies in clear panic. The thought of the large ship was interrupted by the horrid sight of one of the smaller units chopping a Drake-class warship into 3 uneven parts with its beam sabers, moments before it fired another explosive chain mine around a Drake and a Nelson, detonating moments thereafter. The Drake involved was toast, its fuel bunker detonating in a hellish radial blast that cleaved the ship in half. The Nelson survived physically intact but nonetheless crippled and half disarmed. That's not a warship, it's a goddamned nightmare, Harold Makos replies, the computer-enhanced image of the ship in the distance clear for them to see, and they would never get to it, given how much damage the whole fleet was taking. Comms, issue an immediate declaration of surrender and order all ships and mobile suits to cease fire immediately. WEPs, launch a single white flare every 5 seconds until acknowledged. The ultimate irony of the whole battle was the sound of the lyrics of their battle song that was jamming the radio frequencies used by the Earth Alliance. To be the thorn in the devil's back, to make him weak, the final fight struck Captain Makos as prophetic and ironic all at once. They had indeed become the thorn in the devil's back by taking down over half of an Earth Alliance fleet and denying the whole to the Operation Elvis fleets. The thought of the chorus lyrics descending from heaven, the angel sworn to bring them down only made things clearer. Whoever they were, they had clearly intended on crippling or destroying them. The shooting died out of its own accord fast enough. The 4 enemy machines ceased fire immediately on seeing the first white flare, the fleet ceased fire after the WEP's officer fired a ceasefire flare pattern, the latter being a series of 3 red flares. To their knowledge, the fleet had not significantly damaged any one of the armors. The music faded out before the final chorus could complete. Less than 4 minutes of battle, and an entire Earth Alliance fleet had been destroyed or demoralized to ineffectiveness. Attention Earth Alliance fleet, this is Gerald Lightbringer, commander of the Rapid Response Unit Angel Team. We acknowledge your surrender in good faith. You put up a good fight for a scratch-up unit with less than effective warships, excepting the Archangel-class ship in your fleet. For this, you should be commended. Angel Team, this is Captain Harold Makos of the Archangel-class warship Thrones, thank you for the backhand compliment. Your own force deserves the credit of the battle, Commander. I have never seen 4 units of anything so easily disable or destroy Earth Alliance warships. If I may ask, what unit are you with? Task Force Joker's Wild, an independent unit that serves only the purpose of defending the civilians who would be visited by nuclear death. And we cannot allow a reinforcement fleet to potentially flank our transit path, thus this battle. The implication was clear, they could have disregarded and completely ignored the fleet if it had not been so fast to pursue. Understood, Captain Makos replies. I will surrender myself to you unconditionally. I do not care a bit what you do to me, on the provision that you spare my crew and subordinate ships. There will be no executions, Captain, provided you do not stray out of line henceforth. Your fleet will immediately set course for L4 and will be escorted by Angel 2 and Angel 3 to that destination. You will be met by Marines at that location, and will be dealt with at that time. Follow those instructions, and no further harm will come to you, your ships or your crews. Disobey those rules, and you will quickly learn why I try to avoid turning Angel 2 and Angel 3 loose on any given formation at the same time. Is this understood? Crystal clear, Commander. Mina, Wendy, escort to holding at our camping grounds. Once you arrive, have the Marines secure the crews and await further orders. With any luck, by the time you get there, the shooting should be over without more civilian casualties. F, sir, one of the 2 replies. F, Gerald, it shall be done, the other replies. The voices sounded incredibly similar to each other. Turned over to you, 2 and 3. Angel 1, return to Joker's hand for refit and refuel. F, sir, moving now. We will speak again in due time, Captain. Stay out of trouble until then. Gerald closes before the largest of the armors turns and leaves the combat area. XXX. September 26 CE 71, 2110 hours UTC. Star Admiral, Khan, we are now neutralized inertia, ready to cut into tactical engine settings and close up to the melee. Time to arrival. Wayne asks the radio lapel mic he now wore almost permanently. 3 hours at 4-minute burn. Looks like the Earth Alliance will beat us to the operations zone by 2 hours. 3 hours silent run, Wayne grumps. He wanted to just close on them at full burn, but in so doing he ran the risk of blowing the engines on them and assuredly would overshoot the target zone. Okay, here's the operational plan, he begins but is cut off by Kagalai. 3 hours? That's how close we are? She asks, almost shocked. In point of fact, attention all hands, this is Commander Ward. We expect we will meet battle in 3 hours. All personnel are to be readied for battle, defensive and offensive, in 60 minutes. At that time we will go to Condition 2, and will upgrade to Condition 1 in 120 minutes. That is all. Wayne clears his throat. The formation is going to sweep through here, and Wayne indicates the sparsely defended gap between the rearguard ships and the Jachindu fortress itself. The Mjir will plow through and keep going, coming back on the enemy far flank and trapping them between the 2 halves of our forces. Mjir will be supported by the Aero fighters. The 6 escort monitors will hit here, on the near side of the ZAFT formation, giving the mobile suits and mobile armors the best possible anti-shipping arsenal. The 3 ships will strike here, the left rear flank of the Earth Alliance forces, and for that I will assign you Diamond Element, a unit of hard-hitting mobile armors, give you better odds against the large amount of Earth Alliance ships in your package. Your fighters, are they really going to be enough to defend them, Mjir? It is a very big target, Muru asks fairly. Oh yes, the amount of fighters still in service in the fleet is more than enough to go end-to-end on every military installation in North America and have striking power to spare. The Mjir will live to fight another day. It is the next battle or 2 that I concern over, unless we can force the issue in neutral terms. Oh, Muru replies in kind. Okay, assuming that we can knock out their fleets, then what? ZAFT's defensive position is still too hard to crack ourselves. Muru's sentence trails off when she sees the look from the largest person in the room, and possibly the largest person she had ever seen. That he was a Marine was a no-brainer. The whole purpose of the Mjir getting this close to Jachindu is to punch a large hole in the entry/exit locks so we can enter and clear. A new Gundam will sweep the facility of mobile suits and blow us enough entries to get inside, then the Marines take the place meter by meter by meter until there is no resistance or the enemy has surrendered. Or both. Carlos Michaels was the epitome of the Marines on the Mjr, deadly serious, no bullshit, a master of his trade and an aggressive one at that. Muru did not like the rumors she kept hearing of this being an assault marine formation, though the official roles did not list it as such. She really didn't like the Mjr or its bloody purpose at all, but better the devil without a cause than the demon spawn with their own idea of righteousness that would kill everyone in the Earth's sphere for no apparent gain. Better the devils without a cause, she repeats mentally, not realizing that Calamira was looking at her for a reason. Con, sensors, massive phase shift energy anomaly detected from area nearby Jachindu. The radar room reports over the radios, which Wayne's radio picked up. Oh my gods, Calamira half shouts. Without any form of pretense, she ripped the lapel microphone from Wayne's shirt and activated it. Helm, hard left, full combat burn for 2 minutes, aim towards Saturn and put your foot down. Before anything was said, the ship began shifting as Willie did exactly as ordered. Con, sensors. Massive nuclear anomaly detected, far side of Jachindu. Estimate yield 300 megatons. Con, observations, there's a biggest beam of something emanating from the large device on the far side of Jachindu. Estimate impacting now on the Earth Alliance fleet, closest point of approach 7-5-0-1000 kilometers to starboard. Thanks, Cal, even if we weren't all that close to it, Wayne says. Helm, Con, return to base course and reduce to equivalent of 4 minutes cruising burn. Good reactions, Chief Warrant, he concludes so as to not make it look like Calamira had overstepped her bounds. You too, Calamira, Wayne adds after killing his radio transmit. Con, Helm, Willie replies immediately. The ship stops accelerating, begins decelerating, and shifted back towards its original heading within 30 seconds, though completely correcting would take as much as 3 minutes. Talk to me, AI, Wayne orders. Analyzing now, 30 seconds, even while said, a holographic projection of the device in question came up over the table that they were plotting the battle on, and even still the device was plotted on the map itself. A separate wall projection showed the beam in transit, and how it chopped through a significant portion of the Earth Alliance fleet, along with analysis of what the beam appeared to kill frame by frame. Preemptive strike, hoping they would scratch the nuclear assets of the Earth Alliance fleet before they got close enough, Star Commodore Jin Kojima comments as one possible to why ZAFT fired so soon. Best guess, sir, this is a focused gamma-ray laser system that turns the uncontrolled chaos of a nuclear weapon into a very large laser. Very large and very irresistible laser, the AI entity tells them after the display concludes. An elegant solution to nuclear warfare. ZAFT sure does love their one-upmanship, Gerald grumps sourly. Gerald did not realize that in so saying he had halfway pissed off Lakis, who was not in a good mood regardless since her favorite hero had gone missing the day prior. Gerald has a sneaking suspicion what happened to said hero, but was not going to dig on the issue since he really didn't care what happened to it one way or the other. This weapon has increased tactical flexibility owing to the fact that it is focused, not a radial nuclear blast like normal, the AI declares in analysis. It does appear to have one major problem, however, the holosum of the object highlights the small object in front of the barrel of the device. This mirror cannot be made to withstand repeated blasts, apparently, so it is designed replaceable. My best estimate on turnaround time would be 2 hours given our technology and training, assuming ZAFT elite troops handling the weapon I estimate 3 hours minimum, more likely 4. Mirror is too hot to touch, even with hardened machine claws, Galaxy Commander Rico says almost nonchalantly. There's our Achilles heel, boss man, deny them the mirrors and the weapon is not a weapon, it's decoration. Actually, I think otherwise, Gerald replies. AI, what's the numbers on an unfocused shotgun-style blast? Worst case it, assuming ZAFT gets so freaking desperate they're willing to kill off their own fleet as well as the EA and us. From dead stop, we can probably get the ships out of the way of an unfocused blast, or move far enough away that the weapon won't cause enough damage unfocused to completely kill the ship. The smaller escort monitors are more than capable enough to escape the blast, as well as any MS or MA when forewarned. They would do a good job killing their own fleet and the EA, but that is it. Regardless, this gradient shows damage potential, with a damage drop-off due to loss of focus that makes it effectively a non-weapon outside of 150 hexes, and a path width at that range of 320 hexes. The gradient shown told enough of a tale. An unfocused blast would kill the entire ZAFT and Earth Alliance fleets in one omnicidal stroke, and caught flatfoot would also kill off anything in the Magi fleet under 3,500,000 tons at the expected combat ranges, essentially, everything except the Mjir itself. The gradient had been superimposed over their battle plans, which also gave credence to Andrew Waldfeld's comment, "We have to do this fast before the chairman gets any crazier," he says. "We have overlooked one thing," Gerald begins. "A weapon like this is great for standoff fire. AI, numbers on using against Earth Alliance lunar bases, Artemis, and possibly Terra, please." One thing that had captivated the whole of the 3 ships above and beyond the existence of real powerful, AI entities was how Magi always treated them like real people, even if as subordinates. This platform can range to Ptolemais, but not the other lunar bases known to us or ZAFT. The weapon has a clear line of sight to Artemis, but at the expected range and total surface area of Artemis versus beam spread, less than 30% of the weapon total energy output would reach the Eurasian military station. It is theoretically possible that Artemis may survive such an attack, given its powerful defensive measures. When used against Terra, however, this weapon is literally the gun pointed at the head of the world. That sounds pleasant, Captain Ramius says coldly. The AI continues her briefing. As a strategic bargaining chip, this weapon is terrifying in potential. In terms of direct striking power, the weapon is overkill if shot at the surface of the planet, literally 100 times more powerful than what would be needed to kill off anything on the surface that was targeted, given the raw damage potential would not spread more than 4 times the width of the beam impact cross-section, best case 500 km radius from center of targeted zone. The major problems come in the form of immense amounts of fallout generated by the weapon striking the planet's surface, with possible contamination of a 7,500 km radius downwind pattern and at least 2,500 km upwind, with rapidly lethal does at half those ranges. What else? Gerald asks, sensing the AI was holding something back. Repeated blasts targeted on the same area have the potential to breach the crust. In as short a time span as 96 hours, assuming maximum fire rate and the political will to do it. Oh shit, Galaxy Commander Rico says. Talk about making the cradle of humanity completely uninhabitable, they do that and it will kill everyone else on planet not already dead from fallout or the direct blasts. No shit, Galaxy Commander, Gerald replies sharply. All right, I want solutions to completely strip this damnable device out of play. Strangely, the room was silent for 15 seconds, as the various officers in the room looked between each other for something resembling support. I have an idea, but I cannot discuss it openly. Hey. Wayne asks. Orders from the DCT, boss man. You, me, Calamira only. Right, Wayne replies. The division commander Tech Strikers was the guy who signed the Star Admiral's paychecks, and when necessary, death warrants. An old hand, and a ruthless Durgan soldier as was the Emperor in millennia past, he was on everyone's do not fuck with list, therefore if he said certain people only he meant it. All right, everyone but the aforementioned, please take 15. I'll call ahead and have the sniper bar and grill forewarned you are coming, and to charge it back to my account. Wayne figured if he had to tell them off, he would do so in a generally polite fashion. Free food and coffee helped there. The AI handled that part immediately for Wayne, and informed him it was done. It was very reluctant on everyone's part, but in less than 30 seconds the 3 remaining in the room were it, not including the AI entity that naturally heard everything on the ship except telepathic conversations. Talk to me, Gerald. What's the big hullabaloo about? There is a nest team on the ship. What the fuck? Wayne asks immediately and sharply. Since when have I had a nuclear elite strike team on this ship? On whose authority? And why wasn't I informed? Hey, Chief, not my call. I was ordered by Division Commander Cecilius to keep it quiet unless the team was needed. They're tech strikers, not full commandos, so technically they fall under your authority. They've been here 1 tour longer than I have, and 2 tours less than Calamira. Okay, I'll leave aside the concealing of such information at this time, since it was above you. I take it they are all certified for full deploy. Wayne asks, meaning that they had the necessary rights and responsibilities to deploy their nuclear payloads. Gerald replies immediately. Look, I don't like this thought any more than you do, but a 500 megaton antimatter warhead should turn ZAFT's big nuclear squeak toy into scrap. What parts of it actually survive such a blast? Without their nuclear option and their fleets brought to heel, ZAFT will have little choice but to belly up to the negotiating table, along with the Earth Alliance and the neutral parties. I don't like the thought of using an antimatter bomb to end the war, but we can end it right here and right now if we do this right. I concur, Calamira adds. If you take down all the military options available to them, and present serious threat of eradicating their military infrastructure, they will take clear notice and start playing nice. The alternative for them, we annihilate their military forces, will eradicate their ability to pacify their respective populations, and neither side will do something that's stupid. Makes sense, Wayne replies. He knew the 2 sides were a step or 2 past clinically insane if they thought nuking each other was the only way out, but they still had to retain a small semblance of logic about the matter. If they were undercut by civilian coup aimed at the government, there would be no nuking the other side and there would be no surviving the lynch mobs, a lose-lose scenario. AI, your opinion? Concur 100%, Star Admiral. This is the best way out for everyone, when combined with our plan to take their forces down conventionally. Very well, summon the nest team here. We will go over operational concepts and plan an attack. We will keep them Jair's nuclear capability secret for now. Gerald picked up a growler phone. The following personnel are to report to the bridge briefing room immediately: Star Colonel Telos, Star Colonel Gars, Star Colonel Tim Meridias, Star Captain Elena Waterley, Star Captain Nikolai. Existence forgive us all, Kalamira says reverently. To end a nuclear war before it gets real messy, we must participate in said war. Scylla, Wayne, and Gerald reply immediately to Kalamira's proclamation. Star Admiral, estimate readiness for ZAFT superweapon at 5 hours, given what is going on in the area of the weapon. We have a 2-hour window to bring them down, the AI unit makes note of. XXX. September 27 CE 71, 0025 hours UTC. I vote we use Genesis on their moon base, just eradicate it completely, one of Isaac's subordinates declares coldly. All they are is scum of the earth, we're better than them and they know it. Yet. Another of the greenhorns under his command replies. Sir? Something wrong? Shiho asks in the silence. Isaac usually ripped the recruits up one side and down the other for being overtly racist. Isaac himself was a bit of a superiority freak, but he was far smarter than to allow his hatred to cloud his judgment, especially after seeing what one ship and one mobile armor had done to 3 of the best ZAFT warships and their mobile forces. There were real demons out there, somewhere, and the unit number on the mobile armor, a 0 enshrouded by very ornate angel wings, was symbolic of something very nasty, he just knew it. The hell of it was, his subordinates were right. The Earth Alliance really had become scum of the Earth since the nuclear attack on Boaz. It looked like there was no Earth Alliance anymore except in name, all the shots were being called by the terrorists, Blue Cosmos, and the like. It was almost disgusting, but far from unexpected. There just was no stopping these terrorists, and Genesis may be the only solution, as deplorable as it seemed to him. No, no. I can't think that, damn it. Isaac rebukes himself loudly. We are better than they are, we will do better than they have done to us, and we will still win, clear. Understood, sir. The subordinate that had just made the suggestion replies. Commander Isaac, I have a question, Jowl 9 asks in the silence after he gave them the obligatory chewing. The formation was standing by for orders to move in and engage, as a reserve force as well as a final guard to prevent a nuclear attack against the plants. It reduced coverage at the front, but as the chairman had said, if they struck the plants it was all over. Ask, Isaac orders curtly. He expected questions, because most of his team had less than 4 battles to their name they needed to learn and learn fast, and Isaac was a veteran of chasing the damned legged ship around Earth, making him a prime instructor. Why does it feel like something big and scary is heading right for us? Hey! If there was one lesson that Isaac had picked up about his subordinates, one of them could understand, sense, feel his way through problems almost as fast as Isaac could. And he could dodge or deflect shots taken at his sides almost instinctively, never mind facing off against foes directly in front of him. I feel it as well, the silent one of Isaac's team says, revealing she had the same talent, hopefully. Massive presence, thousands of people, and they ain't happy. Somewhere over. Her GUAIZ points towards L4. Coming from that area was a group of ships that somehow, nobody had noticed prior, until the 2 of them had mentioned it. Oh, holy shit, Isaac moans immediately after seeing the dreaded white and very ghastly mobile armor, as well as the warship that had sunk his prior assigned ship Vesalius. Command, Jowl Team, Jowl 1 reporting I have contact with the forces encountered outside Mendel, and there is a hell of a lot more of them than we initially guessed. Jowl 1, Chairman Zayla, I am listening, Patrick Zayla replies immediately. Chairman, I show 2 of the Flame Eater class ships, 4 ships very similar to the Flame Eaters, the Archangel, the Eternal, and an Orbizumo class ship, arrayed in an oblate hexagonal forward guard formation with something else behind it. I'm maneuvering now to get a better look at the flanks of the formation. The renegade ships from Orb, Zayla replies. Get me a total count on their mobile forces, we'll plan on intercepting them in close. And try to get an estimate on that last unit behind the forward screen. Command, Jowl 6 reporting 20 large mobile armors are visible at this time, interspersed with the warships forward and behind them, Shiho says. Commander Jowl is moving laterally to get a depth check and investigate the last ship. Isaac had moved laterally, technically toward the Earth Alliance lines but still well away from them, all the time keeping an eye on the approaching fleet. It was the work of a minute before he could see a good, clear angle to the ship that was trailing behind. Oh, good God, I was right. I hate it when I am right. I hate it. Sir? Shiho asks. It's big. Very big. Bigger than Jachindu, definitely bigger than Genesis. Barely a pause as he changed radio bands. Command, that last ship is a massive warship armed to the teeth and apparently set up to be the carrier for the smaller ships as well as a huge gun platform of its own right. Warning, fleet is on a headlong charge for our lines at this time, danger close, estimate 4 minutes to contact. Roger that, Jowl 1, move to and intercept, we are redirecting other forces to join you at this time. Do not allow them to interpose their ships between Jachindu and the fleet. Honestly, I don't think there is much we can do to stop that, Isaac grumbles. Jowl team, form up and prepare to intercept unidentified fleet. Shiho, you have second squadron. Try and avoid getting massacred, these guys are at least as good as we are, and their mobile units aren't the pussy weapons the Earth Alliance uses. Roger that, Commander, Shiho says. Sir, our ships are turning towards to engage. I get the feeling this is not going to end well, Jowl 15, the silent one, says warily. Jowl team, move out. Isaac's last was cut off by the sound of an electric guitar? What the hell is this? Can anyone hear me? He asks on several different frequencies that ZAFT used. Isaac began to have an even worse sinking feeling than prior. Fighting these crazy mothers with the badass ships was one thing, doing it completely unable to coordinate was guaranteed suicide. Sir. Shiho CGUE deep arms had drifted extremely close. Can you hear me? I can now. Give me a moment. Isaac broke out the keyboard for his machine and tapped out a short burst tactical text message to the rest of his team requesting they reply immediately. He received replies within 10 seconds from each. He then text messaged that they coordinate with the messages, and to move out. As the nature of the song kicked in, the sound of the really heavy metal he almost expected, the ZAFT warships opened fire on the approaching fleet. One of the beams even struck the approaching ships on the nose, causing no notable damage to it and certainly not sinking it. For what we are about to receive. Shiho mutters as the enemy ships return fire with a totally different collection of weapon types, of beam, ballistic and even missile weapons, all to the sound of metal lyrics that ran chills up and down Isaac's spine, especially when he remembered someone in that fleet had a reverence for rather violent angels. A force of light, an angel, my ass, Isaac mutters over the continuing song while typing out a tactical message to his team. He did have to admit it was a catchy song, though, and not all that discordant with the battle. X. In position, the flight controller declares. Enemy laser designators detected by all 6 monitors, sir, the sensors controller declares. Power spikes, they're firing. The beam cannons fired at the fleet mostly missed, belying ZAFT's uneven gunnery skills. One shot hit, however, Montgomery took a hit, port forward. Minor damage, no critical. Continuing mission. All ships return fire, flight control launch remaining mobile armors, Wayne orders as the song starts into the first verses. The ship shuddered slightly as the first of the mobile armors were deployed to the truly haunting lyrics of the first band Wayne had ever considered a real match for Nightwish. Descending angelic force we may be, Wayne mutters to himself, repeating the lyrics of the last verse aired as the Dendrobium units surge forward, the first line of defense in any Magi fleet action. 89 mobile armors, out of 200, Wayne spat his contempt for the mobile dolls that had cursed him to this location and battle. All mobile armor elements launch immediately. Diamond element to assist the 3 ships in taking down the Earth Alliance. All other elements are to attack ZAFT forces. Acknowledge my last, the flight boss orders. Spade acknowledges. Diamond copies. Club is in. Hearts hears that. Red element copies your last. Black element is in. Gambler is ready. Dice is rollin' out now. Wayne could see the hesitation in the enemy ranks on both sides as the remaining mobile armors launched from them. Wayne was deliberately holding 2 classes of assets back, 3, if a commander differentiated between Gundams and mobile suits, giving his ship the potential for excellent mobile reinforcement if things got too hot out and about when he pulled the stunts he was about to pull. After starting with potentially 2 full, small, galaxies of fighters, he now had barely 1 and a few leftovers, but the striking power of 1 galaxy of fighters was still insanely high, and, when needed, he would deliver that message to them. Sir, enemy forces are picking up fire volume, sensors reports. Break it up, execute Go Code Alpha, Wayne orders. A Go Code was a command to begin a certain plan or phase of a plan, allowing for flexibility on the part of the operation pace and as necessary backup plans. Wayne had 6 Go Codes established for this operation, the 6th being a fallback plan in case something went horridly wrong. There would be little chance of that, but preparedness had saved many a Magi fleet from annihilation in the end and Wayne did not intend that to change. All forces, Go Code Alpha, execute, execute, execute. Things began moving with a heightened pace as the lyrics "The Hunter, the Thunder, the Wrath of Heaven's Coming Down" echoed through the first chorus. Already the disorganization of losing radio communications was showing in the whole enemy action, as some of the forces had disengaged and pulled back from each other, and others were fighting wildly, blindly, missing opportunities to exploit mistakes in the enemy forces. The confusion only became worse as the Magi formation broke up. The monitors headed pretty much straight in for the ZAFT lines with the bulk of the mobile armors, the 3 ships and a separate unit of mobile armors headed into the Earth Alliance forces. Our turn, Commander Ward, Wayne orders. Helm, con, brake left and apply reverse thrusters. Take us down Causeway Bravo, Don't scrape the ship's side on Jachindu, clear. Commander Ward relays to Willy after reviewing the potential movement plans in the holo projector. Sensors, Con, are we losing sensor effectiveness? Some, we've still got enough power to burn through the enjammers, the sensors controller orders. Con, engineering, we're losing engine power at the rate of 0.5% per hex approach to the battle, the captain of engineering says unbidden. Freaking great. Estimate max power loss and compensate for it, Commander Ward replies crassly. Sir, dual-stage fusion engines, we could lose half our engine power and still have more power than we did prior to the upgrade, the captain of engineering replies. Con, Helm, I am in Causeway Bravo, estimate 1 minute to point Alpha, Willy says. Helm, Con, Commander Ward replies. Weapons, Con, do you have solutions? Af, Commander, solutions up and down the sides with capital weapons at long range. Permission to deploy. Commander Ward looks to the Star Admiral, who in turn nods. Fire at will, he orders after a moment. Whereas the catapults for the mobile armors had caused the ship to shudder somewhat, the bark of tens of naval particle cannons and launch of scores of missiles from the ship caused just as violent a shaking across the ship. The Mjir did have side-mounted autocannons, but said guns were of a shorter accurate range bracket than the lasers and missiles and did not yet fire. The entire front weapons arc itself was silent, as driving between the rear of the ZAFT fleet and the front of Jachindu did not thus far present any targets, likewise for the rear arc and most of the left side. Some of the missiles were teleoperated missiles, meaning the gunners for those weapons were to play a hellish game of demolition derby with the missiles by crashing them into the enemy ships. Bets were always on between missile batteries as to who could drive a missile into the bridge of an enemy warship, if it had an exposed bridge. Even the standard class launchers, particularly the multi-purpose AR-10 launchers, were themselves in on the action, their self-guiding missiles targeted on the individual mobile suits to bring down the possible major threat to the mobile armors. Star Admiral Centura watched the sensor plots as the first waves of missiles went outbound, some aimed at mobile suits, others aimed at the ships. The returns became clouded as the missiles detonated, in many cases throwing chunks of the targets in multiple directions that began generating false returns for the sensor teams to sort through. The damage to the ships would be no worse, most likely less than the damage from the naval particle cannons and naval lasers the ship used in profusion, but the sight of the massive capital-grade missiles bearing down on the ships and mobile suits itself would be a pure morale crusher. Forward of the ship, an intrepid Laurasia class had decided it wanted to try and stop the far larger Phalanx class charging it down, leading to the response from the Mjir of the 6 heavy naval PPCs and 4 heavy naval Gauss rifles, as batteries of lasers aimed in different directions to fire on either the Jachindu fortress itself or other ships not directly challenging the Mjir. Approaching formations of mobile suits triggered the point defense grid on the Mjir, the longest range weapons being the eponymous ER large laser installed expressly as an anti-fighter and anti-MS armament. As the distance closed between the Mjir and the mobile forces, more of the dreaded anti-fighter armaments came into play, primarily the vast arrays of large pulse lasers, 4 lasers to a bay, over a dozen bays total. Gauss rifles and streak long-range missiles, too, also struck out to long range, with medium pulse lasers and 105mm rotary autocannons for close-in defense. The arsenal for anti-fighter defense itself was unlike anything else in the present Earth sphere, in the employ of any force, yet surely they knew of Magi anti-fighter capability due to their battle with the Absinthe. The Star Admiral had to remind himself that ZAFT eagerness to close with the ship was based on the sad belief that taking down a warship was easy for a mobile suit. Nothing at all could be farther from the truth when discussing Magi warships. Sir, this can't be right. Zhao 11 half shouts, having drifted close enough that her radio bled over the music. Can't they see we're the ones being attacked? I don't think they care, Isaac replies stolidly. He types out a tactical flash for all forces to spread out and attack in pairs. Given that he was probably ZAFT's most senior pilot remaining in service nowadays, with the possible exception of Commander L.E. Cruzet, whom he did not trust anymore for some reason, a lot of the mobile forces took heed of his advice. Oh shit, no way, they just launched another 60-70 of those massive things and a lot of those are huge. Wait a second, is that some kind of massive mobile armor or is that a ship? Shiho asks in clear dismay. Spread out, now. Isaac orders to his entire team, since the mobile armors and the smaller warships were changing vector practically straight for his team and the flank of the ZAFT teams. The fire coming from the enemy warships only became more intense as the range gap closed, until all at once the unrecognized warship headed practically straight for Isaac's team let loose with its whole forward-facing capital arsenal in one swift stroke. Crimson lasers, the azure streaks of some before-unseen energy weapon combined with the sight of tracers in capital-scale machine cannon volleys and the characteristic swirl groove pattern of magnetic slugs passed by his Gundam, clearly aimed through his team's formation and at the warships behind. Never had Isaac seen such a frightening sight as a heavy gun destroyer take down 2 Laurasia-class ships in one volley. Seeing it firsthand, as one began drifting helplessly as the other started spinning along its yaw axis due to venting fuel bunkers, was immensely terrifying to the veteran of repeated battles with the Archangel. The Archangel had only ever struck down 2 ships of ZAFT, 1 submarine on the surface and 1 of Waltfeld's land battleships, and this ship in 1 stroke had outdid it. Isaac noticed that already 3 of his team had fallen way back, apparently not intent on remaining close to the advancing wall of mobile armor and ships. For good reason, as far as he could tell, as he had watched 1 ship spin and another become hopelessly crippled, the mobile armors had opened fire themselves on the MS forces and in a few cases against the ZAFT warships. As he refocused he found himself cringing as a wall of missiles from a mobile armor larger than the Mobius units coming in for his formation, those aimed at himself he was able to intercept with Vulcans, but the missiles were just a precursor to the actual units. One enemy unit in particular forced the issue on Isaac, a massive machine that looked like a triangular-shaped hunk of metal with 2 large, spindly claws coming from its base. A beam missed close to his left, though the pilot of the mobile armor closing rapidly on him seemed less concerned with hitting him than hurting the duel, somewhere. Isaac shifted toward the line of fire instead of away, coming up with a split-second plan at the last moment to attempt to saber the enemy machine even as he returned fire with the Shiva railgun on his machine. A last shot was fired at close range, this one did not miss and Isaac blocked most of it with his shield as the armor passed underneath him just barely. An outstretched hand locked onto the eye slit and dragged him along for the ride as the enemy machine accelerated, faster and faster. It was a serious strain on his machine to pull loose a beam saber and drive it into the top of the enemy armor, only to find that the armor on the enemy machine resisted the beam for almost 10 seconds, a 10-second interval that gripped at Isaac's heart in dread that they were resistant or immune to beam weapons. Once it finally cooked through the armor and into vital components, Isaac breathed easy as almost immediately the engines cut out and the armor shook violently from an ammunition explosion inside the craft, then nothing more as it began a lazy roll and yaw that made no sense if it was still piloted. Got one. Isaac half shouts, now glad he had the proof that the enemy was not indestructible. Who's next? I shall be, a voice of a lady tells his mind directly. Isaac turned his machine to face where he thought he heard the voice from, and indeed there was another enemy unit gunning for him. This unit, also a mobile armor about 3 times larger than his mobile suit, had the shape of some old hat from Earth he had seen in history books long ago, with a pair of big-ass engines strapped onto the bottom of it. And a pair of warship-grade beam cannons to make it an actual weapon platform. And here's for the try. Isaac half shouts before firing a beam at her. The hell of it was, he thought he had her defeated in 1 stroke, but just before he snapped the trigger, her armor moved aside and the beam missed wide to port of the target. What the fuck? He saw the glow of something launching from the rear of the armor, several somethings, but the darkness of space and several battles in his area made visually tracking them impossible. Until the fire started coming in. Isaac dodged 1, 2, blocked a 3rd, 4th, but his luck ran out in less than a second with the strike of 4 beams on his machine, left leg, left hip, right arm, severing it in the process, and the rear lower torso, just next to the cockpit. 2 seconds later his Gundam was struck again, this time blowing the shoulder weapons and armor apart as well as several upper torso hits that knocked out his ability to fight at all. It was not long before the rest of his team messaged him with the same problem, their units were heavily damaged and some of them had been outright killed by the enemy. One goddamned mobile armor took out a whole team? This is insane. Insane is believing you can win a nuclear war, pilot. This is just battle. What the hell is this? How can you talk to my mind? Isaac asks, though it did not go out on the radio. Humanity has no pinnacle, much as you are wont to believe otherwise. Many simply have different traits and skills compared to others, and mine is the ability to read minds and sense attackers. I will leave you to wallow in that truth for now. Isaac could clearly see the collection of remote weapons draw back into the armor, and it was off toward the warships. Given he was defeated but not dead, Isaac simply watched the progressing battle as the smaller warships moved past the defeated Jowl team, and in the distance he watched the large warship, identified as Mjolnir, Thor's hammer as Isaac knew of old mythology, begin a turn toward Jachindu. Still alive, sir? Shiho asks by radio, her deep arms unit having lost both arms, a leg, a head, and most of its upper torso to weapons fire. I am lucky, but now there is no stopping them, Isaac grumbles. Who the fuck are they? I don't know, Commander, but we'll find out soon enough, Shiho replies. X. Beginning the combat turn at Point Alpha, Willie informs Commander Ward as the ship begins rotating while still headed in the general direction of the enemy nuclear laser. Sir, shall I deploy railguns? Just one, Commander Ward replies. Since the heavy naval railguns were themselves a fixed weapon, they had to be aimed by aiming the whole ship at the target. Fire on valid solution, target the lower MS access bunker door. The guns had been armed prior to the commencement of shooting, given they knew this was going to be done. Standing by, almost rotated to point, Willie says. Firing, 3, 2, 1, now. The portside naval railgun fired its first shot in anger in over 2 millennia, deploying a 5-ton ultra-dense long-rod penetrator on a perfect ballistic arc right into the lower bunker door to Jachindu. After a 10-second flight time, the slug struck and blew through the concrete portal, caving the whole door structure in and causing a ripple stress fracturing of the rock in every direction from the door. With just one shot, the way into Jachindu was open. Go code Bravo, launch Marines, launch mobile suits, go go go. The flight boss orders immediately after seeing the lower gate blown through. In the moments thereafter, the ship shuddered to the impacts of catapults launching the transport shuttles of Marines, which would be the Astral Chinook landing craft. Each LC carried a full star of Marines in speed and relative comfort, though in terms of defense they were only average and lacked any serious weapons beyond a pair of medium lasers, hardly a threat to a unit of mobile suits. As the ship continued to drift toward Genesis, the rear of the ship got into shooting at the backs of the ZAFT fleet while the Mjira rotated. Even facing completely away from the ZAFT ships, there was no denying the awesome striking power of the Mjira and its crew, especially in the art of intercepting enemy fighters in mobile suits. You do realize we just effectively mooned the enemies, right? Commander Ward asks the Star Admiral with a bit of grim humor to tone. Oh yes, and watching the rear camera, a previously damaged enemy ship was finished off by 2 bays worth of naval particle cannons. Scoring impressive amount of kills even while doing something as crazy as that. They will learn to fear even the ass of our ship. Wayne says with just the right evil intonation to cause those around him to either giggle maniacally or laugh hysterically. Con, damage report, Wayne orders. Sir, less than 2% damage total to ship's hull. We can do this several times without hazard of blow-through, Commander Ward replies. You know what it takes to bring one of these ships down, boss, a lot more guns than ZAFT has. In point of fact, the Negaverse called the Phalanx-class ships Old Ironsides, in respect to their age and how much punishment one ship could take. When the weakest part of the ship's armor, the rear armor, required 100 shots from the largest naval Gauss rifles or 1,000 shots from a high-power beam rifle to defeat, and the front of the ship carried half more armor than the rear, killing a Phalanx-class ship took a very large effort. On the other hand, Negaverse warships had that kind of firepower in spades. Amazing, Kalamira replies. The great strength of the Magi, the defense, is the undoing of ZAFT. Explain how, if you will. Wayne wanted to hear her logic on the battle. The only way ZAFT can stop us is by focusing solely on us, ignoring everything else including our monitors and mobile armors. They can't do that, or they would get shot up by the Earth Alliance and our forces. Lose-lose. Wayne was silent for a moment. I take it you didn't intend that, Commander Ward notes. Not at all, Wayne replies. I was just planning on hitting them fast and plowing through, nothing much else. This may make things harder on me at the negotiating table. If they feel they could not have won, they may continue to see us as far too powerful to trust. That could be a problem, Kalamira replies. Command, arriving at Point Charlie in 10 seconds, Willie declares from the helm station. Roger that, prepare to stomp on it and slow the ship down, Commander Ward warns the helmsman. Give me a full stoppie, Willie, Star Admiral Centura orders. At Point Charlie, the Mjira applied maximum combat thrust on the engines, with an ETA of 3 minutes 20 seconds to completely neutralize their momentum, and oh, by the way, such a deceleration perfectly aligned the ship with the reserve mirrors for the ZAFT superweapon that were even now being pushed into place. Con, helm, we are at a dead stop, sir. Con, sensors, replacement mirror 80% aligned for next shot, the sensors controller declares. Flight control, launch Dominion under Go Code Whiskey, Wayne says. Commander Ward, you have the con. I am heading out to assist the Dominion. F, Star Admiral, I have the con. Flight control, have the Star Admiral's Gundam pre-flight and waiting hot for him. XXX. September 27 CE 71, 0035 hours UTC. Big sucker, Elisa notes, referring to the space fortress that ZAFT had carved out of an asteroid and put in a final defensive position around the plants. Well, next time our chauffeur needs to launch us sooner so we don't have a huge ass approach march, the pilot replies sourly. Oh, well, Elisa grumps. At least the enemy fire is minimal. That is a bonus, the co-pilot replies. What fortress guns were still active after the Mjira passed by were being seen to by the mobile suits and mobile armors. Though reasonably capable of intercepting mobile suits, the guns could not stop the mobile armors that had eye fields to defend themselves with, making the battle extremely one-sided. And a unit such as a Big Zam carried enough weapons to cause extreme amounts of damage to a piece of rock in one salvo. Take her in, Elisa requests before turning to head back into the crew compartment. All right everyone, listen up. Elisa orders roughly, which brought the humored banter among the other 24 Marines to silence in their landing craft. Ma'am. One of the other Marines replies, one not in her point. Her promotion to elite specialist had been iconic of the changing face of the Mjira and the crew, lending her a bit of respect from the rest of the Marines. This is the real deal, people. Most of us have seen combat in one way or another, trial by combat or pirate raiding, but this time around we have to act fast and take the controls for that super weapon or they cook the people on the planet below for dinner. This objective is strategic, you are not allowed to give them a break. Send M to hell unless they surrender. F, ma'am. The whole shuttle choruses in reply. 1 minute. The pilot shouts into the crew compartment. Hey, check out the new Gundam. Viewport 1 right now. Immediately, the Marines brought up the camera retransmit viewports attached to the landing craft, and sure enough one of the exceedingly rare new Gundam machines had blazed a trail into the interior of Jachindu over the deceased remnants of dozens of enemy mobile suits. Inside the fortress, the killing streak continued unabated, the fin funnels dancing back and forth to intercept MS and heavy concentrations of infantry as the Gundam itself blew open several access hatches into the interior of the base for the oncoming Marines. 30 seconds. The co-pilot shouts. Draw beam sabers. Helga shouts thereafter. Each Marine reached down between their legs to the bench they were seated on, where 4 infantry scale beam sabers were waiting for them. Most Marines carried hardpoints for 2, some of those who preferred close quarters battle had 4 or more hardpoints for the favored close quarters weapon. Each Marine had to draw his or her sabers at the last minute, as their armor could not power the sabers, therefore the weapons charged from the engine of the transport until deploy time. A few carried the traditional sword of the Magi, the short blade gladius, and even more carried more exotic close-range weapons such as pile bunkers, katana, or a flail. Lock and load. Elisa shouts. A cacophony of firearm bolts, belts, motors for 10mm Gatlings, missile arming pins, and the sinister sound of lasers pre-charging echoed throughout the craft. The last sounds heard were that of the 2 ion cannons in the unit charging up and Elisa drawing the bolt back on her armor sniper rifle. 15 seconds. Cut me free, bleed with me, oh no, one of the Marines from Third Point chants from the ancient and time-honored song 10th Man Down. One by one, we will fall, down, down, the rest of the cabin chants back, including Elisa. Some things were tradition beyond even which she would not walk away. Reciting lines of the remembrance relevant to the unit or lines of songs were favored, in this case lines of a song. The whole craft jolts once, twice, then the buzzer above the door begins blaring as the red light glows. In less than 3 full breaths, the door slides open and the light turns green. It's enter and clear. Helga shouts as she bolts to standing, her shield set forward as she charged through the door, the rest of her point in line immediately behind her. The first entry was mercifully clear, on the premise that it had been vented to space and the 2 guards that had been posted in there had died of exposure suffocation. They moved up to the first door that had sealed and came to a halt. Verify gas seal in the hallway, Helga requests. Verified, the landing craft has good seal. Close it up behind us, Elisa orders. Behind her, the breaching collar sealed shut and ejected from the craft, loosing the transport to return to the ship and if necessary pick up another star of Marines. Helga, breach this door. With pleasure, boss lady. Helga draws 2 of her beam sabers, lights them off, and stabs into the safety door high up. With a little bit of sawing action, she dragged the 2 beam swords downward to the ground, while Victoria used a saber up high to cut from her vertical cut on the left to the vertical slash on the right. Lastly, Helga brought her 2 beam sabers together at the bottom to complete cutting 2 meters of the door out in a rectangular formation. The remnant she shoved through with her shield, the severed plates clattering off the left wall as a full star of Marines, 25, marched into Jachindu. Knock knock, Victoria says mirthlessly, looking past her shield at a half-dozen ZAFT personnel armed with assault rifles and submachine guns. Author's chapter afterward. Oh holy crap, this took a lot more than I thought it did. I'm not going to say much in this afterword, as you can sense the battle coming along. More of that to come, for damn sure, as things get very bloody before they get better. All forms of battle will be explored or in depth in the next chapter, from the Marines in Jachindu all the way to the ship-to-ship combat outside. It will be messy, convoluted, maybe even confused. Stay tuned. For those of you who have been asking why the Magi place so much emphasis on psychological warfare, the logic and reason section below will give you an idea as well as some historical lessons on the matter. Many of you have asked about the Magi, what its core stats are and how it is armed. Look no further than the TRO section, which includes a brief history of the ship and a lot of note on how it is used by the Magi. Fear like you have never done so before. Let these stand as proof that there is a lot of history to the Magi, of the kind of twisted, gritty, cold, hard reality that would chew up Harry Potter and Star Trek and spit them out in pieces. Seriously, wizards hiding in plain sight from non-magic users? Aliens decided to give humans a major boost in damn near everything just because they look like they were up and coming? Bullshit, I say. The Magi clawed their way out of leftover Nazi fascism, taught themselves common wizardry, went to the stars on pure balls, and boobs as necessary, fought the gods to a standstill, beat the hell out of 4 other star empires for millennia, and still find time for their own pursuits and purposes. The only thing the Magi have been given over the years is ration after ration after ration of shit, and they aren't impressed by neighborhood bullies with nukes, self-righteous evolved purists clinging to fragile and underdefended colonies, or competently indecisive atoll countries whose claim to fame goes no farther than their borders and their untenable ideals. It is time for the Earth sphere to get the obligatory wake-up call and chug the necessary ration of coffee, because the universe itself is only open to those who have the balls, boobs, brains, and willpower to step out of the cradle and get on with it. You can tell I believe in equal opportunity for the ladies, no? Sorry for the rant, just felt like doing that after writing all this out. Next chapter, ZAFT, the Earth Alliance, and even the remnants of Orb learn fast why the Magi won the Star Empire Wars, and learn why Magi won't stand around and watch people nuke each other. After the shooting and the scaredowns are done, the silent battlefield demonstrates why genocide is a bad idea. There will be much blood and battle ahead. Review replies, multiple reviews from my last chapter, thank you one and all for the continuing ideas and motivation. W00T. Phrase remage, I think I will have to accentuate the Astray being the best of the mass pro units in the series, but I will also be accentuating the pilots as well. A good pilot in a lesser machine is still a very potent force in a battle, especially one as chaotic as this. Rick Roller, much thank you for the review, good to see I am doing well here. Wait a second, does this mean I just got Rick Rolled? Whoa, full stop. One village idiot, your vote is heard and actually agreed with. I liked the Astray series as much, if not more than Seed itself. I hope the intro section with Serpent Tail covers what you wanted to see. Gataman 41, I'll be working on getting the main Seed characters some action, if not in this next chapter then definitely in the next few chapters. They will be critical after the war, as you can guess. Azrael will have a rather bizarre fate, nothing like how he died in the first Joker's wild build. I have something special for him to come. 8 Yen of the West Wind, the shipboard movement was the move to start differentiating themselves as descended of the Magi but not completely Magi. Some of the crew see a lot more writing on the wall than the others. And, of course, I have an obligation to kill off as many of Leica's Harrow collection as possible. One small step for UC Harrow, one giant annoyance crushed for mankind. Nitol 4183, what you are referring to is the same thing a modern howitzer artillery piece does, fired flat, the shell moves flat, fired angled, the shell arcs. Howitzers replace bombards and carronades with a single dual artillery piece. Linear artillery may resemble a carronade in how it fires, but remember that if Earth Alliance doctrine wasn't so slapshot it would make an astounding artillery weapon. The gripe sheet, no gripes, no problem. Actually, I owe an extended shout out this chapter. Due to a communication error on my part, I ended up with 2 betas this time around, Strata Assassin, who is her own very accomplished author, and returning savior Necroblade. Thank you both for saving my kin on grammar and spelling and logic. Footnotes. 1 armor-piercing fin-stabilized discarding sabot, also called long-rod penetrators. These are the main anti-tank rounds used by main battle tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, easily capable of defeating a lot of armor with a very small but dense high-speed rod. 2 streak long-range missiles are designed to not fire unless guaranteed to hit. This prevents wasting ammo and generating heat without result. Logic and reason, psychological warfare and scare tactics. All of warfare is 2 components, physical and mental. The physical side I do not have to explain to you ladies and gentlemen, you have been training at it for over a year now. The mental aspect is my dominion, and soon shall it be your dominion as well. Listen well and heed my words, for when the enemy does not fear you, fear your existence and actions, you will have to fight twice harder to achieve the same goals, and fight twice more frequently to stave the enemy onslaught. Excerpt from Psychological Warfare Introduction Speech, Academy of Military Sciences, Kothel 010. Magi forces traditionally have viewed the mental aspects of war as equally critical as the physical aspects, sometimes more important than the physical considerations. Common wisdom holds that breaking the morale of an enemy is easier than breaking their bodies, or weapons or ships, therefore the pursuit of a mental campaign of combat is just as important to victory as is the blade, the firearm, or the mechanized units. Though all 6-star empires practice psychological warfare, the most thorough and generally accepted to be effective in this arena are the Magi. Magi forces break psychological warfare down into 6 components: reputation, classification, presence, willpower, distraction, deception. These are modified by the 3 principles of equipment, morale, and purpose. Reputation, we've been beating your ass for thousands of years, boy, what makes you think that's going to change? Reputation comes into play in several levels. Foremost is the reputation of the forces empire-wide, whereby any unit carries with it the baggage of the forerunners and comrades they serve with, and this can be a powerful motivator in and of itself. Simply stated, the exploits of the Tumen semi-translate to the subunits, and for persons having been defeated by an empire once to face those forces again lends a bit of fear to their actions and mindset. Not far behind in effect is the reputation of individual formations, of which the foes of an empire will pay close attention to which units are more effective and take note. The exploits of galaxies in the Magi Empire, just as one example, taking planet after planet of the other empires with suffering hardly a defeat or none at all presents an effect that a force commander will bid said galaxy to take a planet and the defenders will surrender outright, eschewing the inevitable destruction for just walking into the stockade alive. Lastly, and less frequently seen, is the reputation of aces, the best of the empires and the smaller governments or organizations. Despite the rarity of such stunning aces as Char Aznable, Anavel Gatto, Kamil Beaton, Garrod Ran, Kira Yamato, Hiro Yui, and innumerable names from the Star Empires, or more likely due to such rarities, even the name of an ace invoked in a battle can change the tide of the conflict drastically. The fear of going up against the best of the best is itself a raw weapon, one exploited many times throughout antiquity by the Star Empires, and even in some cases it was true, making the defeat even more complete and demoralizing. Classification: never take a pair of scout tanks to a battle mech fight. Conversely, never take a battle mech to a warship fight. And get the fuck out of there if someone says something about a mage and you're not capable of defending yourself against such attacks. Classification refers to the different types and correlations of units in combat in a given battle, and how they can affect that sinking feeling the opposing sides feel about each other. One of the major deciding factors of a battle among the Star Empires is not necessarily the numbers of troops, but the types of troops and where they are used. With so many different force types in operation at any given time, choosing where and when to use assets is likely the most crucial aspect of campaigns, as one blatant screw-up can literally destroy a campaign outright. As the old saying goes, there is a time and a place for everything, and warfare is no exception, such as the place for infantry not being wide open fields at the time of an enemy battle mech advance through that area. Conversely, it is not the time nor the place for battle mechs to storm a garrison city full of close-range tanks and battle armor infantry hiding in the buildings. Magi in particular are infamous for being one of the best, if not the best, in using the right men and machines for the right job at the right time. Open field battle? Battle mechs with aero fighter and artillery support, follow-on infantry and armor to mop up the fleeing few. City invasion? Infantry and urban assault tanks, with helicopter support. The list goes on. Using the right units for the job or, technically speaking, using better units than the enemy for the job can have extreme effects on the morale of the two sides in battle. In a forest engagement of tanks and infantry against battle mechs and infantry, the force with the battle mechs and infantry will generally have the psychological advantage unless the enemy outnumbers them or has higher quality armor than the enemy has high quality mech forces. Support forces such as air support, artillery, transport, and naval forces all correlate into the battle as well, provided one or both sides are intelligent enough to use them. Done properly, a significant show of tactics and force can break the morale of an enemy down in a huge hurry, as well as force outright surrender if the enemy is caught in a position they cannot retreat from. Presence: I don't know where the fuck they are, General. They're everywhere. They're nowhere. They're all around us. They ain't in this sector. We're getting slaughtered, we need backup now. Now God da FZZZZSSSST. Where one stands, where one does not stand, and where one makes the enemy think they do and do not stand is the presence that one shows. Commonly called maneuver warfare, presence is the way that armies can corner each other, force and deny options, and even scare the enemy into taking illogical or self-destructive actions. Heavily commented and thoroughly described by Sun Tzu long before the inception of any modern government or empire, it is a staple of the Star Empires and their conflicts. With the adoption of clan practices and traditions, maneuver lost some focus and strategy, but was quickly revived during the Star Empire Wars as the Negaverse in particular turned out to be easily panicked by their shadow when they thought the Magi were moving in non-direct ways, positioning for possible ambushes and to sever supply lines. In more than a few cases, the Magi were able to steamroll the core of an enemy formation by faking movements, feinting an attack in one direction and playing complacent in another, drawing the enemy sideways and then striking through the middle of their formation with them facing the wrong direction. Less than a century into the war, the Negaverse had to pull in their surviving few competent commanders to begin retraining the rest of their command staff to recognize Magi maneuvering for what it was. This changed the pace of the war to something more manageable for the Negaverse, though even with establishing high-power academies to train their troops, the Negaverse was never able to fully overcome the deceptive practices of the Magi. Some are wont to say that in the calm interim after the wars, the Negaverse have become the masters of maneuver, though this is hotly debated by every military analyst this side of podunk. Willpower: only by sheer force of steel balls or steel boobs in the case of you ladies can anything meaningful be won. If it is an easy victory, it is an ambush masquerading as a cakewalk. In the barracks, sharp banter and hearty boast are the order of the day, but out in the field, with lasers and missiles flying in both directions, willpower is the force that carries the battle forward. Though some would say that willpower is the last 10% that a troop has to give, it is more appropriately classified as the all that a soldier gives for his comrades and his country. An amalgam of discipline and morale, willpower is the drive a force is willing to apply to their purpose to achieve the objectives. The reason to will to do battle varies between the empires and independent states, though for Magi the answer is dead simple: Magi fight for everything. Raised from young to be independent and free-willed on every matter, guaranteed a wide margin of latitude by the Empire, the average multimage citizen cannot stomach the feudalistic ways of the Negaverse, the lesbian monarchy of the Illiaris, the drunken excessive bureaucracy of the Dark Moon, the outright dictatorial tyranny of the dynasty, the list goes on. Faced with losing everything they have known to outsiders they could never approve of, the Magi fight long and hard for every meter of ground and space they can, giving in only as an affair of honor dictates, and that rare enough. This sense of purpose, the knowledge that millions more rely on each soldier to do his or her part, drives and disciplines the massive army of the Magi through the worst of conflicts, honor their purpose, and force the enemy into realizing the faults of their ways. Strangely, this also applies to dealings with third parties. Magi will readily stand between an aggressor and their prey, with the implicit warning that the Magi have fought long and hard against foes more numerous and ferocious, and will not countenance blind pointless aggression or holocaust. Distraction: an enemy cannot function if you interfere with his inner workings. If you jam his radios, subunits cannot communicate. If you sever supply lines, they cannot make their machines run. If you intercept commanders, the operation becomes disarrayed. If you destroy transports, you deny those transports to them and you make impossible a retreat. Distracting an enemy from the main goal of his campaign or from the main operations you are running is a time-honored tradition to chop at the strength of the enemy in preparation to hammer their forces flat at a later time. By making unreliable the services and processes they rely on, you cripple morale, the flow of information, the maintenance of the units, and mostly the resolve of the enemy. Magi do not prefer such tactics to a straight-up victory over an untarnished foe, though wise commanders look past the ethos of glory and routinely employ such hardened tactics. Though far from the best at intelligence gathering, the Magi are some of the best in electronic warfare and signal intelligence, giving them easy mission kills in jamming the enemy radios and intercepting their mail. Many is the battle twisted from a sure defeat to a stunning victory because the foes of the Empire were unable to maneuver against the Magi without the Magi seeing through their ploys or jamming communications and throwing whole regiments into disarray. Supply raiding provides a double victory for the Magi, as stealing the enemy supply convoys denies those supplies to the enemy and allows them to the Magi. Armor snipers, widely feared and respected among all the empires, are specifically trained in the Magi to recognize command units and kill the commanding officers whenever possible. Intercepting or destroying transport methods is more rare than common among Magi formations, but is often used as a bargaining chip to force an enemy formation into reconsidering holding out or surrendering. In the employ of these tactics, the enemy frequently sees the peripheral symptoms for what they are, but very rarely if ever sees the central purpose of such otherwise dishonorable actions until the maneuver forces close in on the enemy from multiple directions and the commander is struck down mid-sentence by a sniper's round. Deception: don't think too hard, they're trying to get you to think like an Negaverse lord. Think like a goddamned pirate, that is what Magi act like some days. Another core tenet of Sun Tzu's legacy: deception is an integral part of modern warfare even when hiding is practically useless on the electronic battlefield. Deception is not simply relegated to hiding from the enemy, it is also making him think things are happening that are not necessarily happening. Allowing an enemy to think he is winning the war of maneuver by allowing him to take land you have staunchly defended for weeks, while moving your reserves into flanking positions and preparing minefields and artillery is deception in action, a feint and an ambush. A cunning commander can use multiple illusions at once, stage managing his forces and manipulating an enemy commander into positions that seem safe but are far from tenable when pressure is applied, with apparently disorganized strikes and retreats designed to funnel the enemy into kill zones prepared for the purpose. Magi completely refrain from deception when using trial by combat, but in other engagements deception is a powerful tool that every command officer trains on long and hard. Some of the best Magi commanders in the Star Empire Wars were literally proven to make their Negaverse, Illiaris, and especially Dark Moon counterpart commanders outright cry, go insane, become utterly paranoid, or suffer mental breakdown simply because they were harried to the point of collapse, never given to the straight battle but always one step behind the Magi forces and their unpredictable actions. The effect on the troops is far worse than on the command staff, as the outright fear of not knowing what the enemy truly intends, where they will strike next, eats at the soul and the will until some units literally rebelled or surrendered to Magi patrol teams. The Dark Moon generals even came up with a rule of thumb pertaining to this phenomenon: if the Magi commander is a card-sharp, actor, gamer, or historian, you will never get a straight fight out of them. If their commander is a pervert, drinker, glory hawk or trained in the Draconis combine, you may get a straight fight. If more than one of the above applies, assume the worst and double it. Equipment: he who has the most ammo and the best of the guns typically wins the battle, but when those Magi armored infantry get up in your face, all bets are off. Equipment can provide a major sway to the arc of the battle, and among the Star Empires this is no exception. The automatic assumption of many is that the side with the better units, guns, tanks, planes, etc., is typically better outfitted, though this is not the case. If all the guns are in the hands of a few soldiers and the rest languish with a simple rifle, 2 grenades, and half-empty magazines, the bulk of that force is not going to look favorably on any order to attack oncoming enemies. Conversely, a force that is small but has the best equipment their empire can afford to give them is also not necessarily in a position of supreme power over the battlefield, especially if they are on the wrong end of 10 to 1 odds and the enemy had equipment just good enough to get the job done. Striking a balance between capability and numbers is the respected position among all the star empires, though how this is accomplished is a major variable between them. The Magi, owing to their emperor having started life as a mercenary swordsman, typically put a lot of faith in the common foot soldier, and along with the faith goes a lot of the best capabilities. Armored infantry, armored marines, armored ghosts, armor snipers, mobile engineers, all have one thing in common: they are all outfitted with the most feared and respected technological armor systems, weapons, and equipment of all the star empires, hands down, to the point that there are no unarmored infantry in the Magi, though this is accentuated with the fact that the armored infantry are as numerous as Negaverse unarmored infantry. The pole swings in the opposite direction for the Mechs, where few expenses are spared by the Magi for their standing armor forces, including duplicating and mass-producing the infamous Gundams. Back to the side of quantity, though not lacking in quality, Magi ground armor, battle tanks and such, are numerous as well as cost-efficient, and even tanks exist that can go toe-to-toe with the heaviest of battle mechs and survive the battle. By providing their troops with excellent equipment and adequate or better supply, the Magi have a step up on the logistically disorganized enemies they face. More than once, whole enemy formations have been squelched and captured by the Magi because less than half of the force had their necessary weapons systems, the other half languishing with their weapons still in transit and relegated to being nothing more than poorly trained riflemen. There were even reports, though unconfirmed, that some Dark Moon formations of division size or larger surrendered outright without firing a shot since they could not put up enough resistance to even waste Magi time. Morale, that warm, fuzzy feeling you keep getting in your pants, Corporal, has nothing to do with how the rest of the unit feels about the Magi bunker 3 hills over. While you're busy in the ammo dump with a playgirl and a vibrator, the rest of us are shitting ourselves senseless because of those goddamned thumpers and long toms. Morale is more than just simply how happy a unit is, though at a core perspective happiness does factor into it significantly. Morale, like willpower, is the willingness to endure the constant threat of death for whatever your purpose is, though it is not as broad as willpower, which typically is more focused on the whole picture, not the given battles. Many things affect morale, from leave to supplies to families, but 2 things stand out above all else: how the unit sees itself compared to their foe, and what their foe is doing to them. A unit that considers itself elite, facing down an equivalent force that it considers not elite, is going to have a serious advantage in morale because the unit is better than the enemy and should not lose. Conversely, a greenhorn unit that is tasked to attack even a small force of hardened, ruthless veterans is likely going to break hard and fast as soon as the going gets real tough. Magi are themselves masters of manipulating morale and keeping their own in good spirits. As the mail gets through on time or ahead of schedule, supplies are in order and well stocked, equipment is ruthlessly maintained, and training long days and hard nights makes for close teams, solid tactics, excellent gunnery, and a feeling of eliteness rivaled or bested by the enemy's special forces only. With solid traditions and good camaraderie to draw heart and resolve from and adventures of glory and duty ahead of them to look forward to, it is often said that Magi are the only soldiers known to walk into battle with their stereos turned up loud as hell, their armor shined and waxed, smiling grimly as they do their jobs with insane precision and equally crazy jokes about it. Though much is said of morale in both directions, one thing is crystal clear to all involved parties: breaking an enemy's morale is far easier than breaking their bodies or machines. A combination of overwhelming firepower, deceptive and damaging practices, outmaneuvering battles, and hopeless causes have brought armies down to the point of quivering, huddling, helpless masses on all sides of the equation, Magi included. Magi in particular are favorites of this rule, and nothing crushes morale of defenders and offensive formations faster than having a pair of Phalanx-class ships parked in orbit over the surface of a planet, raining death down on the enemy, and no hope whatsoever of stopping said ships from doing what they want to do. Artillery, fire, direct assaults, air strikes, and carpet bombing are all just as effective if used right, and Magi are far from afraid to use them. Purpose: pick your reason to fight. Pause of 6 seconds. Know why you want to fight yet? Good. No, go forth and make those bastards die for the cause you believe is right and just. Easily the most influential mindset of a war, the purpose for the war is itself the defining factor for which a side, a unit, or even an individual soldier strives to fight his or her hardest. Despite this, it is often the most overlooked or downplayed mindset factor of all. Every person carries with them reasons for doing everything, from the mundane to the maleficent to the magnificent, but not always does these things translate beyond the person. The collective of the unit often takes up the slack from the persons, when the unit has a purpose that can be recognized, that is. Negaverse soldiers many times recounted that they pitched battles seemingly at random on the orders of their commanders without knowing why they were doing so, sometimes winning, not always losing, and very rarely making sense at all. The worst offenders in such conduct happened to be the Dark Moon and Dynasty, who very rarely showed any purpose or logic other than inflicting as much damage on their erstwhile foes as possible, and even they admitted as much after the war ended. In contrast, the Illiaris rarely fought without a clear purpose, and the New Moon forces never fought without at least a basic understanding of the flow of the campaign. The most competent in this matter, the Magi, hold a deep-seated obsession with information and coordination in military matters, meaning that at all times every fighting trooper was aware of his or her tactical and strategic purposes and goals, never wasting effort and resources better spent elsewhere. Because purposes and goals were common knowledge, the action and command could be decentralized, giving more initiative to lower-ranking officers and formations to complete objectives independent of large maneuver formations, which forced the enemy to guard in ways that they could not readily do so and maintain effective defense. The purpose of the empires themselves also weighed heavily on the campaigns they fought. For the Magi, survival against no less than 2 or more than 4 other star empires was the hallmark of their every action, spurring even the civilians into feats beyond reasonable expectations. At no time during the Star Empire Wars, even during the peace of the Star League era, was the populace of the Magi sufficiently divided that demilitarization or negotiation was preferred over honorable and disciplined defense of Magi national integrity. Some historians would point to this as the reason why the Star Empire Wars did not end with the Solstice Accords of year SL 683, which the Magi refused to sign whatsoever on the grounds that the treaty terms would force them to disarm by more than half, and instead the war continued for another 1,400 years after that, including the bloody abattoir of the Quarter War. In stark contrast, the purpose of the Negaverse, for Queen Beryl to become the effective empress of existence, often hampered morale and mindset as much as it spurred the troops onward, as the promise of glory they fought for was not a promise of glory for them but for a promise of power for their queen. This lust for power and control spurred the war onward into greater excesses than ever before, finally culminating in a literal coup de main by the Magi to end her tainted bid for supremacy. TRO section. It is time I quit screwing around. You have asked for the TRO for them Jira for a long time, it is time to give it to you. Aerotech 2 Vessel Technical Readout. Class/Model/Name, Phalanx. Tech, Mixed, Clan, /3067. Vessel Type, Super Dreadnought **. Rules, Level 4, Custom Design, not Tournament Legal. Mass, 5,850,000 tons. Length, 5,500 meters. Sail diameter, 3,850 meters. Power plant, Standard. Safe thrust, 4. Maximum thrust, 6. Armor type, ferrocarbide. Armament. 2 heavy naval railguns *, custom. 4 heavy naval gauze rifles. 6 heavy naval PPCs. 30 medium naval PPCs. 26 NL-55. 8 NL-35S. 24 naval autocannon 30s. 16 AR-10 launchers. 10 Kraken T launchers. 24 Killer Whale T launchers. 12 White Shark T launchers. 30 Barracuda T launchers. 26 ER large lasers. 80 large pulse lasers. 130 laser AMS. 24 gauze rifles. 44 rotary autocannon/10, MFUK. 36 Streak LRM-15. 30 Streak SRM-6. 10 screen launchers. Overview. The existence of the Phalanx-class ships is itself an exercise in the power of bureaucratic inertia continuing well after the commissioning bureaucracy was undercut and annihilated. The initial specifications written up by the Holy Olympus government, whom had taken over the Multimage Empire and were thought to have killed the rightful emperor, had requested a ship capable of defending and transporting the legions of divine priests and specifically for eliminating any renegade Magi warships who did not bow to the will of the gods and the Olympus government. Due to creative engineering on the Magi scientists' part, the ship never cleared the drawing board in any combat-worthy configuration before the gods themselves found out they failed to kill the emperor, and failing to kill an Atrebus only makes them stronger. Engineering on the Phalanx-class ships was officially halted in year 1016 of the After-Empire calendar, as their insidious purpose was considered useless now that the emperor was back in command and there were no rebellious fleets to take down. Unofficially, an army of engineers, scientists, and technicians would continue the effort over the next 2 centuries, working on the project for hobby or minimum wage purposes, never officially sanctioned, never discussing the continuing effort outside their circles. Those few times inquiries were raised, there were always 3 other warship projects and innumerable smaller craft projects on the boards that could be used to explain away the slow but steady effort. So good was the concealment of the continuing project that not even the Magi intelligence service knew it was happening until after the first ship had been built and slipped its moorings. The original request from Zeus, the leader of the Greek gods, had called for a warship of 4 million tons and sufficient armor and firepower to crush at least 2 warships of 2 million tons each, not including carried fighters or mobile suits. During the engineering process following his violent demise, the engineering teams found that the goal requested could not be matched or bested by the 4 million ton restriction. 5 million tons was settled on partway through the process. This turned out to be a problem for the KF engineers on the project, as their engine specifications could not be dialed in properly to match the change in mass, and with the latest modifications in KFE engines, the mass ratios would change and throw the whole unit out of balance. The ship was re-engineered again for 5.5 million tons. Decades later, the project was revised yet again, to double the amount of dropships carried by the unit from 40 to 80, citing the latest advances in dropships that would allow one phalanx to carry enough forces to crush any opposition in air, space, or on land, as well as carry enough supply dropships to maintain at least a 600-day patrol, which increased the mass to 5.6 million tons. One more revision came out 5 years later courtesy of a harebrained 15-year-old female engineering student, who had designed the most ungodly large naval railguns and opined that said guns could be very effective at smashing warships in as few as one shot, as well as be useful for deploying other types of shells in suborbital bombardment. This development definitely drew the attention of the phalanx engineers, who quickly incorporated such powerful weapons into their ship. After this last revision, the size was finally settled in at 5.85 million tons, and the whole project agreed that the ships would be finalized at that mass and no more. Construction on the first phalanx began February, year 1244 at a privately funded naval contractor's shipyard station that had to be specially modified to construct the single massive vessel. Construction was run entirely on a black budget, no funds were used that could be traced directly to the Multimage Empire, and investors believed that they were investing in a series of new classes of smaller warships, not one large ship that could trace its roots back to the gods of yore and their insane depredations against the Empire and other parties. There was no press coverage of the ship during its engineering or construction phases. Engineering and construction crews were sequestered in a series of colonies dedicated solely to the project, and outside contact and supplies were delivered only by the original Phalanx engineering team, who moonlighted as dropship personnel to prevent the release of the secret by transferring documents or pictures to a foreign dropship crew. Construction of the first Phalanx-class ship was completed in September, year 1246, again with no fanfare or even known media coverage. This was a calculation on the technicians' part, as they wanted to prove their ship from the ground up in the coming Naval Operation Games. The Naval Operations Games of July 1247 saw many new classes of warship in deploy, though to everyone who followed the games, they knew well of the ships that had been entered, as well as the ships that were returning from the games 2.5 years prior, and betting was running heavily in favor of some of the new 1.9 million ton ships. No information was released whatsoever about the Phalanx class except its name, HW-01 Phalanx, and the carried assets and assigned mercenary units that would be taking part in the games. The ship was listed in the registry before the games as having 20 attached dropships, 2 of which were ground-only mercenary units, and had contracted out a dozen mercenary aerofighter triners and clusters, as well as 2 clusters of mercenary mobile suits and 2 triners of mercenary Gundam units. Compared to some of the other ships, it was woefully understaffed and underguarded, considering that Magi regulars had taken up the banners of the newer ships and were even crewing the older commissioned ships, though the catch was that the mercenary units had been training long and hard for years for the competition and were ready for anything that would be thrown at them. Betting ran heavily against the Phalanx in every category, a showing in the lack of confidence in the ship, the name, and the unwillingness of the manufacturing corporation to release any details. Price of the stock of Dient naval shipyards plummeted in the week prior to the competition, though the executives of the company, themselves kept in the dark about the Phalanx class until it was entered in the competition, wagered their own personal fortunes on the shadow newcomer, knowing the extent of the monster they were about to unleash on the games. Nothing was known of the Phalanx until it showed up at the site of the Naval Operations Games, at the Waypoint class space dock station where the division commander of the Tech Strikers was waiting to begin the games. At first everyone thought the ship was something of a joke, a paper tiger made to look bigger than the other ships and thus more intimidating, though the division commander was the only officer on the station that knew properly of the old tale of the Phalanx class, and knew immediately he was looking at something positively monumental in both scale and implication. Without hesitation the DCT took to space in his Zephyr Unless Gundam and boarded the Phalanx to inspect the ship and meet the crew. The ship was not crewed by Magi officers, was not commanded by an experienced admiral, was guarded by mercenaries, had damn little documentation, manuals, or procedures, and had an absolutely horrendous price tag per ship, but unlike the other ships in the ballet it had something the Magi always respected, an extremely motivated crew that was willing to die if necessary to prove their vessel superior to anything in the skies. So impressed with the modern architecture, engineering, systems, and weapons of the Phalanx, and especially with its scratch-up non-professional crew, the division commander overrode every protest from the other admirals and allowed the ship into the games without any form of handicap, as he wanted to see how the ship would perform under real-world circumstances. Of all the ships in the 1247 Naval Operations Games, the only ship to complete every task set to it with less than 10% casualties was the Phalanx, and that simply because the engineering teams had literally over-engineered the Phalanx class for its mission. No combination of 5 combatant warships and carried assets were able to stand up to the massive warship, to the point that Comstar began calling it the Super Dreadnought, in clear homage to the ancient naval warships that were considered the kings of naval warfare. The ability for the phalanx to smash smaller warships in 2 to 4 blows of its massive heavy naval railguns made it the hands-down winner in the dueling bracket of the games, to the point that it won 2 of its 10 matches without firing a shot. The enemy simply refused combat and retreated. The defensive staying power of the ship proved literally so massive that multiple warships could beat on the same sector of the ship and not breach it in a half-hour simulated gun action, and this all the while the ship was returning amounts of fire that well exceeded their own firepower. The true nature of the Phalanx class became known in the anti-fighter category, as its hundreds of fighter-scale guns positively tore apart fighters, mobile suits, mobile dolls, and small craft without reserve. The capstone of the Phalanx triumph was the planetary landing and ground support operations, where the carrying capacity of the ship was heavily exploited and the naval weapons batteries sundered whole simulated regiments in minutes flat. Combined with the most advanced sensor systems available to the Magi, even dropships maneuvering around in atmosphere were far from safe from the Phalanx class, traditionally a difficult or impossible shot for most warships. The final day of the game saw the arrival of one very unusual spectator, the Emperor himself, fresh from campaigning against a sect of clans that had been attacking Magi interests in an alternate dimension, who looked forward to the final outcome of the exercises and had taken up observation on the Phalanx itself. The last task required of the champion ship, the Phalanx, was a live-fire suborbital bombardment exercise against real, and outdated, military equipment that was being remotely piloted to simulate real crews. The crew, hardened in the past month's combat exercises and sharpened by exertions they would never have imagined needed by a warship, took to the challenge without reservation, laying in a complete broadside capital barrage for 5 minutes against the targets, then rotating over to deploy the massive heavy naval railguns against the final target, a nuclear strike-hardened bunker. 2 shots with the naval armor penetrators was all that was required to turn the bunker into rubble, which had survived repeated strikes of NAC-40 in years past. After the cheering subsided, the Emperor declared that he would free up the necessary budget to commission the Phalanx-class ships immediately and begin production on the first truly innovative Magi warship in a century. In the decades to come, the engineering teams that had worked silently and unobtrusively on a long-dead project would be honored by the Empire and specifically by the crews of the new ships. Each of the first 1,140 official ships of the class bore the name of one of the 1,140 engineers that had worked on the ship during its engineering cycle, and all the engineers stand honored at the Phalanx Memorial on the Empire's capital world of Terra 2. The crew of the first Phalanx-class ship was commissioned directly into the Multimage Empire Tech Strikers by order of the Emperor, and more than half of the crew was inducted into the eugenics program for meritorious conduct on their first tour of duty. Phalanx-class ships bear the designation MHW in their hull number, which stands for Multimage, Super, Heavy Warship. The designation MSW had been assigned to a now-deceased class of warships decades before the completion of the first Phalanx, and the Admiralty would not revoke the prior assigned designation for the new hulls to use it. The name Super Dreadnought was not accepted among the Magi for the ship's nomenclature officially, though most personnel offhand refer to it as a Super Dreadnought, with anything over 7 million tons classified as an Ultra Dreadnought. Capabilities. The Phalanx class was engineered thoroughly for the purpose of intercepting fleets of smaller warships and sinking them before they could pose a threat to local shipping or the planet the Phalanx is guarding. From the first day it saw combat in the games to the latest ships of the class on long-range border patrol, the Phalanx has acquitted every task it was assigned that was not deemed impossible by military review. The main distinguishing feature of the class is the amount of armor the ship carries, giving it the necessary defensive staying power to handle any task it needs to. With 35,000 tons of ferrocarbide armor covering the ship, the Phalanx class is extremely tough to crack. In all real terms, the effective protection carried by one ship exceeds that of a dozen or more smaller ships. For reference, the much-feared Leviathan-class warship only mounts in the area of 1,250 tons of armor. The main contender for most feared warship ever, the McKenna class, carries 1,340 tons of armor of a type almost exactly matched to the Phalanx. This absurdly large amount of armor, literally massing more than 96% of dropships in use, would mass fully loaded, gives the Phalanx the ability to take sustained heavy fire from any other warship in existence, including other equivalent or smaller super dreadnoughts, and continue fighting. The arsenal of the Phalanx class seems less than an afterthought on paper, but in practice is nigh terrifying to anyone who has to do combat with the ship. Where many ships would dedicate as much as 30% of their mass to weapon systems, the Phalanx carries less than 15% of its mass in weapons. On the other hand, the 630,000 tons of weapons carried literally makes the arsenal outweigh most non-combat jump ships and even some warship designs in their entirety. The bulk of the arsenal is in point defense weapons, designed for the purpose of eliminating the large amounts of fighters and mobile suits that smaller fleets tend to rely on for smashing through warships. Additionally, in close range to larger ships, these weapons are often turned on the enemy shipping as a way to cause even more damage than would be expected by the capital weapons. The crowning achievement of the class is the heavy naval railguns, weapons deemed too large to be useful on a warship when initially discussed in open forum, but weapons for which the engineering student that designed them became famous. Each railgun is capable of throwing a 5-ton titanium-plated ferrous slug as default munition, or can also be used to launch other configurations of weaponry, namely a 5-ton winged ultra-dense long-rod penetrator or a 5-ton contact-fused explosive shell. The long-rod penetrators in particular are renowned for being able to blow through ships under 1.25 million tons mass the long way, and ships double that size from the side. The only limitation the gun has is the shell weight cannot be pushed past 5.5 tons without risking serious damage to the rails, otherwise if it can be magnetically thrown, or shoehorned into something that can be magnetically launched, it is fair game. Defensively, the Phalanx carries a staggering 130 laser AMS spread around the ship except dead to the front. Though the system accounts for over 10% of the ship's cooling and component power system, the laser AMS grid has proved so useful that stripping it down is typically the last thing considered for field modifications. With the capability to intercept an average of 900 individual missiles fired at the ship per minute, concentrated missile strikes against the ship are more likely to fail than straight-on gun action. Consequently, missile frigates are the first and usually the fastest to withdraw from battle against a Phalanx, since their primary armaments are practically useless against the ship and are often singled out quickly by veteran Magi ships to prevent them causing significant damage to fighters. The most surprising characteristic of the Phalanx is the sheer volume of carried assets one ship has. Internally, a single Phalanx in default configuration can carry 200 mobile armors, 300 mobile suits, 50 small craft, and 225 aerospace fighters, giving a single ship more than 3 short galaxies of mobile assets to counter whatever is thrown at them. This can be reconfigured into practically any combination of units totaling no more than 301,000 tons, though this typically requires several months of overhaul to complete. It is not unheard of for a Phalanx to completely eschew its mobile armor collection in favor of more fighters for space battle or mobile suits for ground campaigns. At most, given that the bays mass the same but are structured different for MS and fighters, a ship can have up to 2006 bays for mechs, MS, Gundams or fighters, or in practice 1 reinforced galaxy of fighters, 800, and 3 reinforced galaxies of MS and Gundams, 400 each. In terms of speed, the Phalanx is not as much a slouch as its bulk would lend credence to. With 12 Starcore 18 engine nacelles integrated in 4 batteries to the stern of the ship, the class has more thrust than most Star League-era warships and is at least the rival of more contemporary ships. In pure maneuverability it is not lacking in the least, with enough cross-range thrusters and apogee motors to easily turn full circle in as little as 60 seconds if needed. These capabilities are married to an advanced navigation and control system that allows the behemoth warship amazing agility. Many horror stories abound of rival Star Empire naval forces caught in 2-way, 3-way, or 4-way ambushes by Phalanx ships that had maneuvered around them through debris fields and asteroid belts to conceal their flanking attack, and suffered little to no damage courtesy of such maneuvers. As always, the heart of a warship is the KF hyperdrive, and the Phalanx is no exception. Equipped with an advanced modulated KFE compact drive, the Phalanx is capable of the all-important interplanetary jump as well as cross-dimensional transit that makes it truly useful in long-range recon and patrol missions. Unlike the other ships of the era, the Phalanx does not carry the incredibly expensive lithium fusion battery necessary to make 2 jumps consecutively without a recharge, which both drastically hauls back on the final price and simplifies maintenance on the mammoth ship. The 80 docking collars tied to the massive drive allow for the transport of a wide variety of shipping, and rare is the ship that jumps with half or less of those collars loaded. The ship itself has stowage for 160,000 tons of material, typically used for extra supplies for the crew, ship, and carried assets, and it carries 58,000 tons of spare parts for the ship itself to keep it underway for several months at a time without the need to stock up frequently. Crew amenities on the ship are not lacking in the slightest. Personnel are quartered in standard bunks, officers in slightly better bunks, and there are recreational facilities available throughout the ship. Concessions are available for whole families who take residence on the ship, even including standard grade schooling for children as well as obvious vocational training in military or spacecraft sciences. Standard galleys are spread throughout the ship as well as usually having a collection of private-owned and operated restaurants and bars on the ship. Each ship includes standard simulation rooms and most have extra entertainment facilities for the off-duty personnel, such as nightclubs or karaoke bars or similar. Earlier ships launched with gravity decks to provide the crew some simulation of weight, though ships built after year 2210 all include the gravitic lattice throughout the ship that allows for whole ship gravity, or anti-gravity, and precludes the necessity of rotating sections. And if things pale out on the ship, there is always fun and fortune to seek in the bowels of the carried dropships and monitors, a common haunt of off-duty personnel on long tours. Many a Marine has learned how to assemble an omni-mech from spare parts lying about the hangars of carried dropships when not on duty. Though engineered long before the Universal Maintenance Initiative of the Quarter War, the Phalanx class was easily adapted to the changing standards and retrofitted onto the old ships just the same. Maintenance is costly nonetheless, given that the ships are extremely costly per unit. They have large and very expensive subsystems, but the tasks and difficulty of those tasks are ameliorated by the fact that the ship was over-engineered for its purpose. The design teams made sure that fixing what was broke on a Phalanx class was as simple and painless as possible, giving technicians plenty of room to work in and around components and FRUs, making mounting systems modular and lockable while easy to replace if needed, and even providing cabling access corridors around computers and powered equipment so a technician could easily run new wire or reconnect existing cables without having to try to fish it through conduits that may not exist after. Battle damage took its toll. This alone has made it beloved of the millions of crews that have served on these ships, that above and beyond the fact that the ship was deliberately overstaffed by as much as 1,100 personnel to crew it, allowing for rotating vacations even while in a tour and far from port. Battle history. The battle history of the Phalanx class is one almost as ancient as the Empire itself, and the long service record of the ship has garnered it many feats of insane prowess matched by no other ship in existence. The first blows of the Star Empire Wars were struck against the side of a Phalanx class, and the final naval blows of the same war were struck literally by the same ship that was the ship fired on first by the Negaverse. In between, the 46,200 Phalanx-class ships manufactured before and during the war reaped impressive feats and stunning victories unheard of in naval warfare, though not without astronomical costs in both material and net losses. In total, 27,184 ships of the class remained active at the end of the war. The ship that both began and ended the war, the MHW-644 Eileen West, served as the flagship of one of the capital orbital fleets that protected the heavy populated colonies and satellites around Terra 02, the multimage capital world. Relieved by Task Force Red Blossom to leave orbit and conduct independent training maneuvers away from the colonies and travel routes, the Eileen West moved to the Nadir jump point and proceeded farther outside the gravity well to conduct 3 weeks of simulated ship-to-ship combat between the 2 Phalanx-class ships of the COF group. 3 days into heavy ship-on-ship simulated gun action, an unidentified task force of a dozen large warships, ranging from 1 million tons to 2.2 million tons each, jumped into the Nadir jump point nearby the maneuvers. After failing to receive a reply from the unknown vessels, the Eileen West and her sister ship Dona Reeks moved on the fleet as they began the 7-day transit to Terra. Herein the astounding speed of the Phalanx came into play, as none of the ships in the hostile fleet were able to outpace the massive ships or their escorts. Rather than surrender as ordered, the flagship of the hostile fleet opened fire on the Eileen West preemptively at long range, followed 10 seconds later by practically every other ship in the force. It came as a very rude shock to the admiral of the enemy fleet that the heavy barrage did not even slow down the Phalanx-class ships, who returned fire in spades moments after the whole enemy fleet let loose, with 4 long-rod penetrators of the monolithic heavy naval railguns fired against the flagship. 2 strikes disabled its engines and KFE jump core, and just like that the Star Empire's wars began in earnest with the disabling of the Negaverse McKenna-class warship Void of Soul. The 2 fleets clashed hard for 10 minutes, though in the end 3 of the enemy warships surrendered to the 2 Magi Phalanx units, proclaiming themselves a woefully underprepared invasion fleet of the Negaverse Star Empire. The combat action started that day would be only the precursor to 3,500 years of war that would grow to involve 6 massive Star Empires and thousands of minor players. The final shots of the same war were fired by the same ship that received the first shots of the war. Eileen West, a ship over 4 millennia old and veteran of hundreds of campaigns, was ironically the last ship to fire in anger at the Negaverse, hours after the surrender was officially declared on their home world. Having sunk the final guard fleet around the manufacturing world of their CAD 682, the Eileen West moved into position over the planet's main spaceport to support landing operations of mixed battle mechs and ground vehicles for taking the planet by force. The battle for the spaceport began with aero fighter strikes against defending gun emplacements as the first 2 clusters of elite Omni-Mech forces skydropped from their transports. As the aero fighters moved outward from the spaceport to bomb and strafe the incoming ground forces, the warship took up the support of the landing forces with broadside strikes of naval lasers, naval particle cannons, and naval autocannons, each weapon tearing into the hardened bunkers and gun emplacements without reserve. With the forces on the ground and the static defenses all but annihilated, support priority shifted to the garrison armor that was bearing down on the spaceport from the north as the fighters manhandled the 3 companies of mercenary battle mechs to the south and east. As the Eileen West redisqued to the north, the fighters were recalled to the ship to guard against a possible fighter incursion from the moon seen on long-range sensor scans. As the first batteries of guns opened fire on the garrison tanks, the HPG on the ship received a priority message to cease all combat actions due to Negaverse unconditional surrender. It would later be determined that no other Magi warship was in combat with Negaverse units at the time of the reception of the stand-down orders, though several ships were within minutes of opening fire at that time. The ground forces in battle had already ceased fire, most of them forewarned faster by other means or Negaverse HPG messages to that effect. The last shots fired against the Negaverse were a series of 12 medium naval particle cannons from the Eileen West, resulting in 26 heavily damaged or destroyed light and medium ground vehicles. A memorial was placed at the impact site of the last of those particle cannons to hit, signifying the last naval action of the war that nearly destroyed existence in its bloody fury, as the memorial marker says. To this day, 12,000 years after the end of the war, military personnel, school children, historians, and tourists from all 6 star empires visit the memorial to see where it ended. The twisted wreckage of a partisan anti-air tank is the foundation of the memorial, and in the field surrounding it is the hulks of nearly 50 tanks, armored cars, and hover tanks destroyed in the moments and seconds leading up to the final shot. Variants. Variants of the venerable phalanx are a dicey proposition. The arsenal was structured and engineered prior to the Universal Maintenance Initiative, therefore care must be given when modifying even the standard scale armaments of the ship lest the cooling and power systems be overtaxed. Even still, there are numerous phalanx that do not mount the standard arsenal in its entirety, mostly eschewing some of the ballistic or missile weapons for a more energy-based complement and additional cooling system. The performance of these modified ships is comparable to the other ships of the class but far from enough of an improvement to justify retrofitting thousands of the ships and re-engineering the new ones to the same effect. As prior mentioned, the most common modification made to phalanx units is the ratio of mobile assets carried. Most ships are in the standard 200-300-225 configuration of MA-MS fighters, though this has been inverted on some ships to be 200-225-300, a move which favors space battles and hit-and-run operations. Also sometimes seen is the aforementioned stripping out of all mobile armors from the ship for vastly increased fighter and MS squadrons in a 0-1200-800 configuration, given that in certain eras of the ship's operation mobile armors were incredibly scarce but mobile suits and Gundams were not. Lastly, an exceedingly rare configuration option is the reduction of the mobile forces entirely, trading in the ship's carrier status for the extra 300,000 tons of mobile assets being used as cargo storage, and relying on carried dropships for fighter escort. This has been done only to 2 ships as a test bed for using the class as ultra-heavy freighters after the war ended, though even with theoretically reducing the arsenal of the ships by 60%, bringing the cargo capacity up well past 750,000 tons, the operating expense of the Phalanx class is still far too much to be economically feasible even for the largest of the megacorps when wagered against what it can carry to and fro. These 2 ships were reassigned to Colonization Corporation as military liaisons, and are now used as heavy colonization ships along with a significant portion of the other Phalanx class ships, though the remainder did not trade in their carried units. Notable vessels and crews. Simply stated, there are no Phalanx ships that are not notable. The ship has performed so admirably over the millennia that it has a different nickname from each of the other star empires. Negaverse, Old Ironsides, in reference to its age and how hard it is to kill. This is the only nickname that can be chronologically confirmed as to when it first came into use, and was coined by Negaverse Admiral Jess DeVoy Smith after watching one Phalanx ship, MHW 3307 Golden Grip, take enough punishment to annihilate 20 smaller ships and continue fighting as if it had not been damaged to begin with. First used in year 2941 of the Magi calendar. Ilyaris, Star Destroyer, a backwards joke referencing the ship to the movies of the Star Wars franchise, though any Phalanx captain will tell you that a Star Destroyer would win in such a fight hands down, due to the immense striking power of a Star Destroyer's guns. Dark Moon, Super Crusher, in clear reference to the paired heavy naval railguns that were used to literally crush an impregnable Dark Moon fortress on a subcapital world. The fortress was long assumed to be destroyable or could be captured only by way of a nuclear weapon, and plans were disseminated to build such fortresses on every important planet. Dynasty, Steel Demon, homage to the fact that normal dynasty methods of killing things did not work on Phalanx ships, making it practically impossible for the almost completely ground-bound dynasty forces to defeat it at first. It was over 1,600 years into the war before the dynasty sunk their first Phalanx, MHW 5718 Phantom Train. New Moon, Star-Damned Angel, a particularly nasty epithet in the common culture of the New Moon Empire. Angels are considered highly evil by the mostly non-human New Moon populace, as they are a symbol of human religious barbarism, xenophobia, and persecution against those who do not conform to said religious practices. To be star-damned is essentially the same among the New Moon as telling someone to get but fucked by Satan after going to hell in common human language. The Phalanx earned this reputation by being literally untouchable by the completely non-technological New Moon forces, and it quickly became a symbol of the bloody excess of Star Empire warfare and how war had become something far less honorable than was passed down by their ancestry. The New Moon Empire never claimed a single Phalanx in combat, though after the initial opening decades of the war it never became necessary. The Magi and the New Moon were the only 2 empires to stabilize and maintain a positive relationship with each other, never requiring further combat with the ships. Deployment. Phalanx ships are the elite of the multimage naval forces, though far from the most numerous. In total, as of the beginning of the Second Star League, year 15,611 of the Magi calendar, there are 202,943 Phalanx-class ships in active duty with the Empire, not including museum ships or memorial ships. The fleet of Phalanx ships, personnel, and carried assets account for 3.84% of the multimage military budget per year, though this percentage is relatively stable in terms of the expanding military size, given the population expansion exceeding this percentage faster than the military budget can expand. The ship is used in 4 fashions: patrol, offense, defense, and colonization. In a patrol scenario, 1 or 2 ships will move with a limited amount of escorts and carried assets, jumping from one inhabited system to the next on a randomized path generated by Fleet Command, usually operating for a year at a time. These patrols typically cover only otherwise unguarded or lightly guarded planetary systems or deep space colony groups, as more important systems have static defenses and forces to repel an invasion. In a defensive scenario, 3 to 5 of the phalanx will guard a very high-value area or planetary system with a moderate amount of carried assets, typically 50 to 60 dropships, often for decades on end, guarding and training for an enemy invasion attempt against their ward. Defensive fleets are typically also used as training cadre for incoming warship personnel and greenhorn fighter groups, though this practice does not describe the net effect to an enemy fleet if they are foolhardy to attack the defenders head-on. In an offensive use, 4 to 6 phalanx ships will be deployed heavily with massive ground forces, escorts, supply jump ships, and enough transport dropships to conduct a long-term siege campaign typically lasting as much as 3 years. With each ship carrying as much as a legion of forces, as many as 35 galaxies of ground forces, an offensive fleet is easily capable of taking control of a very significant portion of an empire's holdings in one dimension. Typically, after taking a system, garrison forces will be brought in to free up the assault teams to move on to the next system slated for invasion. In a by-the-book offensive tour, a 4-ship fleet will normally take 72 heavily defended worlds and as many as 240 lightly defended worlds in the space of 3 years. The final and most frequent use of the ship does not itself involve combat. The 80 dropship capacity of a phalanx gives the Colonization Corporation one jump capability to colonize a whole planet without the need to involve multiple relay runs of smaller jump ships. As the Magi are one of the most prolific groups in existence in terms of both raw size and expansion rate, the necessity of opening up new planets to hordes of civilians willing to relocate is a requirement. As such, when loaded completely with Guild 2 class dropships in colonization configuration, a Phalanx class can transport 400,000 colonists and 1.76 million tons of supplies and cargo to a new world to be made into a new home for the citizens of the Empire. This also includes an array of 8,000 ground vehicles, mostly non-combat vehicles but also a smattering of garrison armor for the new planet. These first troops are usually engineering teams to aid in building up the new planet alongside the civilians, not traditional garrison or armor forces. It is testament to the power and symbolism of the ship that it is still being constructed at the citizen-remandated rate of 15 ships per fiscal year, even an eon after the end of the Star Empire Wars. Class/model/name, Phalanx/ Standard Carry Base. Mass, 5,850,000 tons. Equipment, Mass. Power Plant, Standard, 140-4000. KF Hyperdrive, Modulated Supercompact KF Core, Integrity equals 72, 175-5000. Jump Sail, Integrity equals 17, 322.5. Structural Integrity, 190, 111-1500. Safe Thrust, 4. Maximum Thrust, 6. Heat Sinks, 8,420 double, 6,700. Fuel and Fuel Pumps, 18,750. Bridge and Controls, 14,625. Fire Control Computers, 100,000. Food and Water, 200 days supply, 6,340. Hyperpulse Generator, 50. Armor Factor, 22,200 Ferrocarbide, 35,000. Armor Value. Capital Scale. 4, 4,500. 4 left/right, 3,850/3,850. Aft left/right, 3,500/3,500. Aft, 3,000. Equipment and Options. Cargo, Tonnage. Bay 1, Mobile Armors, 200, with 50 doors, 210,000. Bay 2, MS or Gundams, 300, with 75 doors, 45,000. Bay 3, Fighters, 225, with 50 doors, 33,750. Bay 4, Small Craft, 50, with 13 doors, 12,500. Bay 5, Cargo, 163,450 tons, with 80 doors, 163,450. Dropship Capacity. 80 Docking Hardpoints, 80,000. Escape Pods, 240, 7 tons each, 1,680. Gravitic Lattice, 1 system, 58,500. Crew and Passengers. 383 Officers. 1,215 Crew. 700 Gunners. 400 Marine Battle Armor Troopers/Elementals. 1,100 extra crew and technicians. 2,550 Bay Personnel. Total personnel, 6,348. Weapons and Equipment. Heavy Naval Railgun, 40 rounds, 4. Heavy Naval Railgun, 40 rounds, 4. 2 Heavy NGAUS, 120 rounds, 4. 2 Heavy NGAUS, 120 rounds, 4. 3 Heavy Naval PPC, 4. 3 Heavy Naval PPC, 4. 2 NL55, 4. 2NL55, 4. 2NL55, 4. 2NL55, 4. 4NL35, FL/FR. 4AR10, 15 each class missile, FL/FR. 4AR10, 15 each class missile, FL/FR. 5 Barracuda T, 20 missiles, FL/FR. 4 large pulse laser, C, 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 FL/FR. 6 laser AMS, 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 C, FL/FR. 4 Gauss rifle, C, 240 rounds, FL/FR. 4 Gauss rifle, C, 240 rounds, FL/FR. 4 Gauss rifle, C, 240 rounds, FL/FR. 3 rotary autocannon 10, C, MFUK, 1080 RDS, FL/FR. 3 rotary autocannon 10, C, MFUK, 1080 RDS, FL/FR. 4 streak LRM-15, C, 240 rounds, FL/FR. 4 streak LRM-15, C, 240 rounds, FL/FR. 3 medium naval PPC, L/RBS. 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 2 NAC/30, 120 rounds, 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 L/RBS. 4 Killer Whale T, 120 rounds, L/RBS. 4 Killer Whale T, 120 rounds, L/RBS. 4 Killer Whale T, 120 rounds, L/RBS. 3 White Shark T, 90 rounds, L/RBS. 3 White Shark T, 90 rounds, L/RBS. 2 Rotary Autocannon 10, C, MFUK, 720 RDS, L/RBS. 2 Rotary Autocannon 10, C, MFUK, 720 RDS, L/RBS. 2 Rotary Autocannon 10, C, MFUK, 720 RDS, L/RBS. 2 Rotary Autocannon 10, C, MFUK, 720 RDS, L/RBS. 2 Rotary Autocannon 10, C, MFUK, 720 RDS, L/RBS. 4 ER Large Laser, C, L/RBS. 4 ER Large Laser, C, L/RBS. 2 NL35, RL/RR. 2 NL35, RL/RR. 5 Kraken T, 150 missiles, RL/RR. 5 Barracuda T, 150 missiles, RL/RR. 5 Barracuda T, 150 missiles, RL/RR. 5 Screen Launcher, 125 screens, RL/RR. 4 Large Pulse Laser, C, 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 RL/RR. 4 Medium 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 Pulse Laser, C, RL/RR. 6 Laser AMS, 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 C, RL/RR. 2 Rotary Autocannon 10, C, MFUK, 720 RDS, RL/RR. 2 Rotary Autocannon 10, C, MFUK, 720 RDS, RL/RR. 2 Rotary Autocannon 10, C, MFUK, 720 RDS, RL/RR. 5 Streak LRM-15, C, 200 RDS, RL/RR. 5 Streak LRM-15, C, 200 RDS, RL/RR. 5 Streak SRM-6, C, 150 RDS, RL/RR. 5 Streak SRM-6, C, 150 RDS, RL/RR. 5 NL-55, rear. 5 NL-55, rear. 3 Medium Naval PPC, rear. 3 Medium Naval PPC, rear. 2 ER Large Laser, C, 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 rear. 5 Streak SRM-6, C, 150 RDS, rear. 5 Streak SRM-6, C, 150 RDS, rear. 5 Laser AMS, C, rear. 5 Laser AMS, C, rear. Totals, 16,262 heat. 5849950.81 tons of equipment. Tons left, 49.19. Calculated factors. Total cost, 117,075,885,103.95 C bills. Battle value, unknown, in excess of 900,000 BV. Cost per BV, 133,084, assuming 900,000 BV. Weapon value, unknown. BattleTech Special Rules. Phalanx-class ships follow all standard combat procedures for warships, with one notable exception. Initiative for the Phalanx-class ships is always below any other kind of vessel, except for ultra-dreadnoughts. Therefore, all phases go as follows: ultra-dreadnoughts, super-dreadnoughts, Phalanx, dreadnoughts, then follow normal Aerotech 2-turn order. When determining effects of a jump performed by a super-dreadnought, increase the affected radius around the ship from the magnetic field by 2 hexes and step up the damage incrementally, assuming that the outermost 2 hex rows are the same as the normal radius of a jump ship or warship. Note that a jump ship in the outermost row of hexes will still be affected by a jump, but will not interfere with a super-dreadnought's jump. No chance for shutdown or critical damage to the Phalanx jump engine. Heavy Naval Railgun. Classified as Naval Gauze Weapon. Each standard slug causes 200 points of capital scale damage. AT2 Range Special. This weapon performs flat across all 4 range brackets in a normal AT2 game, which comes out to +2 to hit penalty for short, medium, long, and extreme range, highlighting the difficulty in turning the whole ship to target an enemy. This weapon is capable of interplanetary bombardment, whereby a ship can take orbit around Terra's moon and fire on the surface of Terra with only the usual suborbital bombardment penalties, firing through ACI, each hex of atmosphere traveled, suborbital penalty. Against space targets, these guns fire at a +1 penalty per 300,000 kilometers of travel. This weapon cannot under any circumstance deliberately target craft below 300 tons, and suffers +10 to hit against craft below 1,000 tons, replacing the normal modifier for capital weapons against targets below 500 tons. Each shot of the massive guns produces 100 heat. Each HNRG masses 200,000 tons, and ships are limited to 1 HNRG per 2 million tons of ship mass. Ammo for the HNRG weighs 5 tons per shot. Cost per unit is 500 million C bills, with a cost per slug of 300,000. Obviously, this is level 3 equipment, non-tournament in CBT Tech manual parlance. Special Ordnance. The HNRG can use Special Ordnance as defined below. Prior to the start of gameplay, a player controlling a phalanx should designate what type of shells are carried per each gun. This is due to the fact that the 2 magazines for the railguns are not CO-located and the ammo reserve for one cannot feed the other. Any combination of the shells listed below can be carried and used in any order the player desires. Standard slugs. Each slug causes 200 points capital scale damage and follows normal rules for Aerotech weapons fire. This is the most commonly used shell and the default option if no ammo type is specified. Long rod penetrators. APFST shells can be used by the heavy naval railguns for attacks against heavy armor targets. Each APFST long rod penetrator causes 200 points of capital scale damage, but see the rules below before marking the armor boxes off. APFST attacks differ from standard weapons attacks in the following ways. APFST shells receive a -1 to hit bonus when used in suborbital strikes, as they are faster and less prone to atmospheric shifting when going through the atmosphere. When resolving hits against other Aerotech units, the APFST checks for a critical hit regardless of whether or not it exceeded the damage threshold of the struck location. Additionally, against targets smaller than 2 million tons or targets that have less than 150 capital scale armor, roll 2d6. On a result of 8 or better, 5 or better if both less than 2 million tons and less than 150 capital armor, the projectile has gone straight through the target, overpenetrated. In such cases, automatically apply the appropriate critical hit for the location hit, and resolve damage in the following fashion. First, roll 3 to hit rolls. If any of the rolls match the same facing as already hit, automatically apply those critical hit effects as well. Second, the damage applied to the facing struck is 75 capital scale points. The internal structure of the ship takes 50 capital scale damage, and if the ship targeted is a warship or jump ship, roll 2d6, on a result of 6 plus 4 jump ships or 8 plus 4 warships, the KF drive takes a critical hit. The slug then attacks the facing of armor directly opposite the ship from where the hit initially struck. For example, if shot in the nose, the slug then attacks the rear of the ship. Damage to this armor location is 75 points capital, and the defending player rolls against each class of critical hit for the location in question using the appropriate column as if they had been shot in the opposite location to begin with, and all critical hits taken apply. Explosive shells. Explosive shells are primarily used for dealing with thin-skinned targets and ground targets, though can be used against larger ships if needed. Each explosive shell causes the prerequisite 200 points of capital damage, though this is not necessarily all to one location. When resolving hits against capital scale targets, roll a location on the appropriate column, then roll an additional 2d6. On a result of 2 to 5, all the damage is in one location. On a result of 6 to 8, the damage is divided evenly between two locations, the second one is picked by 1d6 dice roll. On 1 to 3, the second location is clockwise from the first location, on 4 to 6 the other half is counterclockwise. On a roll of 9 to 12, the damage is split 100 to the struck location and 50 points each to the adjacent locations. When used against ground locations, the shell has a +1 to hit penalty but operates differently when resolving damage. Rather than reducing the damage from a strike by 20% per hex away from the impact point, the damage is reduced by 10% per hex distance. Therefore, the center hex struck takes 2000 points standard damage, the next hex out takes 1800 points, 2 hexes out takes 1600, and so on. Additionally, the center hex of the targeted zone becomes a 2-level crater, and all hexes surrounding the impact point become a level 1 crater. Canister shells. Canister shells are used to deny whole swaths of space to smaller craft, as their usefulness is rather limited against larger targets. Additionally, the canister shell cannot be used in atmospheric attacks, as the shell will not survive re-entry, much less the individual pellets. Each time a cluster shell is fired, it will travel a distance as set by the player and detonate, releasing a conical spray of LBX pellets forward from that point. From the detonation point, for each 4 hexes the blast travels in a line from the firing unit, the pattern of the shot will expand 1 hex to each side. Therefore, at 9 hexes from the detonation point, the width of the attack path is 5 hexes in the continuing direction of the attack. For every craft caught in the path of the attack, both friend and foe, roll a to-hit attack with a bonus modifier equal to the distance from the detonation point divided by 4. If successfully hit, roll out an amount of missile hits as if the craft had been struck by 100 LBX pellets when within 4 hexes, reducing the amount of pellets by 10 for each 4 hexes of linear travel. Check each unit in the line moving progressively farther away from the firing unit and detonation point, and each time a craft is struck subtract the amount of hits it took from a total of 1000 pellets in the canister. Continue checking each unit in the fire path until all ordnance is expended or there are no more targets to check. Note that this shell inflicts 150 points of capital damage if used against a target without detonating it first. Training Wood. Chapter 11, Surviving the Cold Future. Hey, you. Come in, we gotta find some cover. They're coming. Jillian didn't have a clue who the guy was, but she came up as he waved her forward. Basic infantry weapons and tactics was so long ago for her, she wasn't even sure if she remembered how to arm and use the basic assault rifle anymore. She thought she got it right, magazine goes in here until it clicks, then pull the charging handle back. Put your safety on, kid, they ain't here yet, a commander orders of her. Get behind this crate, peek around the side, and when I say, give 'em hell, got it? Yes sir, she replies meekly. This was a far cry from her humdrum duties of paperwork and directing missing people to the right office for their needs. Jachindu, the final defense of ZAFT, had become a battlefield not by the Earth Alliance, but some completely unheard of enemies apparently siding with Blue Cosmos in this one. 17, barely able to be legally responsible for herself, not even old enough to go out partying with the older troops, and now she was at hazard of being killed by someone she didn't even know the name of, much less their whims. Couple of guys from down below says they're wearing some kind of heavy armor, a mobile suit mechanic says. Says these assault rifles ain't good enough. Doesn't even slow 'em down, he said. Not likely, the commander replies. Jillian could not tell if it was bullshit or not, he sounded gruff and she had known the guy for all of 20 seconds. I'll admit we don't know shit about these guys, but armor on modern infantry? Not a chance in hell, rifles are too powerful to stop with metallic armor thin enough the poor troops can move. You say so, the 15-year-old cynic with the light machine gun replies. Jillian sat and watched, though she wasn't paying attention forward where the enemy was supposed to be coming from. She was watching the others in the little defensive ambush they had set up. 2 of them ladies, 6 men. One of the ladies was a bit younger than she was, probably somewhere around 15, maybe 16, 2 of the guys were her age or younger. The sergeant had to be the oldest, maybe 25 at that, the rest were somewhere between her age and that. Not one of them looked calm or happy, most were enervated or even scared of their prospects. If half the rumors that had filtered up was true, these were some serious enemies, and that did not make anyone happy. The sounds of gunfire echoed back and forth through the halls, the bark of ZAFT automatic weapons against the mixed sounds of many types of weapons, some that even sounded like the 76mm machine guns. Every now and again explosions could be heard, sometimes the echo of several explosions in a row. Jillian had no clue what would cause multiple explosions like that, but she knew she did not want to find out. Steady, people, the commander orders as everyone cringes to the sound of a large machine gun. Run away. A ZAFT infantry officer shouts as he bounces off the wall and keeps drifting down the hall. They're coming. Oh God, one of them just killed a dozen of us with a Gatling gun. You gotta get away. We gotta evacuate. Moron. The commander grabs the drifting infantry officer and hauls him down to the deck. There is no retreat. There is no evacuate. They hold the space around the fortress. You can't go anywhere. But we can't stop them. Mobile suits can't stop them. They're too much even for a GUAIZ to deal with. And they're coming right for us. They're already here, the cynical younger mechanic declares. The sound of some kind of maneuvering jet could be heard around the corner dead ahead of them. After a few moments a huge assault rifle poked around the corner, pointing in their direction, then pulled back behind the corner. What was that about? Camera in the rifle. Grenades. The commander pulls a grenade himself, followed by several others. The motions to arm and use a grenade were simple: remove the safety clip, pull the pin, throw it. A flock of the little explosive devices went down the hall toward the enemy's location, some of them even managed to bounce into the hallway where they were. The detonations kicked up a cloud of dust in the area, as well as caused Jillian's hearing to start ringing badly from the sound and pressure. Did we get them? An older lady asks. By her insignia she was a pilot in training. Movement in the dust cloud and the continuing sound of thruster jets did not give Jillian a good feeling about what was to happen. To whom do I owe the hand grenade? The voice of a guy asks from inside the dust and debris kicked up from the walls and rock faces. A sound of heavier thruster jets, and the dust gave way to the sight of an ungodly large something, a curved piece of metal with a set of 3 triangles on the front of it, one triangle stacked on the apex of 2 others. Jillian's first thought was that it had to be a unit symbol or organization symbol, maybe? Oh my God, it's a huge shield. An older facilities mechanic shouts. Jillian was not looking at the shield itself, but the massive assault rifle that was resting against the shield on an outcropping, aimed in her general direction. The rifle itself had to be double the frame size compared to hers and at least that in bore size, meaning the weapon wasn't so much a rifle as it was a miniature cannon. Shit. Forward of where Jillian was hiding behind a metal cargo crate, one of the mechanics opened fire on the approaching nightmare, followed by just about everyone else, including Jillian. Another grenade or 2 went downrange as well, though these grenades detonated and clearly did nothing meaningful to the oncoming foes. Again, maneuvering jets slowed their approach. At least 3 of the large shields could be discerned after the shooting stopped, followed closely by the ad hoc ambush, getting a look at the real nature of their foes as the lead soldier twists his/her left arm outward, exposing the trooper behind the shield. Come on, kiddies, you expect 30 caliber rifles, 1, to do anything to 3 centimeters of woven diamond and metal composite armor plate. With the massive assault rifle left to free float, the freed right thumb of the trooper scraped across the edge of the solid and very thick shield, lending credence to what he said. Just as was foretold, the trooper was wearing huge armor, enough armor that Jillian figured a GUAIZ would really be hard-pressed to defeat it in battle. Jillian's attention was drawn to a slight motion by the commander, apparently as he hunkered and took careful aim at Crack, and Jillian could hear the round careen off walls and other objects as it continued down the hall, though apparently it didn't seem to bother the trooper at all. My turn yet? The trooper asks. Without grabbing for the rifle still free-floating, the trooper simply aimed his right arm at the commander, and an assembly of some type mounted under the forearm let loose what looked like a controlled, blue lightning bolt that even sounded like a thunder strike. The focused weapon blew apart half the commander's head in that one shot, which immediately stunned Jillian to staring at his lifeless form as it drifted away from the crate. Now, anyone else? Just like that, one shot with one weapon, and he's dead. Jillian couldn't help her body's reaction. She immediately grabbed onto the handbelt and fled from the scene, trying desperately to get away from the horrid nightmare her job had become. She didn't know why she panicked and fled, just that she had become so terrified that she couldn't remain where she was. She took a left at a junction to head toward the center line of the fortress, then took a crew access up 3 levels, hoping that somehow, someway, the enemy would be stopped down low and she'd never have to see them again. In the higher level, Jillian immediately realized that she didn't have a freaking clue where she was trying to go, or even if she was actively trying to go anywhere but here. Desperately she wanted to board a lifeboat or shuttle and return to the plants, just walk away from it all, but what the now deceased commander had to say rang true. If these crazy soldiers had the space around Jachindu held, there was no escape. You, operator. Someone, a commander at first look, shouts to get her attention. Come over here. Sir. She asks of the commander she approached. More ZAFT soldiers approached her, realizing she had come from down below. What's going on down below? Are they really armored? Have they been killing everyone? Can we stop them? Silence. The commander shouts over the din of questions. Let her speak, all of you. Sir, I was with about a dozen machine guns and grenades couldn't stop them. I don't know, I even heard from someone that a GUAIZ couldn't stop them, so I don't know what it would take. Don't worry, we have something more than just grenades, the commander says. We'll want you to take up a light machine gun, that way a volume of fire might possibly get through, or at least distract them while we use this thing. What is it? Jillian asks. The device sitting on top of a crate with several metal plates in front of the crate had to be a weapon, but it looked about as unsophisticated as a brick. This is a Mark 19 automatic grenade launcher. In years past this weapon could be used to take out main battle tanks if used right. Hell, these things are even mildly effective against the Earth Alliance tanks. I don't think they've given their troops more armor than that, right? I don't know, Commander, I don't know if it will work, she replies. We also got these, and one of the greencoat ZAFT soldiers holds up a long, slender tube. Anti-tank rockets. These things will stop a tank and kill the crew inside. They have shields, Jillian protests. What? Shields as in sci-fi shields that will stop anything? The commander asks. No, shields, real metal shields on their left arms. 3 centimeters thick, the enemy claimed they were made of woven diamond and a metal composite. Not good, one of the greencoats in their group says. If we can't get a hit on their body, these weapons are useless against them. Get ready, regardless, the commander orders. We'll take them under fire, and we will have to hope we can defeat their armor. XXX. Joker Trump lead, this is Joker's Ace, requesting status update, Star Admiral Centura orders. Ace, this is Trump, I have 4 in the water and 1 getting ready to join us. No sharks our vicinity, over. Roger that, a shark is about to join you for escort. For Wayne, moving to where the Dominion was deployed and launching the Gundams was a simple task of itself, even given Jihar was now pulling away from the Dominion to take position nearby Jachindu and the myriad of space docks for warships and such. The mechanics of ship movement tended to complicate mobile suit launches, but in the relative calm around Jachindu there was not much hustle and bustle to contend with. All forces vicinity enemy superweapon, be advised Dominion is firing Lowengrens, the operators for the area around Jachindu caution the mobile forces. Wayne watched, and reveled in the new power added to his little fleet. The Dominion fired first one Lohengrin into the rear of the almost ready reflecting mirror, which annihilated the support structure of the mirror and put a massive hole in the surface, then a second blast which swept across the surface of the mirror from one side to the next, finishing what was started with the first blast by chunking it into 2 odd-shaped halves. Command, Dominion, enemy weapon is out of action. Now deploying Gundams to escort Trump to final ops point. Ace on standby at the rally point, Wayne informs his controller. 4 of the 5 from Trump element were on station and awaiting the rest of the team arriving, as well as their escorts. The Star Admiral could do naught but shiver at the sight of the machines of Joker's Trump. All 5 were the much-feared Gundam GP-02A, the physical Alice of UC-0083 fame. The mobile suit that annihilated half of the Earth Federation Navy in one stroke. And the Magi used it for pretty much the same purpose. Shunny Andres, forbidden, launching. Isis of Joker's Trump, launching. 30 seconds passed, as the 2 freshly launched from the Dominion closed up on the rally point. Star Admiral, you out here to supervise, or hoop ass? Shunny asks. A little of both, you know, Wayne replies casually. Magi have no objection to mixing business and pleasure, when you get down to it. Shunny could be heard practically gagging himself in an attempt to avoid laughing outright. The 5 of Joker's Trump had a few sniggers for the sentiment, but nothing major to add to it. To those soldiers trained for nuclear warfare, this was simply another operation, a case of training being bloodless battle, warfare being bloody training in Roman and later Magi parlance, and everything to them was game face, mission-oriented and ready for battle. Clotho Bauer, Raider, launching. Oruga Sabnik, Calamity, launching. This it? Wayne asks after the 2 pilots close up on the rally point. Less than a binary. Kingfisher asks in reply. It was obvious that there were less than 10 machines there, so. Yep, we're ready. Verify brass balls are locked and loaded, and pray to your gods for what we are about to do, Cobalt orders. 1. Kingfisher replies, being an avowed neutral on such subjects. 2. Cobalt replies, though she needed not do so since she initiated the call. Brass catcher in place. 3. Ready, Bane snarks for a few giggles from Clotho or Shunny. Dear gods, please help me kick enough ass to stop the nuclear war and no more, thank you. A pause of a moment from Isis, then, 4, go. 5. When the kiddies are done, I'm ready to go, Hellion concludes sarcastically. Forbidden, all green, Shunny says in his atypical creepy voice that even gave the Star Admiral chills. Raider, show ready. Calamity, locked and cocked. Let's go nuke something, Kingfisher, Star Colonel Telos, says. Raider, you and I have point. Forbidden on the left flank, Calamity to the rear. Let's move, if they have a Chinook of their own it won't take them long to find us and bring the world down on us, Wayne orders. Rearranging the movement order took 10 seconds, nothing the 9 of them were unaccustomed to. The trek towards the superstructure of the enemy weapon was a bit of a journey, and contrary to the movement of the Mjir itself, the team moved slow, in the hopes that the task force not moving around like their asses were on fire would be overlooked, since the locals seemed to have the mindset that speed equaled armor. A mindset that the average among magi tended to laugh at before blowing them apart to prove otherwise. How powerful are those things? Shunny asks, referencing Joker Trump's main weapons. They're a dial-A nuke device, basically. I can run them as low as 100 kilotons, enough to wipe out a small city, all the way up to 250 megatons, or enough to eradicate everything from New York City all the way to Charleston and everything in between. And the kicker, the whole thing was explained matter of fact by Hellion, as if he was reporting on the weather, not how much real estate he could wipe out in one stroke. Holy shit, dude, I don't think I want that job now that you mention what you can do, Clotho says. Too much mass destruction for my taste. It takes a kindred, stoic soul to do this job, Kingfisher replies immediately. On the other hand, riding the shockwave of a nuke, or any other kind of explosion for that matter, is one of the greatest thrill rides money can't buy. What d'ya mean can't buy? Explosives aren't cheap, but you can buy them. Clotho replies. You have somewhere to set them off safely. Cobalt asks. Didn't think so, she adds after about a half-minute of silence. And this is a job you can't buy your way into, even with good grades in school and good commendations on your record. Hell, I have more gross misconduct to a superior officer red cards in my folder than some people will ever have in service awards and rank stripes, Bane explains. You have to be willing to drop the hammer on anyone to be a nest soldier, kiddies, and I do mean anyone, friend or foe, civilian or military, political, industrial, commercial, or residential. Wait a second. The Code Cell Brigand says that Magi shall never fire upon civilians. Oruga half shouts. Limited Ragnarok, Star Admiral Centura replies. If the enemy is a determinate political entity with no clear target structure, or in cases where Magi have suffered mass destruction attacks that were caused or supported by civilians, then we shall reply in kind. Kingfisher, didn't you do one like that? Star Admiral, and it's how I know riding the shockwave is fun, he replies deadpan. The Alterose incident, kids, look into it after the shooting is done today. Alterose was a fringe, kook world that was effectively shanghaied by some religious fruits and nuts. We let them have the planet, as they showed a vote not under duress to separate from the empire. No big deal. Months later, we start getting cobalt-based nuclear dirty bombs being detonated in neighboring star systems, apparently shipped off Alterose to their unholy neighbors and such. The commandos traced the cobalt back to the mines on Alterose, and the division commander of the commandos gave them one warning: cease sending dirty bombs out in cargo shipments or you will pay. I take it they didn't stop, Shunny comments. Hell no, they kept shipping them out and detonating them even 3 months later, Kingfisher replies cynically. That's when the DCC sent me in, one device with a long-range booster and a release for 100 megatons. I parked it about 90 kilometers out, armed it, and fired. 2 minutes later, I was riding the most hellish blast front 4,000 meters off the ground with my shield strapped to my Gundam's ass and praying to every god I could think of that I survived the landing. The people of a whole planet voted to poison other worlds with a radioactive isotope of cobalt for believing in and using technology and wizardry, and I am talking a confirmed, registered vote of 99% of the people. I eradicated their 4 largest cities in one stroke, as well as the main cobalt mine in question, as clear warning that acting on some beliefs come with too high a price. They got the message loud and clear. The Magi have not heard a peep from them since that firecracker went off. And after I got over the nightmares from riding a nuclear shockwave for 50 kilometers, I ain't lost a whit of sleep over the matter. Okay, that's 2 lessons for the price of 1. 1. Don't fuck with thy neighbors. 2. Stand well away from the nuke about to be detonated. Thanks, man, Shunny notes casually. 3rd, being picked for a nest team means you one bad motherfucker, if you can annihilate whole cities of religious fucktards and not lose sleep over it, Clotho adds to the list. Quick question, Kingfisher, the Star Admiral prompts. Hit me, boss man, he replies in kind. You did say it was the division commander of the commandos that sent you in, right? Fuck, Kingfisher replies. I thought as much, Wayne says. How many other commandos are on my ship? We don't talk, if that's what you're asking, sir. Fine, fine, play dumb. I'd prefer knowing who I can call on to do some wet work when the shit hits the fan, as it inevitably will, but if you don't want to say, I'll just have to guess. IP, people, Cobalt says, meaning initial point, where things supposedly started going live. Enter personal unlock codes and prepare the bazookas, Kingfisher orders. Barrels and bombs, Hellion half grumps. He was also the first to unlock the bazooka block and trigger group from his shield. Clotho and Oruga watched as he connected the trigger block to the back end of the atomic bazooka, and after the locking the connection point arrows flashed green. Hellion reporting ready to shag and slag him. Kingfisher, said pilot replies, acknowledging he was ready as well. This was followed by Cobalt, then Isis 3 seconds later, and Bane last of all. Crap, Star Admiral, we got company, Shunny half shouts. Half dozen Guaiz and one funky looking one, kinda looks like the Freedom, sorta. Shunny, Clotho, deal with the Guaiz, Oruga, and I will take on the funky looking one. Probably a modified Ace's machine, double teaming him in close and at range would be best. I read ye, Oruga replies immediately. Let's see how far I can push this new dual-stage fusion reactor, Go for it. Trump team, continue to objective. We'll have to go through those Guaiz, and it looks like the wolves are growing thick in between here and there. Kingfisher was referring to a Laurasia-class ship that appeared moving to intercept the Joker's Trump team. Then do it, Wayne orders. Approaching contact. Attention unidentified mobile suits, stand down immediately or you will be fired upon, one of the enemy units orders over the open radio channels, which were deliberately not being jammed open by the Magi. Wayne figured he could spare them at least a reason why he was about to chainsaw their formation. I will not stand down until the threat of nuclear omnicide is extinguished, even if that requires I step over your dead bodies to prevent it. Choose your fate, pilot. The choice of the enemy ace was evident enough fast enough. Wayne's Gundam immediately recognized the deployed rail cannons on its hips as a snapshot of the beam rifle did not quite come close enough to the Ultron to hit it. 4 shots of railgun came at Wayne, even accurately so as he was maneuvering, but only 2 of them made it close enough to be deflected by his shield. I got this slacker, Oruga says before unloading 6 rounds of Schlag long-range beam cannon. 4 missed, 1 scraped the outer edge of a leg, 1 hit the center of the left shin. Slacking or lacking he is not, Wayne replies. Hold range, Calamity, I'll get in close and distract him, then you blow him a new asshole when he isn't looking. Roger that, Oruga acknowledges before he slows his close rate to a fraction of what the Star Admiral had. In contrast, the Star Admiral jammed the throttles on his machine to the max, driving his modified Ultron Gundam forward toward the enemy at a breakneck pace with an intent of a collision as he set the round shoulder shield forward. Fool! The enemy pilot shouts. You're predictable. Am I? Wayne asks in retort, firing off a pair of shots from the tail binder on his Gundam. The shots and the shield charge only forced the enemy up and right, out of the line of fire from Wayne, and on passing Wayne was subjected to a shot in the rear from a beam rifle. 1 shot of 3, and even with it being the same beam rifle as Freedom and Justice carried, it was still not enough to penetrate his armor, though it did disable his tail binder. Am I so predictable, pilot? Tag, Oruga comments on the same channel. The enemy pilot lost his whole right leg to the Scylla mounted in the Calamity's chest, at the same time as the detachable flyer unit still attached to the enemy machine took 2 beams and 3 bazooka rounds, tearing it apart from behind. The bazooka rounds did not pass the flyer, but the beams went straight through and into the upper back of the machine. You're it, punk, Oruga completes the thought. Ugh, damn it. Move. The sound of his controls slamming the end of their travel was clearly audible over the radio. And this thing was supposed to be as well armed as Freedom, he finally grumps, having give up on trying to force it to move. Firepower, speed, armor, bravery, duty, useless if you can't put them on target with any measure of skill. This is not politics, boy, not politics. Wayne rebukes and insults the errant enemy pilot all in one phrase, before he moves to rejoin the remainder of the unit. Unit, status report. Zone clear, we're moving forward so fast that Laurasia can't catch up to us. We'll be inside this weapon platform before they can do anything about it, then, well, nothing to it, as they say, Cobalt says boldly. In fact, Isis, if you will. Gotcha, Isis moves forward of the other 4 physical Alice units, with her right hand on the nuclear bazooka and the left carrying a disposable missile launcher rack armed with 3 of the night-terrifying Thunderbolt Class 20 missiles, more than enough firepower to tear apart smaller mobile suits in one salvo. She aimed forward to a maintenance hatch into the superstructure of the weapon, fired all 3 missiles in series, and tossed aside the launcher. The first missile struck off, missing the door by a mere meter, but even still buckled it. The second struck dead on, tearing the door apart and releasing half of it to free float. The third missile struck the remnant of the door and loosed it into the hallway behind. Charge in! Hellion shouts, suiting actions to words as his shield comes forward. Li-ru-ui-i-i. Cobalt shouts as she became the first Magi Gundam pilot to enter the weapon. JJ-yin-ki-ins. Shunny finishes up the inevitable radio taunt, made all the more ironic since ZAFT had no nearby assets to even try to stop their suicide charge. Yeehaw, bitches! Kingfisher declares when they get into the hollow innards of the machine. The Verminators are in the house, and all rat bastard weapons will be terminated. So saith the Star Admiral, so shall it be. How we gonna do this, boss? Hellion asks, looking around the endoskeleton of the weapon for any obvious weaknesses. 60 seconds from all 5 armed, 1 on the breach pipe, 1 on the feed, 2 on the reactor, and 1 on the front reflector. Fire when ready. The 5 pilots each sight up a good placement for their device, though they ended up firing in 2 pairs and a single, each taking their time to ensure good placement. All 5 pilots got what they were aiming for, and with that the whole unit left the way they came. Wayne was the last out, sparing a look at the nearest of the devices, but not much of a look. 60 seconds was not a long time to dawdle in the presence of antimatter weapons. Each device was not a rocket or missile, per se, but rather a limpet mine, designed to attach to a target and wait for its timer to elapse before detonating. This delay could be less than 100 milliseconds all the way to 3 years before detonation. With the impact of the device that had the farthest travel time, the one headed for the reflector dish at the far end of the superstructure, the 5 devices synchronized their counters and began the 60 seconds to imminent blast. Raid warning, raid warning, raid warning. All personnel be advised 50 seconds to antimatter detonation at ZAFT super weapon. Repeat, antimatter detonation at ZAFT super weapon. 45 seconds. About damn time, Gerald declares coldly. Kingfisher, you puke, what took you so long? Kiss my ass, old man, said pilot replies. My physical Alice isn't as cracked out as your new Ezeel or even your physical Alice heavy webs. Nuke jocks, no respect for the rest of us getting our asses shot off out here in the furball, Kika adds to the conversation. Jet jocks, no respect for the delicate touch needed to use antimatter weapons to their fullest, Isis replies in kind. Getting a little corny on the comms, are we not? Star Admiral Centura requests to silence the 2 of them. Sir, just getting around to enjoying it, Kika replies immediately. 15 seconds. Oh, I so love antimatter fireworks, the blast always comes out silver blue. This one isn't going to be a prototypical blast, Kika, Gerald replies. You will see some blast, but not a lot. Watch, he orders before the radios provide a triple blast of warning klaxon. The detonation of 500 megatons worth of antimatter provided a hellish sight to behold for ZAFT, the Earth Alliance, and even the 3 ships. Immediately, the off-center placement of 2 of the devices caused the superstructure to begin lazily yawing around its axis, as the detonation of the remainder did purely structural damage. The forward blast against the reflector dish caused the whole dish itself to ripple and warp, therein making the weapon never usable again by contorting the structural members in the parabola. The breech block itself was injected with several units of pure antimatter, truly annihilating it at a molecular level and sundering a good portion of the barrel by translated shockwave inside the metals alone. The cartridge feed was completely unprotected from such energy and blast, and the device applied to it trashed the whole feed and the ready cartridges for the weapon itself. The last to lose it was the weapon's reactor and nearby structure, having 2 devices tasked to it ensured complete annihilation and plenty of translated trauma to the exoskeleton of the weapon. Outside the weapon, the view of the kill itself was surreal. Gerald summed it up as best as any witness could, like the hands of an angry titan tearing the damned thing apart, strip by strip by strip. He says. The side walls of the cylinder body had peeled apart from the blast shockwave ripping through the superstructure, the forward, reflector, and rear, reactor, section themselves ejected from the rest of the frame somewhat intact. Without a doubt, ZAFT's nuclear gambit was done. Nuuu! Someone shouts on the telepathic plane. Gerald could tell that he was the only one to hear it, maybe Kika, but not most normal pilots. He also vaguely recognized the mental voice as being that of the stray pilot from outside Mendel that had been chewed up by Marines and finished off by Gerald. Time to get back to work, Gerald says. He knew the voice and knew he would have to track him down soon enough. XXX. Jillian found herself fleeing the enemy onslaught once again. This time, it had been something patently impossible as far as she was concerned. She had her doubts about the enemy's ability to resist an anti-tank missile, but they had withstood those weapons just as readily as they had the assault rifles and light machine guns. Sure, one of the armored enemy took an rocket in the face, which appeared to have killed that trooper, the other 4 took several hits in the shield and even one in the shoulder, and they were still going strong. Strong enough, even, that one of the troopers returned fire on the automatic grenade launcher with their large assault rifle, a horrendous sight and sound as 5 rounds of the weapon's fire shredded the grenade launcher and the soldier behind it. Jillian could now make the disgusting claim that she had seen a human body torn to pieces by weapons fire, and the thought of it sickened her to the point of vomiting. This time, she knew she had moved farther up in the Jachindu structure than she almost ever went. She had passed through the west side of the upper hangar area for mobile suits. There were only a few Gundam and one CGUE unit in the hangar, and no evidence of pilots for any of them anywhere. It was evidence enough that ZAFT was suffering a manpower problem, in addition to being undercut by declining birth rates among coordinators in the plants. And if this unit of armored nightmares was really a special action group of the Earth Alliance, this would be the death knell of the coordinators, as far as she could tell. Her trek up and away from the armored menace continued with another 2 levels ascension before she came to another group set up in a defensive ambush position. This one was marginally different, however, in that someone had creatively maneuvered part of a Gin torso armor plate into place to guard the defenders against enemy resistance. The soldiers behind it, more actual ground soldiers than mechanics, this time waved her forward to a commander that was at the back of their formation, though there were more than a few of the Mark 19 grenade launchers and almost everyone had an anti-tank rocket with spares nearby. "Sir?" she asks when she approaches. "Has anyone managed to stop even a single of these Marines?" He asks plainly. "Yes, sir, an anti-tank rocket to the head killed one, but that's all I've seen so far." "Just one?" "Totally different, just totally different," the other commander at the blockade says. "If you want to stay, take cover, otherwise keep going." Too late. One of the Marines could be seen about 30 meters ahead of the ambush, having just entered the theoretical engagement zone. "Surrender your arms, ZAFT infantry. This battle is pointless," their lead soldier demands, though the state of her shield suggested that slowly, they were taking damage. "I'll give you pointless. Open fire." All fire centered on the forward trooper of the minimum 5 armored Marines that were in their field of fire. Through the dust and blasts, Jillian could see the enemy trooper holding her position despite the bucking shield from all the impacts and explosions. Part of her shield even fractured and broke off from grenade rounds, the assault was that ferocious. For a moment, Jillian held out hope that somewhere, somehow, these Marines could be defeated. The enemy behind her changed the dynamic quickly enough, reversing the flow of battle with a single, simple weapon. Jillian could recognize the difference between a shotgun and a rifle, and this one was a shotgun. A large, double-barreled magazine-fed shotgun. Each shot was hard to distinguish from the sounds of rockets and the automatic grenade launchers, but each shot she could tell happened as it tore apart the various gunners on her side. The ammunition they were using resembled darts, each dart easily penetrating the standard body armor that would stop the assault rifle rounds cold, dozens of darts per shot. In mere seconds after the Marines opened fire, the only remaining enemies with weapons were assault rifles, hardly a serious threat, as well as Jillian, who had not fired a shot at all from her place of cover. The lead solider moved forward to the armor barrier, drew a miniature beam saber, and began chopping through the armor to clear a path for the taller Marines. Jillian wasted no time hiding anymore, she simply fled again, floating over the dead bodies of both commanders and 3 regulars to get away from the demons in armor that plagued her relentlessly. They left no real wounded, she had realized. If they took a shot, it was usually enough to kill first time every time. It was horrid, seeing the look in the eyes of the soldier across the hall from her, the fear and anxiety of knowing he would be captured by these ruthless soldiers, and not knowing what his inevitable fate would be. She could no longer stand it. Jillian fled again, this time looking for the next access path upwards. She found it 3 corridors down, as well as a horrifying realization, the Marines had captured the central access shafts, no longer using the secondary or emergency access routes. They had free run of Jachindu and there really was nowhere to flee to. I can't do it anymore." Jillian shouts, the past half hour of emotions finally catching up to her and taking their necessary toll. She stops herself in the middle of the corridor to the central access shaft, hunkers down to the wall, draws her knees up to her chest, and simply hovers there, sobbing. Overwhelmed with terror and anxiety, she could push herself no farther. This was not what she wanted for her life, especially coming from what was supposed to be a stable, safe, non-combat administrative job for ZAFT. She knew not how long she had been sobbing, but she knew when she was no longer alone. The sound of the thrusters nearby was the giveaway. Too much for her. A lady asks. "We are armored Marines, after all. We're supposed to scare the piss out of our foes, especially in the first skirmish." This lady sounded a bit younger, and had a wildly different accent from the first. "You injured, kid?" Jillian ventured a glance at the Marines, and the one immediately in front of her was wildly different from the ones she had been chased by all day. There was only a small shield on the soldier's left shoulder, though in gross compensation for the lack of defense the Marine was carrying an absolutely massive sniper rifle, in addition to an array of smaller weapons. "Oh sweet Jesus," Jillian grumps, looking directly at the muzzle brake of the rifle. Don't worry, you're too small to use one of these on, the Marine replies immediately. Are you injured? No, Jillian replies, looking down toward her knees again. Just scared. Combat does that to all of us, kid, a third lady among the Marines declares. No shame in it. Can you stand? Yeah, I can. After a few moments, she stands up, and realizes that the Marines were only on average marginally taller than she was, excluding their armor attachments that made them look massive and frightening. Join your comrades headed down to holding. You will not be harmed. The sniper points to the column of ZAFT personnel, both regulars and fighters, headed down into the bowels of the station. Right, Jillian grabs the handbelt and moves to join the defeated and captured. She was that close, an arm's reach, and yet they didn't even point a gun at her. Something didn't add up, in her mind. XXX. Con, sensors, looks like ZAFT's rear echelon of ships have taken objection to our blockade of Jachindu. Numbers. Commander Ward orders of the sensors pukes. I show 14 Nazca class, 9 Laurasia class, and a couple different estimates on the mobile complements. So, the kittens have finally found their claws, Commander Ward muses, inadvertently quoting a long-deceased Jade Falcon Star Colonel without even realizing it. Flight control, deploy aero fighters. Fire control, you are released to turn those ships into scrap if they shoot at us. If they are simply running and not interested in hostility, leave them be. Con, sensors, little question about that, I show laser designators tracking the ship at this time. Enemy preparing to fire on us. Allow them, Glenn asked. Ward replies coldly. The armor on this ship weighs as much as half of their ship's total mass. Let them hammer on it as hard as they want, while we sunder their ships out from under them. Arsenal, begin fire per prior restriction. Sir, I have 4 Laurasia class and 2 Nazca class charging weapons now. They should be firing momentarily, and true to their word, the ZAFT ships fired in series, as each closed enough to be within ZAFT's acceptable naval firing ranges. Even being that close, though, only a third of their shots struck them, which caused some amount of laughing on the part of the gunnery officers. This is pathetic. I can score at least 70 at this range. Be that as it may, Ensign, Commander Ward begins, I expect you to prove it. Like, right now, prove it. Sir, the Ensign puts actions to his braggadocio, releasing a pattern of fire commands to the guns under his direction literally as the aero fighters launched from the ship. The commands were all released to the guns by the individual fire director for each battery, since there was nothing obviously wrong with the patterns and commands, and the shots were laid out. Captain Gladys watched carefully the streaks of green beams headed outbound from the other ships in the assault, seeing where the pattern was centered and how to correct it to get more hits on the massive enemy warship. The first volley was unimpressive, about 1 hit in 3 shots, though it was centered on the rear of the ship, not behind the ship as she had feared. The closer the ZAFT ships approached, the better the gunnery would inevitably be. The insignia on the ship matched nothing of the Earth Alliance whatsoever, and the fact that their forces were siding with neutral terrorists that attacked both the EA and ZAFT meant that these were neutral parties of some fashion. The one thing that irked her severely is the thought that some neutral, unknown faction had a ship far larger than anything that could be reasonably produced by even the Earth Alliance. Not to mention, the smallest of the 6 escort ships was just slightly less than 4 times larger than a Laurasia-class ship. Weapons, hold fire, she orders as they cross the firing threshold. I want to get in close, snap several shots off, then turn and run as fast as possible. If we stand off against that monster, we are dead meat. Captain, major thermal spike in the enemy ship. Appears to be launching, air, fighters. Fighters? Pathetic, Talia immediately grouses, making the assumption that practically any fighter would be less than effective when compared to a mobile suit, based on Earth Alliance fighter designs. Do not track or fire on them, I want to get in close first. Captain. The XO shouts, mostly gaping over the response from the enemy warship. The streak of some blue energy weapon was accompanied by tracers from some kind of naval-scale machine cannon, and even the silhouette of some rather large and fast capital missiles fired from static silos in the side of the ship. Actual solid-beam capital-size lasers from the forward section of the ship joined more missiles from that bearing, with more laser clusters and missiles from the rear quarter coming in last on target. Each weapon slashed mercilessly into the ships with few misses from the enemy gunners. By far the most damaging of the attacks came from the machine cannons being used, with such damage that a pair of the tracer groups walked across the fore of a Laurasia running parallel to her ship, completely stripped off the armor and flayed into the reinforced internal structure of the ship itself. To say nothing of the multiple massive missiles that followed the burst of cannon in, which only compounded the damage to the ship. Fighters closing, enemy launch multiple missiles. Watching on the magnified optics, Talia could see each fighter lose 4 missiles of a very large cross-section compared to Earth Alliance missile weapons. No radar or laser designator homing systems detected. They dead fired on us. Talia was silent for a moment, watching the sensor plots of the missiles incoming. Shut off our neutron jammer, she orders. Captain. The XO asks. Do it. Now. She shouts immediately in reply. The sensor officer immediately snaps the switch for the N-jammer to the off position. Captain, I request an explanation. The XO exclaims. You just made this ship vulnerable to radar. Those missiles are passive home-on jam and home-on electronic emission weapons. It's an old technology, but the weapons won't care, all they will see is a jamming system and target it. Missiles approaching, 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, impact. 2 of the missiles passed extremely close to the ship but none contacted, instead seeking out the Nazca class directly aft of the Fermi. Captain, how did you? The XO lets his sentence peter off. Ancient history, Commander, Talia replies immediately. They use every tactic in the book, even tactics that we deem outdated because of our all-important mobile suits and N-jammers and coordinator enhancements. We have to think in the past to understand. Oh shit, break off, do not designate the enemy ship. Too late. The WEPS officer had designated the ship as he was ordered to, when they had closed much closer. Helm, hard to starboard, flanking speed on the engines. Run parallel to their ship, keep the throttle down and don't let up. Captain, I show active radar, tight beam X-band guidance radars, do not match any known Earth Alliance sensor systems, bands, or repetition rates. Oh shit. The XO shouts. Missile launches, enemy warship. 5 no 10 no, 15 launches. Headed right for us. Go to automatic on CIWS. Launch flares, chaff, helm down pitch angle 30 degrees, emergency power. Too late. We're gonna take hits. The observer at the bridge window shouts before backing off the magnifier and grabbing her emergency Jesus handles. 3 seconds, Captain Gladys slammed the collision warning alarm, which echoed throughout the ship unmistakably even as the sensors officer counted down, 2, 1, impact. The impacts of missiles caused Captain Gladys to slam sideways into the side of her command chair, then recoil back into the other side from pure inertia, a combination that hurt severely to her. Her ribs took a beating, as well as her left shoulder and right wrist. It was all she could do to maintain composure, much less pay attention to outside the ship. Captain, look! The XO shouts, pointing out the window to a group of GUAIZ from another ship. X. A-16, be advised we have a cluster of enemy MS attempting to move on what appears to be our cargo dropship dock points. Intercept and eliminate threat. A-16, roger that, committing in now. Porter, you with me? Roger that, Helm, I'm in. Count 6 marks at 10 high. 3 each sound right. Easy prey, Porter, Ace Element, Pilot 17, replies. This 135 milli wants some. Time to feed the need, brother, Helm says. Tally-ho. Engaging targets now. The GUAIZ unit shot first, nothing spectacular to the elite fireball pilots that were bearing in on them, and even 2 hits before the 2 fighters rotated on the yaw axis to snap their shots off with an appropriate lead factor. A-16 led off the attack, and with the much respected A-configuration weapons pods, dumped 4 ER large lasers and 2 medium pulse lasers into 2 different targets, striking the third with guided space intercept missiles. Unlike their contemporaries in the Earth Alliance, these missiles did not rely on laser designators, they guided themselves by counter-ECM and counter-emissions, and also unlike the missiles favored by the Alliance, the Scamrom, 2, missile was more maneuverable than the foes it targeted. He ended the battle with 2 crippled machines and 1 significantly damaged. Ace-17, an avowed close-quarters specialist, followed in formation with his wingmate by flying in one direction and shooting in another to confuse the enemy gunners. It worked somewhat, but not enough to annul any hits. He took 2 beam hits directly and 1 at a glance, not enough to breach his armor in any significant fashion. What he gave was worse for the enemy, splitting his fire between 3 as did his teammate. Missiles in the monster 135mm autocannon on one machine, the 3 lasers and streak LRM-10S to a second, and straight missiles to a third target. The hits were less prolific than he expected. The first target dodged both bursts of the Ultra AC-20, but not the missiles. His right wing streak 10 failed to lock on and never fired, and 2 missiles went erratic, bad guidance, but all in all what he used managed to destroy 1 and severely damage 2. Control, Ace-16, enemy forces intercepted, surviving MS or retreating. Zone clear, ready for next OP holy shit. Ejecting. The pilot punches out after his right wing and part of the fuselage of his fighter was blown off by a very lucky naval beam cannon hit. Control, Ace-17, 16 punched out clean, he was wiped out by a Nazca class, engaging ship now. Roger that, open engagement at this time, the controller orders. It was the work of several seconds for Porter to reverse his velocity, but the Fireball's massive Telstar 400XL engine was more than adequate to the task. As the Fireball came to an effective complete stop, he came under fire again from a stray GUAIZ paired with a GIN, though neither of the enemy machines were expecting him to be able to track and fire on them with missiles from the side. 2 Scamrom missiles launched forward, quickly reoriented themselves to the tracking point designated by the pilot, determined there were threat units in the designated area, and fired main engines to accelerate hard. The GUAIZ got away with losing part of its shield in the strike. The GIN fared worse in that it lost its hips and both legs from the dead-on impact and detonation of the missile. Before a re-engagement could be orchestrated by the GUAIZ, the fireball was on the move toward the Nazca class that had crippled his wingmate. "How do you like this one, bitches?" Ace-17 shouts as he ripple-fired his remaining AGM-84SC Harpoon anti-shipping missiles into the side of the enemy ship. The enemy CIWS was able to intercept one of the 9 missiles, the other 8 all struck the ship in various locations from the engine block forward to the main beam cannons, as they were designed to avoid missile fratricide by spreading around the target when used in an alpha strike method. 3. As he passed over the ship, Porter took care to give the captain of the ship a clear warning that his or her actions were not appreciated, firing every weapon on his craft into the Nazca-class ship Fermi, the autocannon alone tearing significant rents in the armor of the craft augmented by ER medium laser and Streak LRM-10 missile salvos. 17 from 4, that ship you just whumped fired off surrender flares, she's throwing in the towel for today. Form up on my point, we're going hunting for Earth Alliance pricks now. Roger that, 17 replies immediately. A recovery shuttle or mobile suit would recover the ejection pod from 16. X. Talia knew she had pissed herself. She had been that scared to see the surviving fighter reorient on her ship and launch torpedoes capable of tearing massive chunks out of armor and structure. Practically every weapon on the starboard facing of her ship was destroyed, there were at least 3 fires inside the hull, her targeting system was offline, and her sensors were grossly degraded. More to the point, the fighter had even strafed her ship with its anti-MS weapons, and each weapon itself tore chunks out of the ship beyond her wildest imagination. Never again, she swore mentally, never again will I underestimate fighters in my lifetime. That thing it took hits from beam weapons and kept fighting. The XO says as the fighter forms up on 2 others, headed in the direction of the Earth Alliance lines. Whatever they are, those fighters are extremely dangerous, Talia says. 2 of them are the better of over 6 GUAIZ mobile suits and a warship. We got lucky, hitting that one with a naval beam cannon, and that's what it took to bring it down. The pilot ejected, and we're approaching his pod, Captain, the ship's helmswoman declares. XO, organize a team to recover the pilot. I want to talk to him. I want to know who what why they are, she thinks in series. XXX. Another job sitter, hired in for her administrative talents and not much else, Victoria passes judgment on the whelp they had found sobbing in a side hallway with insight to the central shaft. Seems to be about 80% of ZAFT's personnel, Helga says. The other 20 have heart, but not enough battle skill or proper equipment to challenge us. It will not be long before they come up with some rudimentary threat to our infantry superiority, Elisa declares coldly. Marines heading up the shaft. Make a hole. She orders of the swarm of ZAFT captives. Immediately the people squash to the inside of the stairwell, giving the Marines just barely enough clearance to get moving up the stair shaft. Command from 3 Alpha 11, come back, Elisa requests on the command channel. 4. Go, the Galaxy Commander orders. Where do you want your pain-in-the-ass sniper and escorts, sir? Oh, you, Galaxy Commander Michaels grouses, knowing quite well who he was dealing with. The one sniper that had inadvertently managed to point an armor sniper rifle at Commander Walt Felt. Lakis Klein had delivered some choice words about that matter, as well as pined for her missing hero, though even the AI entity claimed no knowledge of its fate. Get your ass up to level 25 and have at it. They're starting to get creative with IED weapons and anti-tank capabilities, honestly I'm surprised this station has as much as they do. Crazy prepared? Karen asks. Probably dug deep in their outgoing material warehouses to use it on us, the Galaxy Commander replies. Take one of them alive and squeeze the location of their armory out of them. Sir, 3 Alpha 11 moving now. The trek up to level 25 was a short haul for the team, given that they were already close to the front wave of the assault. Out in the corridors, the team moved with purpose toward the sound of heavy weapons fire, though given that there were casualties being taken all over the level, the team moved in assault formation even in supposed secure areas. Oh, U5, one of the Marines near the most intense fighting says with a tone of clearly feigned disdain. Hey, it's Wonder Cho. Diane half shouts over the radio band, referring to Cho Eglin, one of the few blood-named Marines in the unit. Where's the rest of your team? Said Marine remained silent for 10 seconds. No way, you mean even Walt? Karen asks. Yeah, Cho replies icily. RPG to the side of the helmet. Not much left of his head. What do we have? Elisa asks, drawing attention away from fallen comrades and back to the battle at hand. 2-part blockade with the smart, surviving assholes of the lower levels. The ones that learned real fast how to use RPGs and laws properly. 3 detonations in series against the wall to their left sent spall ricocheting all over the place, though this was less than a threat to the Marines. And automatic grenade launchers for good measure. Karen, clusterfuck M, Elisa orders. Roger that, Karen says as she loosed her Panzersturmgewehr, armor assault rifle, to free float, and with the free hand pulled a discus-like object with an attached handle off the inside of her shield. Cluster out! She shouts before she pulled the arming pin and tossed it around the corner. Everyone waited the obligatory 4 seconds before hearing first the initial discharge of the submunitions, which itself caused a momentary scream from a lady on the other side of the battle, then a second later the detonation of the submunitions in one very loud cacophony of explosives, with fragments even reflecting off walls near Elisa's Marines. Goin' for it! Elisa says before she jumped off into the hallway where the enemy fire had been coming from. As she proceeded down the hall, her armor sniper rifle stood at the ready, with Elisa waiting for an opportunity to take a shot even as it became obvious Karen's throw had been dead on and killed or maimed the entire ambush. Clear zone. Move up. Moving now. Helga was the first around the corner after her point commander, with Cho a pace behind her and the rest of the team following close behind. Much to Elisa's original estimation, the cluster grenade Karen used was fatal or lethal to everyone in the blockade point. Those few that actively survived did not look like they would survive long without medical treatment. Medics to my location, mark as point Mike 131, possible fatals but maybe you can do something for them. Roger that, 3 Alpha 11, medics moving at this time. Frightened, Paulus, 5, unsure who we are or why we have come, they fight desperately to end the threat. It is such a pity we have to bring them down, Cho says. They have balls, too bad their leadership cannot be redeemed. Stack, Elisa orders, meaning the intersection they were approaching. They should have the morals to know what their masters are doing with that big-ass nuclear laser, and stop him from using it. The same can be said of the Earth Alliance and their nuclear weapons, Cho replies in kind. It has been said, which is why they are getting an unholy beatdown as well, Helga replies. Stacked. Jump off, she orders. In the moments following her order, Helga and Diane went forward and right, the likely heaviest threat area by encounter zone seen on C3, and encountered only an empty hallway. At the same time, Karen and Victoria jumped left, the weak side relative to estimated threat, and encountered a squad of personnel barely 3 meters down the hall. Holy shit! The enemy point man shouts, expecting something but definitely not a heavily armed and armored trooper behind a massive shield. Drop your weapons! Now! Victoria shouts immediately thereafter, her preferred close quarters weapon centered on the lead. The enemy did not take long to realize they were looking down the muzzle of a double-barreled large-bore shotgun with an attached bayonet. Oh shit! I surrender! The point man, as well as the 3 behind him, immediately drops aside his assault rifle and throws his arms up. Rest of you, loose your weapons and hands above your heads. I'm not gonna order you again. Victoria declares. They did as ordered reasonably fast, not provoking the lady with the big gun. Boss lady, squad of 8+1 non-com, all smart enough, she says. Victoria, Karen, forward and disarm tangos, Cho, flanking cover on tangos. Helga, Diane, cover right, Elisa orders rapid fire and all on her external speakers to make sure the enemy knew what they were facing. What's going on here? Who are you maniacs? Victoria centered her shotgun on the lady that was floating separate of the soldiers and had challenged them. You, hands up and where I can see them. Now. What is this? I'm a member ZAFT's diplomats. I demand to know who you are. Honey, you don't start following directions, you'll be arguing your case to 4 ounces of lead shot heading through you at high speed. I'm not going to put up with the bullshit all day, I have a war to fight. Now put your hands up before I have cause to hamburger your ass. What is this? She asks in a lot less demanding fashion, and did put her hands up as ordered. All of you against the port side wall, hands against the wall, no sudden moves. Do it now, Cho orders calmly, her 100mm upper arm mount autocannon clearly aiming through the bulk of them. As they moved to the ordered arrangement, the 2 Marines moved forward and individually stripped the weapons off each ZAFT soldier, until the worst they had was a pocket knife or multi-tool, certainly not a serious weapon for combating a Marine. Listen, I'm a ZAFT high-ranking official, the lady the soldiers were escorting says. I can stop this war if I can get to the force control room on this level. I have authorization from the Supreme Council to arrest the chairman and request a ceasefire. I just said I don't really care who you are, in so many words. If you're dumb enough to Victoria begins, but is cut off by her commander. Hold, Victoria, Elisa orders. Command, 3 Alpha 11, I have a Tango captured my location who says she has authorization from ZAFT command structure to arrest the chairman and request a ceasefire accord, requesting quick ref. Stand by, secure location and await arrival, I am coming your way now. ETA 30 seconds. Galaxy Commander, area is secured at this time. What are you? Who are you? The lady asks. Marines, stranded a long way from home and in a foul mood, Karen says. And what happens when we park it here for a few? The local greenhorns start nuking each other. How pointless can you people get? Enough, Karen, there will be plenty of busting of thy chops after the shooting is over, save it for then, Elisa orders. Short answer, ma'am, we are a patrol ship from a government you have never heard of or dealt with, marooned in this star system with no practical way to fix our ship while the war continues. And, suffice it to say we do not like watching nuclear omnicide play out in front of us. Is that why your forces destroyed Genesis? Genesis? Your large nuclear laser? She nods, still with her hands against the wall. That is precisely why we destroyed Genesis. The speaker in question was a guy's voice, though the lady noticed he was wearing the same type of armor as the 6 that had captured her. The plants are not self-sufficient, by our estimates and intel. You render Terra inhabitable, you kill yourselves slowly and cut off our chance for going home. The Earth Alliance nukes the plants, they turn several stationary objects into several dangerous falling objects that eventually annihilate all meaningful life on Terra. Either way, everyone is screwed in due time, so we invoke a third option. I am Galaxy Commander Carlos Michaels, Force Commander of the Marines and 5th in command de facto of the fleet. You are Acting Chairwoman Eileen Canaver, ZAFT Supreme Council. I have orders to detain Chairman Zayla and offer a ceasefire before the plants are involved in the battle. Understood, Carlos replies. I don't need much motivation to end the shooting, at least in part. 11 of 3rd, advance to point, we take the CIC and end this segment of the battle. XXX. Dirka could never really remember seeing so much carnage generated so quickly in his life, with the possible exception of Junius 7. Even then, this battle was shaping up to match that bloodbath in scale real fast. The problem was not the fact that people were being knocked off by the dozen, the problem was that there were few, if any, non-fatal casualties. The Magi weapon systems were simply just too powerful to avoid catastrophically killing everything they shot at. And it didn't help that Magi mobile army training precluded taking a deliberately non-lethal shot in most circumstances. This is nuts, Dirka says on the Archangel controller frequency, which is one not normally monitored by the Magi. They kill everything in their path with frightening ease. Born and raised to be soldiers, an empire that gives birth to thousands of babies an hour from artificial wombs, yet they say they are all about freedom and life, Mirialia says. There is something, I don't want to say it is wrong, but I don't want to say it is right, either. Know what I mean? Yeah, Dirka replies. They're just totally different, he concludes, making the final leap of mindset from suspiciously silent to outward hostility without realizing it. Whoa, he grunts after a moment, watching a half-dozen Earth Alliance contacts disappear off his targeting array, silenced by the Elmeth mobile armor assigned to Diamond Element. Did they just wipe out? No, they just got a dozen Earth Alliance machines in 15 seconds, she revises her tally up from the half-dozen Dirka thought they had done. Hey! Dirka was no longer paying attention to the hijinks of Diamond Element, there was movement nearby the Archangel. Command, I have a 300-meter class ship in our area, looks like it's getting ready to launch units. Roger that, engage it at will, Mirialia relays from the captain. Moving now, Dirka replies. The strike closes up on him to join in bringing down the last possible Earth Alliance nuclear weapons carrier, of which they had found out fast that the Agamemnon-class ships were the ones carrying the nuclear strike force, making them an instant priority target. What do you think, Commander? About the Magi, I mean. I'm trying not to think about it. Remember, they have a strategic Chinook, Mew replies immediately. Oh, shit, Dirka groans. He had forgotten about her. It would appear the Archangel doesn't like us pretty much at all, anymore, Kalamira says to Commander Ward. Kagalai and Colonel Kisaka are the exception from the 3 ships, the rest, well. Her statement trailed off. Unsurprising, Commander Ward replies. They were reluctant partners at best, never really trusting us, never really distrusting us. Now that they have seen Magi Steel in real combat, they trust us even less than before. Right, Kalamira replies. The 2 officers were silent for a few moments, Kalamira keeping a close eye on the evolving action by the 3 ships. Should we, again she could not complete her thought vocally. Let them be, Kalamira. We are part of a wildly different ethos from they, and fool would it be to try and meld ourselves into their way of thinking or force our thoughts onto them. We shall simply have to earn their trust with honor and integrity, 2 things strangely enough lacking in these reaches of space. The Junk Guild is certainly not lacking such, Kalamira replies immediately. The Junk Guild are the roaring exceptions to such principle, in that they live on principle. The hands among ZAFT and the Earth Alliance, at least in their leadership, are racist demagogues incapable of thinking more than a meter in front of them. We are required to tread in their presence, much as I would prefer to call down the thunder upon them all, we cannot simply hammer them until they play nice. Today we win on the field of battle to establish our legitimacy, tomorrow we play again at the negotiating table. Right, I hope the Star Admiral has a good plan for that, Kalamira says offhand. He shall need it. Oh, he does, Strategic Officer. He does, Commander Ward replies. Commander, something is not right about that Agamemnon class. It's launching midget mobile armors, but they're doing something else on the ship. X. What is that ship doing? Mew asks, focusing on it between taking down the nuclear-armed Mobius armors. I don't know, it's acting weird, Dirka replies. Should we call in some help? He was referring to the nearby warship Byzantin, one of the Sendai-class escort monitors to the Mjir. No, we'll do it, Mew replies, wanting to minimize the involvement of the Magi in the battle as much as possible. Archangel, can you take a shot? Negative, Commander, we're out of range for another minute and a half. Dirka, you're it. Whoa, shit. Mew shouts, having seen something he never really thought possible. The Agamemnon-class ship had pitched down the bow enough to align two load bays for the nuclear missiles on a direct fire course for the plants, given that the load tubes were angled strange through the ship. When aligned, the ship opened the tubes and launched two missiles, then ejected the spent missile cartridges into space. Mew could only guess that the deck crew was furiously busy reloading for another shot. I got it, Dirka declares, linking his weapons into sniper rifle configuration. He tracks the first missile, leads it, and squeezes off the shot. A bare moment after the shot was loosed, the missile ignited a secondary motor and booster assembly, driving it forward so fast that his shot missed the rear of the missile by a mere half-meter. The second missile fired its boosters moments later, precluding shooting it down in the same fashion. Damn! They both snaked us. Hyperion has them, Mirielias says. The large monitor was moving away from the battle lines and toward the missile flight path. Take out the ship before it launches any more, she orders. Roger that, Dirka turns his massive beam rifle on the ship, targets the exposed bridge, and taps the trigger. True to his aim, the round penetrated through the ship from bridge to innards with little hesitation, taking it out FO action as a viable weapons platform. Ship is sunk, let's hope those mages can do the rest. X. Weps, Con, raid warning, priority targets identified as 500 kiloton nuclear cruise missiles. Engage priority, full arsenal, repeat, engage priority, full arsenal, Captain Freeman orders. Priority engage, roger that. Targeting array online, valid track high-speed intercept, targeting units with AMS and pulse lasers priority. Fire control released, firing in 3, 2, 1, now. The sound of the laser AMS units unloading on the passing missiles was heartening to the crew, not to mention the accompanying but slow-firing sound of pulse lasers firing in battery configurations on the same. Booyah! Scratch 1. Shit, the second it won't lock. I can't get a solution on it. Go to manual. Captain Freeman orders. Designate with X-band radar targeting enslave all weapons, missile, ballistic, energy, to that designator. Move it up. F. The weapons controllers do as ordered, releasing weapons, no track, weapons not firing. Oh, holy fuck, it just kicked in another booster, the sensors operator declares. Estimate 4 minutes to impact, Colony Januarius 9. Do we have anything? NEG, Captain, we're out of options. Nearest intercept, Mjir. Relay what we have to the CIC on the Mjir, they'll know what to do. Damn it. What the hell went wrong? Those were supposed to be easy, soft kills, the captain raged inside the confines of his own mind. X. Con, sensors, we have the targeted missile on scope, estimate 2 minutes until it's in our area. Weps, prepare to try and smoke it. Helm, move the ship to block the missile's flight path. I know I didn't hear that right, CWO Willie replies. You want me to put the ship in a place where it could be nuked? Side effect of the 35,000 tons of armor on this ship, Willie, a surface detonation will not cause enough damage to cripple the ship. Hell, it may not even penetrate the armor, if it is small enough. 500 kilos, sir, the sensors operator says. That sounds a bit high to me. 500? That's it. Bah, a surface detonation like that won't even slow us down. The rest of the bridge crew looked less than confident in the commander's declaration. Willie, move the ship, center the impact point over the portside forward area. We'll lose less than a third of the armor in that area, with a possible minor structural damage effect. Certainly less than a colony would take. This is gonna suck, Willie complains lamely. Tell us something we don't know, helmsman, the ship's AI grumps. I'm issuing evac orders to all personnel in that segment of the ship, sir. I'll handle the weapons automatically, for what it is worth. Something wrong? Commander Ward asks in reply. the missile is still accelerating at 5 gs. When it hits, it may embed itself up to 3 meters before detonating. Still, better us than a colony. Willy, status. 10 seconds to location, Commander Crazy Ass, the helmsman replies sarcastically. Commander, all hands have been evacuated from port forward. We're ready for this, the AI says calmly. NEG, you are never ready to get nuked, Commander Ward grumps as he was picking up the microphone for the intercom system. Attention all hands, we are about to interpose this ship between Januarius 9 and an incoming nuke. If it detonates on the surface of the ship, the worst we'll take is armor damage. Just be prepared to evacuate if it gets worse. All hands, brace for violent collision at this time. The sensor operator took over the 1MC. Attention, 10 seconds, 9, 8, 7, 6, and the AI entity began unloading standard scale weapons at it to avert a hit, but did not damage it notably since it was already moving so fast. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now. The whole ship jarred once, then everyone had a temporary weightlessness feeling as the blast of the weapon drove the ship down and toward the colony for a moment. Calamira went up almost a half meter, then came back down on the arm of her chair at a slight angle, striking her ribs against the arm of the chair with a side order of asymmetrical whiplash to accompany. Ow, shit. Damage report. Sir, surface detonation, it annihilated a 10-meter deep crater in the armor and a 30-meter wide radius. Blast trauma has caused ripple shearing all throughout the port forward armor area, and may have crushed the adjacent corridors. No penetration, though I am showing sensors, thrusters, and some weapons on that side severely damaged. We lived. Did you hear that? Hey? Hey? We just got ram-fucked by their best and we lived. Who da man? Hey? Who da man? Willy shouts after getting out of his station. Glad you feel that way, Willy, now sit down, shut up, strap in, and get ready to move, Commander Ward orders. X. Unfucking real, Isaac moans. They just threw themselves in front of a nuke, and the damn thing is still intact. Worse, Commander Jowl, not only did it not penetrate, the ship is moving now. Shiho almost sounded frightened at the thought. Sir, they ain't happy, the surviving of the two that could sense the enemy says. They really ain't happy. Isaac was tempted to be a smartass and say something snarky, but he knew it was pointless in these circumstances. He'd already had his ass handed to him in several good-sized pieces, and this foe looked to be unstoppable in conventional battle. Even the nuclear options were out. Isaac watched Genesis come apart by whatever weapon they used on it from the inside, and the ship just took a nuke in the side and continued operating, even now appearing to go on the offensive. This just is not our day, Isaac grumps. I know they ain't Earth Alliance, so I wonder what their game is, he muses to nobody in particular. XXX. Chairman. Our forces, our people are being slaughtered. We have to surrender or we won't survive. Chairman Patrick Zala had become wearied of the insufferable jackass advisor the Supreme Council assigned to him. Patrick was one of the first true ZAFT patriots, he had fought the Earth Alliance oppression from the beginning, unlike this dickhead who was telling him how to act now. His hand went into the overcoat he wore, the groove of his hand centering on the handle of the 9mm pistol he kept in a shoulder holster. With a fluid motion, the pistol came out and he drew the slide back to chamber around and cocked the pistol. As he turned around, his right arm straightened out and the sights centered, before he stopped rotating in his chair positioned properly to give the bastard a pair of chest shots. His sights fell on target, and he had a slight amount of pressure on the trigger, but he never fired. A violet glow beyond him, a sinister luminescent glow like nothing ZAFT had in its arsenal, drew him to a stop before he could shoot. What? No way, they're already here. What? The shocked advisor asks, then looks to where the chairman was now aiming his pistol. Oh, that, beam saber. Down here, sir. They're breaking in the secondary door as well. The guards shout from the controller floor. This is insane. Chairman Zala shouts. This is madness. How can we be defeated? We are the superior beings. Even as he shouted such, the sound of the beam sabers cutting through the half-meter-thick blast doors gave way to the sound of the most haunting music he had ever heard. It was very heavy rock and roll music, and extremely hard to understand, but it had the voice of a female lead singer and an off-and-on choral and full orchestral bent to it. The thought of facing armored super soldiers that listened to metal with opera mixed in for good measure was extremely discordant to Patrick's ears, as if they were trying to have it 4 separate ways at once. All activity stopped in the room, all eyes were on the doors in abject terror or dread fascination as beam sabers chopped through the reinforced blast doors. Nothing appeared able to stop them, even a few grenades stuffed out the cracks in the lower door did not slow down the pace of the cut. Patrick watched the troops on the security screens, as did even his advisor he had threatened. That armor, it withstood machine gun fire. The CIWS on the duel, Patrick replies. The secret has to be in the shield, their body plate can't be heavy enough to defend them and still be maneuverable, he opines, only partially correct in his assessment. And a dozen weapons on this one, but less on that one. I wonder why. He was referring to two of the troops standing nearby the one that was slashing into the door. Anti-infantry weapons, they're almost all small caliber machine guns and such, Patrick says. As opposed to a few mixed weapons on this one, but one huge rifle. What rifle? The advisor asks. Patrick traces its length across the screen with his finger, though part of a third trooper's head was obscuring the bulk of it. What the hell would someone use such a huge rifle for? Taking out other armored targets is the only thing I can come up with, sir, a kibitzing infantry soldier says. He has a point, Chairman. If they have armor like that, it's safe to say they train to fight other armored soldiers like themselves, and fighting forces like us is just an extension of it. Sir, they're almost through. The other area guard half shouts, taking aim at the door with his assault rifle. Patrick focused back on the door, observing as the two beam sabers came together at the top to chop through the remnant few centimeters of the doors. After the last of the hardened titanium was annihilated, the beam sabers disappeared, and Patrick watched on the security screen as the trooper that had done the cutting reattached her shield, then simply booted the door remnant inward. The several tons of door material did not move speedily, but it did move inexorably forward, threatening to crush the one guard in the room that threatened resistance. He was expecting it, and bolted left to clear out from the door's travel path. The first enemy trooper through the door went for the lone guard, charging through his hail of rifle fire and right up to him. No forewarning, no order to surrender, nothing before Patrick beheld the Marine as she loosed a forearm-mounted blade and swung rapidly. The knife chopped through his left forearm and left shoulder at the same time, almost without resistance, though before he could even begin to properly scream the return slash was horizontal across the neck. The head severed leaked its blood out into the weightless environs, the remainder of the body kept pumping its last blood reserves out to join the head no longer there. More than one of the operators shrieked after seeing that frightful display. Patrick simply clenched his jaw and said nothing. The door remnant was given momentum upwards by a follow-on trooper, this one with a mix of large-bore weapons of several types, including something that bore striking resemblance to a miniature tank cannon. In fact, said weapon did look like the barrel of a pre-CE main battle tank at half size and sense the rest of the tank, when pointed at the people on the command platform. In comparison, the assault rifles pointed at them almost seemed of child's toys compared to that tank gun, but intellectually they all knew they would be equally dead regardless of which trooper shot first. Well, the heart of ZAFT's command structure, caught without anywhere to run. Game, set, and match, I dare say. This speaker was a guy, and not all that old in Patrick's estimation. Certainly younger than he was, though possibly not by much. I will give you monsters nothing, Patrick Zala replies coarsely. Actually, that is preferred. I do not want anything from ZAFT, in fact it would be nice if you stopped shooting at us. It is getting old, the same officer replies. Fair enough. What manner of insult is this? Patrick asks. He did not realize he was still pointing a gun at them, though they clearly knew it. No insult. Two of the troopers shift aside to let a third through, almost indistinguishable from the rest, until he ejects his shield to free float and Patrick could identify what appeared to be rank insignia on the chest plate, 5 silver bars. We Magi, we have nothing for ZAFT, and nothing against ZAFT. Had you kept the war conventional, you would never have heard from us until after the shooting was done. Seeing as both sides were targeting civilians with nuclear death, well, suffice it to say that we Magi do not like watching civilians killed, especially en masse as you intended. Another pistol was leveled, this time from one of his subordinates to the chairman. Is this true? The lady asks. Stay your pistol, operator, the Magi officer orders. She looks at him, not understanding what he meant and clearly showing it by her expression. Holster it, kid. He is defeated, and his own administration has disbarred him from command. Your battle is over. What? Patrick asks, only to catch a glimpse of Eileen Canaver as she moved behind the front rank. The Supreme Council has ordered you to stand down, Patrick, Eileen says. I am to remove you from command, by force if necessary. Please don't make this an issue. I will not. Patrick half shouts in clear defiance, now pointing at where Eileen was mostly shielded by one of the armored troopers. Look to your strategic map, dipshit. You have nothing left to continue this fight. The armored troop officer pointed to the map in question, and true to his word there was nothing left, or what was left was reporting serious damage and reduced capability. Continuing this battle, continuing such meaningless omnicidal depredations, it serves no purpose. You are trading and taking lives for precisely nothing. Damn it. We are the superior beings. Patrick never aimed more deliberately in his life, a single shot that landed dead center on the officer's visor. Many hearts stopped for a second or more, all eyes on the invading troopers as more poured into the room and a shot caused many raised rifles and support weapons. The reaction was immediate from the troopers near the officer. The least of the weapons so aimed was a pistol, one with a bore distinctly larger than the ZAFT and Earth Alliance pistols. The greatest was the miniature tank cannon with a baffled muzzle brake, a very frightening sight on something that was presumably infantry or marine. Hold! Do not fire! The officer orders very forcefully, even as the barrel of the enemy pistol quit smoking. You are not superior to the Earth Alliance nor our ranks, just as they are not superior to you. Coordinators are not evolved, this supposed superiority of yours is all in the confines of your head. Another shot, practically the same place, and not a whit of damage visible on the visor. 2 more shots, clearly of desperation, one flattening against his visor and idly floating away from him, another careened off the side of his helm and embedded itself in a screen. We have existed for thousands of years, Chairman Zala. We Magi have done much, destroyed planets and birthed stars, crossed the deep darkness between inhabitable worlds in seconds, jumped to and colonized alternate and parallel dimensions, and fought 3.5 millennia of genocidal war you could never properly imagine. Never once in our existence have we seen nor engineered an evolutionary step past what we are now and what you are now, just the same as we. You say you are superior to everyone else. The enemy commanding officer reaches up to the slug hovering nearby his faceplate, examines it for a moment, then discards it with an idle flick of his wrist. I say the only thing superior about you is your supreme arrogance and conceit, believing that you have the right to judge humanity based on the irrelevant station of your birth. I, personally, was born in a gene tank using techniques similar to and more advanced over coordinator enhancements, and I do not believe myself superior or inferior to anyone else in this room. My expanded strength, dexterity, and stamina give me the physical power inside or outside of this armor to roughly unscrew your head from your body and kick it around this room all day long, and still I am no more evolved than the rest of you attempted Nazi hacks. And, right now, the only thing keeping you alive is the fact that it is not worth the expenditure of ammo to shoot someone who is already dishonored, derelict, and dismissed from his command. Any questions? For the first time, Patrick lowered his pistol, realizing that the myriad of guns he was staring down had the right of it. He had been contemplating killing off the population of Earth, if for no other reason than to give the naturals a taste of civilian death, let them feel what it was like to lose friends and family in one omnicidal stroke that they couldn't stop. It took the whole of 5 seconds for him to realize he had become a complete monster, and even the uninvolved were coming out of the woodwork to stop him. A deep sigh preceded the chairman's next action. Here, he releases his pistol to float across the gap to the officer in charge of the armored troopers. I surrender, contingent you cease fire on ZAFT troops, Patrick offers. Easy enough. The enemy officer activates his radio, which was also transmitting over his external speakers. Star Admiral Centura from GC Michaels, come back, he requests. Go, a voice replies in a clipped fashion. ZAFT command is offering a surrender on term that we cease fire on them at this time. The officer had caught the pistol floating his way, and took a few moments to examine it. From what the ZAFT personnel could discern of his examination, he was not impressed. Easy enough, there is little ZAFT organized resistance remaining. A pause of a moment, all forces, this is Joker's ace. ZAFT forces will be surrendering contingent ceasefire on our parts. All forces are to redirect to the Earth Alliance remnants to continue offensive operations until they surrender. All sections acknowledge, the Star Admiral orders. What followed was a rather disheartening acknowledgement listing of all the active formations, as well as the ships involved in the fighting. The ZAFT analysts maintained no illusions. If the massive warship could survive a direct nuclear strike, there was little left for them to do but surrender. Here, keep it, the pistol was sent back to the chairman. I don't collect 9 millis. Keep it in holster, though, or one of my marines may take offense to you waving a piece around. XXX. Boss, you may want to back off from this one. He ain't going to be pleasant. Wayne nodded thoughtfully in the confines of his cockpit. The enemy in question was obviously a new type. He was using remote weapons to slaughter even Magi mobile suits, more than a dozen so far and nary a scratch on his. It would take someone with equal or greater skills in Hiluva powerful equipment to match or defeat him. In the end, not a difficult decision. Roger that, Joker's ace is returning to base. Good luck, Angel team. Thanks, boss, Gerald replies. Angel 1, follow me in. Engage target priority, don't hold off anything. Enemy machine identified at long range as a Gundam class machine with a large array of remote weapons. And me without my funnels to return the favor, Kika replies in kind. Oh, well, looks like I'll have to kill him conventionally. Wah wah, Gerald replies sarcastically. He knew that Kika was rated to use 35 funnels or bits at any given time, making her a veritable one-lady army if she could take possession of that many funnels. Gerald, on the other hand, was rated far higher than she was on that count, and has revealed that to precisely nobody. Ready to engage. F, Kika replies. Firing now. Gerald and Kika were aiming at two separate things. Kika, for the enemy Gundam, Gerald, for the funnel class remote weapons used by the enemy machine. Gerald scored 2 solid hits and 1 glancing hit. Kika missed entirely but forced the enemy to pay attention to something other than Hyperion, the warship he had turned his guns on but completely failed to cause significant damage to. The mental voice of Cruzit was just barely enough to be heard by Gerald and Kika. So, the Angel of Death has come to the field of humanity's final battle, and rendered it moot. A pair of beams lanced out from the high-power beam rifle on the enemy Gundam, though befell Gerald's eye field system. You cannot stave the final fate of humanity, Angel, it is their destiny to burn. You know nothing of fate or destiny, scumdog. I have seen it all, life, death, nirvana, pandemonium, heaven, hell, even you cannot comprehend that which shall be. Gerald and Kika streaked past the Gundam that was physically far smaller than their mobile armors, trading shots at closer ranges that still amounted to nothing. You are simply railing against an inevitability that not even we Magi have been able to change, Gerald forcefully tells him across the psychic plane. Kika, start in on him with the missiles. I have an idea. I like your ideas, Kika replies, already sensing what the plan was. No man can see the future, even such as you or I. You cannot believe that you know what the fate of humanity truly is, without the hands of humans causing it. The enemy was creative in his application of the remote weapons systems, using them to harry the 2 mobile armors as they moved away and doubled back for another pass. Gerald silenced another of the beam pods with a well-timed blast from his rear beam cannons, but that was it. They are the Eurobarrows, the serpent that eats itself in desperation. They will constantly push themselves to be better at everything, fueling hatred and despair wherever they go and with whoever they touch. Even you can see this. They are unfit to inherit the cosmos. Beings far worse than what you describe have themselves inherited whole cosmos, Cruzit, and they have not spawned hatred such as you believe we are capable, Kika declares stoutly. Even I was able to get along with they, and yet you cannot see farther than the front sight of your gun. Cruzit managed to intercept part of the missiles launched from the 2 mobile armors, though he was more concerned with dodging the very large beam cannon strikes that would have annihilated his machine in one stroke. He took 5 hits, 1 damaging his shield significantly, though the 4 that struck body locations only jarred him in the cockpit and caused no systems or armor damage. He smirked pleasureful, enjoying the advantage of phase shift armor and a nuclear reactor. Even the pithy burst of machine cannon he received from the Archangel of Death did not damage his machine to any significant amount, just overstressed the left elbow joint of the machine. I damn you all for your intransigence, stopping the inevitable fate of humankind, but the wisdom of your soldiers in Jachindu is ample. After I kill you off, I will only need destabilize one of the plants and it will destroy enough of Earth to eventually kill all but the colony on Mars. You have to kill us first, Cruzit. The Angel team does not give freebies, Gerald informs him harshly. My pleasure, inferiors. Behind a wall of beams that had thinned with the loss of 2 more Dragoon pods, Cruzit charged headlong at Angel 1, seeing in its ponderous form the core of the machine, the Gundam stamen that controlled the massive mobile armor. He was yet surprised that their ability to intercept beams was as solid as he could dish out, but in close the game changed. Oh shit! Gerald! Kika shouts, trying to maneuver away from the closing enemy, and at the last moment trying the anti-ship beam saber. Neither attempt succeeded, and Cruzit was still able to close up on the mobile suit at the core of the machine. His shield-mounted beam saber destroyed the right-hand beam rifle Kika was carrying in the stamen, before the beam rifle centered on the body of the mobile suit. She tried to reach for the emergency eject to clear away from the Orcus and by extension him, but it was done. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3, and Gerald heard the buzzing tone from her life support monitor. 1 down, 1 to go, then I silence your ships and your comrades. You will dine in hell tonight, Cruzit. Gerald shouts on the telepathic plane, something easily heard by everyone within 10,000 kilometers of his mobile armor. Cruzit charged the new Ezeal upgrade, dodging below the short-range beam blasts and plowing through a salvo of missiles carelessly, intent to close on the mobile armor and exploit its weakness at close range. He saw the 8 5-round bursts lance out from the machine cannons on the enemy armor, but was too close to divert and still get to his target area, so he plowed through the bursts. It would be his fatal mistake of the battle. Gerald had planned exquisitely for just such a case, where an enemy had phase shift and enough acumen to dodge the beam weapons, though he did not plan on losing Kika and was extremely infuriated with the omnicidal maniac charging him down. Gerald never aimed his cannons more deliberately in his life, and did so with clear purpose and an unseen advantage. His first ton of loaded ammo was standard Ultra AC fare, nothing more than the normal for busting fighters and small craft. 80% of that ammo fed through the guns in his first machine cannon attack, and as he expected did not cause any notable damage to the enemy. The last 20% fired through the 2 outboard cannons while the guns switched to the next magazines, which were wildly different from standard heap, 6, shells, and fired a total of 6 salvos from the second magazine. These different shells had been designated APS HP, or armor-piercing phase-shifted heavy penetrator, and a total of 30 of these specially engineered slugs had been loosed at the Providence Gundam. Cruzit did not have enough time to realize what went wrong, only that something had gone seriously wrong. The PS penetrators chopped through his armor as if it was paper-thin aluminum foil, in every case outmatching the phase shift built into his systems. After bypassing the armor, the slugs tore through the internal components and vitals of his machine, and therein the true damage was done. A salvo and a partial chopped through the longitudinal axis of the main reactor cooling systems and power distribution, to which the engineered failsafes entered fail mode and scrammed the reactor. Another burst walked through the quasi-modal cortex of the Gundam, severing the main brain linkage to the rest of the machine with the cockpit. The final coffin nail in the demise of the machine was the destruction of the beam rifle and power distributor in the backpack for the Dragoon pods, sundered by an off-course penetrator that was not cast uniformly and left the barrel at a strange angle. In mere seconds, what was left of the Providence shut down and promptly impacted the chest glacé plate of the New Ezeal. Further movement was halted by something catching hold on his machine, then the unmistakable inertia of being reeled by tow line toward something else. Surprising you survived that, Cruise It. Come on out, I will share with you what humanity has earned. Cruise It, knowing he was dead whether he stayed inside or went out, gave into his natural curiosity. He ejected the cockpit door and drifted out onto the surface of the wire-guided claw arm of the New Ezeal. Waiting upon said arm was a soldier in midnight blue exposure armor. What could you possibly know of what humanity had earned? I alone have the right to pass judgment on they. Your posturing is not the end of humanity. Your scheming will end as a footnote to this battle, a lesson for future generations that there are people willing to kill everyone out of a sense of depredation and false godhood. You have failed to even modify the outcome of the end of existence, and for that I can but pity you. Save your pity for the animals you defend. Oh, no, Cruise It, I will not spare you my pity, Gerald replies smoothly. You took the time to damn us, but it is you who shall be damned for your omnicidal wongsty raging and back-parlor scheming to kill off all humanity. You see, everyone in existence is reborn cross-dimensionally at the time of death, no knowledge and only some latent link to their past selves. I know the being that facilitates these transfers, but you have made yourself a special exception, Cruise It. You will die here, your sole object going no farther than your dying corpse. Not that such would be a terrible loss to existence, mind you. And how does that bother me? Cruise It could not sound any more loaded with conceit to Gerald if he tried. Someday, that being will be killed in combat. After that, the dead no longer trade locations to continue anew. All of existence will deplete itself in due time. I do not know if there is a recovery in the end or not, but you can look forward to watching and waiting for it in hell. And it shall be a long, agonizing wait for the likes of you. Thank you, Professor Lightbringer. Now be done with it. Cruise It sounded as ready as any to die, now knowing what was thought to be the reliable outlook on the future. I will see you in hell shortly. Save me a seat, Annie. Gerald brought up his Rarin XPDW, a submachine gun that fired a small and explosive round. With a short burst of 10 rounds, Gerald ripped Cruise It's body apart into several large ragged chunks, taking care to walk part of the burst across his faceplate to make sure his head was suitably annihilated. Amazing what bullshit you can say and someone would believe you, Gerald mutters to the empty space around him. Angel 1, Command Interpreter Override, return to Mjir for emergency landing. He activates his main control link to the radios in his New Ezeal. Mjir, Angel 0 with 2 reports. Alpha, Angel 1 is Kia, beam rifle at close range. Have ordered Ma to return to base emergency landing. Bravo report, enemy Ace Ra Le Cruise It killed in action at my location, confirm enemy scratched Angel 1 but didn't even nick me. Requesting orders to the front at this time. Angel 0, Centura, negative orders to the front, return to base at this time. ZAFT command has announced surrender during your shooting match, minimal threat from remaining forces. This one is veritably over. XXX. To point of Star Admiral Centura's declaration. Attention unknown mobile forces and warships, this is Rear Admiral Joaquim Nees, acting fleet commander of Peacemaker Force. I request terms of surrender at this time. The remaining enemy Admiralty officer broadcasts on the communication nets, accompanied by white surrender flares. Rear Admiral Nees, this is Star Admiral Wayne Centura, Magi Warship Mjir, I acknowledge your request for terms of surrender. All Earth Alliance forces will immediately cease fire, deactivate targeting and tracking systems, and depower weapon systems. Your fleet is to move to the left flank of the battle area and maintain formation. We have detected Earth Alliance reinforcements coming from Luna, they will likely join up with you at that time, but given that both sides have requested surrender, I expect negotiations will see this resolved before any more gun action is necessary. Roger that, we are moving now to requested area and will await further instructions. The body of the Blue Cosmos political officer floated past him, headed for the opposite side of the bridge in what could be irreverently considered a gruesome game of dead man's volleyball between his communications and sensors officers. Neither liked her to begin with, which added an extra dimension to the game. The only thing that Rear Admiral Nees would not countenance was violating her body, despite her deplorable conduct when she was alive. We live. The sensors officer shouts before shoving the body back across the way toward the camo officer. Jesus, that was scary. These maniacs know how to fight harder than ZAFT. No doubt, the rear admiral replies coldly. There is a new sheriff in town, and he just declared that he is the baddest motherfucker on Main Street, for today, at least. Author's chapter afterward. Chaotic, frenetic battle. Something about writing about fights that shift rapidly always gets me going faster, harder. Regardless, though this did not look as random as some of my other battles, you can rest assured that there were some parts I was not expecting to have to write, like Cho's unit being almost completely killed or the amount of casualties that Cruzat caused among the Magi. Such things are certainly not as clear-cut until the dice come up snake eyes, or in this case a roll of 22 and 31 out of 100, meaning dire straits for the Magi. Still in all, the rest of the battle flowed as I expected, and I think I achieved the result I was looking for. 11 chapters in of a planned 25. The more I think about it, the more I like the thought of completing epic narratives, gives me plenty of room to play with prose and concepts. It also helps that I have something approaching an ongoing good spirit argument about what sides will do to each other with clear purpose to do so. The more ideas I get, the better. There was some question as to how a multi-planetary and multi-dimensional government like the Magi manages to survive without collapsing of its own weight. I will be exploring that angle in depth and at length here in the next several chapters, for reasons that will become apparent in the next chapter. Y'all should known by now that I do not like spoiling surprises, no? That's pretty much it for the chapter. I'll leave any mysteries hanging UFN, see who can come up with the most logical explanations. Next up, the negotiating table becomes something of a hot battleground for an otherwise cold war. Even discourse can get sharp under the right circumstances. Review replies, 5 reviews for this last chapter, much thank you all for the support and ideas. Rick Roller, I hope this goes a bit more into the smashing ZAFT territory you like so much. Necroblade, Herass with phase-shifting armor? Oh, holy crap, they would be practically the perfect insurrection and espionage tool. But scary nonetheless. Gotta love the Marines, though. 8 Yen of the West Wind, I think I was aiming for alliteration, not perversion. That whole rant was fueled by sleep deprivation and less than stellar judgment. I don't know now why I wrote it or didn't edit it out, or really what the hell I was thinking. At the least, glad to avoid one of your other pet peeves in so doing. I hope the conclusion of the battle was ample for you, smiley face. Gadaman 41, I hope this chapter further reinforces the varying pace and style of battle the story has to offer. Because it definitely is not over yet, smiley face. The gods of yore are prominent figures in the backstory, up to a certain point, and in limited effect even thereafter. Expect a lot of that in the MMC to come. I actually do not have much in the way of versing on Warhammer 40k, though everything I have read about it makes me want to read more. I may have to look into it, after all is said and done. Knives 91, the tactical paintball game is favored for force-on-force training sims, but is not without casualties as you saw in the chapter. There may be a few more in chappies to come, but be warned that the sim systems for MS combat are even better. Thank you one and all for the reviews. Keep them coming. The gripe sheet, hopefully, Necroblade got them all in this chapter, as he and Strata got them all last chapter. Footnotes. 130 caliber rifles are weapons in the 7.62 mm to 7.65 mm metric range, with bullet diameters of .300 in to .310 in standard units. .308 in is the most common. These weapons are powerful and highly effective against unarmored infantry, but even armor-piercing and explosive 30 caliber is veritably useless against powered armor/battle armor/infantry, marine, armor units. 2 space-capable advanced medium-range air-to-air missile. Jokingly called scammers, scamrammers, or scam slammers, the scamram is carried by Magi aerofighters as a single-shot external payload heavy hitter for use against light and medium targets in both atmospheric engagements and in space. Each fireball can carry 4 of the advanced scamram in place of 1 ton worth of bombs. 3 missile fratricide occurs when a missile flies through the debris shower or detonation plume of a preceding missile, damaging or destroying critical components of the missile and preventing it from working properly on the target. This is a real-world problem with missiles, FFAR, folding fin aerial rockets, and even nuclear ballistic missile warheads, and the author translates this problem to being real in this story as well. 4-3 Alpha 11 is a unit assignment designation, consisting of trinary cluster point designation. Therefore, the listed designation means that Elisa is point commander of the 11.3 trinary in Alpha cluster. Usually, this would be followed up by a galaxy designation, though in the case of said Marines there is only one galaxy, so no extended listing is needed. An example of the full designation would be 1 Kappa 04 of the 2558th Heavy Aerospace Galaxy. 5 Powless is a clan term, directly translated to powerless, but in common use refers to fighting without their normal weapons or in an environment for which they have not trained. 6 High explosive armor piercing, munitions specifically designed to penetrate armor. In BattleTech terms, these are standard autocannon shells. Magi designate anti-personnel explosive rounds as here, or high explosive anti-personnel radial. Chapter 12, Loud and Hard. Addendum to story disclaimers. This is to clarify a point I made 11 chapters ago, and likely some overlooked. Dice warning, events in this story will be controlled by the dice, and are concrete, true random results provided by number generation services. These results will change events dynamically and / or modify established plans. After all, there is no mistress more cruel than fate. Political warning, political concepts and methods may be presented in this story that may conflict with established norms. This is deliberate on the part of the author, to show different and rather sharp viewpoints on these subjects. The views expressed most likely do not match the views of the author, and are also subject to the dice at any time. Anti-political correctness warning, at no time will this story be politically correct. Real life is not politically correct, much less nice in some definitions of the word. If you take issue with this, I recommend finding another read. Thank you, and now on to the story. Joker's Wild, Set 1, Chapter 12, Loud and Hard. September 27 CE 71, 1000 hours. ZAFT Warship Fermi. The cockpit section of the fighter the Fermi had destroyed was all the GUAIZ brought in, the rest of the fighter was well out of range for them to seize. On the other hand, some mobile worker units were recovering a unit of MS that had been eliminated during the initial thrust of the enemy forces, and included the dual and a CGUE deep arms unit that had survived partially intact. Amazing how much destruction they can cause with so little effort, Captain, Talia's chief mechanic notes sourly, seeing what had happened to the duel. They are something else, the captain replies after a few moments. Yet, I just cannot figure out why they would attack both sides, and with such an otherwise small force. They had to know they were outnumbered by as much as 4 to 1, maybe more, she grumps as the chief mechanic follows her down a lift to the ground floor. They still won, no matter how much we outnumbered them, the chief mechanic says. True, but we were not expecting them at all. It is doubtful that our command structure even knew they existed, or anyone else knew of them, for that matter. The lift stopped at the bottom floor, and both captain and chief mechanic kicked out of the elevator to head toward the incoming wounded units. Mechanic, what is the status of the dual pilot? He's all right, Captain, mechanics are trying to get him out now, a senior mechanic that was directing the action from a computer terminal replies immediately. To point of fact, not a full second after the coordinating mechanic replied, the cockpit of the dual blew open from emergency evacuation aids, explosive bolts, to allow Commander Jowl to exit his shredded machine. He only took seconds to realize where he was, then single out the captain and push off to intercept her. Commander, Talia says by way of greeting, with the salute thrown in for good measure. Captain, Isaac replies stoically. How bad is your ship? Significant damage to weapons and targeting systems, though it does not matter anymore. ZAFT was the first to request a ceasefire, with the Earth Alliance throwing up their white flags less than 15 minutes later. No hope, just as I expected, Isaac shakes his head ruefully. What do you mean, sir? Captain Gladys requests. One of their ships and just one of their mobile armor units were able to destroy 2 warships and 16 GUAIZ outside of Mendel. Oh my, you mean Vesalius and Husinger? How did you? I was on the Helderton, Isaac replies stiffly. I was inside Mendel, getting chewed up by their marines, when one of their ships and the single mobile armor took down 2 of ZAFT's best ships and the entire mobile complement. It was all over before I got there. The enemy ship suffered surface damage only, we couldn't even slow it down. Same thing this time around, Captain Gladys says. We may have killed off a few dozen of their smaller ones, but their big ship took a nuke in the side and then went on the offensive. Yeah, Isaac replies. They must be something insane if a nuclear weapon only pisses them off. His resignation was one of analysis, not desperation. Deep inside he may have resented losing to them twice, but the rest of him knew better than to assume he would survive repeated encounters with these maniacs. Shall we see what they are? Captain Gladys asks. After you, Captain, Isaac already had an idea what would be inside, though the captain clearly did not. The captain hoisted herself up to where she could see inside the bubble canopy of what was a fighter cockpit in hours past, and was now some form of ejection pod. She was expecting something at the least alien, given the almost complete disparity of form between the local units and these new foes, possibly some kind of biologic mashup or eldritch abomination as the control center of the machine. She also considered the possibility that it was simply a computer-controlled device, with no pilot except a hunk of metal, though that possible was grossly unlikely given it had ejected from the deceased fighter. Her heart raced long and hard as she came into sight of the controlling being, ready for anything, or so she thought. The reality of what she saw was almost a letdown to her, until the rest of her curiosity got off the anticipation kick and onto the what the hell is this kick. The form of a guy in what looked to be something akin to an exposure suit but plated in metal was stretched out in the cockpit almost luxuriously, the feet of the armored form resting on the top of the HUD console, the remainder of the pilot stretched out in a reclining position to the back of the command couch. And, if only to make it more bizarre, the pilot was reading a book with one hand, the other hand behind the helmet to brace the pilot in place. Isaac taps on the canopy with the butt of his sidearm to draw the pilot's attention in their direction. The helmet shifts in their direction for a moment, the free hand comes forward to place a bookmark, and the right foot comes down off the console to slam into a button and trip it, all in a matter of seconds. The canopy unlatched from the frame moments later and began drifting away from the rest of the ejection pod, aided by a shove from the pilot a second later as he straightened out to something approaching a normal sitting position. As he shifted, the captain noticed the symbols on his left arm, the three triangles on a white background, the silhouette of his fighter with a ball of fire just below that, and a playing card, the ace of spades but with the number 16 in lieu of the typical A in the corners. Unbidden, the pilot reached up to the back of the helmet, and with a counterclockwise motion released a locking lug audibly. The helmet was hauled forward and off his head, and pushed aside. Captain Gladys almost gasped at the sight of the pilot underneath, but her military discipline kicked in. "You're human. You expected something else, Captain." The pilot answers by way of reply. The violet series of tattoos on his face ceased glowing, which was the matter that had freaked Isaac out to the point of silence. He had never seen someone with face tattoos before, and certainly not a tattoo that glowed bioluminescent like a firefly. "Jesus," Isaac half moans, drawing on his studies of old mysticism from years past. "Jesus, Mohammed, or Abraham, take your pick, I am none of the above. I'm just a lowly aerofighter pilot." "You are? Oh. Captain Talia Gladys, ZAFT Warship Fermi. You. Point Commander Sevan, Ace Fighter Element, Magi Warship Jr. Because your ship is the unit that defeated me in combat, I am honor-bound to serve as your bondsman, Captain Gladys." What?" The way it sounded to the captain and Commander Jowl, it almost sounded as if he was offering himself up as some kind of sadomasochist sex slave. "Mind explaining that?" Isaac asks. "The laws of military conduct from where I live require me to serve the person that defeated me in combat, until such a time as I am released or indoctrinated into your society. And breaking the law is severely discouraged in Magi society." "He might as well be an alien," Talia says almost crassly. She had no idea how much she would come to understand that simple phrase in the coming hours and days. On the other hand, her willingness to weather the interlocking illogical premises would give ZAFT a head start on the inevitable negotiations. XXX. September 28 CE 71, 0900 hours. Magi Warship Jr. So, after reviewing all logs and crew inputs, it is the conclusion of all investigating teams that the missile that slipped past the Hyperion was not a failure to acquire and engage the missile but a failure of the system to target the missile properly, consistent with a general failure of the targeting systems throughout the Hyperion, Gerald says to avoid any confusion on the matter. As such, the targeting systems had to be hard rebooted for the ship to even use manual targeting procedures. System failure was something not entirely new to Wayne, given that the Mjr suffered an average of 2 system failures a week worth noting. As such, he was not going to hold such a malfunction against Captain Freeman, and certainly not against his crew who had literally attempted to outpace the captain at his makeshift orders to track and engage the missile outside normal targeting procedures. And the reason why the missile struck and detonated on the Mjr was because it was moving faster than a kamikaze light aerofighter by the time it got to us, and though our own boresite footage shows repeated hits, apparently we did not contact anything critical in the missile, Wayne says. Luck wins, luck loses, and there isn't a damn thing we can do about it. Have to agree there, Gerald says. Shall I? Go for it, Wayne waves him onward. There wasn't much question as to whether or not you screwed up, Captain, and this inquiry was not meant as intimidation nor discipline. Concurrently, you have not at any time been stripped of your command nor shall you be now deprived of it. More to the point, given that Hyperion, Dominion, and Vladivostok are the only 3 fully mission-capable ships in our fleet at this time, I expect you will keep your ship ready to operate at a moment's notice, in case the Earth Alliance reinforcements get rowdy and decide they want a second go at it. Century Commander, Captain James Freeman replies immediately. Thank you for intercepting one of those nukes, Captain, Wayne replies. We might not have survived the second. Thank you for keeping that nuke off the colony, Star Admiral. If that would have been a hit, seppuku would have been a given, and I doubt much else of the Earth Alliance would have survived it. Indeed, Wayne replies. He knew the costs of such actions, and Magi infuriated in such a way would not have been stopped until the offending parties ran out of blood and bodies to be spilled courtesy of their actions. Return to your command and remain at standby, condition 2 stations. If we can effect repairs to some other ships, you may be pulled off for crew rest while someone else takes up the guard. If I may make a request, Star Admiral, for my crew. Please, Wayne replies cordially. James hesitates for a moment. Don't give these bastards so much as half a micron at the negotiating table, sir. They've already proved themselves dishonorable whelps by firing nukes at civilians, they have earned no honorable conduct as far as my staff believe. Maybe others as well. Wayne chuckles grimly. I'll have to give them a centimeter or two as a matter of course, Captain, much as I would like to shove a pineapple or two up their arse and watch the fireworks. 1. I, unfortunately, will also have to be civil to them. As to being nice, nope, not a chance in hell. Orb has earned nice, same for the other neutral states on Terra that were bullied into support of the war. Anyone else? Big fat hell no. Any else, Captain? NEG, sir. Dismissed. The captain was out the door seconds later. All right, what is left? Casualty counts, repair times, expenditure of ordnance, the typical crap that comes with winning. Fucking bean counters, Wayne grumps about the necessity of accounting for all the paperwork and ordnance and such. Was it not bad enough that he had to inform the families of the deceased that they would be receiving their loved ones in varying states of remnant after having stopped a nuclear war? Was it not bad enough that he could sortie and measure the hole in the side of his ship by lengths of his Gundam? NEG, and not likely that you will ever get a respite from the paperwork involved, Gerald replies before Wayne could even put voice to his internal bitching. On the other hand, there is one thing that you do need to go over before you turn in or before the negotiations tomorrow. Shall we cover it now, or wait? Which would you prefer? Wayne asks, seeing no urgent need for him to decide the matter of mystery. Now, actually, while all the ships are in and the personnel are mostly available. Okay, what is it? Wayne asks. An answer to a question you posed. One moment, and Gerald picks up a growler phone, entering the all-call command. Teams Foxtrot Alpha through Foxtrot Hotel report to Briefing 4 immediately. Repeat, Teams Foxtrot Alpha to Foxtrot Hotel move to Briefing 4. Team structures? No way. Wayne was rather shocked, since the 3 standard divisions of the Magi used command structures, whereby the commandos were always rumored to use team structures inside a very loose command structure. Am I going to have to officially object to this? NEG, not likely, Gerald replies as they cross from the bridge briefing room to the central corridor headed downrange toward Sector 2, where said briefing room was located. The trip took 10 silent minutes of walking, through which the 2 officers were saluted, by many and even twice had to stop to await the passage of cargo exoskeletons. The damage to the ship was extensive, especially in the area of the nuclear blast, and repairs would take months even with the nanomachine repair systems. Nobody maintained illusions about how much more vulnerable the ship was courtesy of acting as naval shields against a nuclear weapon headed straight for civilians. Thankfully, ZAFT and the Earth Alliance believed the opposite and quite clearly showed it by doing as ordered when ordered. Okay, Gerald, what is this about? Wayne asks at the threshold of the briefing room. You asked Kingfisher a question in the last battle. The answer is inside. Oh, Wayne replies, before tripping the door with trepidation in heart. When immediately inside the door, someone shouted, Star Admiral on deck. Shortly accompanied by the sounds of many pairs of boots stamping to attention. It was an amazing sight to Wayne, for the modest briefing room was stocked full of people and there was a concentric ring of people around the chairs standing without seating. Even still, Wayne did not block the door, as more were coming. You asked how many commandos are on the ship. Sadly, 3 of our ranks did not survive the battle past, but this is what we have, Gerald says. I was one of their ranks, until I was transferred to the Tech Strikers and assigned to this ship. Still, they call me commander above else, so I guide their hands as you request. And now, Star Admiral Centura, their purpose is yours. Our lives, in defense of the Empire. One of the ranks shouts. Our foes, in deference to the Empire. A younger lady shouts in reply. Scylla, Wayne replies at the podium. 3. Be seated, Gerald orders. The unit was quick but rather noisy about being seated. Is this room soundproofed? Wayne asks off microphone. I saw to it myself, Gerald replies. He also made sure that only the AI had an electronic link to the room, no other parties. The AI was necessarily in on the conspiracy parts of the matter, as it was she who usually did the bulk of the coordinating and dissemination of orders and information among the commandos. It only took Wayne 4 seconds to really calculate his tack, and go from there. From the day I started this tour, I knew there was something unusual about this ship. A Phalanx-class ship, steeped in history, one that fought in every major naval campaign of the Star Empire Wars, taking the name of the weapon of a god friendly to the Empire, and yet abused to the point of criminal neglect and forgotten in every major upgrade phase over the last 4,000 years. By the gods of yore, if only the Star Admiralty really knew who they had pissed on, they may have rectified their misconduct. There were a few chuckles at such a thought. I don't need to tell you of the situation. More than the average, you should know what is at stake here. We have averted disaster, prevented a nuclear holocaust, and thoroughly smashed the navies of the 2 dominant superpowers of this planet. Like our ancestry in wars long past, we have smashed skulls and completed wars in deft, thoroughly magi strokes. Scylla. The assembled commandos shout. We have won the war, but the peace looms ahead, and we must win this as well, or we shall be victim to the machinations of people who now assuredly hate us more than their traditional enemies. For now, I shall be the only one who officially knows of your ranks, though it is unlikely I can conceal from one other on the ship. I trust her discretion more than a lady entered markedly late, immediately tripping the door closed behind her. My apologies for being late, Century Commander Eep. The instant hesitation in Calamara's demeanor when she realized that it was the Star Admiral at the podium and not the person who normally held such assemblies. I stand corrected, Wayne continues smoothly as Calamira takes a seat in the only other open chair in the facility. Regardless, I will hold this group classified at this time, though for what I believe will be needed of your services your existence shall be grey soon enough, as opposed to the traditional black existence of your ranks. Now, that being said, I need an idea of your capabilities and placement, that I may do what must be done as efficiently and directly as possible. Unbidden, the sound-off began. Alpha Team, Gundam Trinary, latest equipment and resources. Bravo Team, Gundams, Trinary formation, also latest equipment. Charlie Team, Aerofighter support. UTAG M, We Frag M. Delta Team, Omnimechs and supporting mechanized assault infantry. Echo Team, Assault Ghosts. Foxtrot Team, Infiltration Ghosts. Hiding in plain sight and enjoying it. Calamira was the last to stand up. Hotel Team, Special Operations, Espionage, Command, and Control. The procession continued with teams that were already standing. Nest Team, Nuclear Armaments, Special Operations, Long Range Recon and Strike. Kingfisher says. Angel Team, Overall Command, and Spaceborne Interdiction, Gerald completes the sound-off. Damn, Wayne replies stone cold. The array of capabilities, never to mention the batacity of the individual troopers, was shocking to the otherwise simple Star Admiral. The tech strikers routinely had less than 20% of the capabilities of these troops, and now Wayne not only had them but would need to rely on them. Sir, it is a weight, but it may also be our saving grace in months to come. The only branch not represented here is the Magi, Wayne replies. Why so? It is an illusion that all commandos are also Magi, as that would be gross and rather undue favoritism, though even I must admit that none of the ranks being wizards throughout this ship is extremely long ball odds at best, and engineering on someone's part at worst. Probably those fat bastards in the Admiralty Review again, Wayne grouses. All right, people, thank you for revealing your presence. I will end with a clear statement of my purpose here. Until further notice, my intention is to return to the Empire with any and all personnel that so wish to return, and for those who will inevitably wish to remain here I will build a stable future. Any objections from the floor? There was an eerie silence from the whole unit. I dare say not, Star Admiral, Calamira replies. Very well. No sense hanging around. People might get the wrong idea what's going on in here, Wayne says, meaning more than one possible thing all at once. At your leisure, ladies and gentlemen. All rise. A Gundam pilot shouts. For the Empire, we shall do what we must. Scylla. XXX. September 30th CE 71, 0800 hours. Warship Jr. Captain Ramius, Lakis Klein, and Kagaliath Ha, each with a single secondary person, namely Commander La Flaga, Andrew Waltfeld, and Colonel Kisaka, were the last to arrive. Calamira, how bad is it so far? We have the Earth Alliance and ZAFT pretty much at each other's throats in the conference room, and that is only the beginning. The real work has not even begun yet. Nor have we formally joined the negotiations. Hell, the two groups have not even spoke to the Star Admiral yet. This could be interesting, Captain Ramius replies. Interesting is not the word of choice, Captain, more like bloody chaotic. I am reminded of 6-year-olds accused of breaking a flower pot and blaming each other for the mishap. Might as well get to it, then, Colonel Kisaka replies. What are the accommodations? Both sides have refused accommodations in the ship, they will be returning to their own sides after talking. I suggest you do the same to maintain the illusion of neutrality in the matter, or they will accuse you of bias towards our positions. And what positions will you be taking? Lakis asks. What positions any mage would take, restoration of honorable conduct and rights. No less. As they were walking north up the central corridor toward Briefing 2, Calamira didn't even have to try hard to understand that what she said had immediately caused consternation in at least 3 of the 6 she was leading to the destination room. The why of such matters was also fairly obvious. Calamira's phrasing, likely because of it being not exactly the most politic, was also rather inflexible, whereas the Star Admiral was planning on being far more flexible than most the crew wanted him to be. After all, how could one expect honorable conduct out of someone who just shot a nuclear weapon at civilians? And where does the Star Admiral draw the line? When he's restarted the war? Captain Ramius asks. Smartass, Calamira thinks, but only belatedly hoped it didn't bleed across telepathically. If it did, nobody reacted to it in the seconds thereafter. Oh no, there will be no restart of the war. Neither side has enough resources, active units, capital ships, or mobile suits to make a good case of it. The cluster of officers came to a halt in the center of the corridor, away from the door. Anything else we should know? You know as much as we do. I won't be in on this, someone from the command group has to remain ready. Good luck, all of you, and hope to having orb restored. Thank you, Kalamira, Kagalai says sincerely before being the second to last to enter the room. It was Waldfeld who was the last. Is there a reason you are being inflexible on some things, or is this just a stunt? Kalamira sighs. Magi law, and more to the point Magi convictions, require we have to take certain positions and not relent on them. One of the big ones is the gross violation of a nation's sovereignty for the purpose of fighting a war and/or exploiting its resources. We believe that if you cannot fight without exploiting others, you should not be fighting to begin with, or you should pay the price of your own accord. Ah, so this isn't just an attitude issue, but also a legal issue on your part. Kalamira says diffidently. Were we not willing to hold to our responsibilities and convictions, we would not be Magi. A moment's hesitation. Good luck, everyone. Kagalai watched the retreating form of the strategic Shinnok almost wistfully, wishing she would be involved in the talks, but only the Star Admiral and Century Commander would be involved in that. Ready to go, boss man? Gerald asks after stepping inside the Star Admiral's quarters. Shall we? Wayne says after giving his ribbon bars one last tug and making sure they were seated properly. Without much more concern for his appearance, he was out the door. Your ghosts, do they stir today? Neg, the specters are silent today. I usually prefer shooting people over negotiating with them, especially this lot. Including the 3 ships? Wayne asks. With 3 exceptions, Gerald replies. Though, when you get down to it, they are far lower on the shoot list. Damned idealists and politicians can fuck a piece up faster than we professionals. Old hat, man, Wayne replies, meaning that history had already proved Gerald right time and time again. Kalamira came to attention as they approached her, since by one technicality out of 2 both command officers outranked her. Everyone there? Gerald asks after a moment. They are there. And already are they doing the he did it, she did it routine. I get the feeling this shall be a babysitting detail if ever one, Gerald gripes. Such price we pay for victory, Wayne replies stolidly. Commander Ward has the con right now, so I want you to keep a very close eye on the Earth Alliance remnant fleets, and keep a lookout for even more of them. We're in a neutral zone right now, but we know how much BC respects neutral parties, or their betters. Sir, will do, Kalamira replies. As you were, Kalamira. And thank you for pulling our butts out of the fire. Sir, and without further ado she was on her way towards the bridge. Where was I? Oh, yes, ranting on and on about pissant politicians. See, soldiers will stare at each other for time immemorial, it takes a radical, a politician, or a lot of pissed off civilians to start a war, Gerald continues as if they had not been interrupted. Through? Wayne asks. The 2 had stopped outside the briefing room that had been rearranged for the treaty negotiations. Yeah, should be, he sighs. Both officers look to the door. This is probably going to suck, Wayne says before composing himself. The Marines at the door came to attention, as they had for every other entrant into the room, and the door snapped open. Wayne advanced on the door as his right hand switched down the volume on his radio. An alert tone would still come through at standard volume, but general command band chat would not. Without that distraction, and with a competent pair of officers in the CIC to handle any matters that might crop up, Wayne prepared himself for the wall of sound to come his way. Only, it was not a wall of sound and shouting and fury that assailed him, but a complete silence brought on by the entrance of the Star Admiral, as the 2 main parties of the negotiation, ZAFT and the Earth Alliance, stared at him accusatory. It did not take much in the way of imagination to understand why, either. The 2 representatives of the Earth Alliance and the 1 ZAFT military officer in the room sat down as Wayne and Gerald moved to their seats immediately inside the door. Even still, the dirty looks did not cease as everyone took or resumed their seats. The reactions of the 3 groups present, and assuredly the reaction of the Star Admiral and the Century Commander, were all wildly different from each other. Kagalai, the main speaking official for the neutral parties of the war, took solace in the arrival of the Star Admiral. She, more than even the other 5 with her, knew that the Magi were not given to their emotions, but to cold and rational honor in their conduct, and this negotiating would reflect that. The fact that both the senior Magi officers were armed with their typical sidearms, unlike everyone else in the room except probably Colonel Kisaka, and that concealed, only added to her comfort zone. Lastly, the fact that the location of the negotiations was deliberately scheduled to be conducted on the Mjir only made things psychologically more advantageous to everyone except ZAFT and the Earth Alliance, mainly from the shock value of having to sign the ceasefire on the ship that thoroughly crushed their forces. The hard look in the eyes of the Century Commander only confirmed what she thought, the games were over, Time had come for everyone to ante up or get the hell out of the casino. Inside the mind of Eileen Canaver, it was a significantly different experience to finally see the man that had completely crushed ZAFT and the Earth Alliance. She had not had visual contact with any but a few of the Magi, the highest ranking thereof being the Galaxy Commander of Marines, who had delivered ZAFT the fair chance to surrender before having its military wiped out. Granted, after the shooting there was not much left in overall military strength for ZAFT, but that anything survived the frightful hands of the Magi was itself something nearly a miracle. Chairwoman Canaver found herself wondering how the Magi ran things and kept their society from falling apart if the military ran the whole affair, then came to the conclusion that she could probably take some liberties with a military officer. After all, for a society that prided itself on the fact that politics did not really exist in their government, at least in the expected fashion, for the Star Admiral to be facing off against a career politician gave her some maneuvering room to play with their sense of fair play, maybe even score a few advantages while enacting some much-needed reforms. After all, throwing a third monkey wrench in the works, especially one that seemed pre-biased against Blue Cosmos and its supporters, would only make things easier for ZAFT in the long run, or at least she figured so. Admiral Sutherland was the ranking survivor of the Earth Alliance Peacemaker Force, and after some heated argument, was able to convince EA headquarters in Ptolemais to call it off now while the Earth Alliance had a space force to save. After giving them a goodly amount of video transmitted from deceased ships as the Magi tore them apart, the EA brass lost heart for the battle in their bid to snuff out ZAFT and coordinators. Admiral Sutherland was no friend to the likes of coordinators, yet he was no fool and recognized that these Magi were only getting started, as the old euphemism went. Even the crater in the front of the Mjir was measured and far from fatal, such was the power of Earth Alliance nuclear weapons when compared to Magi warships. If everything he had done before September 27 was simply a calculated battle motivated by victory and anger, then said battle on the 27th was the first calculation he had made that was motivated by outright fear at a foe capable of tearing his forces apart easily. As such, his instructions were to try and gain some form of advantage in negotiations, but William Sutherland was more than willing to walk away from this one and stop shooting if it meant his ass was intact and lacking any extra boot imprints or was missing chunks. At a glance, Star Admiral Wayne Centura knew he was in for the other half of the hellish roller coaster ride, even despite the intentions he brought to the table. Magi position on this matter was dead simple, and not at all unfair. Both sides stopped trying to massacre each other, neutral parties are reinstated to their sovereignty, and preferably find some kind of middle ground between the four sides so that he could obtain the resources and time needed to fix the ship. With Kagalai looking almost desperate, Admiral Sutherland wearing a poker face but having other traits showing something akin to fear, and the almost leer coming from the ZAFT representative, Wayne was getting the feeling that this was definitely going to be hellish, possibly also intellectually violent, and nothing short of venomous. Don't expect Christmas cards from this lot, Wayne thinks sardonically, staving off the threatening string of four-letter invective that was back-building in the rear of his mind. After a few moments of silence and contempt, Wayne began by asking, "Shall we begin, or is there something the involved parties would like to begin by airing out off the record? The Earth Alliance government objects strongly to your taking sides in the ongoing war, especially in the... I have not declared nor recognized sides at this time, Admiral Sutherland. I simply acted to stop an evolving nuclear slaughter of civilians. Shall I now take sides, or shall we discuss an amicable ceasefire policy and go from there?" Wayne's tone and phrasing made one thing clear, he was not going to put up with posturing and wangst, he was here to settle things down and get on with it. Admiral Sutherland's expression clearly denoted that he did not like having to take that tact, nor the attempt of it, and definitely did not relish the thought of trying to go head-to-head with the task force after being spanked once already. ZAFT got the message loud and clear. The planned Supreme Council is ready to begin ceasefire negotiations, Chairwoman Eileen Canaver says. "Fat, we will begin, but the Earth Alliance would like to claim aggrieved status at the first available opportunity. You can file a paper to that effect, I'll have a form for you to fill out at the first break, and we will go over it at 0700 tomorrow morning." "Paperwork?" the Admiral asks almost indignantly. "My commanding officer will review it and make sure you get a fair shake in the end, over and beyond what reparations I may make, but record of the grievances has to be on file. The regs are fairly clear on that front." Sorry, Wayne actually did sound apologetic about the matter, given he hated all things paperwork and bean counter. "Understood," the Admiral replies almost sarcastically. It did not take Wayne nor Gerald much in imagination to figure out that the Admiral planned on bogging the notorious Admiralty review down with paperwork, though Wayne intended on having the division commanders see to the grievances, not the sods that thought they commanded the Empire's navy. "Shall we begin for actual?" Nods around the table was answer enough. Session 1, Negotiations on a ceasefire accord between the Earth Alliance, Zodiac Alliance of Freedom Treaty, Emirate of Orb in representation of neutral parties on Terra, and Task Force Jokers Wild. Present date and time is September 29 CE 71, 0800 hours Lima. At this time, I would like the parties to break seal on the initial proposal of ceasefire terms. Letter openers had been supplied to all 3 stations, though Wayne had ensured that they were dull enough that using them as weapons would be a stretch. He wanted to minimize bloodshed in the proceedings, though he was unwilling to have Marines stationed inside the room for fear of being considered intimidating. After seals were broken, eyes immediately began reading through the first page of actual transcript. It did not take long. "Oh, no, you did not suggest that we would cease fire without laying the blame on them, did you?" Eileen Canaver says. "Someone has to take responsibility for this nightmare." "And then what?" Wayne asks. "You blame the Earth Alliance. The Earth Alliance blames you. What does that solve?" "Nothing. With blame laid, the animosity only increases, and the war begins anew in less than a year. Been there, seen that, picked up the body parts after it happened. Thus, I suggest a deliberately faultless declaration of ceasefire, that way everyone walks away without the knife in the back." "There is merit in this proposal," Admiral Sutherland replies. "The Earth Alliance is amicable to a completely neutral ceasefire, though what mechanism do you propose to actually prevent militancy from rising again?" "If, by which you mean arms reductions or arms limitations, I included none," Wayne replies immediately. "Simply stated, it does not matter if you have 1 gun or 1,000, they will sit in armories or hangars until such a time as they are called into service again. It would be intellectually dishonest for me to suggest a limit of arms that no side would in good faith adhere to, given the lives on the line at all times from aggressor parties." "Then how about a mutual arrangement, then?" Lakis Klein begins. "As the Earth Alliance and ZAFT are both likely concerned about the armaments becoming a cause to justify war, I propose that all sides be limited in armaments by volume and classification, to an amicable number well below the first strike threshold that you have commented on before, Star Admiral," she concludes smoothly. "Damnable pacifistic airhead," Wayne thinks crassly. "Go on," Wayne replies smoothly. "I recommend a force structure of no more than 6 armored divisions and 10 mechanized infantry divisions, or equivalent numbers, to not include naval assets and such." "Impossible." Admiral Sutherland replies immediately. "That proposal would reduce Omni by 2/3. If we did that, insurgency would destroy our respective member nations inside of 6 months. Not to mention how easily the Magi or ZAFT could go through such a limited force with their forces." "I agree, while such a reduction would be politic and preferable, I cannot in good faith ask the Earth Alliance to cut their own throats in much a manner," Chairwoman Canaver replies. "What's her game, exactly?" Wayne asks himself mentally of Eileen, but covered up with his spoken word. "I repeat myself, but, a reduction in arms would not even qualify as a symbolic gesture to anyone in the know on such matters, it would simply be undercutting the nation's position. Additionally, such reductions for the Earth Alliance would indeed be suicidal, and no party at this table would like to see 2/3 of the world below us in the flames of anarchy, would we?" The question was entirely rhetorical, but served its purpose well. Lakis looked from the ZAFT delegation to the Earth Alliance side, then down at the table. And thus it continued. X. Time, 1015 hours. Recess had been called, and the group shifted across the hallway to the Sniper Bar and Grill, where sections had been reserved for each of the delegations. Wayne and Gerald took perch at the bar, where Calamira was waiting. "How goes?" Gerald simply barks a chuckle. "About as well as everyone expected." "Ouch," she replies sincerely. "Need anything?" "Nope," Gerald replies. "I have one. What is Eileen's angle?" "I can get where the EA is going. They're trying to save their asses before anything else gets mulched, and I get Lakis' position. She is being an airhead pacifist that does not live nor think in the real world, but ZAFT's position is sufficiently muddled that I can't figure out what they are trying to accomplish." "I will look into it," Calamira replies. Kagalai. "So far, so good for the firebrand of Orb. Neither side is really against Orb regaining its sovereignty, but talking them out of reparations may be a bit challenging." "Reparations? Of what?" "Last I checked, it was Orb that has been categorically butt-fucked by first ZAFT, then the EA. Reparations should be the other way around. Tell that to the delegation staffed by 6-year-old sicko brats, not we," Gerald says almost crassly. "True," Calamira concedes. "Incoming in our baffles." 4. "Nothing alcoholic, right?" the bartender asks Colonel Kisaka as he sits down. "No, please. Tonic and lime." "Certainly," the bartender pulls the necessary jugs for said drink. "What is Lakis' intention?" Gerald asks, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. "We are being outmaneuvered," Ledinier replies frankly. "Kagalai and I can't stave Lakis, Mew, and Maru, and Waldfeld is waffling right now. You may end up standing on your own at the negotiation table, despite your already well-established position. It would not be the first or last time that Magi have stood alone and still managed to kick major rations of ass," the bartender answers for the 2 officers. "You'd better pass along to Lakis that if she undercuts ZAFT and the EA with her pacifistic airhead hopes, she will blow her position at the negotiating table completely. I gave her 3 oblique warnings to soften her tack. If ZAFT gets in on her, she will be completely out of the game and with no hope of influencing this outcome anymore. You almost sound like you want that to happen, Star Admiral. She's overlooking plain damned history, Colonel. Fear starts more wars than arrogance and Lebenstraum combined, especially after the turn of the Industrial Revolution. If she wants to instill fear in the parties, she can cut down the military might of both sides, but it will start the war again within 2 years, almost assured, Star Admiral Centura says. I don't think she has much grounding in history, Letanier says. She does, most of it politically correct and some of it distorted from fact, the typical liberal and progressive taint, Kalamira says. I looked into her logic some time ago, and didn't like what I saw. The looks from Wayne, Gerald, and Colonel Kisaka were quite unusual. What? Never mind, Gerald grumps. Better warn off the peace at all costs faction, Colonel, or EA versus ZAFT, round 2 will be far more bloody than round 1. Roger that, and without a further word he was on his way, with his drink. XXX. October 1st CE 71, 0400 hours. In the demilitarized zone around Jachindu. This is independent reporter Jess Rabel reporting from the neutral zone centered on ZAFT's Jachindu Space Fortress. Jess begins his report, which was being retransmitted by ZAFT and the Earth Alliance, though the Magi had also agreed to beam it to a satellite for orb where it would go from there, no telling. Jess thought this could be his big break. 4 days ago, what was thought to be the final stroke of the war for either ZAFT or the Earth Alliance came to a head, only with a far more bizarre conclusion than anyone could imagine. As ZAFT tried to maneuver the Genesis nuclear laser, the last remaining part of it can be seen to the right of Jachindu, and the Earth Alliance launched a desperate nuclear assault against ZAFT's space fortress and the plants. A neutral faction interceded in the war and eliminated both nuclear arsenals before further civilian casualties could be sustained. In less than an hour of vicious warship and mobile suit battle, and a marine invasion of Jachindu resulting in the complete takeover of ZAFT's final defensive bastion, the battle ended in a stalemate for ZAFT and the Earth Alliance. The camera gun held by her works Ginpan's left, away from Jachindu to a totally different and almost alien object. The object you are seeing is not a malformed colony, it is a warship. This ship, belonging to a government that nobody has ever heard of, was stranded in the L4 colony area some 4 months ago and unable to return home. Within weeks, the ship had learned of the war and joined a neutral faction trying to stop the war before a nuclear massacre occurred. It would be this alliance that would turn the war around. The camera zoomed in on the ship, specifically the bow port of the ship where it had been struck by the nuclear missile. This is the Mjolnir, named after the hammer of the Norse god of thunder. Given the ship's architecture and arsenal, it is obvious this ship is not of ZAFT or Earth Alliance manufacture, and bears little resemblance to the fighting styles of any space navy known. The Mjolnir mass is roughly the same as the entire Jachindu space fortress, with almost 1,000 guns on the ship and more armor than the entire ZAFT warship fleet. This ship, its 7 escort ships, 3 ships from Orb and renegades of ZAFT and the Earth Alliance, and a myriad of mobile forces were able to stop both ZAFT and the Earth Alliance from further use of their nuclear arsenals, potentially using them on civilians. Just to make one thing clear, nuclear weapons were fired, and the section of the ship the camera is focused on right now is being repaired for nuclear blast damage. The Mjolnir was used as a naval shield to stop an errant Earth Alliance missile from striking one of the Januarius colonies. Jess did not believe the last bit was entirely accurate on the Magi's part, but since it was the official word and the Earth Alliance had said nothing to countermand it, he considered it close enough to be newsworthy. The cameras traverse the length of the ship, crossing over a flight of the Fireball Arrow fighters. I am presently working with Commander Glenn Astward, the ship's secondary commander, to get more information on the ship, its purpose and intentions, but details are thin at this time due to the ongoing ceasefire negotiations. Apparently, the Magi are very leery of contaminating the negotiations with press intervention, though their explanation as to why is also lacking in real depth. We do have statements from ZAFT and the Earth Alliance to cover as to the negotiation proceedings, and we'll get to that in a moment. The camera centered back forward, where one of the escort monitors was detaching from the ship. The smaller escort ship that is unlatching from the Mjolnir is named Hyperion, and I am told by members of the Orb warship Kusanagi that this ship intercepted one of 2 missiles aimed directly at the plant colonies, where the second missile struck the Mjolnir and detonated in the surface armor. The total casualties caused by that missile is listed at 4 crew members of the Mjolnir, all said to be unwilling to leave their posts even with a nuclear weapon strike on the ship imminent. I have been informed that the Magi are making a special exception to battle recordings and will have boresight camera footage available before the end of the day today. The camera moved to and zoomed in on the silent Earth Alliance fleet, holding formation at a distance they believe to be out of range of the Mjolnir's long reach. From the Earth Alliance, we have received word that they consider negotiations to be going well. Admiral Sutherland has gone on the record and said that all parties are being very reasonable and accommodating of Earth Alliance strategic needs and goals. ZAFT Supreme Chairwoman Eileen Canaver has said that the Magi in particular and Orb with special mention have negotiated hard to provide a clear and neutral ceasefire accord that respects the rights of all parties involved in the final stages of this war. This is freelance journalist Jess Rabel, reporting from the neutral zone at Jachindu. I will report again, live, at 1900 hours with any new information from the negotiations or our mysterious travelers, the fleet of the Joker's Wild. XXX. Time, 0430 hours. For Kira, finding the way to the pilot's ready room on the Dominion was no difficult task. The ship was so similar to his second home, the Archangel, that the layout was almost exactly the same. His guest ID even allowed him access to the room in question, something he almost did not expect. Hey, kids, what's up? A lady in Magi pilot's armor asks. Athrun read her call sign as being Cobalt, which was odd since most Magi mobile suit pilots did not go by call signs. We're looking for, Kingfisher is his name. Athrun says. Kingfisher is it? Try the galley, he is on lunch break right now. Right here, said pilot declares. For what do I owe the honor of a visit from the two best among the three ships? Kingfisher begins the dialogue before taking a seat on the central couch for the pilots. We need to know how to get you to stop undercutting our representative at the negotiations. Lakis, right? Kingfisher asks. Yet. She's trying to prevent another war, and your commanding officer, Lightbringer, has done everything short of bury her in quicksand, Kira says. Kingfisher chuckles. She's trying to prevent a war only by way of ignoring how more than a few wars have been started. You may have heard of one of those such fracases, World War II, perchance. Both pilots grimaced. Oh yes, your politically correct history courses forgot to mention that by disarming and humiliating Germany after World War I, the Allies connived at their Second Great War by engineering the perfect preconditions of economic ruin and malcontent to give rise to the Nazi Party. Star Colonel Telos, known as Kingfisher to most, leaned closer to the two pilots and gave them a hard stare, one sufficient to creep both of them out. Earth has no shortage of malcontent right now. But no, let us disarm them, make the situation 30 times worse. It can only get better, can it not? How long will it be before you start understanding the history that you can parrot back to your instructors so readily? The look of pure frustration on Athrun's face told the tale faster than his words. Come on, Kira, we'll have to talk directly to them about it. One moment, Cobalt requests, bringing all gaze to her. You can have the best arguments in existence for your intentions, but they are pointless in such matters of state and fate. Only the strength of your convictions can sway the Century Commander on this matter. Talk is cheap, and the Magi have suffered enough lip service in 16 millennia. Best you be willing to fight for your proposal, kiddies, or your words will fall on ears unwilling to listen to the bullshit and platitudes. Silently, Kira and Athrun left the room, and were more than 30 meters down the hall before Athrun finally replied. Damn it! Don't they see what they are doing? We'll ask the Century Commander, Kira says almost consolingly. They can't all be this blind. X. What was it the Star Admiral said yesterday? Fucking bean counters? Gerald asks the AI entity by way of his neural implants. Indeed, the ship's AI replies immediately. Wait a second, you have guests. Athrun Zala and Kira Yamato. Moments later, the door buzzer goes off. Who is? Gerald asks plainly. Athrun Zala and one to speak to you, sir, the voice beyond the door replies over the intercom. Enter at will, he replies. The two pilots enter the stateroom of the Mjir, where Gerald was going over paperwork and operations plans pertaining to the negotiations today, and making notes on his changes in plans. Ah, the aces of the eternal, of what honor do I owe a visit? Kira and Athrun both sat down in the offered chairs, though neither said anything immediately. Sir, we need you to allow Lakis to speak more freely in the negotiations, Athrun finally requests. Then what? Gerald asks immediately thereafter. What? Kira requests for clarification. I asked, then what, if I remember my phrasing correctly. Not a hard question, when you get down to it. I let her run off at the mouth, then what happens? You should know this answer well enough. What? What do you mean I should know? Athrun asks almost in a hostile fashion. You all act as if you know exactly what the future holds. There are beings in existence, 8 of them to be accurate, that know exactly what the future holds. The 3 fates, Urd, of the future, Skuld, of the past, Verdandi, of the present, all 3 know intimately the past, present, and future. The executors of Ragnarok, Master Executor Eric Hess, Princess Hataru Tomo, not only do they know time back and forward, they control time back and forward, always trying to ensure someone survives the final battles of Ragnarok. The Oracle, Elyon Rigbaldi, the only being known to have both psychic skills for understanding the distant future and reading the distant past. The Chronicler, Field Marshal Eric Hess, the commanding officer of Sigma, a mercenary unit that makes the ZAFT Faith teams look like pussies. Their commander is tasked from on high with recording the final moments of existence, that the next generation to come along shall not repeat our mistakes. That was 7. Who's the last? Kira asks. The last is an old friend of mine, a soldier who has suffered much and knows the histories intimately by having written them. The will transcendent of existence, a being that most people would simply refer to as God, can see existence back and forward because it is he that channels the history we simple mortals write, Gerald says, not being completely inaccurate about the will transcendent, but not telling the whole story and / or adding extra things to muddle the affair. I have an idea what the future holds, and more to the point I know what Lakis wants, and what that shall cause. She wants pacifism. I cannot say I blame her, after you have suffered wars as I have, to lay down arms would be welcomed. However, rampant pacifism is not going to solve the problems here, and rampant pacifism is only going to ensure the complete annihilation of existence in the end. Is that what you want to live with, Kira? A throne? Do you want to end your days knowing the path you have set shall mean all is dead at some point in the future? Or will you give your descendants a chance to fight, and possibly survive the coming days of Ragnarok? There was only stunned silence from Kira and Athrun, the shock apparent on their faces. You're crazy, Athrun gasps after a half-minute's breath. You're batshit crazy, you have to be. If believing that war can be subverted by the simple means of telling people they cannot have weapons, if that is the measure of sanity, I will take being batshit crazy as a compliment, thank you. You keep looking for ways it won't work, why? Kira asks. I am not looking, all manner of evidence is writ throughout history for this exact thing, for anyone who cares to remember who screwed up in the exact same fashion in days long past, kid. Despite the growing flush on Athrun's face and Kira's growing tension, Gerald remained stone-cold calm and serious throughout. This isn't the past, damn it. Today is today. Things will be different, we can make it that way. Athrun half shouts in clear and sharp response to Gerald's constant insistence of a set and grim future. Gerald chuckles grimly at Athrun's outburst. The Century Commander's arm came up, and slowly balled his hand into a fist, then released it. These hands have killed their way across countless dimensions, in wars large and small, against foes obvious and indeterminate. If they could drip a tiny fraction of the blood they have reaped, this room would assuredly be flooded crimson. Yours are lucky, kid, you have only one war to your name, a nasty one but only one. You are young enough to be eternally optimistic in believing the heart of man is not depraved, and in most cases you would be correct. The problem is the people Lakis is negotiating with, up to and including we Magi, are fighting for nothing more than survival in the face of certain annihilation at the hands of one or more of the other parties. Now, in what frozen over hell would you reasonably believe someone would disarm themselves when their neighbors have a clear track record of trying to commit complete omnicide against everyone that does not match their idea of pure humanity or evolved humanity? I'm through with this, Athrun says. You're worse than Blue Cosmos and the ZAFT hardliners. The instant shift in demeanor of the Century Commander frightened Kira to complete silence and stillness. Get the fuck out of my sight, boy. Right now. What? You are being. Boy, if you make me get up, what will be left of you I will use as a hood ornament on my new easel. I have put up with your bullshit naivete and short-sightedness in a calm manner, but comparing blooded Magi soldiers to racist terrorist scumdogs is far past the pale. I will not tell you again, and Gerald points to the door out to the hall, there is the fucking door, do not let it squash your sorry svashri ass on the way out. Is that clear? Without another word, Athrun left in a hurried manner and was glad to have the chance to retreat. Should I, and Kira points at the door. Neg, not necessary, Gerald replies in a somewhat calm fashion. I have spent a lifetime in killing terrorists, before, during, and after they massacred civilians. I have cleaned up the body parts left over from their wanton and senseless attacks. I do not suffer terrorists, nor the governments that aid and abet them, as more than a few instances of Iran and Palestine have found out, not to mention several planetary states and 4 of 6-star empires. Were Athrun Magi born, his sharp tongue would see him in the trial of grievance for that gross insult. And likely not to walk out of said trial. Oh, Kira says, only now realizing the depth of Athrun's blunder. Is there no recourse? You will not change your position. Use your brains, kid. Trying to disarm everyone is not only counterproductive, it is a failed plan to begin with. Magi do not disarm, ever. You can have our weapons only by way of stepping over our dead bodies to collect them. At most, we may hangar a few units indefinitely and that is it. Then, we really misinterpreted that one, Kira says. If you absolutely want the Pink Princess to keep flapping her lips without getting thrown out of the negotiations, your only recourse is a trial of possession for the right to front that theory without immediate censure. It will really be nothing more than wasted effort, neither ZAFT nor the Earth Alliance would go for it, and you know the Magi stance on disarmament, only after hell has frozen over and Satan rents out quarters on our ship. Does Satan really exist? Given you know who God is. All evidence points to NEG on that note, Kira. Though, given we've encountered everything from galaxy-traversing disembodied consciousnesses to transcended humanoids, 5. The possibility of Satan and/or an actual God existing somewhere is not entirely impossible. Just a matter of looking, I would say, should you be so inclined. Well, no, I think you can't get away with holding jump technology secret forever, Kira opines. We expect to have to negotiate on that premise long and hard, but if we base Ackwards Hillrod Magi can build great fleets of jump ships, so can the denizens of this planet. Kira nods, expecting he would want to be in on such an engineering challenge. All right, I have to at least try to get you to change your minds. How do I request a challenge? I still say you are wasting time, effort, and chancing your life in battle to little or no gain, but if you still wish it so, file a challenge with Commander Ward or Strategic Officer Calamira, you can find them on the bridge. Thank you, sir, Kira says respectfully. You should not thank me. After all, when next we see each other, chances are high it shall be over the sights of our weapons. But I do thank you for at least not being as inflammatory as your comrade. X. The modifications are complete, Century Commander. That we scored some good beam claws from the deceased Guaiz made the task easier. Putting the heat saber from Angel 1's ground unit on your machine was a cakewalk, of course. Excellent, Gerald replies. The bazooka will be completely useless until we can reverse engineer the plasma sabot from the Calamity's shells. Did Kika keep a beam bazooka for her DOM Trippin? Gerald asks. NEG, she used a beam machine gun and heat saber. We can outfit you with just about anything in the arsenal, given your suit's special operations modifications. Damn, Gerald grumps. He wanted the power to obliterate justice in one shot, and that kind of power required a buster rifle, easily dodged by a wary opponent, or a beam bazooka. You know, sir, maybe you should just severely humiliate and spank that fucking punk, not obliterate him, Calamira says. I'm more surprised he didn't just jack his shit up right there in the stateroom, the chief mechanic for Angel Team says. Seriously, calling a Star Empire's soldiers terrorists? Where the fuck does that arrogant brat get off? Fresh out of the sicko, not even shaving yet, and he thinks he can pass judgment on a Star Empire older than this planet's total recorded history. Chill, man, Gerald replies calmly. Calamira could sense he was still pissed, but not in the white-hot sense, it was now a cold, determined fury. The same kind of fury that fueled the Magi for 3,500 years and eventually gave them victory over some of the baddest MOFOS in existence. You know what? Give me a 60mm Gatling with some of my silver bullets. That should be more than enough humiliation, wouldn't you agree? The smile on the face of the chief mechanic was more than ample for all three of the persons there. Mount up, sir, I'll get you a gun worthy of the task. Gerald climbed into the cockpit of his Gundam and began the process of locking himself into the restraining points. Calamira climbed in behind him to assist, though not necessary. The pilots always welcomed the extra hand. Seriously, avoid killing them, regardless of how offensive they are, she requests telepathically. I will have to rough them up, but there is a good chance I will lose this one just as readily as I might win it, Gerald replies in the same fashion. Calamira finished up the last locking lug. Come back alive, Century Commander. The armament tug showed up with a 105mm machine gun taken from a mobile doll Leo that had been silenced months ago in the battle prior to them coming to this dimension. Got it loaded with your happy 105s, sir. You only have a partial mag of them, though, so be sparing. I also have 2 mags of Apex ammo for use on them in critical locations like thrusters, weapons, and sensors, Gerald's chief mechanic radios to him. I won't need them, Gerald replies. This will be over in the second decent clash, far from enough time to go through a full magazine, much less 2 more. Gerald switches the radio off during his movement to pick up the proffered machine rifle. Comrade, confirm weapon systems recognition and readiness. The battle computer took a few moments to verify all systems. 60mm Vulcans verified, ammo type PSAP. Beam sabers verified. Heavy weapons space shield confirmed all subsystems live. Modified right combat gauntlet verified. 105mm machine rifle verified, ammo type PSAP. All weapon systems nominal. Gerald turned on his radio again. Control, this is Angel 0, requesting permission to taxi. Angel 0, Control, taxi authorized in your bay, launch via Catapult 39er Romeo at first available. Understood, Angel 0 is moving now. The Gundam moved forward and right, guided by a marshaller down the taxiway to the hydraulic catapult. Gerald did the usual routine of placement and bracing. Angel 0, ready for cat shot. Angel 0, catapult is on automatic. You may launch when ready. Good luck, Century Commander. Gerald Lightbringer, Physical Alice Heavy Weapons Modified, launching. As soon as he jammed the jet throttle to the max, the catapult tripped and loosed him at an extreme velocity for a few seconds, then his own acceleration took over. 2 course corrections and he was headed in the general direction of the battle lines. Attention trial participants, this is Star Commodore Jin Kojima, Warship Redland. I will be acting as trial command for this engagement. This battle is for 1 match, unrestricted arsenal, trial of possession against the Magi as has already been declared and bid. Your bounds of engagement are limited to the declared neutral zone only, leaving the zone is grounds for disqualification. For terms of the mission profile your unit will be considered destroyed. Magi Forces, declare ready OP. Magi Force, Gerald Lightbringer on Physical Alice Heavy Webs, ready OP. Eternal Forces, declare ready OP. Eternal Force, Kira Yamato on Freedom, ready operation. Athrun Zala, Gundam Justice, ready operation. The emphasis he put on the word justice made it almost an insult to the Magi in its own right. All forces have declared ready operation. Trial will commence in 3, 2, 1, go for trial. Kira, follow me in, Athrun almost growls. Athrun, don't get hasty. He normally drives a massive mobile armor, we don't know what he can do in a smaller machine, Kira cautions. Fear and hesitation in one, misguided rage and angst in the other, Gerald replies on their radio channel. Misconception and blind idealism in the hands of those who build our fates, this alone is the price we pay for ignoring historical patterns and common fucking sense. And it shall be a heavy price to pay for eons to come. Where is he? Athrun asks, moments before his systems alert him to the presence of an unidentified object. There. 4 o'clock low. Come in, Kira. Come, Sako brats, come. Show me your hatred of those who would understand history instead of following your blind idealism. Show me the strength of your convictions. Prove unto existence you are better than the Magi. Shut up. Athrun shouts, punctuating his order with 2 shots of his beam rifle and a pair of rounds from the Fortis beam cannons on his sub-flight lifter. Shut up, damn you. This is the nature of what you seek to squelch, Surat. The only beam weapons Gerald possessed were part of the heavy weapons, space, shield, a modified physical Alice shield that traded in the nuclear weapon and cooling systems for weapon space. Since he figured them unaware of his real armaments or destructive potential, he continued to close in, leaving the real weaponry for a surprise in close. Conflict is the nature of existence itself, you cannot squelch it, you cannot deny it, you cannot bury the human tendency to rail against its surroundings. It is as much a part of all consciousness as is the requirement to breathe, kid. You're wrong. Kira shouts, himself closing in after overcoming his hesitation. Gerald took the hits from the railguns and beam rifle on the Freedom by way of blocking them with his shield. People aren't like that. I pity you who would ignore your own reality. Gerald unlatches the heat saber and energizes it. Hi. His first slash against Athrun was a miss only on the barest of dodges from the Justice pilot. You can deny your surroundings only until they destroy you, kiddies. Bah. Athrun draws his beam saber and charges in counter, determined to force the battle in his favor if for no other reason than to shut up the arrogant asshole in the strange Gundam. Clash, clash, the slice of Athrun's beam saber never made it past Gerald's shield, just as the heat saber never bypassed the shield of the Justice. Athrun. Kira shouts, having flanked Gerald, in a position to decapitate the physical Alice. Kira took the shot, but a moment prior to the squeeze of the trigger Gerald hammered his jets and moved enough of the shield into position to stop the shot. To keep Athrun off balance, Gerald thrust at the Justice twice, once a miss, the second slamming into and penetrating through the shield of Justice, though not far enough to reach the Gundam behind it. Bah! I want my sword back, asshole. Despite his wording, Gerald had switched to the heavy-duty beam sabers that were practically infamous on the physical Alice. Come and get it. Athrun connected the second beam saber to his first, making a beam lance, and closed the gap again. Once more, sword and shield ground against each other, the larger physical Alice using its powerful thrusters to drive in against the Justice and keep the pilot off balance. Damn, stalemate. Not quite, kid, Gerald replies coldly. 4 circular impressions in the wide edges of his shield, where cooling vents would be on a standard shield, launched clear, each of the red cylinders opening up like a flower. What? Athrun shouts, momentarily distracted by the flying objects launched from his shield. Now you see why the Negaverse calls me the Archangel of Death. Kiram managed to intercept one of the 4 with a beam rifle shot, but the other 3 struck hard and fast against the Justice. 1 beam to remove the left leg, 1 to disable the engines on the sub-flight lifter, and a third through the left shoulder and forearm in a double penetration. Aiyah. With the shield of the Justice compromised, Gerald shoved in with his advantage, bypassing the compromised shield and severing first the entire left arm with an upswing, then continued his pattern with a backstroke intended to remove the head of the Gundam. Before Gerald could complete the swing, Justice was on the move, and managed to score a hit by grinding down the physical Alice shield and off the bottom edge, catching the left foot of the Magi Gundam and removing it at the ankle. Trivial damage. You will not escape me. Despite Kira killing off another of the funnels, the two remaining retargeted and fired on Athrun again, and this time the results were less in his favor. One shot went through the left shoulder and into the body of the Justice at a strange angle, the other through the hip plate and caused his main propellant tank to cook off spectacularly. The final stroke. Gerald shouts as he closes in with his beam saber set to impale. Athrun, half dazed from the explosion inside his machine, could do naught but watch in disconnected horror as the mage struck, impaling Justice fatally in the lower torso, missing the reactor but severing the neural linkage that gave him control of the machine. Athrun! Kira shouts. The Justice did not explode, but Kira could see the eyes of the Gundam shut down, a sure sign that at least the failsafes were working. I'm alive, I think. Athrun replies. You are next, whelp, Gerald says calmly. No way. Kira shouts, firing everything he had at Gerald. The strike of two more railgun slugs caused an explosion in the lower part of his shield, but the beam weapons only scorched paint off his shield. Not bad, kid, but you must do better. Show me your convictions. Gerald had backtracked his Gundam to where the Justice lost its arm, to recover his heat saber. With a hand on the hilt, Gerald kicked into the surface of the shield with his Gundam's remaining foot to draw out the blade. With a flare brandish, the physical Alice racked the sword and set shield, ready for Kira's next strike. Have some of this. Kira shouts in clear defiance. 6 shots of the apparently effective Ziffa's rail cannons came Gerald's way, though forewarned and with distance available to him, he was able to clear the shots easily. Gah! You're not all show. The show is just beginning, pilot, Gerald replies as 4 more funnels launch from his shield, putting 6 out and about. And now I am close to the edge of existence itself. With a flick of a single switch, the radio channel became haunted with something Kira was not expecting. Kira sometimes listened to whatever his friends were listening to, and lately he had grown accustomed to the pagan/power/orchestral metal the Magi relished, though the song he was assailed with was far from any of the above and even more distracting. Kira had listened to club music once, and immediately was dissuaded from it, and now he remembered why. The mix and constant repetition of elements in the music only served to distract him. As the song Solex, Close to the Edge, by Michael Woods really took off, Kira found himself less and less able to focus properly, until the closing enemy Gundam triggered something buried in his consciousness. I won't let you, Kira replies calmly. His mind goes clear, almost tranquil as his consciousness steps into the superior evolutionary element destined factor. Whoa, holy fuck! Gerald half shouts, sensing the change in his foe and immediately seeing the net effect as his Gundam began moving with faster pilot's reaction. This no way. Damn. Much as he tried to hit the Freedom several times with beams from the funnels, Kira dodged all 6 shots with grace and even intercepted 2 of the funnels in one swift pair of shots. Finally. A worthy challenge after all these years. 2 beam rifle shots impact on his shield but go no further as he begins maneuvering to close in on the Freedom. Go down. Kira shouts as he fires his weapons in 4 directions at once, the plasma cannons and beam rifle aimed to the funnels, the rail cannons aimed at the physical Alice. All struck, depriving Gerald of all but one of his active funnels, thought the rail cannons missed by mere meters. I am become the angel upon the edge of existence itself, the reaper of solace and hand of transcendence. As Kira watched the maneuvering physical Alice, he thought he saw the space around it glow a smoky blue-green, but he fired still upon the physical Alice. My wings are the guide and shield of all life, that the darkness may never claim all existence in its depraved grasp, and Kira was stunned motionless by the sight of 4 massive blue-tint angelic wings, apparently coming from the physical Alice itself, each wing larger than the Eternal was itself long. What the hell is this? Kira asks, now more frightened than determined. To the Archangel, its crew, and comrades, the fact that the Magi were founded by wizards and regularly practiced it was no secret, but the Star Admiral had said there were none on his ship, and now this? Is this an illusion? Or is this really you? You will serve the counter-purpose no more. It was all Kira could do to avoid the first stroke of the beam saber from the physical Alice, but the second he countered with his own beam saber. He was not expecting the second beam saber in the left hand, which chopped through both the legs of the Freedom at mid-thigh, the damage indicators screeching of the lost limbs and lost maneuvering options. Damn it! Kira countered immediately with his Ziffa's cannons, the left nicked the inside of his foe's right arm, the right cannon slug tore into the left shoulder of the physical Alice and sheared it clear off the Gundam with little hesitation. Of the Balena plasma cannons, one missed, the other struck dead center on the head of the physical Alice, obliterating it in one fell swoop. This engagement is done. And before Kira could begin to move away, the remaining active funnel sliced through the left shoulder of the Freedom, giving Gerald the opening he needed to slash in against the torso of Kira's Gundam, though Kira was not caught unawares and countered with a similar stroke. Both machines struck simultaneously, Gerald's saber finding the upper neural linkage and severed it before the stroke ended in the reactor cooling loop and shut the Freedom's engine down permanently. Kira's stroke went high and horizontal through the left shoulder, chopping through armor and cooling systems, only to end on the edge of the fusion reactor housing with the same result of a disabled engine. Just like that, the battle was completed. What? Oh my god, what are you? Kira asks, his whole body trembling from the exertion, the fear, the sight of the wings, and the melee itself. The hapless freedom pilot held his hands up in front of his face, the shaking visible and severe, his breathing ragged from exertion and panic. I am the Archangel of Solace, bound forever to those who wish not to go quietly into the night. I will not rest until it is assured that existence is not damned to annihilation in the days of Ragnarok. So is my duty written, so shall it be. If Gerald could sound any colder, how was lost on those who were listening in on the channel. XXX. Same day, 0845 hours. The battle 2 hours past had obviously changed the paradigm, despite the technically inconclusive result. On a double kill outcome, where both sides were defeated at the conclusion of the battle, neither side's position advanced. In this case, however, Captain Ramius, Commander La Flaga, and Lakis Klein had not come to the negotiations. Waldfeld was present and actually assisting Kagalai instead of waffling like he did the day prior. Gerald, due to his involvement, was also not present but had relayed that he would be at the meeting. Now that we have resolved the actual ceasefire accord, what is the next matter on the agenda? Admiral Sutherland asks respectfully. The battle had been close enough to the Earth Alliance lines that they could watch every stroke of the beam saber, and confidence in Magi ass-kicking skills had shot up threefold with the demonstration that one Magi Gundam was a match for the two undisputed badasses from this planet. Or, at least that is how EA Intelligence and Analysis interpreted the results of the battle. The Magi were a bit leery to call it as such, though ZAFT knew they had no personnel capable to the task of matching a Magi Gundam at this time, even Commander Jowl and his team were not up to the task. ZAFT military research was already stepped in plans to develop new and better Gundams for the next round, which they figured would be 100% inevitable since this war ended on such a bizarre note. Prisoner exchanges, Wayne offers. Prisoner exchange. Eileen Canaver replies, not even thinking of such an edifice. After mentioned, though, the logic of such was clear-cut and writ. Concur, Admiral Sutherland replies. We have some ZAFT and a few Magi prisoners, and if I don't miss my guess, the Magi have almost a full fleet's worth of ours. Not to mention, ZAFT probably has a few of the Magi and some Alliance prisoners, so... Hey? A whole fleet? Eileen Canaver asks, looking at the Star Admiral. The sound of the door opening draws eyes from the Star Admiral up to the new entrant. My apologies for my delayed arrival, Century Commander Lightbringer says. A professional dispute with two pilots from the Eternal. And? Wayne asks. They now know better than to dispute my professional opinion, Gerald says after he takes his seat. The look of consternation on Kagalai's face was significant, so Gerald relented. Just disassembled their Gundams, no major injuries to the pilots. So, where stand we? If anything, the look of consternation on Admiral Sutherland's face, and that of his subordinates, was even more significant than Kagalai's had been. Just beginning on today's matters of prisoner exchange, Wayne says. Ah, then I have not missed the interesting part. Gerald settles into his usual posture that gave him excellent peripheral vision of the various parties. I would like to begin by asking a serious, on-the-record question of the Magi pertaining to your soldiers. One of the ZAFT commanders with the chairwoman begins. Your soldiers, they offer themselves to us as bondsmen. Is this real, or are they crazy? Some would consider them crazy, but not within our own ranks. Wayne replies. If a mage offers himself to you as bondsman, you would be fooled to ignore it, even if you use him no more than as training fodder and intelligence on what the Magi really are. We are bound by our honor and word, and those few who can defeat us have the opportunity to utilize the vanquished. Wayne shifts in his seat. I will have a primer on the Code Zelbrigen, the code of conduct that Magi follow in most circumstances, delivered to you at the next break. You will find it most useful in dealing with the captured, but keep in mind that not all Magi will make such an offer. Some would simply surrender under the Geneva, Hague, or Ares Convention regulations, and for they I request you follow the requested procedures. I shall, Eileen promises. This is a bit unusual, the captain next to Admiral Sutherland says. Of the 6 prisoners we captured alive, only one of them offered himself as a bondsman, the others requested Geneva Convention surrender. Interesting, Gerald says. Not even during the nastiest of the Star Empire wars would 80% of Magi prisoners refuse a term of bond. Quite interesting. I will need to inquire upon the exchanged as to why they did so. Regardless, it is the recommendation of the Magi that all persons captured, excepting those captured who request to serve their captors as bondsmen, be released amicably and without delay upon the ratification of the ceasefire accord, Wayne fronts. With the exception of known war criminals, of course. This will include the personnel captured during the fleet action on or about the 26th of September, correct? A small reinforcement and escort fleet centered on the thrones, if you need a more direct idea which, Admiral Sutherland prompts. Certainly. Gerald, how many ships survived that skirmish? Wayne asks. 3 Drake class, 5 Nelson class, and the Thrones itself. Angel 2 and Angel 3 allowed recovery of crew from the disabled or destroyed ships, though they admitted there was not much left of some of the ships, and less of the crew. And then there is the crew of the Dominion, captured in battle in L4, who will also be returned unharassed. If you so wish, you may speak with said crew, they are in the brig not far from where we sit, Admiral. I would welcome it. The captain of the Dominion, Natarl Bajaruel. Alive and uninjured, despite the hellish beating said ship took prior to its surrender. And a VIP on that ship? Sutherland asks in series. He was taken alive, though determined to be a spy under the Geneva Convention regulations as well as a war criminal. It is our intention to hand him over to the affronted parties to deal with him as appropriate. You will not negotiate on this? Admiral Sutherland requests. NEG, Wayne replies deadpan. There is a price to pay for certain actions, and it shall be paid. Should ZAFT decide to return him, that is in their hands, not ours. There were no further inquiries. Then we are agreed on the terms of prisoner exchange. ZAFT sees nothing to object to in this line of negotiation. The Earth Alliance is willing to accept the terms as you have laid out. The status of Murutha Azrael had been discussed earlier in the day during the grievance review, and his involvement in the Junius 7 massacre could not be overlooked by the Magi. ZAFT would be the persons to deal with him. Thus is it ratified. Next matter up on the block is space defense territories, what we Magi commonly call a space defense identification zone, Wayne explains. Common practice among the Star Empires is a 2-stage area, an outer area where a craft must have an active transponder, and an inner area where positive identification, a filed flight plan, and permission to be in that area. Commonly, this is considered to be 1,800 km for the interior area, and another 1,800 km for the external area for military stations and triple that for civilian colonies and territory. And the purpose of this is what? Eileen Canaver asks. Besides to make space militant. Simple. Junius 7 was a veritable surprise attack, even if the nuclear strike did not occur until most the way through the battle, if I am understanding the battle correctly. ASDIZ is a legitimate patrol area where your forces have the right to challenge any craft that approaches, and gives you forewarning of an impending attack. And this would not be considered a provocation. She asks in counter. No, it is expected. Every nation has a right to protect their legitimate interests and territory. As such, quantified boundaries would prevent misunderstandings between the states and neutral parties or between the states themselves. And thus it continued. XXX. October 2nd CE 71, 0100 hours. ZAFT territory, plant April IS-1. After Patrick Zala turns off the television unit, he simply sits there and stares at it. There never was reticence for his actions. He did what he had to do, what he thought he had to do to save the plants, and if that meant proving coordinator superiority by cooking the people on the planet below him, so be it. Except, the Magi were right. The problem would never be solved by such an omnicidal stroke, it would only damn the plants to a long and agonizing starvation death. Similarly, Earth's problem with coordinators could not be solved by nuking the plants, since doing so would bombard the planet with chunks of colonies, which would end in death of all life on the planet. After some thought, the Magi only had it partially right. Some annihilation had to be practiced, or there would be nothing but war between coordinators and naturals for millennia to come, maybe longer. Even they had to admit they had a checkered past on the subject of long-ass wars, theirs had lasted 3,500 years of off and on all-out war. Patrick could not readily imagine what a war lasting 3,500 years would look like, especially invoking the scales of the Star Empires as this airhead Jess Rabble had tried conveying. No shit, it would take several planets worth of tax revenue to run them Jahir without crippling economies. The plants could not afford a ship like it, nor could they engineer something as brutally simplistic as the behemoth that had shredded both the Earth Alliance and ZAFT. His attention was drawn to the phone as it rang. The identification came up as Jowl, Azalea, someone that Patrick figured would call after the news report. Without hesitation, he hit the video conference accept button, and was treated to a picture of Azalea with her hair wrapped up in a towel. Morning, he began the conversation. Starting early, or ending late? Starting early, she replies, having been notorious for keeping weird hours when on the council, yet never missing a meeting. I take it you just saw what I just saw. Yeah, I did. Well, Eileen is not selling us up the river. She even managed to score a few concessions at the negotiating table that I thought neither the Magi nor the Earth Alliance would give up, such as a massive space defense and identification zone and free transit of non-military transport craft, with prior approval. Those are trivial points, Patrick says. The core issues will not be resolved until the Earth Alliance recognizes our sovereignty and right to live. I know, Azalea replies quietly. At least the Earth Alliance is distracted by the presence of the Magi, who I have found out literally cannot go away. The jump engine in their ship melted down, Patrick says, having heard the same thing from their Galaxy Commander of Marines shortly after the takeover of Jachindu. We are stuck with them, regardless of how much we like it. Keep in mind, they are stuck with us, which probably gives them more heartburn than vice versa, Azalea replies fairly. At least they intrinsically hate Blue Cosmos, which is a point in our favor. How so? Azalea requests, not entirely sure what Patrick meant. A line in their remembrance, their great history. I quote, "Be wary the ethos of Blue Cosmos, for the path to hatred is based on the genetics, not on the person." That? In their history? They said they never encountered this dimension or anything similar to it. I don't know, I won't pretend to know, they don't know, and they are not going to guess. The soldier that wrote that line, their first emperor, he is presupposed dead at this time. And then there is the fact that not only do they use coordinator techniques similar to ours, they build people in gene tanks and gestate them artificially. That is going to make Blue Cosmos real happy real fast, Azalea says at her most cynical. Yet, Patrick says almost mirthlessly. They will tie up Blue Cosmos for us, and ZAFT can swoop in with a good pretense and annihilate them from the side. If the next chairperson has the spine to do so, Azalea tacks on. Look, I had best forewarn you. They told me today, they will probably tell you tomorrow, we are going to be expatriated and deported soon. Do you have anywhere you can fall back on? No, not really, Patrick replies. All my family is dead courtesy of these Blue Cosmos scum, except for a Thrun. You. My sister is in Orb, I will see if she can put me up for a few until I get back on my feet. Patrick chuckles grimly. After all I have done, I have no right to ask a Thrun to do anything for me. Patrick was silent for a few moments, looking away from the phone. I may be alone, now. Have you considered what the Magi will do now? If I don't miss my guess, they will take up residence in L4 and try to repair their ship or call for assistance from their own government. Patrick was silent again, but only for a brief moment. You are not suggesting, them. This time, it was Azalea with the grim chuckle. Face it, Patrick, they are the only people you have not hacked off lately. Even I gave thought to asking them for asylum over the course of the day as I read through the reports coming in from my sources. And who knows, they may succeed in bringing down Blue Cosmos where ZAFT failed. No chance of that, Patrick replies haughtily, though even to himself the rebuke aired hollow. Besides, what would you do in their society? My background is in aerospace engineering, I think I can learn a few new tricks and put my talents to good use. You are a historian, and Magi respect history like nobody else around here, so I do not think it would be too hard for you to find a decent career among them, especially if they end up their own government. Again, Patrick chuckles grimly, which segues into something almost humorous in terms of laughter. A washed-up near-dictator in a society of military and freedom, teaching an inconvenient history to the people? Well, I could think of worse things. Such as dying in a ditch somewhere, covered in petrol, on fire. Azalea grimaced severely at the thought. That is how Adolf Hitler went out, after consuming most of the world in the flames of war. And yet, we damn near did the same thing again, and the Magi even pointed it out to us. They also pointed it out to your son, with an appropriate spanking for ignoring history, Eileen adds to his maudlin musing. Lakis Klein was trying to get unilateral disarmament, and the Star Admiral rammed it down her throat until she choked. Good, Patrick replies, still not having any love for the Klein family. Well, Athrun and Kira got all hot and bothered about it, and tried playing the Magi's game of ritual combat to force the issue in their favor. They blew it big time. Reports are sketchy at best, but for all intents and purposes justice and freedom were damaged beyond usable, at only the cost of one Magi Gundam. Reportedly, Lakis Klein and the defectors from the Earth Alliance were not present at the negotiations yesterday, I guess it would be. Damned brat, trying to screw everyone over for her ideal world. That is exactly how the major European powers laid the groundwork for World War II. And the Magi said the exact same thing, but she did not listen. Or, more appropriately, she did not listen until after she had a Magi boot applied to her butt and both her knights had been thoroughly traumatized in battle. Eileen almost sounded smug about the outcome. This time, it was a sardonic, almost resigned chuckle from Patrick. A lesson in humility, it sounds like. Yeah, you could call it that, Eileen replies quietly. A lesson we all have received at their hands, Patrick muses. There must be a lesson in their arrival here, and their actions. He glances at something else in the room, then back to the phone. There are bigger things in existence than we can ever imagine. Azalea opines. No, any human in touch with their own sense of life can tell you that, Patrick replies. I cannot really phrase what I want to say, what I believe is the lesson, but the significance, it must be something to do with honor, I think. Something we have gone away from. Lack of honor has destroyed many countries great and small, I guess. Maybe ZAFT is next, maybe the Earth Alliance is next. Maybe, Patrick muses. He sounded fatigued, both of body and of spirit, and both were readily apparent to Azalea. Maybe. I won't keep you up any longer, Patrick, you sound like hell. I feel as I have been at its gates, Azalea. Good evening, Air, good morning, I guess. Good night, she concludes the call before cancelling the video link. X. Same day, 0215 hours. Warship Jr, Primary Bridge. Soldiers, they were, but far from beyond the pale, Calamira concludes her mental summary. Were I in their position, I might have done the same. She considered that they were right, L4 was likely the new home of the task force, and a request for asylum from those two might be granted, if she could present them favorably. They were patriots, not monsters, despite the things they appeared to do. They may be able to find their redemption and true home among the Magi, if they would be willing to try. You stand lost in thought, Helmsman Willie says. Something wrong, strategic officer. NEG, not wrong, something is going right, Calamira replies. Of course, ma'am, we're on the job. Find me a junkyard, I'll unscrew it and organize the leftovers by type, make, model and year. This from the guy who spends almost as much time as Clotho Bauer in the Club 300 and gets no action. Chief Warrant Officer Esmeralda, the suborbital fire control officer, answers haughtily. Clotho's complete lack of aptitude with the opposite sex was rapidly becoming infamous throughout the ship, though not of the form of infamous that caused people to lock doors when said person walked by. And when was the last time you got any action without the guy or girl involved gagging your loud mouth? Willie asks in counter. Come over here and say that, dipshit, Esmeralda counters sharply. I would, but there isn't enough duct tape and paper bags on this ship to make it worth my time. Enough, you two, Calamira orders forcefully. Good gods, do you ever quit? Certainly not, ma'am, Esmeralda says. For some problems, there just is no solution. I got your solution right here, super bitch, and the fuck you armbar pump was clearly visible to most of the bridge. All right, Sibkin, shut up, Calamira orders more forcefully. Ma'am, both reply immediately. XXX. Same day, 1030 hours. Thus, we are agreed that Orb will be repatriated and recognized as an independent state forthwith. Eileen says. The more stalking horses, the better, she thinks almost sharply. She was no stranger to using force of numbers to achieve political ends, and in this case those ends would be the perfect marriage of concurrent needs between Orb, the Magi, and ZAFT. The Earth Alliance is willing to withdraw from Orb, only under the precondition that Orb does not sell its military technology to either ZAFT or the Magi for the time being. Additionally, I would also front the condition that the Magi may not sell nor give your military-grade fusion reactor technology away to any party, ZAFT, Orb, or neutral. The Magi will recognize this as a valid precondition only under the provision that this will be renegotiated to a favorable arrangement for Orb during the full peace treaty negotiations or no later than 1 year from the ratification of the ceasefire. To not allow Orb to export military gear to interested parties would stifle their economic rebuilding, given Morganroad is one of their major economic powerhouses. Additionally, on the terms of our mil-spec fusion reactors, the only way you shall receive such devices is by way of stepping over our dead bodies to take them. I will not even entertain Batchal 6 on such devices, given the potential destructive capacity in our latest engines, much less the military ramifications. This term is acceptable, Admiral Sutherland reluctantly says. It is unfortunate that you will not be flexible on your fusion engines, but we will accept the terms as listed, Eileen says. The neutral parties accept the terms, Kagalai declares calmly. Very well, this provision is ratified and shall take effect on signing of the ceasefire. One thing remains, Eileen says. Now that you have stopped the shooting war, Star Admiral, what shall your task force do? Colony Group L4 is veritably uninhabited, abandoned to the ravages of the war. Additionally, it has come to my attention that several of the derelict colonies are orbitally unstable, and may be conflicting with the planet below us in short order. I was thinking, maybe clean up the rundown neighborhood, stay out of your way while I get my ship fixed up and jump worthy. Wayne posits as his opening position. ZAFT has no major objection to this arrangement, Eileen says. In fact, that is a very practical solution to quartering the task force, when weighed against the alternatives. The Alliance headquarters predicted you would front that solution, Sutherland begins. It has also come to our attention that the original production costs have thus far not been paid off for those colonies, much less the horridly expensive plants. The corporations to which those colonies are beholden need their just dues, Star Admiral. Very well, Wayne replies, expecting this line of argument. In such a case, I propose 40% salvage value at junk guild salvage rates as compens to the proprietors, to be renegotiated with additional or alternate means of compensation at the primary peace treaty negotiations. What rate of salvage intake do you expect? Admiral Sutherland asks. Between L4, the void of space, Heliopolis, and the debris belt itself, I expect a mean salvage reclamation of about 10,000 tons per day to begin, with expected weekly increase of about 2,000 tons as L4 is cleared and colonies come online, allowing more personnel to focus on salvage operations. Call at a top of 30,000 tons at full swing. That is aggressive, a ZAFT industrial engineer replies. If you can reprocess the salvage, Star Admiral, ZAFT would be willing to pay you going rate or better for the manufactured materials and goods. I will have to talk to some of my engineers about remanufacturing and the detail work involved, but it is not entirely out of the question. Would the Earth Alliance or Orb be willing to commit to such? Orb shall commit what we can, especially if the Magi are willing to work out a line of credit on the process, Kagalai replies. I can talk to the industrial associations, but I would not hold out much hope on that account. Still, your offer is well beyond expectations, Star Admiral. How do you plan on executing such a feat of manpower and logistics? Wayne smiles. The Magi are the only government known in existence to beat out Greenpeace at the whole environmental shtick and do it without the radical environmental terrorism routine. We routinely recycle and salvage what others would scoff at. Cleaning up dirty orbital belts and space debris is nothing new to even the combat arms of the Magi. Trust me, if you can keep the attack dogs from hounding us, we will make good on those numbers and then some. The derisive sniff from the Admiral was answer enough for Wayne. The Star Admiral would have to keep in mind that Blue Cosmos would soon be in among the refugees inevitably headed his way, and to deal with them accordingly. For that, he had commandos. Very well, the Earth Alliance accepts the base proposal. I take it you will want a SDIZ as well. I will settle for a standard SDIZ, nothing as extravagant or padded as ZAFT has requested, and a sideways glance to Eileen reminded her that she only got that much on the sufferance of the Magi. Very well, the Earth Alliance approves the measures as declared. ZAFT concurs, Eileen says after a few moments of contemplation. Very well, all outstanding and requested issues have been dealt with. I will have copies of the accord printed and delivered to you within the hour. Might I suggest a lunch across the hall while the documents are prepared for your review? Much to his surprise, Wayne knew the arguing was simple and quiet this time around, the next round would be far louder than he could imagine. He would not be disappointed. Author's chapter afterward. The ceasefire accord is done, the war is technically over as of October 3 CE 71, 1200 hours. Orb is now a nation restored, the Magi have their own grounds away from the other superpowers, there will be no immediate fighting for some time to come, and something akin to progress may be in the cards. As to why things went smoothly, well, the dice rolls for the parties are as follows. EA, 91 out of 100, scared shitless and willing to pull the plug ASAP. ZAFT, 76 out of 100, know they are almost at death's maw but willing to do a little gambling. Orb, Kagalai 69 out of 100, still favorable to Magi positions. Archangel/Eternal, 23 out of 100, will do their damnedest to push Lake's ideal world scenario. Neutral Media, 57 out of 100, neutral to all parties. On the other hand, the Junius Treaty looms ahead in the months to come, and plenty can go wrong between then and now. Specifically, Blue Cosmos is not going to be happy that Azrael was effectively handed over to ZAFT as a war criminal after being taken alive and held as Desgra by the Magi. ZAFT is not truly happy about having to restore Orb to sovereignty, after their involvement in the EAG weapons project, but negotiations like this are a case of give and take, and ZAFT took more than they gave by a long shot. As to Gerald's appearance during the fight, anyone who has seen Char's counterattack should recognize at least part of what was happening, a psycho frame reaction. For the rest, I will leave it up to your imagination quite deliberately. My apologies for the lack of advancement on my writing, despite being laid off at this time my speed of writing has not been all that fast. Much happens even when you officially have nothing to do, follow? Even given the angsty, almost depressing conditions, I will continue my writing. I swear I will never surrender. LOL. That's pretty much it. Next up, the task force has a new home, and new problems to go along with that new home. Not that this was unexpected, but... Review replies, I got a lot of reviews from this last chapter, probably from the nature of the decisive battle. As of right now, I am at 5.66 reviews average per chapter. Much thank you all for the support, smiley face, phrase remage, I'll wager good odds on that, and good odds that things are not going to go well for anyone involved in that. Rick rolled, much thank you for the compliment. Death Zealot, such powerful machines as Sazabi or New Gundam are exceedingly rare among Magi, as pilot have to qualify to a minimum standard for what they use, and the powerful new type machines, Cably, Psycho Gundam, Sazabi, New Gundam, etc., have very steep capability curves. As to Talia, she will play a very expanded role in this story and coming side stories or sequels. I don't like how she was practically thrown under the bus in Destiny. One village idiot, yes, I do roll new dice for each story. Yes, the original was quite different, and it was reflected here, though the net outcome remained fairly close to the same. The Magi do a lot with robotics, and you will see a lot of that in chapters to come, but there are limitations even now with the capabilities needed and what can be provided. As to UAV and UCAV, yes, they are used, but more common are UGCV, unmanned ground combat vehicles, which you will see in the updated Inferno in Chicago and possibly in the main storyline systems. No mixing involved, though not even all the Magi know of the presence of the androids yet, much less ZAFT or the EA. The dice shall have to answer that one in due time, of course, smiley face. There are multiple answers to your final question. Yes, Magi do survive their wounds when they lose a limb, sometimes, and there are multiple options for replacements. The basic replacement as of this time in Magi history is a Myanmar prosthetic that is functionally almost identical to a real limb. An advanced procedure would be using a nanomachine medical tank to rebuild a person's limb or other damaged body parts from the inside out, with a near 100% equivalent fix. The one option not available to the task force right now would be a wizard, who could use a regeneration or wish spell to, literally, magically rebuild the damage to a person's body. Knives 91, given what was just revealed about the Angel team in this chapter, the replacement for Angel 1 would have to a severe badass, and such would have to be up to the dice. There may be no person capable to the entry-level requirements at this time. Necroblade, oh yes, the multimages still use magic, but there are no mages in the task force Joker's Wild. Caveat, what Gerald Lightbringer happens to be is up for speculation at this time. I am deliberately not telling what he is, for good reason, despite all appearances in one direction or another. On the Harrow scene, Athrun isn't quite sure yet that one of his Harrows has been destroyed. Not that it shouldn't be obvious that Pinkshan has been missing in action this long, but he has no hard evidence to suggest foul play. Night Toll, eventually, comrade, I will teach you that hardware has its limitations. Severe limitations. 2 do like those designs, but not to the level of hype shown. Cool beans, anon much thanks for the compliment. I aim for cool beans in all my works, of course, smiley face. 8 Yen of the West Wind, there will be more fallout, especially with unresolved situations on Terra. As to things to learn about his ships and crew, there are more still. Even the question as to whether or not the jump engine can be fixed is still up in the air. The gripe sheet. No sign of my beta reader at this time. If any gripes are picked up, they will be listed here and corrected in prose. Phrase Remedge got one, in my initial release, I referred to Jess Rabble as a lady, when he reports that he is not. My bad. Footnotes. 1 Pineapple is the nickname given to hand grenades used by US soldiers prior to the induction of the baseball grenades used at this time. This type of grenade was also used by Magi infantry until just prior to the end of the Star Empire Wars for its simplicity of manufacture and excellent fragmentation radius. 2 Magi forces do not use any form of traditional military salute, as this is considered bad form and a check for snipers the hard way. 3 Scylla is a clan term still in use by the Magi, very reverential and roughly equivalent to shouting damn straight, sir. 4 Baffles is a submariner's term referring to the area directly behind a sub's propellers, where without the benefit of a towed sonar array, it is impossible to hear an enemy sub tracking you. In this usage, it is referring to directly behind the trio. 5 Transcended humanoids is actually a bit of misinformation on Gerald's part. In reality, the beings the Magi had met prior were actual humans that had transcended, become so powerful magically, that they could be rightfully called the next step beyond humanity. These beings, known as the ancient gods, would serve to cause trouble for the Magi for a long time, though many of the gods did not care about the Magi or actively sided with them. 6 To entertain Batchal means to listen to a declaration of intent to challenge the Magi, or clans, for purposes of trial by combat. Batchal is the process by which challenges are issued and the method of the trial is ascertained, then bidding is performed to determine what forces will participate in the combat. TRO Section. There was once a machine that fought freedom and justice to a standstill, named after a flower. General and technical data. Model number, RX78GP02HLBC1. Code name, Gundam Physical Alice Heavy Weapons Type, Lightbringer Custom. Unit Type, Prototype General Purpose Tactical Mobile Suit. Manufacturer, Anaheim Electronics. Operator, Multimage Commando Cast, Multimage Task Force Joker's Wild, Mendel Armed Forces. Rollout, unknown, classified. First deployment, unknown, classified. Negaverse rumor suggests first deployment year SL-112, or over 14,000 years prior to formation of Task Force Joker's Wild. This rumor is completely unconfirmed and is disavowed by the Magi. Accommodation, pilot only, in standard cockpit in torso. Dimensions, overall height 19.5 meters, head height 18.5 meters. Weight, empty 66.5 metric tons, max gross 95.0 metric tons, not including shield or optional hand armaments. Armor materials, lamellar ferrocarbide, mithril, and Gundam tri-weave composite armor. Power plant, toroidal dual-stage fusion reactor, power rated at 16,500 kilowatts. Propulsion, rocket thrusters, 4x 95,000 kilograms, 6x 7,000 kilograms, Vernier/apogee motors, 24. Performance, maximum thruster acceleration 4.44 g, 180-degree turn time 0.4 seconds. Equipment and design features, external propellant tanks, Max 6, ejectable, psycho-frame system integrated into cockpit, commando modifications, can carry up to 100 kilograms of material in several onboard internal storage compartments, interface systems, and logic to use almost any ZN, Earth Federal, Axis, Ounce, White Fang, Vulture, UN, or any Star Empire MS weapons. Fixed armaments, 2x 60mm Vulcan gun, fire-linked, mounted in head, 400 rounds ammunition total, 2x AAEXB 5909's modified beam saber, stored in recharge racks in hip armor, hand-carried in use, 1x heat saber, battery-powered, stored in recharge rack on back, hand-carried in use. Optional fixed armaments, total of 5 hardpoints on the back, waist, and hips to carry up to 5 handheld weapons or other gear as needed by the mission. Optional hand armaments, 880mm RBT-27 Rakuten bazooka, clip-fed, 5 rounds per clip, spare clips can be stored on waist armor storage racks, optional armed shield, see entries below, theoretically can use any mobile suit hand armaments ever constructed, up to and including weapons that require special unlocking codes from the carrying MS. Optional armaments, nuclear shield AE/ZIM.G Baz 0186 atomic bazooka, uses AGR-05-500X long-range antimatter warhead, 1 round in chamber, breech, and firing chamber, mounted on right shoulder, barrel/trigger mechanism stored in shield when not in use, NRSH-02RX/S00013 shield, stores barrel/trigger mechanism for atomic bazooka. Optional armaments, ground attack shield 10x micromissile VLS silos, mounted in top edge surface of shield, 6 missiles per silo, 2x sniper artillery cannons, mounted on inside surface of shield facing downward, fire-linked or can be fired independently, 30 rounds of artillery ammunition or 50 rounds close combat ammunition per cannon. Optional armaments, space attack shield 16x funnels, mounts beam gun, power rated at 25.47 MW, mounted in outer edge surfaces of shield, optional storage for hand weapons, magazines, and battery packs on inside surface of shield. Technical and historical notes. The physical Alice rapidly became the Magi symbol of industrial and militaristic might in the face of the growing war effort against the Negaverse during the Star Empire Wars, even more so than the warships and battle mechs that did most of the fighting. However, the physical Alice was not without its dangerous limitations, and the Magi command elements realized that this machine, though supreme in its purpose as a nuclear delivery platform, was lacking in almost every other capability. As such, a new set of capabilities was drawn up and submitted to the manufacturer, Anaheim Electronics, to prototype and demonstrate capability or to disavow as impossible. Within a year of initial request for comment, the first physical Alice heavy weapons was deployed and saw action against the Negaverse Grenadiers with stunning success. Centuries later, with continual upgrades and improvements, the physical Alice HW would become the choice weapons platform of another soldier in the war effort, Gerald Lightbringer, who used his machine for everything it was worth and far more. Even still, he found the outer edge of the much improved heavy weapons platform against such Negaverse machines as the Sazabi and Ilyaris machines such as the Quinn Mantha. With these limits coming to cost him destroyed machines, deceased comrades, and in 2 cases severe time in the hospital, Gerald requested a machine that pushes the limits of power and defensive capability while giving him the speed and striking power to eliminate anyone that needed to be destroyed. Thus, the physical Alice heavy weapons/Lightbringer custom was born in total secrecy, funded entirely by the pilot and engineered out of scraps from other physical Alice production lines. Despite the nature of its birth, the physical Alice HWLBC is not a piecemeal machine, nor is it lacking in any fashion compared to contemporary machines. Where the heavy weapons, standard, natively has 2.25 gs of acceleration, the LBC variant has increased foot thrusters and superpowered shoulder thrusters with a total of 4.44 gs acceleration, almost double that of the upgraded version and almost triple the acceleration of the stock physical Alice. In defensive terms, the LBC variant was the first physical Alice to use a woven armor composite over the whole machine, at the time a combination of ferrocarbide and Gundam, though this was revised much later to use a tri-weave composite of lamellar ferrocarbide for energy resistance, Gundam for ballistic and energy protection, and mithril to defeat shape charge penetrators. This combination armor, when applied in sufficient quantity, gives the physical Alice near immunity to weaker ballistic, missile or beam weapons, and plenty of protection from heavier Gundam, battle mech, and even some smaller warship weapons. This combination of speed and staying power immediately gave Gerald the ability to go toe-to-toe with the best of any Star Empire's elite machines and survive the battle mostly intact or unharmed. The combat power of the machine has been top-notch from the word go and has not let down since inception. Initially fielded with a Gundam class beam rifle, Gerald modified the hands of his machine to accept any class of mobile suit weapon usable, giving him the flexibility to carry local weapons and not reveal the presence of a Magi machine in the area. Additionally, with necessary engine upgrades over the years, the LBC has gained the ability to carry ever-increasingly powerful energy weapons, culminating in the much-feared dual-buster rifle of the Wing Zero Gundams. This variability, combined with the integral hardpoints for carrying a wide array of weapons, has given Gerald the power to engage targets at any range with overwhelming firepower, until such a time as he can close up with the enemies and finish them off with the heavy beam sabers. Much like the new Ezeel piloted by the same pilot, the Negaverse knows that Gerald has sortied with the physical Alice HWLBC many times over a great span of centuries, but much to their chagrin cannot prove his presence on any one battlefield. No Negaverse pilot has ever rightfully claimed to have survived the wrath of the Archangel of Death, and for good reason. Similarly, almost all of Gerald's combat codex is classified to the Division Commander of the Tech Strikers and Division Commander of Commandos, meaning that no entity short of the Emperor and 2 of his immediate subordinates has the right to read his records. Therefore, any reports of the action of this pilot or any machines he may have piloted, or has been purported to pilot, is considered conjecture and cannot be confirmed. Every division commander asked about his records have invariably replied with some variant of "go screw yourself." The Emperor never answers questions on the records of his subordinates, therefore nobody has asked him about it. For all intents and purposes, this machine is known to exist but has never been known to see combat. Chapter 13, Sharpening Knives, Planning Ahead. October 3 CE 71, 2000 hours. Warship Jir. The 2 Marines stopped, this time, in front of Nataral's cell. She had watched the remaining prisoners in her cell block leave one group of 4 at a time, but the number roulette left her the last. My turn. F, a voice replies, but not one of the 2 Marines in front of her. Ah, the Star Admiral that humbled the great nations of this world, Nataral says with only a hint of sarcasm. Such a feat would not have been outside your tactical acumen, Commander Bajaruel, had you the resources of my task force. The Star Admiral personally unlocked the cell and pulled the gate open. Why the honors? This is a simple prisoner transfer, isn't it? From an administrative standpoint, yes, it is. All things considered, my strategic officer is convinced that you may be the best Earth Alliance non-flag officer, out there. I agree, given how you tried movement and fire in the shallows of L4, and your retreat plan, you had the right ideas but the wrong team to execute them. They had exited the cell block and were taking secondary corridors toward the transport ship. Nataral figured that was the closest she was going to get to outright accolades from the Magi, though she would have to review the battle plan for Jachindu and see what this Star Admiral was worth. Admiral Sutherland was absolutely terrified of the guy, which said plenty in and of itself. And my ship? Isor Law, Star Admiral Centura replies, meaning that it was now considered the rightful property of the Magi. The Dominion was not involved in much gun action, though it was pivotal in preventing the ZAFT superweapon from firing a second time. The Lohengrin cannons are rather effective against stationary objects. Then it helped Earth, in the end, Nataral says reverentially. The 2 officers and 2 Marines stopped outside one of the dock collars, to which the status board showed Marseille's 3-class transport monitor, prisoner ferry to Earth Alliance fleet in bold but plain lettering. I think it should be noted that, despite what you will hear, I am not out to annihilate the Earth Alliance. I have 2 wars at the minimum waiting for me at home, I do not need to add a heaping helping of trouble to that list by starting more wars here. I just want to get this rust bucket rebuilt in home. Kindly pass that along to your command structure, will you? I will relay that message, Star Admiral, the diminutive commander replies. May we never have to cross blades again, Commander Bajaruel, Wayne says, coming to attention in the traditional Magi approximation of a salute. Next time, the battle may be a lot more costly than what I paid this time around, he thinks sardonically. Indeed, and she comes to attention, but does not salute. Without another word, she moved down the corridor and to the lock set leading to the transport ship. Was letting that one go a wise idea? The Marine Star Captain escorting the Star Admiral asks. Strictly speaking, no, Wayne replies. Between her acumen and Sutherland's basic knowledge of how we operate, they may be able to find enough gap in our capabilities to pose a threat. Still in all, honor dictates that she walks. The honor lay in the ceasefire treaty, and despite personal reservations, Wayne would follow the honorable path and follow the treaty to the letter. 1 to go, Wayne says. I still say we could, have an accident with this one and not one of the crew would care a whit, the other Marine says. Not in the cards, sorry, Wayne replies. Come on. F, the Star Captain grumps. The cell block in question was only a 2-minute walk away, a cell block which had only a handful of prisoners though only one of them from an Earth Alliance skirmish. Finally come to release me. Murutha Azrael asks almost snidely as first 2 Marines appear at his cell, then the Star Admiral. In a manner of speaking, Wayne replies just as snidely. Excellent. Finally. I was getting tired of this cell. Do not grow unaccustomed to the view, I doubt ZAFT has different accommodations in mind for you, the star captain says. What? Azrael had gone from somewhat elated to instantly soured in less than a second. Your power and so-called prestige has not won you a get-out-of-brig free pass, the other marine says before entering the unlock code in his cell. On your feet, Desgradog, and face the rear of the cell. What is this? Azrael asks as the obligatory meter-long control rods were attached to his heavy shackle belt. The rods would be used by the marines to maintain positive control over the prisoner as he was moved. And what result did you honestly expect for authorizing a nuclear attack on a civilian colony, scumdog? We would simply let you walk. Wayne asks. Walk backwards towards my voice, now, stop, the star captain orders before Azrael could reply. Wayne does a standard pat-down on the prisoner, and as expected finds nothing on his person. Prisoner confirmed clear. Prepare to transfer. Transfer prisoner, F, Star Admiral. Prisoner rotate left 90, and the marines shift around with him. March, maggot. This isn't fair. Azrael pouts. If existence itself was fair, I would be ass-deep in 2 wars at home right now, not cleaning up your shitpile fracas here and now, Wayne says. Hey pretty boy, enjoy your stay here in Hotel Hell. One of the other prisoners jeers Azrael as he is marched down the cell block toward the hall. Finally, the Desgradog gets his just deserts, a marine doing brig time says. Such a pity we can't have any fun with him. Glad this asshat is going, him occupying that cell down there was driving down real estate values in this brig block. We spanked his ass once, but he really belongs to ZAFT. A debt I would not begrudge them, a quartermaster says from her holding cell. Outside the cell block, he was rotated to head aft. Blue Cosmos will get you for this. We avenge our own. Azrael says almost frantically, seeing the green and red ZAFT uniforms in the distance. Been there, done that, cleaned up the body parts afterward, Wayne replies sharply. In fact, I'm already planning a very special welcome for Blue Cosmos when they come to Mendel, as they inevitably will. For us, this is nothing new. Azrael simply whimpers, knowing there was no way out of this jam. Silently he dreaded every step, yet with 10 tons of combat metal pushing him forward, there was no stopping. He was silent for the rest of the several 100-meter march. Attention! The ZAFT Redcoat orders, as the 4 rifle-armed guards come to attention. Star Admiral Center a transferring prisoner Mike Hotel Whiskey 006428-119426847 into ZAFT custody. ZAFT acknowledges the transfer, the Redcoat replies. 2. Take possession of the criminal. Sir. 2 of the soldiers sling their rifles, move forward, and take the control rods from the Marines. Thank you, sir, the Red says. No thanks is needed, Wayne replies. You were the ones that suffered by his hands, it is your price to reap from his hide, not ours. Damn you, Centra. I hope you rot in hell. You will get there first, Azrael. Save me a seat, Quiaf. Whatever reply he had was silenced by the distance he traversed into the ZAFT transport. A question, sir, if I may. The blonde-haired redcoat asks. Please, Wayne replies immediately. During the battle, you were piloting a machine with a Scorpion's tail beam cannon, a beam machine gun, and working with one of the Earth Alliance newer model machines, correct? I was, Wayne replies. Oh, yours was that customized GUAIZ, if I remember your voice correctly, the one armed with piecemeal weapons from Freedom and Justice, correct? Correct, sir, he replies. What did you mean by your parting aphorism, sir? An incorrect assumption on my part, pilot, Wayne replies. My initial guess was that you were promoted to your position by way of political wrangling. Given the outcome of our encounter, it is apparent to me I was incorrect on that assessment. For that, I offer Sirkai. 2. Hey. Heine asks in response. An apology, in the parlance of my society, Wayne replies. Ah, thank you, sir, apology accepted, he replies. They really do believe in being proper, even to the point of apologizing for something I would not normally consider an insult, he thinks. These guys are weird shit, but scary nonetheless, he concludes as his glance crosses the Marine again. Is there any paperwork I need to sign off on? Just this, and Wayne presents a computerized note tablet. Acknowledgement that the prisoner was turned over alive and unharmed to your forces. Heine took a few moments to read it over and signed on the indicated line. Done, sir, he replies. Good luck, pilot, Wayne replies as he comes to attention. The ZAFT redcoat comes to attention sharply, salutes, and was on his way without another word. And so ends this chapter. NEG, Star Captain, it is only beginning. Wayne was silent for several moments. Only beginning. Dismissed, and thank you for facilitating the transfers. The ZAFT shuttle would be escorted to ZAFT territory by a full trinary of aero fighters, a force composition that had turned out so powerful that both ZAFT and the Earth Alliance were busy grossly overestimating their capabilities. Wayne knew that such cards were hard to play for value, but he could always find a way. After all, the Magi playbook was new and fresh reading in these parts, giving him new foes to try old tricks on. Such was good for a crooked smile as he moved in the general direction of his quarters. Of course, Wayne had already directed his best minds to come up with new tricks as well. XXX. October 4th CE 71, 0950 hours. ZAFT Aprilis 1 colony. Patrick stopped to watch the news footage of the Magi taking off. The massive warship was heading on a slingshot course for L4, where it would take residents in the colonies there and clean up the old neighborhood as the Star Admiral had said to the press. The Junk Guild was already looking forward to a long and very productive relationship with the Magi, as a lot of salvage would be trading hands in short order. As Patrick watched, the scene displayed Rabble's view to the departing Magi, with its 4 banks of massive interplanetary engines lighting off in a sequential pattern. Each engine on the massive ship produced far more power than an equivalent thermonuclear engine, and before the 4th engine had lit off the ship was perceptibly moving. A few mobile armors were out and about, and also began moving in the direction of the ship on the footage, capable of both outpacing it in combat maneuver and holding pace with it in long-range travel, or so he had learned. The garnered kills by the Magi Ma units had lent a new aphorism to the abbreviation Ma in ZAFT parlance, mobile annihilation. Only 1 mobile armor had been struck down by ZAFT, a lucky kill by Commander Isaac Jowl, and 1 had been struck down by the Earth Alliance. In contrast, the Magi Ma had accounted for over 50% of the combat kills inflicted by their whole force, with MS and Gundams coming in second and the Aero fighters coming in third. All analysis capabilities were working overtime, trying to find ways to prevent the Magi from running roughshod over ZAFT military forces again, but as of the hour prior to Patrick being officially expatriated, there was not much hope on that subject. Ready to go? Azalea asks. Orb or bust, Patrick replies. Still thinking about it. Yeah, I just don't know if I could serve the people that butchered our side. Their society is a never-ending war. Patrick immediately recognized the voice of Commander Isaac Jowl. On even terms, we would not have had much chance. Throw in their technological disparity, and it only gets worse. Is there any hope, son? Azalea asks. Yeah, wait them out, Isaac replies, though appeared almost soured to the thought. They don't want any part of this, they have 2 wars to deal with in their homeland and that is where they want to be. We don't provoke them, we don't have to fight them. It is as simple as that. Interesting strategy, Patrick replies, not really considering something as basic as that a valid technique, especially with someone almost as barbaric as the Magi. Can Canaver and her successor do that, however? Canaver, yes, easily. Azalea replies. Her successor might be an issue, especially if it is who I think it will be. Who? Patrick asks for clarification. Durandal. Patrick groans in disgust. He's already trying to put together a coalition for influence and policy. Best I get out of here, then, before things really go to hell, Patrick comments before picking up his barrel bag and suitcase. You won't hear this from anyone else, sir, but thank you for trying to stiff the Earth Alliance, Isaac says. Thanks, Commander, Patrick replies. You'll have to do it again, but hopefully next time they can be finished off. And you, Mother. If I ever get some leave, I'll try and visit you in Orb. I won't be there, Azalea replies. Hey. I've already decided to sign on with the Magi. She holds up a hand to silence her son's protest. Orb is neutral and will stay that way, or at worst join themselves Earth Alliance. The Magi will never side with Blue Cosmos, which makes them the less loathsome of the 2 parties. After Isaac calmed down, she continued. If I can get some influence, I will try keeping them from taking a hostile position against ZAFT, but I can't make any guarantees. I don't know enough to know if I can even do that. We have to learn, Isaac says. We have to learn what we can do, and what we can't do to them. Sir, your shuttle is preparing to depart, a ZAFT guard assigned to them replies. Patrick moves out, leaving Azalea and her son alone. I'll do what I can, but no guarantees. Seriously, thanks, Mother. I'll see what I can do to get some leave here in a few months. It was obvious that it would take that long, since ZAFT had to be rebuilt and that would require senior, veteran forces to train the incoming recruits, especially in how to survive a Magi onslaught. Azalea gave her son a hug, then picked up her travel case and was on the way. She listened to the safety briefing from the shuttle crew, as was required, then simply went to sleep. It would be a long flight, though rumor was the flight from Orb to L4 would be far shorter. XXX. October 6th CE 71, 1530 hours. Mendel Colony. Last shuttle of Earth Alliance prisoners is on the way out, flight control declares. Command, Mjr, settling into parking position at this time. 5 minutes to neutral inertia. Mjr, Command, Star Admiral Centura speaking. Please pass on my congratulations to Willie for driving our beater through hell the long way without so much as a flat tire. Wayne's Gundam was one of a dozen waiting to get into the airlock to enter the inside of Mendel, meaning he was not on board the ship to pass those congratulations on directly. Mjr acknowledges, Star Admiral. Willie says he owes you a drink, wants to know when you shall collect, sir. Later this evening, if nothing goes to hell, Wayne answers. Star Admiral is out. Mobile suits in dock pattern Alpha, dock command reporting that airlock is open. I have room for a star, bring it on. Kman, boss man, move it up. A Zephyr on this Gundam waves him toward the lock, where there was room waiting for him. Wayne moved his Gundam forward to the lock, though it took a heavy arms to position him completely inside so the doors could close. How's our prospects look, boss man? A star captain and pilot of a new Gundam asks. So far so good, Wayne replies. We have Mendel right now, and there are 6 colonies in the area within a month of being active and ready if we have to expand that much. We will, the heavy arms pilot says. People will come out here for 4 reasons. 1. They will want to get away from insert local assholes here. 2. They will see some kind of opportunity here that they would not get somewhere else, like a spacefaring balls to the wall crazy motherfucker society, just for example. There was a brief pause as several of the listeners chuckled at the thought. 3. We shall undoubtedly get refugees from the war zones, displaced and not wanting to go back. 4. Any really adventurous MOFO on planet is going to be drawn to a society who knows how to build ships to jump to other planets, if for nothing but the thrill of going to said planets. Wayne laughs good and hard over the analysis. Well, I can think of a reason 5 and 6, actually, though 5 is a subset of point 1 you made. Wayne says. Do tell, sir, a Mudrock pilot replies. Well, 5th point is that there are going to be people who will join us for the sole purpose of opposing either ZAFT or the EA. As much as I do not want to call upon partisan bickering, that may be a strength we need to exercise to survive in coming years. 6. Once word gets out that Magi Law has very minimal restrictions on eugenics and coordinator research, and has only safety and environmental regulations for manufacturing and commercial business, we are going to become host to just about every otherwise clandestine biotech research firm and home of many industrial pursuits. Hell, I would not be surprised if Morgan Rowett opens a legit manufacturing branch in one of our colonies after the peace treaty allows it. A pause of a few moments, while the approaching reality of what Wayne had heard and said sinks in. This is just exactly what I needed to hear. Add civvies into the equation, and this has mass propensity to go to hell by way of the express lane. I'll pay for the fuel to get us to the gates of hell, you get to deal with Satan's doggies, the Mudrock pilot says. Damn, how long does it take to open this lock? It's the pressurization system that takes so long, it needs to be beefcaked, the doors opening and closing are fairly snappy, the Gulgug pilot in the lock grumps. I can cure that, Wayne says. Command, Centura, routing maintenance at Mendel, please. Sir, 1 moment, which stretched into a seemingly endless 15 seconds. Maintenance, I have Star Admiral Centura on the line. Go for maintenance, a gruff voice says. I am in the planet-side freight airlock at this time, and it's taking bloody forever to pressurize. Sir, I know that, I have an upgrade request on it at this time. What's the priority on it, son? Wayne asks. Charlie 6, effectively sometime this week if I can get a few guys cut loose for it. Move it up to an Alpha 2 priority, my orders. If we can get this lock working faster, material and manpower gets into the colony faster and shit gets done quicker. Objections. NEG, sir, I'll get my nano-engineer on it within the hour. Anything else for maintenance? One thing. If you see things that can be improved to speed up deploy and occupancy, call into myself, Lightbringer, or Ward for authorization to upgrade and execute. Call through to Mjir and get more techs in here if needed. I don't want to be caught jerking off at the jump-off point should anyone come by for a visit, clear. Star Admiral. My next call is main control, then. Very well, Centura is clear on this channel. Wayne clicks off his radio channel. Look at that, the door is finally opening. Glory be. The Mudrock pilot half shouts. Good thing we're not in a rush, or we'd already have missed our appointments. The door appeared to slow down for a moment, but resumed opening. For another half meter it worked properly, then screeched and stopped all linear travel. You were saying? The heavy arms pilot asks, eyeing the 2 meters of open doorway with her Gundam. Damn this door. Despite the shout from the Mudrock pilot, there were 2 shrugs, a grunt from the Star Admiral, and an unreaction from the other pilot in the lock. Well, since we're not going anywhere anytime soon, might as well use this time to catch up on paperwork, Wayne grumps. Give me some space, I'll finish opening that door up. You cut that door open, it comes out of your paycheck, mister, Wayne says. Wait for maintenance to handle it. Gah. Is any piece of God's be damned equipment going to work right for us? Chill out and roast a fucking doob, man, the new Gundam pilot orders of the Mudrock. Become one with your inner tranquility, do some of the Star Admiral's paperwork, just shut the fuck up. This is not an appropriate place to go apeshit, queef. Regardless of final choice, the Mudrock pilot simply grumbled and switched off his radio before he continued ranting and raving. Attention MS in planetside airlock, this is dock control, I show a failure in the colony side pressure doors. Maintenance has been dispatched and is working on the problem at this time. Please stand by. Like we have a choice, Wayne grumps while calling up his first dose of supply transfer manifests that he had to sign off on. XXX. October 9 CE 71, 1400 hours. Orb General Assembly Administration Building, Office of the Chairwoman. It had taken the whole of 30 minutes for the legislature to confirm Kagalai as the new head of the emirate, at least for the remainder of her father's term of 5 years, he still had 3¼ years to go. After that, only would she run a chance of remaining in command if she could prove herself more effective than the others in the room. For damn sure, what she was about to front would not make her politically popular with the ninnies in the room. Well, with the exception of the Orb military and the Sahaka family. Ninnies in the room counted only 2 people, really, so long as they had not already swayed the neutral factions. Okay, allow me to make sure I have this straight. You are saying that right now, because we are in a position of weakness, we should ally ourselves with a power that has exploited our nation, correct? In a manner of speaking, Yuna Siren notes. They had to do what they felt was right. First off, Yuna, do not under any circumstance make excuses for Earth Alliance skullduggery and subsequent rape of this nation, clear. Kagalai orders in a significantly dark tone. Clear, Yuna replies nonchalantly. Second, I want you to keep in mind that the Earth Alliance exacted some heavy concessions from everyone to have this nation repatriated to sovereignty. They did not want to give up Orb, and specifically they did not give up South America. They don't want alliances, they want control. I fought long and hard to wrest this nation from them, you will turn it back over to them only over my dead body, is that clear? Kagalai, you don't have to. If I do not, then why are you trying to cozy up to the government that overran our nation not even 6 months ago? Kagalai asks. Yuna had suffered enough of Kagalai's intransigence and Snap decided he would reassert his authority. Then why are you trying to cozy up to barbarians? Barbarians. Kagalai chuckles at the thought. A barbarian would not forge an alliance that lasts 14,000 years and is still in effect, a credit to which only the Magi can claim. The Earth Alliance is incapable of respecting sovereign territory for a mere span of 2 years, what makes you think they will respect our rights next month? I have personal assurance that the Earth Alliance will respect our national sovereignty should we sign on to the alliance treaty. We need strong allies at this time, not hopes. Such assurances are worth less than the cell phone airtime you paid to hear them from the Earth Alliance representatives, Yuna, Rondo Mina Sahaka counters sharply. As to strength, my agents inside the Earth Alliance say there is no way the Alliance naval forces could withstand even a moderate attack from the Magi at this time, much less an all-out offensive on their part. Lady Kagalai can speak for the strength of the Magi better than I can. Their strength is not in arms, nor in training, Kagalai says to the council, ignoring the random sounds and soured looks from the Siren members. The Magi consider their honor and their conduct their strength, and view the honor and conduct of others as strength. You want proof of that belief, go talk to ZAFT or the Earth Alliance, you will see how far strength carried them on the battlefield against the Magi. There was no need for the council to ask what the final tally was. ZAFT reported that over half of their military forces had been crushed by the Magi in less than 2 hours of concentrated fighting. The Earth Alliance had not publicly stated their losses, but Orb's intelligence service was throwing around such numbers as 35%, 40%, which lent credence to Kagalai's statement. If you must have a concrete number, the task force Joker's Wild was at 75% mission-capable American Samoa of the 1st of this month, and should be 90% mission-capable American Samoa of this morning. What Rondo said was right, the Earth Alliance cannot hope to stand against the Magi right now, ZAFT cannot stand against the Magi, and for damn sure no neutral party has even a slim hope of it, and that last rank includes us as well. Let me reiterate something you may have missed, Yuna, they took a nuclear strike in the side of the Mjir, it killed 4 or 6 crewmen on the ship and pissed their command crew off. If you have a way to counter that kind of capability, I want to hear about it right now. Yuna opened his mouth to respond, said nothing for 2 seconds, snapped it shut. After a brief pause, he opened his mouth again, though it was only a second before he closed his mouth this time around. Seriously, Yuna, if you have a surefire way to take down the Magi, I want to hear about it, Kagalai says earnestly. My duty is to protect this country and see it flourish. If the Earth Alliance is the way to go and it won't get us killed off or taken over, I want to know how. Otherwise, right now it looks like the Magi are the people to beat, or in our case the people to give overture to at this time. Kagalai, let's be realistic, Yuna counters. How is being allied with the Earth Alliance going to get us killed off? Simply stated, to Magi, your word is your honor and duty. If we say that we will ally and become part of the Earth Alliance, they will consider that our honor-bound position, not an alliance of convenience as you think it would be. That also means that when the alliance is stupid enough to start an outright war with the Magi, they will consider us part and parcel with said idiots, and our forces will suffer the same fate or worse than ZAFT did, likely worse, if it ends up being a ground war. She smiles in an almost evil fashion. And, for the sake of argument, let us say it ends up a ground war. Technologically, we are par with ZAFT, maybe a little ahead of the curve, but that is arguable. We also have some excellent strategists in our armed forces, more points in our favor. Our force density is also significantly higher per square kilometer than the average for the Earth Alliance or ZAFT. All points in our favor, I like the sound of that, Inigo Siren says. I gamed out such a scenario, just to see what would happen, with one of their most brilliant soldiers, Strategic Officer Calamira West, who coordinates the Magi forces while the Star Admiral oversees the operations and Commander Ward controls them. I thought I had a decent guard that would have ground the Magi to a standstill and forced the issue to the negotiating table. Colonel Kisaka thought he had a plan to stiff the Magi. We both lost. We both lost so hard and so fast it would not have counted as a freaking speed bump on their invasion plan. They have so many forms of fire support, air support, and naval support available that the Magi can annihilate our entire standing army and every man, woman, and child on the islands without putting a single soldier on the ground. To our credit, and Calamira indicated Colonel Kisaka and herself, our battle plans may have made an interesting footnote on the unit's remembrance, and may have even been subject of debate at the Strategic Combat Studies Institute that Calamira trained in it. Nothing else, not even notable losses for the Magi. Even Rondo Mina Sahako was aghast at such a description and the implied horrific carnage. How can one fleet have that kind of power? I have thought long and hard about it, and I only have one answer that makes more sense than any other. Their society is nothing but continual conflict, punctuated by brief periods of relative calmness and stability. They live for their honor and their beliefs, they constantly push themselves to be better, they don't waste time or effort on niceties or currying favor or playing little games of status and power. They buried their politicians in their second revolution. The military is their government, commanded by the will of the people. Their soldiers live and die knowing that the foes on the far side of their gun sights would readily rape their homeland if given the chance. They fight each battle as if it will be their last, with only the intent of completing their objectives and ensuring their foes do not survive to tell about it. And, at the risk of turning your stomachs, their eugenic program, the artificial humans created en masse by their scientists, they are genetically refined and bred for the express purpose of becoming soldiers, most based on blood heritages that trace their roots back to incredibly successful soldiers of wars past. There was significant grumbling from the entire assembled council on that note, though it did not last long. You ask me why they have such power? I ask you, how quickly would you have caved and surrendered to your fate, when faced with a total war spanning thousands of dimensions, lasting 3.5 millennia, necessitating forms of war that we can only imagine? Again, there was some grumbling among the parties, though not long, and it was silent again. And now I ask you, what is standing between us and comparable feats in the future? You can't expect us to follow such a barbaric mindset and path as this. Inigo half shouts in response, though the furor of the response was only stilled by Rondo's laughing. What is so funny? You, Inigo, Rondo Mina Sahako replies tersely. You are so up in arms about even the suggestion that Orb becomes great, a nation comparable to the Multimage Star Empire. As Lady Kagalai asked, why not? They have become great, but in their greatness they are not a lesson in greatness, nor a lesson in fear. They are a lesson in possibility. Have you gone mad? We can't turn the government over to the military, the people won't stand for it. In actuality, he meant his industrial and social patrons, not the people in reference to the whole of the civilians. You are focused on the wrong thing, old man, Sahako replies sharply. Milady, you said there are 6 major star empires. Can you allay his fears about governance? The Magi are a military executed direct democracy, the civilians tell the soldiers what to do, and how may it help us all if Mendel tells the task force to erase Orb off the face of this planet? The Negaverse, the second largest and politically the most influential, is a semi-feudalistic monarchy. Each planet is governed by a lord that answers to the residing queen or king. The Illiaris are a dimension-aggregated representative republic, each dimension has their own command structure answering back to the top level. The Dark Moon Empire is also a semi-feudalistic, but at the top is an oligarchy centered on the patriarch, not a single ruler. The dynasty is a direct feudalistic patriarchy/magocracy/theocracy. The shamans in their society have a huge amount of swing, but still answer to the lords of the realm. Finally, the New Moon Empire is a decentralized nature-based theocracy. Each planet has a hierarchy of druids, though the empire is loosely presided over by a celestial council and the council is loosely commanded by a single powerful sorceress. As is demonstrated, form of government is not a requirement to be a star empire, as you have everything short of an outright dictatorship in the upper six, and numerous dictatorships, communist societies, and similar in the second-tier and third-tier empires, the small ones of a few planets here and there. And we have a straight oligarchy here on our hands, which would make an interesting addition to the list. Sahaku continues smoothly. The Magi have shown us that even the most ass-backwards can grab a hold on the stars and keep grip for time immemorial by the numbers. Their empire should not even have survived as long as it did, yet it still stands and stands proudly defiant of everyone in existence. The Magi will undoubtedly offer basic interstellar jump technology as a bargaining tool at the peace treaty. It will not take us too long to understand how they create interdimensional jump systems. Given our technical acumen and national pride, where we go, how fast we go and how far we go is simply a matter of how far this council is willing to push it. Quite literally, the only thing standing between us and a level of greatness the history books can't even encompass is which among you lose sleep over thinking about whose ass to kiss. Interdimensional Emirate of Orb, Lady Odessa Feld Realita comments, the first thing she had said beyond her customary greeting to Kagalai. Normally silent and neutral, she preferred the path of least resistance and simply observed unobtrusively the machinations of the other parties. I cannot help but like the ring to that, much less the prestige of not only being more than just an island, but a truly independent entity beyond the scope of just one world. It will take time, though. Orb is a small nation. How long did it take the Magi to become massive? Hundreds of years, to get started among the stars, Kagalai says. After they became enmeshed on 2 planets, the rate of expansion increased significantly, from 1 planet in 50 years, to 1 on 20, to 1 in 5, to 1 in 2 years, then when next they checked they were expanding by several planets a year, then dozens per year, hundreds, it goes on. It is the only recorded known pyramid scheme in existence that actually worked. And if we don't do it? Unago asks calmly. If we do not do this, ZAFT or the Earth Alliance will, and they will find an opportunity to flatten Orb. Once that happens, when our small nation has to fight the resources of several planets, it is all over save for the screaming. The Magi. Lady Odessa asks, thinking ahead to the possible contest of expansion. The Magi both are and are not already one. They are a star empire, but all they can claim in our presence is one fleet. They know how to do it, and more to the point they probably know all the really good planets to take and hold in a dimension. The flip side is they are starting off smaller than we will, despite their head start on the process side. They cannot expand outward for now, their size is their limiting factor. They will show us how to do it, but they cannot join the club yet. I have little doubt they will join us as equals or better when they do finally get big enough to begin, Rondo Mina comments pensively. Independence, freedom, and most of all, neutrality that cannot be violated without serious threat to those who would challenge us. From the other half of the neutral faction, Ezekiel Senvanaz, it was a shock to the Siren that he would speak out at all on the subject. Ezekiel was considered the other possible for an arranged marriage to Kagalai, and had actively tried to court her in the early days of the war, but had notably backed off recently. Yuna thought it was his time to step forward and take Kagalai's hand. Ezekiel figured the blue-haired Gundam pilot might have something to say about such a try. If I do not miss my analysis, the strength of the Magi is widely decentralized, spread out over their multitude of planets, making it impossible for a single stroke to cripple their empire. The Earth Alliance won against us because of our force density and centralization to the Onogora Island. What about a decapitation strike? Yuna asks warily. Didn't the Magi almost lose their commander several times? And I feel sorry for the poor sods that tried. There was no almost in such strikes. Every direct attack on the Emperor was a gross failure, Kagalai says. The higher you go in the Magi ranks, the better their soldiers are in their chosen form of combat. The Magi promotion system is geared specifically to ensure competence, despite the political flunkies of the Admiralty Board. By extension, the Emperor then and the Empress now are beings you do not hack off whatsoever, or it will not end well for the offending party. Even still, a clear delineation of succession can prevent the Empire being crippled. For the Magi, should the Empress be felled, the division commander of the Magi becomes the new Emperor or Empress for the duration of the ensuing war, though after the fighting they would hold a vote to determine succession. For us, we would have to work out a method to determine a pattern of succession, maybe a lieutenant representative. We have cleared well off the path for our initial topic, Mina Sahaku says. I move that we request representation from and to the Magi, and at such a time as possible, we ally with the Magi at one or more levels necessary to advance Orb's position. I second, Kagalai says. I move that we ally with the Earth Alliance, that we can rely on their strength and solidarity to advance Orb's position in the near future, Unago says calmly. 15 seconds elapse. No seconds. Still the assembly was silent. The movement from the Siren is dismissed. Please cast your vote. The results only took 5 seconds to aggregate. as each house, family, had their own computer to vote. With 3 votes of yes, 1 abstain, and 1 vote of no, the measure is passed. XXX. October 11 CE 71, 20:30 hours. Passenger shuttle retriever. Ash couldn't bear to be so calm about the trip. It was almost freaking her out that her mother was simply sitting there, being serene about it, when there was so much that could go wrong with it. Not that she wanted to stay anywhere any longer, the reach of blue cosmos had almost got her twice, and she wasn't even a coordinator. Apparently the thought of a blue and pure world did not include certain naturals that had unusual characteristics, like Ash's ability to read minds. The first time she had almost seen death was incidental, she had been a bystander to a BC hit against a shop owned by a coordinator old lady. The second time, after they had moved twice, had been directed at her on suspicion of being a coordinator. Because of her ability to read minds she could tap into anyone's thought and borrow their brain power for her own purposes. That was all the lesson she needed in circumspection, and all the motivation her mother needed to move off Earth and to Copernicus. Even in Copernicus, a completely neutral city, the reach of blue cosmos was present. 2 of her neighbors' houses had been firebombed, in one case when the neighbor was in. It still hurt, even a month later, hearing the pain and agony as someone burned to death in their own home, and hearing the sadistic laughing of a BC terrorist as he watched the house burn. Ash had taken some good evidence to the authorities in Copernicus, but they had turned a blind eye to the incident. They did not want to challenge BC due to the propensity for major violence and casualties. Then, the strike of the Jokers wild against both ZAFT and the Earth Alliance gave her hope that there was a third option, somewhere where blue cosmos could not operate. As more and more evidence came to light that the Magi were something totally different from anything ever seen, Ash and her mother had begun making plans for a dash to Magi territory, until it was found out that there was no Magi territory that anyone could get to. Hope died a morning, yet it was resurrected later that same day when it was announced that the Magi would take over the L4 colony area and clean up the massive amounts of space debris. For Ash, finding a shuttle headed that way was dead simple, she needed only stand in a park nearby the spaceport and read the minds of the flight crews. More than a few shuttles were headed that way. 1 shuttle of 3 that wanted to head out to the L4 colony area had made it. The other 2 had been infiltrated by blue cosmos and the occupants killed. It was a warning, their propaganda radio stations had said, that anyone supporting the Magi would pay dearly. The retriever had escaped just barely, though there were 2 dead in storage bags in the back, people that had paid the price for the rest of the shuttle to escape. Now, 3 days into the flight, they were approaching L4's Space Defense Identification Zone, and it would not be long before the Magi would come out to greet them. Ash could only hope they were as honorable as they were powerful or fearful, yet something about them seemed to be. Same day, 20:45 hours. Mendel SDIZ Outer Perimeter. Diamond Element, 0.6, Dendrobium Mobile Armor. Sound, Fury, Sound, whole helluva lot of nothing out here. Feels kinda creepy, I always thought Terra had congested near space. Terra usually does, not around here though. War tends to turn civilian craft into shrapnel and salvage, amigo, Diamond 5 replies. And as deplorable as it sounds, we get to clean up all that shrapnel and salvage, Diamond 7 adds. Could be worse, at least space tends to freeze dry the bodies. Down planet side, no such luxury. Lot of burials in space, Diamond 6 points out fairly. Though much potential for profit in the craft themselves, new techniques and models. Speaking thereof. I see it as well, Diamond 7. Diamond 6 trips the flight control channel. Command, Diamond 6 reporting I have hard contact, 1 small craft, estimate mass 1-0-0 tons. Craft is maneuvering, appears manned at this time. Requesting orders. Diamond 6, command, close with contact from starboard side and investigate. Do not fire unless fired upon. Acknowledge orders. Diamond 6 reporting close from starboard and investigate, weapons safe unless fired upon. Diamond 6 moving now. It took 3 minutes for Diamond 6 to get into a decent position on the target's port side, Diamond Element's starboard flank, and a further 2 minutes to close up on its side. On boresight magnification, however, he could tell that the craft was itself harmless unless the pilot was a not-so-smart bomb kind of guy. How is it, 6? Passenger shuttle, command, I have eyes on and I don't see anything threatening on this craft. Bank of 10 windows, looks like a 2-man cockpit, probably a third as cabin crew for the passengers. Estimate capacity at 30 passengers, maybe. Roger that, give them a wake-up call, 6. Time to wake 'em and shake 'em, see what kind of reaction we get. Diamond 6 activates his spread spectrum radio transmission systems, and sets it to transmit on all frequencies. Attention unidentified shuttle approaching Mendel SDIZ, cease your forward thrust, identify craft, personnel, and cargo, and announce intention immediately, over. While waiting for a response, Diamond 6 changes the magnification settings on his cameras to 500x, giving him the ability to see in the port side windows. He was a bit surprised that there were a lot of faces looking right at him. Ash, what are you doing? Her mother asks sharply. Get back from that window, you're crowding the nice lady there. Mom, something's coming, it's big and white, Ash says. I think it's one of the Magi mobile armor units. What? One of the guys in the shuttle asks. She's right. That is one of their dendrobium units. Big sucker. A 10-year-old says, now at the window in front of Ash. 500 tons of space combat metal, including a 60-ton Gundam at the heart of the machine, an older teen says. What I wouldn't give to pilot a machine like that, she says. You'd want to join their army. Her boyfriend asks, almost disgusted of tone. I hear they're crazy. They'd have to be to park their ship in front of a bloody nuclear missile, Ash says. Means they defend civilians, instead of stomping on them. Makes them all the more worth it. The sounds of the engines cut out, then the passengers begin shifting forward. Are we stopping? An older guy asks. They've ordered us to stop and identify before we approach the colony cluster, the passenger loadmaster says. You're right about that craft, that is a dendrobium. Rapid Response Interceptor mobile armor. No way we could make a run for it without being run over by that thing. Isn't it a bit strange that they let go of all that information? A cynical lady asks. Shouldn't they keep those kinds of things secret? No, it makes perfect sense, Ash replies, never taking her eyes off the mobile armor that was still closing on them. They want the rest of the world to know how useless attacking them will be. Message received loud and clear, as far as I'm concerned, the loadmaster says reverentially. As the mobile armor approached to really close distance, close enough that Ash could see the connection nozzles for a fuel fill-up, the mobile armor twists around to face away from the shuttle, then fires its massive engines for just long enough to come to a dead stop. After a few moments, the craft rotated around to look at the shuttle again. Sweet Jesus, look at that megaparticle cannon it has. Man, if he fired that thing at this dinky shuttle, there wouldn't be enough left of us to bury, the 10-year-old in front of Ash says. What's with those two extensions above the mobile suit? What are those? The teen was referring to two large blocks above and left or above and right of the MS, slab-sided panes liberally coated with illustrations of something strange. They looked like pin-ups, but Ash thought they might be something different, despite being rather revealingly dressed ladies. Those are the modular weapons containers. Each container can carry 10 pods, each pod can carry some serious ass whoopin'. They can also carry weapons for the Gundam in there, or so I heard. From the teenage girl that wanted to join their army, Ash believed every word of it. Each pilot carries his or her own preference of pods. Some pilots are generalists, some train harder to take out hundreds of mobile suits in a battle, some train to specialize in sinking ships. Attention all passengers, this is the captain speaking. As you are undoubtedly aware, we have a Mendel mobile armor off our port side, right now that pilot is securing permission for us to enter Mendel airspace. I am now patching the radio though onto the intercom, please stand by for their decision. The sound of static, the carrier frequency, bled through the speakers as the whole passenger compartment held their breath. For 40 seconds, there was silence in the cabin, as everyone stared at the speakers on the ceiling or out the window at the mobile armor. Attention passenger shuttle retriever, this is Diamond 6, I have been informed by the Star Admiral that your request for safe haven has been granted at this time. Your flight instructions are as follows, forward at 1 grav for 5 minutes, set course for Mendel Alleyway Vor. You will receive revised course and routing instructions upon arrival at the Vor, 4. I will escort to harbor. Welcome to the Mendel colony. There was a brief pause. Diamond 7, Diamond 6, come back. Go for 7, an older lady says. I have escort on the Civi shuttle. Can you cover my zone for 5 until relief arrives? The pilot of Diamond 6 asks. I can handle it. I don't think anyone is going to start shit in the next 10 minutes. Diamond 6, this is Hyperion, I will cover your patrol zone until you are through with escort. Dude. A middle-aged guy half shouts. There's a freaking warship over here. A big one. Hyperion, Diamond 6, I owe you a beer for this one, Star Commodore. Retriever from Diamond 6, begin your burn at this time. Alright, everyone, sit down and strap in, we're going hot on the engines. Ash moved back to her seat and strapped in, and true to the mid-age guy's word, there was indeed a warship to the starboard of the shuttle. She remembered it from the news reports, it was the warship that had intercepted one of the 2 missiles aimed at the plants, the other missile hit the side of them and detonated but did not destroy the ship. The ship with the most guns in the Earth Alliance arsenal was a Nelson class, and from what she knew of those ships, the Hyperion had more guns in just its nose than the entire Nelson had spread completely around it. They truly are something different, aren't they? Her mother asks telepathically. This may be the home for us, if half of the rumors I heard are true, Ash replies in kind. It would mean learning their language, and how to fit into yet another society, but I would prefer it over the chance of being shot, burned, or blown up. X. Same day, 2200 hours. Mendel Alleyway Vor Navigation Beacon. Command, Diamond 6 escorting one shuttle of refugees, requesting priority clearance to the harbor. Diamond 6, Command, you are cleared in the alleyway, Echo Corridor. Be advised the Redland is on the way out in Charlie and Delta corridors at this time, and there are salvage teams operating in the lowest 10% of Echo. Try and stay out of everyone's way, please. Jahal, Frau Commandant, Diamond 6 replies in a smart-ass tone. I am so going to rip you a new asshole one of these days, the controller replies. Not today, milady, not today. Retriever, this is Diamond 6. I have uploaded you a set of NAV points for Echo Corridor. We have to keep to the track, regardless of what we come across. The inside corridors, Charlie and Delta, right now there is 400,000 tons of Sendai-class warship trudging through on the way out. Believe me on this if nothing else, you don't want to come face to face with that kind of heavy metal, or you'll get a quick and painful lesson in the art of metal headbanging, clear. The captain of the Retriever laughs outright at the comment. Retriever copies your last, lead the way good sir. Diamond 6 locked in the first NAV point and applied the barest fraction of thrust to move forward. Redland was showing on his IFF and sensors, but was not close enough yet to be seen visually, being around a bend in the debris alley. Slowly but surely, though, the debris was disappearing into a certain set of cargo bays on the Mjir, and coming out as usable raw material ingots on the other side of the ship. It was that kind of unreality that made Diamond 6 proud to be part of the Joker's Wild, for damn sure the Admiralty would not have allowed the Mjir to use its nanomachine collective as a material reprocessor for profit. The first NAV point was 5 minutes of travel in, and at that time Diamond 6 rotated to orient on the second of 4 points and changed direction of movement. A few quick thrusts of his apogee motors and the dendrobium was on course and on speed. Whoa, man, that is some seriously heavy metal, I don't think I've ever been this close to any warship, the captain of the Retriever says. Redland, I wonder where that name came from. Dunno, Diamond 6 replies. Redland, Diamond 6, did you copy Retriever's last? Redland confirms last, wait one. A second voice came over the radio, Retriever, this is Redland, Star Commodore Jin Kojima speaking. The Redlands name is a mashup of Red Lands, an olden days term for communist states such as Soviet Russia, China, Vietnam, and Cuba. Red Lands refers to the color they usually associated themselves with, a red flag in most cases. Interesting, the captain of the shuttle comments before an old Gulgug jumps across the corridor to begin collecting more salvage. What are you guys doing with the stuff you collect? The Junk Guild has already picked over this stuff a dozen times, maybe more. It is pre-manufactured material, regardless of its street value to others. The Junk Guild may not be able to get anything out of it unless it is in working condition, but we take the scraps and dregs for what they are worth and break them down, recycling them into 5-ton drop forge equivalent ingots of material to be used elsewhere. And 5 tons of pure aluminum has an immense street value, just as one example. Diamond 6 had already looked into the numbers, as he had considered joining the salvage efforts. Quotas had already been established and bonuses were being offered to crews that could safely exceed nominal recycling standards. Jesus, what can you get for 5 tons of aluminum? 50,000 Earth dollars for a 5-ton ingot, or thereabouts depending on the present metals exchange rate. ZAFT tends to pay higher, but they are willing to buy less, or so I hear from the quartermasters. Oh, my God, and some of those chunks your MS are moving are easily 30, 40 tons of material. You got it, Charlie, Diamond 6 says. After my shift on the guard front is over, I'll be joining them in bringing salvage in. House cleaning and all that, and I can beat the standing quota without any major risks to my unit or the other teams, Diamond 6 thinks with an internal chuckle. The two craft made the transition into leg 3 of the transit without issue, though much as Diamond 6 had been noticed there were significant salvage crews operating in the area, leaving not much in the way of maneuvering room for the two craft. It was start and stop movement for the whole track, though the edge of Mendel itself was in sight by the time they were approaching the 4th waypoint. X. Ash moved through the airlock immediately behind her mother, carrying with her only 2 suitcases, as she knew she had to travel light to avoid Blue Cosmos scrutiny. In their eyes, 2 suitcases meant a vacation and not a permanent defection. She had made sure to bring with her a few changes of clothing, but also those few things most precious to her. We made it. We really made it. Ash's mother says. Just barely did Ash catch a hint of a tear floating in the zero-gravity catwalk, loosed by her mother. Finally, somewhere we won't be chased by Eek. She was startled by coming out of the causeway and slamming into the outside surface of a marine's shield. It took Ash several seconds to stabilize her and chase down the errant suitcase. Hey! To Ash, the voice of the marine was younger than herself, which didn't quite make sense to her. Much as she had seen on the news, though, the armor and specifically the massive shield lived up to what she expected, massive and foreboding, though not entirely as scary as the reporters, the not-so-neutral ones, had made them out to seem. Oh, you must be the refugees, I take it. Yeah, sorry about that, Ash replies. NEG, no apology needed. My fault, I should have seen you coming. The Marine looks to the side, where a group of uniformed but unarmored persons were milling about, talking about something amongst themselves. Tech Sergeant, she prompts quite forcefully. F, Star Captain, one of the three persons replies immediately. What is the disembark for the refugees on the shuttle retriever? That's them. He asks, surprised. Hot damn. Dispatch actually sent me to the right place for once. A miracle. The three had shoved off from the wall they were nearby, and stopped themselves carefully in the vicinity of the catwalk exit. Come in, people, let's get you out of the shuttle catwalk and somewhere decent, not this bloody madhouse dock area. First, anybody injured and need medical attention? Mother. Ash asks. No, I'll be all right, her mother replies. Word came forward of only one thing outstanding. Sir, we have 2 deceased in the parts hold, they were capped by Blue Cosmos during their try to stop the shuttle, one of the older guys says. Wonderful, the tech sergeant replies in clear sarcasm. Damn terrorists. We can't help the dead, but we can give them proper burial rites. Any other injuries? A cacophony of negative responses echoed forward through the catwalk. No? Come in, then, we'll get you all situated in the crew lounge, it's the best area around here for now. Bloody cargo dock was not meant for a civilian shuttle. Tech Sergeant, I will have a Marine point C to the deceased, the Star Captain says. F, milady. All right, people, my assistant tech will show the way to the crew lounge. Please follow close, this is not a good place to get lost in. Ash tuned out what she was physically hearing, instead listening around her with her mind. To the right, she could hear a crew of junk guild techs that were haggling with a quartermaster over the price of material ingots in bulk. Forward of her, she could hear a crew complement of a dropship playing what could best be described as a drinking game. To her left, she heard nothing but static, the sound of hundreds of mental voices, nothing she could pick out individually. Without much hope of reading through, she focused visually in that direction, and was sufficiently surprised at what she saw. The Magi had occupied the colony for less than a week, though it already appeared to be a thriving, populated colony. It made no sense for a moment, until Ash realized that the Mjir was a ship longer than Mendel itself and was likely crewed by the population of a small city. That small city appeared to have debauched into the colony, though if Ash did not miss her guess only a fraction of the colony had been occupied. There had to be plenty of room left over for others, which is why the Magi had accepted the retriever and its refugees. Her sight focused in on a pair of figures in the distance, a guy dressed in the grey of Magi soldiers, but with officers' epaulets and a significant patch of ribbons on his chest. He was speaking to a shorter lady, dressed in dark blue or black, who did not have epaulets but did have a short row of ribbons. She knew she was close enough to hear what they were saying, but she could not focus her telepathy in on them for some reason. Even at a distance, Ash could tell that the lady was armed with a pistol, and with enough focus she could tell that the guy was also armed. She had never once seen a military officer armed, and she had seen more than a few Earth Alliance officers, and when she looked to the assistant tech he was also armed with a pistol, but one that looked like nothing she had ever seen before. A ray gun of some kind, she guessed, and figured it not beyond the realm of possibility if they could encase their soldiers in armor tough enough to take hits from mobile suits, anything was possible. Ash looked back to the 2 officers, and the guy was gone, but the lady was floating in their general direction and looking straight at her. Inside the lounge, Ash took a seat with her mother at a table fairly distant from where she guessed the officer would be. It did not take long for the lounge to fill up with the refugees, and surprisingly the crew of the shuttle itself also joined the gaggle of persons. The officer was the last person in, and much as Ash surmised moved to one wall of the room, far enough away from her that Ash figured it possible to avoid scrutiny. It worried Ash that she couldn't read the officer's mind, part of her wanted to know why, part wanted to avoid the officer at all costs in case it turned out that mind readers weren't welcome among Magi. If she didn't stick out, she wouldn't get hammered, Ash figured. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, the officer begins, a voice that Ash had not heard on the news yet. She had played and replayed the news clips of the Magi, learning what they sounded like and what they really meant, but this officer was not someone who had been seen before by the long eyes of the cameras. You are the first to come out here, the first to walk away from your home states, and upon that. XXX. October 13th CE 71, 1000 hours. Ptolemaeus Crater Base, Earth Alliance Lunar Territory. Lastly, I must conclude that there is a reason why the Magi are unwilling to ransom Dominion and thrones back to the Earth Alliance, when they gave up all the captured Drake, Nelson, and Agamemnon-class ships. As such, the only truly unique system on the said ships when compared to existing Magi technology is the Lohengrin antimatter weapons, Every other weapon system they have already or they have better. I know they used antimatter bombs on the ZAFT Genesis weapon, powerful weapons at that, Admiral Sutherland says. Why would they overlook channeled positrons? Are we missing something, or did they? May I venture an opinion, Admiral? Natarl asks. Please do, Sutherland requests. As best as I can guess, they missed a step on the ladder here and there, they climbed ladders we never thought of, they shift focus away from what we interpret as classical warfare and instead present us different concepts. Their evolution of battle is something different from ours, and for good cause. However, because they took different routes, they have fallen short in certain places, and advanced far beyond us in other methods. That is the standing theory among the flags, Sutherland says. Where did they go astray? They do not use magnetically accelerated plasma or antimatter beams as we do, sir. They use magnetics in particle cannons, railguns, and gauze rifles. Their only involvement with magnetics and plasma or antimatter is magnetically containing them, not projecting them in beam configuration. When that plasma lets loose its fury, or antimatter as ZAFT learned, best it be that involved parties be elsewhere. On the other hand, I think that is the big pink elephant for the Magi, they are not trained nor equipped to deal with a positron cannon. Their Achilles heel is the cannons they denied us, and the warship platforms in question, Sutherland says. What corroboration do you have on it? I overheard more than a few of their crew saying they wanted a tour on the Dominion, just so they could, blow stuff up with antimatter weapons. You can rest assured the people I heard this from were the less than savory part of their crew, they were in the brig for various offences. Indicators from the higher UPS. The Star Admiral let slip that he considers the Lohengrens to be very powerful weapons. It could all be a false flag, sir, but it would have to be a very pretty false flag at that. It would make sense, though, Sutherland says. They cold-cocked your ship in a big hurry, sending 2 of their monitors to force an entrapment, when either of those ships could have outgunned yours in a one-on-one engagement. They hammered on your ship with mobile armors, and not just a few of them. On the Thrones, they sent 4 of their best to intercept that fleet and specifically to make sure the Thrones did not close to striking distance on them. I think they deliberately target the Archangel-class ships for a reason, and given what you said, that reason is now fairly clear. Understood, sir, that may be the answer to their overwhelming naval superiority, Natarl replies cautiously. There was a moment of silence as Sutherland wrote down a couple of notes. The whole conversation was being taped for a clean copy of the brainstorming, but he still made side notes on what was not said just as much as what was. Interesting piece of intel for you, Captain, the Admiral begins. Your old ship, the Archangel, apparently it and the renegade ZAFT ship, Eternal, had a falling out with the Magi during the negotiations. We were witness to a battle between their Century commander, Gerald Lightbringer, and the 2 renegade ZAFT Gundams. We don't really know what the result of the battle was, but after that messy skirmish the only side represented at the negotiations was Orb, in addition to ZAFT and the Magi. Trial by combat, Natarl replies. The Magi have a system that people can use, called Zelbrigen. In it is a ritual of combat called the Batchal, and provisions for various combat trials. If I don't miss my guess, the 2 Gundams challenged the Magi for some reason, and it came down to the battlefield to settle the difference. That makes sense, Sutherland replies, not having been told of such rituals during his brief contact with the Magi. The Century commander did say it was a professional dispute with 2 pilots from the Eternal, and declared his victory by saying they now know not to dispute my professional opinion, if I remember his phrasing correctly. Arrogant bastard, Natarl replies, having been told up front to speak freely during this session. Indeed, but he is at the least good enough to back it up, Sutherland replies. And that can be another weakness we can exploit, we would have to be real careful, but arrogance, pride at its core, is something we can play with. How widespread was it? Quite a bit, Natarl muses. Their opinion of our forces was rather low. Perfect, Sutherland says, almost giddy with the possibilities. Pride does goeth before the fall, but only after the broken ass bone does one realize the cost. Dicey waters, but I think we can use this to our advantage. They underestimate us, and pay the price in the end. Natarl asks. That may be a very steep price for both our forces and theirs to pay, sir. Explain, please, Sutherland asks fairly. They are definitely arrogant, but as you said they have the skill to back it up. Their 4 best are capable of destroying or capturing whole fleets, including an Archangel-class ship, which until these guys showed up was veritably unstoppable by ZAFT. I heard of their training and drilling when I was in captivity. They start their soldiers off at 12 to 16, 6 months basic training followed by their 8-course, 5. For a pilot to become a mobile armor operator, they have to train in as a mobile suit operator, qualify and test out in real combat, serve a minimum time period, then fight a trial for the right to advance to mobile armor. Then they will train in on the basics of mobile armor, specialize in a given mobile armor unit, then test out again in real combat. Failure in quals or test is grounds for reassignment or expulsion from the program until they can come back and do it right. Assuming no failures, a pilot will train for 6 years minimum to become a mobile armor pilot, as far as I could recount their program. Sweet Jesus, Sutherland replies. If I had 6 years to train my men, I could take the plants with a dirty dozen men armed with pocket knives and brass knuckles, he grumps. Though his phrasing was a gross over-exaggeration, the concept still held. That puts a whole new spin on their pride issues, they've earned at least the bulk of it. He pauses, staring at the wall and thinking hard. Wonderful, freaking wonderful. We have to counter with training and better equipment, then. Wolf packs, Natarl blurts out. What? Sutherland asks. Wolf packs, sir. The Magi are big into the history of warfare, so we use history against them. Shift down, spread out, and hit them from several sides, like the submarine wolf packs of World War II. They expect us to use large fleet set-piece battles and appropriate tactics, which to them looks like nothing so much as a shooting gallery. Change the paradigm, give them no large fleet. Use smaller wolf packs of ships. Increase emphasis on anti-MS warfare, since the absolute most ships they can deploy right now is 9 ships. If we have to go toe-to-toe with their missile frigates, we get in close where the missiles aren't as effective. The Archangel-class ships are very vulnerable to attacks from the rear, so we can exploit that weakness with some creative planning. On the big gun destroyers, we stand off with Lohengrens and chop them to pieces outside their big gun ranges. On the Mjir, well, God help us, I can't think of anything that wouldn't be suicide. Maybe that's it, Sutherland replies nonchalantly. They expect us to expect that attacking the Mjir is suicide. If they decommission any of their ships, that is going to be the one in mothballs. The crew requirement for that one monster ship is more personnel and units than any 2 of my fleets, so they will have to pull the plug or risk depleting their resources before they can fix it. If they mothball, we will have the advantage in numbers that the Mjir could tear apart effortlessly. Could it really be that simple? Natarl asks, almost dumbfounded by the thought. They have to repair it before they can go home. That is their weakness, they have to decommission it so it can be repaired, and so it does not cripple their efforts to gather resources. The foe we cannot defeat in conventional battle is itself circumvented by their own intentions. XXX. October 16, CE 71, 1500 hours. And upon that, I welcome you, Commander Ward tells the auditorium crowd, following the general speech that Calamira had given 5 days prior to the first refugees. The crowd turned out to be something more than even the hard cynic Glenn asked Ward had expected. He expected NER do well, riffraff, the dregs of the individual societies, and to an extent he saw some among the crowd. The punker on the left with the green spiked mohawk looked to be trouble, though physically not a challenge to the commander, just as one example among a dozen in the crowd. On the other hand, the bulk of the crowd were simply families, tired of living under constant threat of the ongoing race war on Terra, and clearly showing it. Without doubt, the bulk of you are here to flee the various forms of oppression, either the threat of blue cosmos on Terra or the threat of political and socio-economic retaliation from ZAFT. You have come to the right colony for such escape. Neither Blue Cosmos nor the hardliners of ZAFT have a free hand in these lands, and my CO is intent on keeping it that way. Commander Ward did not know the details of how that would be, but he suspected Calamira factored heavily into it, possibly even the ship's AI. Some of you are here because there is little to nothing left economically on Terra, and the plants are not much improved. There is opportunity here, but I cannot guarantee any hard numbers, we are just picking up ourselves, everyone has much to learn as to what is needed, and what we have to offer. There was some murmur from the crowds, but it died down fast enough. Some of you have come for a better future for your families. Whether that future is truly better or is not rests entirely in your hands. Magi believe that it is our hands which shall write our fate, and now it is your fate that shall be written by your hands. What you put into your effort is what you can reasonably expect from your efforts. I have never heard of a get-rich-quick scheme that actually worked, and I think this colony is lacking in that department as well. The fact that one salvage crew chief was in the hospital and one of his subordinates was dead served as ample proof that even picking up the junk of the deceased was not foolproof. One of the 4 shuttles worth of persons in the auditorium had passed by that accident site on the way into the colony, and had seen the body laid out and covered. A small fraction of you have come seeking vengeance, be it against ZAFT, against the Earth Alliance or their Blue Cosmos puppet masters, or even against the Magi. I will not stand here and tell you that you are wrong to seek vengeance, he says, which drew an immediate ripple from the crowd, one that took almost 30 seconds to quash. What you believe is your prerogative, and I have no right to challenge it. If you believe that you can live without raising a hand to anyone, by all means do so. If you believe that you need to challenge an established system, again, it is your right to believe that. Were you to believe that Mars has a subterranean population of aliens secretly plotting to take over the world, kindly inform the aliens that they owe me $50 and I will collect sooner or later. Most of the crowd got the joke for what it was, though the laughter was short-lived. What you believe is what you believe, and you may believe that freely in these lands. However, your belief ends at you, your family, or your group, and inflicting those beliefs on others is, a bit discouraged. The crowd was rather neutral at that thought, though Ward could tell they understood what he meant. I am told that some of you have come seeking a new challenge, a new land to conquer, a new system to live under, or even some of the rumored projects to come, such as interplanetary travel, and there were a few loud cheers among the crowd, in the area that Glenn asked thought they would be. A couple of rough around the edges types that looked and acted like thrill seekers. There is plenty to challenge among the lands of the Magi. One of my personal favorites, back when I was young and dumb, was tournament aero fighter racing. Especially in debris or asteroid fields. I lasted as long as it took to fly a 50-ton Omni fighter into the side of a comet. That wasn't pretty, especially after the bill for the destroyed fighter hit my mailbox. There were a few chuckles from some, and an even louder cheer from the adventurous ones. Look, and you shall find your challenge. The crowd stirred for a moment as Commander Ward paced a few steps, but grew silent fast enough. In short, there is much here, and there shall be even more in the coming years. Many hands will be responsible for the expansion and the enrichment, but there is one thing that I need make clear before you hear otherwise. The Earth Alliance is a representative republic, and a rather detached one at that, unwilling to listen to its member states or its citizens. Magi do not operate like the Earth Alliance. We buried our politicians thousands of years ago, after they tried destroying our homeland in the name of social justice. ZAFT is a loose coalition of the plant governments, with a clear disconnect between the people at large and the people who make the decisions. There is no disconnect between Magi citizens and the administration, because you are the administration just as much as you are the citizens. Every Magi citizen of age has the right to vote on issues pertaining to where you live and the government in general. You may vote how you wish, or you may vote not at all, it is your choice. When you vote, these decisions are then carried out by the administration, the military. There are no middleman representatives that may or may not truly represent you. There is no disconnect between the government and the people. There is only you, each of you, and what you choose to vote. I expect most of you will be voting, though I would prefer you all speak up. We warriors like to know what the people think, what the people want, it makes our jobs easier and your lives just that much better. There was some disbelief throughout the crowd at his last statement, though again the dissension did not last long. I hate to sound so cliché when I say this, but the rest is really just common sense. Magi are big on common sense. If you have questions, ask one of the soldiers. If you have complaints, pass them on, we need to know what is going wrong so it can be fixed. There is a packet under your seats with some basic reading material, a quick primer on the basics of Magi society, some of the high points and basic regulations. Again, if you have questions, any of the soldiers should be able to answer them or find someone who can answer it. Also with the packets is a computerized note tablet. This is your basic application for a codex, an identification necklace that works like normal state-issued identification with some extra features. The room came alive with people of all ages picking up their packets and the computer tablets. I need to make one thing clear, if you intend on voting, you have to have a codex. No exceptions. The system is set up to authenticate your vote by your codex, to prevent voter fraud. You would be surprised how many people would try to screw honest citizens in votes. Trust me, I saw one of those horror stories in action. It wasn't pretty. For school-age children, college or technical schooling, your codex is your school records, certifications, and grade card. For employment, a codex is needed about half and half, some employers require it, some do not. For sure, if you are going to work as contractors for the administration, you will need a codex. Honestly, your easiest path is just to fill it out once and keep the darn thing on you. Any of you worried about security, about people stealing your identity, rest your fears. First, nobody has ever cracked the codex network from the outside, not once in 15,000 years. The only place that it can be cracked from the inside is the radio room on the very big warship parked outside and to the left. The commander pointed directly at them, which made it clear which ship he was referring to. Also, unlike ZAFT or the Earth Alliance, if your identity is stolen, the burden is not on you to rectify it, the military police handle such matters. You report it to us, we track down the culprit and, sort him out as the Camo boys usually call it. That fact was the tipping point for most, as a few that were holding out had been identity theft victims, and were relieved that they would have help fighting for their identities that were supposed to be secure. Last person I heard had committed codex fraud was doing 10 years pouring concrete sidewalks. I think she ginned up 100 fake codex necklaces for some of her friends to rig votes. It did not end well for any of them. Also, one last thing pertaining to codex necklaces. Every military officer has one, and you have the right to ask them to display it, to verify their identity. If you think you are being shined on, if you think the person who is talking to you is not a Magi military officer, call them on it. Ask them to verify their codex. You cannot be refused. it is a court-martial offense if any military officer refuses a codex verification outside of a crisis situation. If you are refused and you are not being shot at or the building you are in is not on fire, or something similar, find a uniformed Marine and report that officer. That's called the Anti-Bolivian Fire Drill Regulation. It's to prevent someone from impersonating an officer and ordering you to do things that would otherwise be illegal or immoral. All of that is spelled out in your packets. There were a few grim chuckles at the last thought, but only because such things were not unknown from happening. All right, before I continue, any questions? The first few questions were simply the leading edge of the incoming torrent, and the commander only belatedly realized it. XXX. October 17th CE 71, 19:15 hours local time. Absolutely amazing, Rico says. The old place is still intact. What was this place? Ed Harrelson asks, looking back and forth across the complex of interconnected buildings by way of his Gundam's external optics. About a century ago, this was an Argentine tank factory. I used to play Explorer here, when I was a kid. Place has been abandoned since before the resource wars. Tank factory? Ed asks rhetorically. Wow. We could easily hide all our mobile suits in here, and have room for several companies more. Well, let's do it, then. We rest here tonight, tomorrow we'll go down to the villa, say hi to my parents, see what's going on in the world. The support van pulled up to the bay doors and opened them for the machines. Whoa! Samuel shouts, immediately pointing his beam rifle at the silhouette of a tank in the shadows of the building. Oh, that thing is practically a fossil, he says before lowering his weapon. Old sucker for sure, Gina, the only other Gundam pilot in the unit, says. That thing has to be middle of the 21st century, if I'm guessing right, she notes. Close, date of manufacture on that old relic is 2083, the flower of the Argentine military industry of that time, Rico says. Sad thing is, the best of South America wasn't shit compared to the North American systems, though we were breaking par with the Europeans at that time. Man, that's old school, Michael radios them from the support truck. Boss, looks like we won't be parking a company of suits in here, all the manufacturing equipment is still intact, if rusting. We got room for ours and maybe two more. An Argentine tank factory out in the middle of nowhere, overgrown and impossible to see from the air, this is a good place to be. Think we can do some damage from here? Ed asks of the whole team, since his blossoming effort was an all-volunteer thing. It gets better, amigo, 3/4 of the townspeople in the villa don't know about this place, the other quarter don't care about it. A few kids may come up here, but that's it, and that's pretty rare. Besides, by tomorrow, with the way my mom talks the whole town will know your underwear size. With the 4 machines parked inside the bay doors, the support team began closing the bay while the pilots secured their machines for shutdown and recharge. With the exception of the few support personnel, everyone had gathered nearby the 2 old and rusted tanks that had been abandoned by the manufacturer centuries ago. Pow-wow time, I take it? Samuel asks. Yeah, Ed replies. Might as well pitch camp, get a fire going and some hot chow. We also need to figure out where we start. Easy, Gina replies, watching as the support personnel connected a charging cable to her GAT 333 Raider full specification machine. The Buenos Aires garrison has to be supplied somehow. I say we reallocate those supplies for our own use, and for the villages in the area. Supply raiding sounds like a win to me, Samuel says. They won't be soft targets, they'll probably travel in convoy because of the raiding up in Venezuela, but I think the 4 of us can turn the opposition into mulch. Speaking of mulch, how many of you got waxed by the Magi last month? Edward Harrelson, Rico, and Samuel all raise their hands to Gina's question. I hate to say it, but I'd love to have their kind of striking power right now, Samuel replies. You never told us how you got it, Sams, Rico prompts while unfolding his camp stool. Ed was assembling the cooking burner, Gina was sorting out the meal itself, and Samuel was measuring water for the intended recipe and everyone's allotted ration. I was assigned to guard the peacemaker force, driving a long dagger, Samuel replies, handing a cup of water to Ed. They hit us all at once from the left flank, like a fucking ton of bricks. 4 Dendrobium mobile armors, a Valvero, and an Elmeth. Diamond Element, we later found out, their second best mobile armor formation behind Angel Team. We didn't know what the hell was going on, all I saw was a wall of micromissiles tearing through the Mobius units without relent. When the armors came upon us, the few guards left after the missiles, it was a slaughter. I couldn't even slow them down, the Dendrobium I squared off against was completely beam resistant. I got lucky and dodged a beam cannon round, but I flew headfirst through the anti-ship beam saber it carried. That was it for my machine, 10 fucking seconds and a demotion for not taking one of them with me as that bastard CO of mine said. What about you, Gina? Diamond Element is their second best, Angel Team is their best. I squared off against the Angel Team in a strike dagger. You can guess how that ended. I guess I should count myself lucky, the rest of my team also fell at their hands and not one of them lived to tell about it. The fire was going properly, so Gina began preparing the stew for the evening meal. While we're dishing absolution, what about you, boss man? Ed chuckles grimly at the thought of being the boss of a ragtag bunch of misfit rebels hailing out of Villa El Podunk, Argentina. I was farther up the line, towards the right flank and trying to bust through to ZAFT's super weapon, same sword calamity I have now. I didn't get waxed by the Magi, my fate was even more bizarre. I ran into the Eternal and its pilot/guardian angel, the Freedom. There were groans around the campfire, as the power of the Freedom was well known to the Earth Alliance. I held him off for about 70 seconds, but that Gundam is something else entirely. He got me, arms and head with 2 lightning-quick slashes of the beam saber. After that, the rest was academic for the Eternal and the Freedom, they went through the rest of the force I was attached to like a blowtorch. Ouch, Michael groans. I might as well cough up, then. I got it on a return to ship run to escort a wounded friend back to the ship. His MS was already combat ineffective, so the mobile armor pilot only targeted me. I was expecting the beam cannon, which got the ship I was headed at, but I wasn't expect a small Gundam in the center of it with a beam rifle. 2 shots, no controls. End of my story. I wonder what they're like, Elizabeth, the crew chief for the support personnel, asks nobody in particular. We know they're human, but what else are they? Just soldiers, cosmic assholes, a nation of smoking hot guys, what? Nah, Gina says, ladling out soup to the crew. In looks, just about average, except for a lot of their pilots have weird facial tattoos. Must be a fashion statement of some kind. Neural interface, Samuel says. I talked it over with the pilot that captured me, he had neon pink interface tattoos. His wife chose M for him, he said, though I'm not taking bets on that being true if you know what I mean. Anyway, they control their machines directly with their minds, like it was an extension of their body. Only problem is, internal damage may cause feedback and injure the pilot. That's nuts. Who in their right mind would chance cooking their brain for a few millis off their battle times? Rico half shouts. Apparently, they're crazy enough to try and brilliant enough to make it work, Gina replies sourly. I'd settle for their suits, Michael replies. We won't get that lucky, Ed says. We're on our own, until we can convince the people of our homeland that resistance is preferable to being the Earth Alliance doormat. XXX. October 20 CE 71 2130 hours. Orb Administration Complex, Office of the Chief Representative. Kagalai Eula Atha and Rondo Mina Sahako had decided to go over the treaty and see where changes could be implemented to be either more advantageous for Orb, or mutually advantageous to the Magi and Orb both. It was a long and tiring process, and not much really could be changed in a document that was already highly advantageous to both sides, but in such lawyering was a deal sharpened and made all that much better. Getting through it, however, was the hard part. Just goes to show you, these Magi are not simply soldiers, they know how to bargain at least as well as the Senate. They are more reasonable than the Senate, Rondo. Some days, I would not step into the chambers without a sidearm and an escort. I can trust the Magi will not do anything of such a nature. Politicians, what do you expect? Rondo consoles, considering herself more soldier and stateswoman than politician. Regardless, here is something that may create a trade imbalance, and she points out the figures to Kagalai. If I am doing the math right, that comes out to 42 million Earth dollars, plus or minus 500,000 per year, in their favor. Not bad, Kagalai says, given that said sum was a serious chunk of change to a nation as small and battered as Orb, and probably more so to the Magi in the here and now. On the other hand, given our negotiators' notes on that exchange, the Magi make up for that shortcoming on our side by way of preferential prices on salvage now and mining later. Their estimate, given what we requested as a floor figure for imports of refined metals, came out to 132 million in our favor over 3 years, give or take up to 700,000 per year depending on demand or supply. So, if we end up exceeding the floor figure, and Morgan Roet alone will almost assuredly exceed that figure, the Magi end up in the hole on this one. I don't think they realized that what we offered was a floor figure on imports. Let's sweeten the deal for them, hedge the discount down just a bit. It will still be in our favor on the floor figure, technically, and it will give them something back. Of course, I expect Morgan Roet and Aim no My Hashira will be taking advantage of those rates, and not for resale purposes, right? At that price. Rondo barks a sharp laugh. I could turn out M1 Astray units at a veritable profit with the rates the Magi are giving us on materials. Too bad I can't sell those suits back to them, right now at least. I will likely have to fight to get our defense industries back in the retail market, but I think I can win that at the Peace Treaty Conference. Feel them out tomorrow at the table, see if they would be willing to replace their aging or derelict machines with Astray variants when I secure the right to sell to them. Knowing them, they will buy in bulk, Rondo says. Of course, since they won't give up on the fusion engine scene, and so far my agent hasn't been able to get close enough to get data or diagrams, they will probably have them shipped without a battery and just put their own engines in at Mendel. Instant profit. Rondo sounded almost gleeful at the thought, only because manufacturing the necessary high-capacity battery systems was simply a major pain for either Morgan Roet or AIM no Maehashira due to the scarcity of certain needed metals and industrial chemicals. DuPont was dead, and everyone was paying the price for it. Oh, wow, last page, Kagalai says after flipping pages. Nothing here to change, really. Yeah, I think we tweaked everything we could probably get by with, and that is conservative, Lady Sahako replies. Anything else, ma'am? Yeah, 2 things. Rondo breaks out a notepad and pencil, to be assured she kept track of the requests. First, the ceasefire accord says we cannot deal in military-grade fusion reactor technology with Mendel. See if they are willing to bend that phrasing. I remember from some of their technicians in a bar that they had industrial-grade fusion engines, nothing worthy of combat, but powerful enough that 1 or 2 engines could run a small city. If we could get our hands on that, it would be immensely helpful to the recovery efforts, Rondo says. Also, same issue, they have alternative engine technologies, like fuel cell engines. See what you can wheedle out of them on that note. I heard it was possible that some of those fuel cell engines were usable in combat units, and if that is right it would solve our problems with the astray batteries running out before we run out of enemies. It would also help that power-hungry demon you ride, Rondo says, referring to the Strike Rouge. Oh, yeah, Kagalai replies, not even thinking about her personal machine. The Strike Rouge IWSP was renowned for being extremely powerful and lethal in her hands, but it did have a maximum 15-minute operating time under full combat stress. Less, if she had to handle large swarms of enemies at range. An engine that produced power instead of just storing a small amount of it would be an immense help. Second, this is not something I want in writing, you will need to discuss this with their senior officer directly, outside the negotiations. By the by, who is their senior? Galaxy Commander Rico, their Aerofighter commander. Slick operator, then, he'll be perfect for the planting of this bug. Before I front the plan, you do know what the Earth Alliance is doing right now, right? Destroying their economy so they can backbuild a military capable of challenging the Magi, if I don't miss my guess, Rondo says almost nonchalantly. After the Mages, it will be ZAFT's turn, then ours, then the rest of the Earth sphere. Exactly. The Magi undoubtedly know this is happening right now, courtesy of Kalamira and her ability to read anyone's mind, probably even our minds as well as others. That bastard Sutherland survived the 2nd of Jachindu, he won't give up and he has definitely grown a brain after the Magi waxed his fleets. Not to mention, one of the sharpest Earth Alliance officers ever, Natarl Bajaruel, was returned to the Earth Alliance due to the Accords. They have the brain power to do the job, just not the horsepower. We need to find a way to keep them from getting the necessary horsepower. Rondo smiled savagely at the thought. Since the death of her twin brother, Rondo Gina Sahaku, Mina had mellowed on the realpolitik and scheming, instead biding her time and defending the last of Orb's active space navy, 2 Izumo-class ships and the military station AIM no Maehashira. When Kagalai came back and came into power, Rondo knew the insufferable rebellious princess of days past was dead and buried, replaced by someone that Rondo called touched by the Magi. As far as Rondo could tell, Kagalai knew what she needed to do, what she wanted to do, who she really wanted to marry, and generally how to do all of the above. Kagalai still showed as gruff and idealistic, but she had also seen the cold, hard reality in the dead space around Terra, and the pointless inferno of hatred in the Second Battle of Jachindu. She would still hold the nation as neutral and uninvolved, but Rondo also knew that the chief representative, nay rebellious princess, would find a way to get the job done. What would you recommend as an opening position? A quiet lunch at a decent but not overly pricey restaurant, just you and GC Rico, to discuss matters of mutual interest. I highly doubt that Rico is going to be able to give you hard answers on the spot, he will probably defer up his chain of command. He answers to Gerald Lightbringer, technically, and I think but cannot confirm that Gerald has his hands in deep, dark secrets that not even the Magi would admit existed. Lions, tigers, and bears, oh my, Rondo quips as joke, though got no laugh from Kagalai. Raw lion chunks, iron nails, and broken glass is the diet of some of the company Gerald kept that I saw when I was on them Jr. Ever seen someone whose eyes were hardened, who looked at everyone except a chosen few as enemies? Someone who looked like they could do unspeakable evil and never regret it. Whoa, Rondo knew exactly who Kagalai meant, a good ration of such soldiers were in her employ at AIM no Maehashira. The Earth Alliance Socius program had turned out hardened soldiers the likes of which Rondo Mina thought should never be seen by mortal man. Now, Kagalai was obliquely telling her that the Magi had their own cadre of such hardened soldiers on a ship that was looking to be less and less of a joke as the days go by. Ah, I see where this leads. We use them as a stalking horse against the Earth Alliance, where they stir up trouble and sabotage while we stay blissfully uninvolved. Close. We will have to get involved in several fashions and at several levels, but I learned an interesting concept from the Magi, something I now realize you and your brother lived by, then and now, plausible deniability. Kagalai ignored the squirm from Rondo Mina, figuring it was inevitable at this point in the game. If the tables would be turned, it would be Kagalai doing the squirming. She would have liked to think the person on the other side of the desk would afford her the same courtesy were it her doing the squirming. We will support their efforts in any fashion we can, be it material, manpower, transport, or protection, but we will make these things appear to be support of the Earth Alliance and their position, or appear to be nothing at all, or appear to be something insignificant and unrelated. Deception is an old tactic, a mainstay in Sun Tzu's art of war. We have become too focused on the technology and the trade of the war. 6. It is time we reintroduced matters of the mind to this battlefield. Rondo Mina Sahaku could not help but chuckle mirthlessly at the thought, though Kagalai drove on with her typical disclaimer. I don't want to be involved in this sort of thing, but if we do not do it right this time, there will be no second chance, the Earth Alliance will flatten us. Still in all, it is an elegant operational concept, milady, Rondo Mina chuckled again. And for that, I already have a concept we may be able to use to our advantage. I will need to draw up some plans, maybe discuss them with Colonel Kisaka. He would be a good starting point, Kagalai says. Thank you, Lady Kagalai. I shall begin on this immediately. Thank you, Rondo. Good luck with the negotiations tomorrow. Rondo was gone from the office, leaving Kagalai to her own devices and her myriad of paperwork. She simply resigned herself to the stack of reports waiting for her to review, though she had not read through half a page before a knock at the door drew her eyes up sharply and away from Morgan Roet's rebuilding report. Come in, she says to the door. It was a certain blue-haired ace pilot that stepped through the door and closed it behind himself, though now, as opposed to a week prior, he was not wearing a sling for his left arm. Still hard at work, I see, Athrun says quietly. Don't you ever get out of this madhouse. Despite his admonishment, Kagalai had abandoned her desk for an embrace from the pilot and her one real love left in life. Well, this job is like gravity. I can jump as high as I want, it just won't let go for any lengthy amount of time. The two had taken seats on the small couch in the room. Good to see you're not going crazy about it, though, Athrun says. For Kagalai, the joking would have to wait a minute. You're better now. Yeah, the doc cleared me yesterday, Athrun replies. I've been down in the Defense Forces hangars, cleaning up and working on justice. And you're asking me about being hard at work? About not getting out of this madhouse. Her tone was a bit sharp and very accusatory, as if he was applying an unfair standard to her. I earned that, Athrun replies drolly. Well, since we're both worried about each other in this madhouse, what say we ditch the madhouse, the work, and the worry for a night? Kagalai asks sincerely. This caught Athrun off guard for a moment, though not for long. Who drives? Author's chapter afterward. Honestly, I was not expecting the polarized response from the last chapter. In all reality, I did not like some of the tact I took in the last chapter, but when I write something as dictated by the dice, I stick to it without hedge. This chapter is also clear indication of taking tact that I don't like, especially since I don't like terrorist cronies with a brain, Sutherland. However, the dice have spoken, I shall stick to my ground with all fortitude and drive onward, leaving only blood smears and tank tracks in my wake. Har har har. On an aside, sometimes the dice do cooperate with my intentions. The rebels in Argentina are an example of one part that the dice did play nice. Now, as to them getting anywhere, that is another story entirely, for which the dice shall speak again. Incidentally, I have not shown much in the way of scheming on ZAFT's side at this time. There are several good ones I have in store for ZAFT and several good ones for the Earth Alliance. Combined with the ambition of the Sahakuin Orb, you did not think I would give anyone an easy time of it, did you? Certainly not the Magi, even after the millennia of war they still get the corncob every once in a while. The author dares they are due for the next one. Of course, one very large pineapple is awaiting everyone at the end of this road, so. Also, a point that came up during the two-stage beta read process for this chapter. Freedom, Justice, and Gerald's custom physical Alice were not totaled beyond repair, despite some of my phrasing that may or may not have been ambiguous during or after the battle. All three said Gundams are going to take a lot of work to fix, however, and will be out of service for some time to come. I think I will cover anything else in the review replies as needed. Review replies, a lot of feedback on this one, and a lot of it was very sharp. Regardless of bent, I thank you all, and especially Raby Adler. Rare is the person willing to outright challenge an author, unless it is someone calling a troll out. Of this, you have my accolades. Raby Adler, initial review, points not readdressed in PM/second review. Your PM function is turned off, unless you want me to post replies out here, may want to turn it on. As such, I will reply to your reviews in series, point by point. One depends on your definition of good. I don't ever remember calling the Magi good in any classical sense of the word. More to the point, Magi do have a severe case of attitude, especially in matters of honor and combat, and herein you get to see a lot of that in all of its assholiness. One of the things that I have not been able to properly convey is that the MMC and specifically the six-star empires are grey and grey morality in TV tropes parlance, not strictly good or bad in any nominal sense of the words. To each side, what they do is what they believe is just, and everyone else may, and frequently does, think otherwise. Right and wrong is best determined by what the reader brings to the story, and that is what I intend for the Joker's wild storyline just as much as the Multimage Chronicles themselves. I am a neutral broker in this one, I simply write based on my intended core flow of events and modify as the dice determine I need to modify. As much as it sounds like I am bullshitting here, I am trying to keep my personal bias out of the story. For the record, I am pro-ZAFT and I have no particular animus against Lakis. I do take some, minor, issue with Kira, and I have a disdain of the CE Heros, but those are another story entirely and I am required to acknowledge that Kira is an ass-kicking pilot all the way around. Hence his defeat of one of the Magi's best pilots, Gerald Lightbringer. Note, however, that with this chapter you see Orb trying to edge ahead and chisel itself out some advantage, which is the product of the dice. 2 Okay, amigo, why would I write 250,000 words to bash Lakis? I could do the same in 5K and achieve the same net effect on target. More to the point, I do not character bash whatsoever, despite appearances. I am working on more thorough procedures for handling negative dice results at this time, so you should not see a deviation from norm as you did in the last chapter. 3 My politics are wildly separate from the Magi on a lot of core issues. Again, a lot of Magi arrogance bled through in last chapter, and involved parties will get their retort on the Magi in short order. 4 Okay, this one is a valid one, the battle with Gerald has an appearance of an ass pull. Unfortunately, the flow of the plot, and events not written yet in the MMC, that would explain Gerald more thoroughly cannot be revealed yet, as that would constitute spoilers for 2 separate stories. My policy is no spoilers. On a more broad note, I should make it clear that everything I do with clear purpose, clear explanation, and clear knowledge of what I am doing. It may not be readily visible, perfect ref in this case, but you can rest assured there is both reason and clear delineation to it, ergo, he did not just shit a magic brick with those skills, he had to acquire them somehow. Of course, in all things there is a natural tendency towards chaos, and the more powerful or prevalent an element may be, the more likely that element will generate chaos of a not so healthy type for that being that is powerful or prevalent. 5 Ref the clarification below in Rabi Adler's PM. 6 Again, I come back to my point of grey and grey morality. Given the high-tone political discourse in your review, it is fairly evident that what you believe and what I believe are 2 wildly separate set of principles. This is a good thing, the world does not need more detached, strategically ruthless MOFOS like I. Following in pattern, your comment of the Magi being irredeemable monsters may be accurate, or it may not be. It depends entirely on what a person believes is redemption, what can be redeemed, and what is beyond the pale. Again, this story has the sole intention of presenting the narrative, not my opinion. I know how it will end, I know what will come of the parties in between this chapter and the final section, and as such I must be wary to stay the course as I have framed and how the dice modify the individual events. In so doing, I must make sure at all times I am following the tendencies of the parties involved, and even then I can overshoot. In short, you get out of this work exactly what you read into it. Nothing more, nothing less. Rabi Adler, Review for CH11/PM. I give you credit where due, and challenging me on a point-for-point basis in your initial review is credit due. I will admit that your PM caught me more off guard than the initial, though, as I did have to reread your initial line 3 times before your intent caught. 1 On this point, I must respectfully disagree. At the point of time of the 2nd of Jachindu, present social and military factors in ZAFT's corner would have made a conventional victory pretty much impossible. ZAFT was taking losses faster than the society could replace them, a classic war of attrition on the alliance's part. Additionally, even if the BC influence was stripped out of the EA command structure, a second war would come in due time due to the animosity that such measures would generate. In either case, ZAFT win, neutral outcome, a second war would be inevitable, the only difference would be the length of time before the second war. 2 On the Magi with id, Doom's God mode cheat, activated, perish the thought. In any work I write, there is no such thing as God mode, period. There is no plot armor, just ask Dirka, Kristen Redmond and Athrun from Archangel's Amazing Adventures. The gods themselves are subject to being killed off, even the superiors of the gods are subject to death in rather humiliating, strange, or bloody ways. You can rest assured I am doing no favors for the Magi. Or anybody else for that matter. As to restraint via the idiot ball, I can see where you are coming from here. Again, this folds back on my issues with the dice, and working on procedures to mellow such sharp swings. I am trying to prevent this kind of crap from happening again. 3 No insult intended, nor taken by the various sides. Wayne's proposal, though it sounds arrogant, is simply quantifying the ZOC and providing for hard-written guidelines. You would be surprised what kind of abuse of power can be when rules are adjusted on the fly and not written down. For by your definition, any governing state in existence, and this includes IRL real-world countries, can be considered terroristic in at least a small measure, and any attempt to use political influence or oblique military power is simply escalation of that. Therein you step into the gray and gray morality trap again. What one person defines as right is cause for another person to kick first person's ass. It is a logic trap, and a rather nasty one at that, one that I have fallen prey to more than a few times in my life. I found out the key to avoiding the trap is to mellow out and look past your own beliefs, see what other people think. Don't become a doormat, but don't cram your own beliefs down another person's throat. You are quite correct on one point, though, the Magi have a severe propensity to be every bit worse than Blue Cosmos, and the Magi actually have been worse in the past than Blue Cosmos could ever dream of being. All 6 of the Star Empires have done some things that would make the average sci-fi reader shit bricks. The Magi in particular have a bad rep on some planets that has never been shaken. On the flip side, the Star Empires also have some truly miraculous events, technologies, and processes to their names, good things of life and love that many stories never get the scale right on, never show the epic results right. Who knows, some shit like that may happen in this story in due time, maybe not. Only the dice truly know of the outcome. I am simply the stage manager of the events contained therein. On Nietzsche, one of my college papers was on his works. Yet, given your quote, how does one determine if you have become the monster? How does one determine if you are the abyss? All this becomes subjective, a matter of opinion of the involved sides. And once again we encounter the logic trap. You have my thanks for the reviews, and I hope this has clarified my position to an extent. Smiles, anon thanks for the clarification, I almost always gets the fates of past and future backwards. One would think I have it squared away by now, but no. Knives 91, Gerald will earn his shadow reputation in the MMC, though it will be long before that is written up. Needless to say, though, Kira is not one cut out for the hard line of the Magi, and will be challenging them on more than one occasion in due time. Valia, first off, much thank you for the review. I understand that there are many who read and do not review, and I would like to thank you for taking the time to poke holes in the inconsistencies of my writing. The gods only know that keeping all this straight is nearly impossible. 1. The original version is considered invalid and is now superseded by the revision, and that includes Flight and the sub-stories Dilemma of Flay Ulster and Inferno in Chicago, all of which will be rewritten. This is due to the finalization of outstanding details about the Magi and the other Star Empires, as well as revision of the original and successive Joker's Wild series. On the issue about perceived fanaticism, this is a valid concern but only to a point. Gerald is an old hand hard ass, quite fanatical and willing to do as ordered when ordered for the Empire. Most others, no. Magi tend to be a little more pushy when they perceive that someone's honor is being stomped on, ergo, Lake is trying to downsize the military of the two sides, but for the most part Magi tend to be apathetic about what happens around themselves, preferring to leave matters alone unless required to be involved. 2. On your concern about Lakis being almost OOC, if not completely so, I am taking steps now and henceforth to prevent such radical swings. Most of that was my playing to the dice without a proper ramp up/ramp down to the stated position. In short, I am going to try and prevent this happening again. 3. Well, strictly speaking, I would not call getting the physical Alice HWLC chopped up and requiring 3 months overhaul easy handling of 2 ace pilots. Again, this one comes down to the dice, and you can see clearly where the dice flopped back and forth between advantages to Gerald and advantages to Kira or Athrun. Granted, by the numbers Athrun may have had it worse or Gerald had it easier on him, but the fact that Kira practically disassembled the physical Alice HW where no other soldier has lived to tell the tale about it is ample proof that he is no pushover. 4. Specifically, there was no psycho frame reaction or angel illusion during the mobile doll battle due to the fact that Gerald's new Ezeel does not have a psycho frame. The most it has is a quasi-psychomuse system for handling the remote arms with greater precision than average, but that is a non-reactive technology. On the part of the Magi getting their way, I must refer you to Raby Adler's review reply part 4 and Raby Adler's second review reply, part 2. The illusion/psycho frame reaction was done with clear purpose and clear background, though I cannot discuss Gerald's background as it would constitute spoilers for 2 or more stories yet to be written. I did it for a reason, but I highly doubt Kira would be fooled twice if there ever was a rematch. And a rematch is quite likely given what will be going on in coming chapters. Again, thank you for taking the time to review when you normally do not. Much as I sound like I intended to inflame and counter, I respect all opinions and input. 8 Yen of the West Wind, an honor, even if most of the chapter is at respectful disagreement. As I stated in my afterword, I do not like taking some of the tact the dice call for, but I am sworn to the writing as chance sees fit, not as my opinion ventures. Para 1, you are right on that account, she was no pacifist, nor did she push for unilateral disarmament. She pushed a less than ideal force structure that would have made any kind of attack from either side impossible. What she didn't realize, however, was such numbers would have been suicidal for the EA forces. Case of did not do her consulting. Part2, in my personal opinion, Lakis is no airhead. From the Magi perspective, however, people who think limiting arms is going to solve the world's ills are airheads, incapable of understanding real history, etc. Again, not my opinion, Magi opinion. The thing with Muru and Mew came down to the dice. They took a very soured opinion of the Magi after the battle with the justice and freedom, not necessarily for or against Lakis' opinion. Kira was trying to help Lakis out in her position for the reason you stated. Athrun was simply making sure his thick-skulled friend did not get in over his head and ended up in the hot seat. In short, I think I could have explained the background machinations a lot better than I did. Para 3, again, a technically correct and beautifully argued point on all accounts. I am aware of these facts, though the position the Magi take is a case of a bit of polar-leaning historical myopia on their part. Magi tend to look at the atypical origin of World War II as direct cause of disarmament, humiliation from the Treaty of Versailles, and economic stagnation and depression. The rise of the Nazi Party is generally, not always, considered direct cause of these factors by Magi, whereas contemporary historians would argue along your lines, a charismatic sociopath at the helm. An interesting short sight for an otherwise historically versed people, I dare say. Final, as I stated above, somewhere, the Magi have a bit of an attitude on affairs military and honor, and to those parties that piss them off, there will be a lot of attitude. Arrogance is a problem Magi have had off and on over the millennia, and I don't see that being rectified for some time to come, but a wise folk can use it to their advantage. Once more, thank you for the review. I hope this chapter was not as sharp as last one in your opinion. Death Zealot, you are quite right, the actions the dice forced me into are quite insane, and I am taking Hiluva steps to make sure that the dice do not royally fark the narrative again. On the point of Admiral Sutherland, let us suffice it to say that the dice decided he will survive, and that oversight on the part of the Magi is going to cost them quite a bit in the long run. Political admiral though he may be, he has seen Magi Fury in deploy and he knows how to fight, as demonstrated in this chapter he is already working on ways to stick it to the Magi. You can guess how hard and bloody this will get for everyone involved. Thank you for the review, I hope this one was more along the lines of proper in your opinion. Gadaman 41, your opening gave me a much needed laugh after 4 reviews that clawed my chapter up one side and down the other, twice, in one case. Much thanks, smiley face. Short way to answer your first outstanding point, the 3 ships realized during the fighting that the Magi were something more than they had initially sold themselves as. The Magi had not been entirely incorrect about who they were, but they had been a bit underestimating about some things, and seeing them in real no-holds-barred battle changed opinions drastically. Specifically, Lakis sees the Magi in their presence, and their attitude of war is constant, inevitable, and guaranteed bloody in Magi parlance, as a serious threat to a possible ideal world. The Magi are the grim slap in the face to pacifists everywhere, and they tend to be a bit arrogant about it as well, as evidenced by their attitude during this chapter. Patrick Zala is not through yet, nor is Azalea Jowl. Much more is to come of them in chapters to come, though to what extent Patrick has seen the error of his ways is yet to be determined by the dice. Azalea, despite being expatriated, has not given up her heart for the plants, and is going into Mendel with the hope of swaying them from turning guns on ZAFT again. Once more, only the dice know how effective it shall be, or if it will be needed at all. Like the battle scene with K&A against Gerald? Smile, because there may be a repeat if the Magi don't play a little nicer in coming chapters. Again, I point out that Lakis' position is a derivation of the dice, and I am trying to prevent such sharp swings furthermore. While I do not call Lakis an airhead in my opinion, Magi opinion differs, I do consider Relena Peacecraft an airhead. Anyone who can read history should understand that humanity is a walking conflict, and trying to stop that conflict is akin to trying to stop the march of scientific progress. It cannot be done, barring some kind of major global catastrophe. Necroblade, the apologies are due on my side, it is I who preempted you instead of waiting for the beta return, and for that I apologize. Lakis may yet get her chance to sway the course of the world, for she will be at the full Junius Treaty negotiations as per a clause written into the Jachin ceasefire accords. This will not be a case of here we go again, though, this one is for real and everyone will have their game on, including the Magi. As I stated above, a repeat offense between Gerald and Athrun is a possibility at this time. Especially if Athrun catches wind of some events to come. Ref my comment above for what shall become of Patrick. The dice know, not I. Thank you all for the reviews. I expect a sharp review when I earn it, and I dare to say that I earned it with chapter 12. I hope this chapter was not so off the wall that I repeat my prior offenses. Remember, keep those reviews coming, the more gas cans involved, the more intense the inferno shall become, smiley face. The gripe sheet, there were a few gripes pointed out to me, mainly because I preempted my beta reader. This time around, my story went through the beta ringer twice, so I think I ironed out all the spiders and wrinkles. Much thanks to Necroblade for the assistance, as usual, smiley face. Footnotes. 1 Flag Officer refers to any admiral rank. Thus, non-flag officers are Commodore and below, who may have command authority over a ship or small flotilla but do not warrant a flag. 2 To offer Surkai is clan jargon, meaning to offer an apology. 3 Western Pacific. 4 VHF omnidirectional range beacon used by aircraft and spacecraft, if equipped with the necessary gear, to ascertain their position and navigate without getting lost. More crucial in between planets, though in areas of high debris they are helpful for pointing our safe corridors. 5 Advanced individual training. This is where a basic recruit is turned into a specialist of some kind, an advanced infantryman, a Gundam pilot, a combat mage, etc. 6 Trade of war is in reference to the actual execution of a war, and its subsequent victories and defeats based on battlefield merits, not necessarily strategic acumen. TRO section. As much is made of the Archangel, Dominion, and Thrones by all sides of the conflict, here is my present BattleTech/Aerotech TRO take on the said ships, the Archangel class, including custom fluff text pertaining to the ship. Aerotech 2 Vessel Technical Readout. Class/Model/Name, LCAM-01XA Archangel Class. Tech, Mixed Tech/3067. Vessel Type, Monitor, Non-Transportable. Rules, Level 3, Standard Design. Mass, 350,000 tons. Length, 450 meters. Power Plant, Standard, C. Safe Thrust, 6. Maximum Thrust, 9. Armor Type, Laminated Armor. Armament. 2 Lohengrin Cannon, C, asterisk. 4 Gottfried Mark 71, C, asterisk. 26 Screen Launcher, is. 2 Valiant Mark 8, C, asterisk. 16 Eagle-Stellung, C, asterisk. 24 MP Missile Tube, C, asterisk. 16 Hell-Dart, C, asterisk. Overview. During the First ZAFTEA War, the Earth Alliance was at a disadvantage against the naval and mobile forces of the ZAFT forces. In counter to this, the Earth Alliance, with assistance from the Morgan-Roet Corporation of the neutral nation Orb, began production on 5 prototype Gundams and a support warship. Despite the loss of 4 of the Gundams, the Earth Alliance hung onto the warship and 1 of the Gundams, the LCAM-X1 Archangel and the GAT-X105 Strike, respectively. Capabilities. The LCAM series of warships was designed as a high-speed, high-armor, high-firepower mobile suit carrier that is capable to fight anywhere in space, on Earth, and underwater. As such, it has a large and varied listing of capabilities that make it a deadly match for any force it faces, be it space, land, air, or sea. The Archangel class was designed with mobility in mind, for use as an autonomous attack unit serving separate of the main Earth Alliance forces. As such, the ship's speed in space falls between that of the slower Nazca class and the faster Laurasia class, though the named classes of ships are well outmatched in any other fashion by an Archangel. More to the point, the raw speed and maneuverability of the Archangel well exceeds any other Earth Alliance ship, even double that of the older Nelson-class ships. For in-atmosphere operations, the Archangel employs a levitator system with redundant backup that masses 10% of the ship's weight, but allows the ship to hover over the ground without consuming precious fuel. In atmospheric operations, it will use the levitators to maintain an altitude over the ground and use its main thrusters for propulsion, and the aerodynamic subwing for maneuverability. For underwater or naval travel, the Archangel can use its self-contained jets underwater, giving it speed comparable to most underwater submarine ships. The armor construction of the Archangel is designed of a composite laminate alloy with heat ablative gel and anti-beam depth charge launchers that allow the ship tremendous survivability against beam, ballistic, and missile weapons. The armor composite, in addition to resisting physical impacts, missile and ballistic, dissipates heat from beam weapons and the Archangel's primary systems throughout its surface, thereby allowing it to receive glancing blows from energy weapons and suffer little damage to the armor in that area. To aid in such protection, the Archangel also has an ablative gel discharger system that normally is used in atmospheric entry to protect the ship from immense heat, and the anti-beam depth charge systems. The latter spreads a pattern of reflective and absorbing particulate in close proximity to the ship that absorbs some of the beam energy and deflects the rest in a harmless direction. Ammo for each launcher is limited, and the battle usefulness of each canister is limited, but while it lasts it renders the ship relatively immune to beams from that directions. The only direction that the ship is not capable of defending using these depth charges is directly forward, though this can be remedied by using some creative maneuvering on the crew's part. See special rules at the end of this section for the full array of numbers and rules. Though the spread of the weapons on the Archangel is experimental, the two major advantages that an Archangel has over most of ZAFT's arsenal is both quantity and quality of fire. Not including the anti-beam depth charges, the Archangel carries a total of 52 weapons ranging from the Eagle-Stellung all the way up to the unheard of Lohengrin. The main guns of the Archangel are the 2 turrets of the Gottfried Mark 71 beam cannons, each with a 225 cm beam. These are used mostly against other warships or otherwise slow or stationary targets, though the Archangel has been known to use them against mobile suits and other small targets. These weapons are mounted on turret assemblies that give them a wide arc of mobility for cross-range targeting. The two assemblies each contain 2 of the Gottfried guns, and each pair of guns is usual fire-linked, though they can be fired separate of each other, one barrel from each turret, say. The secondary guns of the ship are the Valiant Mark 8, which are mostly used against other ships and small craft, though the former with less accuracy than the latter. The Valiant guns are known to have overheating problems in atmosphere, though this is more than made up for by their turret assemblies that allow them to fire directly forward all the way to directly rearward. These weapons are almost always used independent of each other, due to their axial nature. The main weapon for use against small targets is the multipurpose missile tubes located on the tail binders of the ship, and the Hell Dart launcher located on the aft facing of the conning tower. The Hell Dart system consists of 12 silos that fire one type of missile that is useful against most target types, though serves best against fighters and mobile suits. The multipurpose silos, 12 of which face forward, 12 that face rearward, can be loaded with multiple types of missiles, anti-armor, anti-small craft, anti-air cluster munitions, and anti-ship missiles. These missiles are considered teleoperated missiles and can be programmed to do many things by the user, including wait at a specific location for X amount of time then attack an intended target. Any combination of the missile launchers may be used without regard to the other weapons systems or missile silos. The main close-in weapons system of the ship is Eagle-Stellung, a 75mm anti-air rotary cannon that can be used to shoot down both aircraft and missiles. It is a dual-use weapon system. Depending on the settings issued by the weapons controller, it can automatically track for threats, put up an area denial barrage, or be used to conduct pinpoint strikes or any combination of these settings across the 16 of the Eagle-Stellung guns. In theory, 4 of the guns could be assigned to auto-intercept missiles while the other 12 were used against swarms of fighters harassing the ship. Eagle-Stellung plays a key role in the defense of the ship, and the loss of one or more guns can seriously hamper the life expectancy of the ship. For the real big targets that require real big firepower to take care of, there is the special-purpose Lohengrin cannons, weapons which use a positron beam instead of plasma, ions, or photon energy. These are still energy weapons, and technically are only slightly slower in travel time than a typical successor state PPC weapon. Their main advantage, however, is that these two cannons are insanely damaging compared to most other naval weapons. The paired Lohengrin cannons are literally capable of blowing through the Nazca and Laurasia class ships the long way, and by extrapolation can do the same to any Earth Alliance ship as well. These weapons are usually fired at the same time, but can be figured individually if the situation only calls for one helping of mass destruction. Note that these weapons have a neutron scattering effect when used, and can be lethal to unprotected humans in direct line of sight to the beam. Variants. The Dominion, the second vessel of the Archangel class, has an upgraded sensor array, but otherwise is almost identical to the Archangel. Variants in the results of the battle between the ships can be drawn from the crews and command staff of the ships in question. Notable vessels and crews. LCAM-01XA Archangel, Captain Maruramius. The first of the line of the ship class, the Archangel is often considered to be the most powerful ship in existence between the ZAFT forces and the Earth Alliance. Its launch was under duress, most of its travel was under duress, as it desperately tried to get to Alaska by blazing a path through the ZAFT forces. At the JOSHA disaster, the Archangel deserted the Earth Alliance after coming to the conclusion that they had been betrayed by their nation. The ship then ended up fighting the Earth Alliance alongside OB forces at Onogora, then in space at Mendel. They finished the first war as a neutral party, fighting alongside a ZAFT ship, the Eternal, to end the war before another nuclear holocaust occurred. The annals of history often record that the Archangel is considered a cursed ship, as though many have tried to sink it. No force has ever caused enough damage to render it completely combat ineffective. LCAM-01XB Dominion, Captain Natarl Bajaruel. The second of the Archangel line, this ship was sent into battle ostensibly to sink the Archangel. Though the two ships fought long and hard on several occasions, it was the Dominion that was finally destroyed by a Lohengrin blast from the Archangel to the bridge of the Dominion. Deployment. The Archangel was intended as an autonomous unit, though circumstance has left it autonomously trying to return to Earth Alliance territory, being hounded by every ZAFT force in the vicinity. In traditional military deployment, the Archangel would serve as a fleet flagship for the Earth Alliance, or as an escort to the Agamemnon-class ships. Special rules equals. Movement. The Archangel is considered a warship for movement order in aerotech or battletech play, whether in atmosphere or in space. When moving in atmosphere, it conforms to the rules of a spheroid dropship for purposes of hovering, but an aerodyne for flying and turning. When moving in battletech turns, this unit covers a distance equal to twice its expended thrust in a turn. Combat. The Archangel uses the warship firing arcs instead of dropship firing arcs, regardless of where it is. When used in battletech scenarios, this unit is allowed to move and fire in all 6 turns using weapons listed as firing in all 6 turns, or as the rules list them. Lohengrin. This weapon can fire only once every 5 minutes, 5 BattleTech turns, or 30 BattleTech turns. This weapon system has a range of 10 map sheets maximum if there is line of sight to that range. Note that this weapon can be targeted on a hex instead of an object or enemy, in which case the target hex is turned into a 2-level deep crater, and the 6 surrounding hexes from the impact point are reduced 1 level. Since this is a beam weapon that has a neutron scattering effect, any exposed personnel, be they field artillery or conventional infantry, will be killed at the end of an amount of turns equal to their distance from the beam if they were in line of sight to it. So, while a platoon of infantry behind a hill would be unaffected, an artillery unit perched on the hill with line of sight to the beam that transited 5 hexes away from them would have 5 turns to live before they were killed by the radiation effect. Note that any unit, regardless of type or affiliation, suffers an immediate crew killed effect if they were in the hex of a beam transit but were not struck by the beam. Gottfried, the beam cannons of the Gottfried turrets can be fired individually or linked, though they are typically fired linked. The turret assemblies they have allow these cannons to fire in the same fashion as the arm arcs on a battle mech. The left turret can target from right forward to left rear, but not directly to the rear or to the right rear, and the right turret can fire from left forward to right rear, but not directly backward or left rear. These cannons follow the normal aerotech restrictions for firing at enemies above or below the unit. This weapon may be fired every 3 BattleTech turns. Valiant guns only receive a -1 penalty for firing at a unit smaller than a dropship, instead of the classic -5 for using a capital weapon on a small target. These weapons follow the sponson turret rules from Maximum Tech, in terms of where and how they can fire. These weapons may also fire straight up or down, and do not follow the restrictions for targeting units above or below the warship. This weapon may be fired in every BattleTech turn. Eagle-Stallion AMS mode, when used as an AMS weapon, they follow all normal rules for AMS and deduct ammo accordingly to those rules. For purposes of intercepts, treat them as clan AMS weapons. In this mode, they may only be used once in a BattleTech turn per Eagle-Stallion cannon. Eagle-Stallion barrage mode, the Eagle-Stallion will designate any number from 1 to 6 consecutive hexes, and each hex will be attacked with a denomination of AC/5 equal to the amount of ordnance expended by that gun. So, a player may barrage 1 hex with 6 rounds or 6 hexes with 1 round each, or 1 hex with 3 rounds and 2 hexes with 1 round each. In this mode, the Eagle-Stallion will fire a minimum of 4 rounds and a maximum of 6. If there are multiple units in the hex, friend or foe, the unit hit is selected randomly from the units in the hex. In this mode, they can only be used once every other BattleTech turn. Eagle-Stallion auto track, intercept, mode, when used like this, treat the Eagle-Stallion as a rotary AC/5 with all appropriate rules, except that an Eagle-Stallion will only jam on a roll of 2, regardless of how many shots fired. In this mode, they can be used once in each BattleTech turn. Note that a player may switch modes on his Eagle-Stallions at the end of the turn only, and all Eagle-Stallions may be set independent of each other. Also note that when firing at targets above or below the Archangel, these weapons conform to their assigned firing arc and only half of the weapons in each arc may target a unit more than 1 level above or below the Archangel. So, if an Eagle-Stallion array was to target a helicopter 4 levels above the Archangel and in the broadside arc only, then only 4 of the Eagle-Stallions on that side would be usable on it. Hell darts, treat hell darts as standard capital grade missiles. They may be fired cross-range at any target, following restrictions for shooting at units above or below the ship, but when firing at targets in the front 3 hexes of the ship they lose 1 bracket of range. They are considered short-range missiles only, not medium-range. Hell darts do not use special munitions rules. Multipurpose missile tubes, 24 on ship. 12 of these tubes fire forward, 12 fire to the rear. As with hell darts above, these tubes may fire into the opposite arc but lose 1 bracket of range due to cross-range maneuvering. Additionally, they are munitions-specific weapons, and using the wrong munitions on the wrong target can have adverse effects on hitting, to the tune of +3 penalty on the to-hit roll. The player must specify what kind of missile is being fired at the time of launch. Before the scenario begins, the players with Archangel-class ships are to designate what kinds of missiles are available for their weapons. Ordnance choices are, anti-mobile unit, use on craft smaller than 500 tons, anti-ground, use on ground vehicles, battle mechs and mobile suits on the ground, anti-ship, use on subs, surface naval, and space naval vessels, as well as drop ships over 500 tons, and anti-air shrapnel. Treat as LBXAC with 50 points standard scale damage, in the same fashion that MRM-40 is rolled. Anti-beam depth charges, the listing for the screen launchers is this weapon. These have a range of 1 hex and only cause 10 points standard damage to a unit in that hex. When a beam weapon is fired through a hex containing this charge, the weapon damage is cut in half, round up, and deducted from a value of 20 capital scale for each depth charge detonated in each hex. The beam does not get to the ship if it encounters this defensive weapon, treat it as a missed shot. The cloud of particulate follows the same heading and speed as the ship at the time it was launched, and will be removed from the board if it leaves the play area. Note that this has no effect on targeting and using ballistic or missile weapons. Laminate armor, treat ballistic and missile hits as normal. When resolving energy hits, divide the damage in half, round up, and apply the damage to the armor. The other half of the damage is applied to the ship's heat scale. If the ship's heat scale exceeds plus 200 over neutral heat for that turn, the armor fails and all damage is doubled to the ship until the heat goes below plus 200. Class/model/name, LCAM-01XA Archangel Class. Mass, 350,000 tons. Equipment, Mass. Power Plant, Standard, 126,000.00. Structural Integrity, 130, 45,500.00. Safe Thrust, 6. Maximum Thrust, 9. Heat Sinks, 2,375 double, 1,829.00. Fuel and Fuel Pumps, 7,000.00. Bridge and Controls, 875.00. Food and Water, 50 days supply, 54.50. Armor Factor, 1,428 Laminated Armor, 900.00. Armor Value, Capital Scale. 4, 262. 4 left/right, 238/238. Aft left/right, 238/238. Aft, 214. Equipment and Options. Cargo. Bay 1, Mobile Suits, 1+1 Personnel, 12, with 2 doors, 2,400.00. Bay 2, Fighters, 2, with 2 doors, 300.00. Bay 3, Light Vehicles, to 50T, 5, with 1 door, 250.00. Bay 4, Cargo, 1, 10,350.00 tons. Grav Decks. Grav Deck Number 1, 150 meter diameter, 100. Lifeboats, 10, 7 tons each, 70. Crew and passengers. 35 officers, 34 minimum. 60 crew, 80 minimum. 60 gunners, 77 minimum. 10 steerage passengers. 53 bay personnel. Weapons and equipment. LOC, SRV/MRV/LRV/OV. Heat, Mass. 1 Lohengrin Cannon, C, asterisk. Nose, 65/65/65/65. 1000, 25,000.00. 1 Lohengrin Cannon, C, asterisk. Nose, 65/65/65/65. 1000, 25,000.00. 2 Gottfried Mark 71, C, asterisk. FL/R, 60/60/60/. 1600, 20,000.00. 4 Screen Launcher, is, 60 SCRNS. FL/R, / 80, 1,520.00. 1 Valiant Mark 8, C, asterisk, 30 rounds. L/RBS, 20/20/20/20. 30, 15,000 and 30.00. 2 Eaglestallion, C, asterisk, 200 rounds. L/RBS, 4, 40/4, 40/4, 40/. 24, 60.00. 2 Eaglestallion, C, asterisk, 200 rounds. L/RBS, 4, 40/4, 40/4, 40/. 24, 60.00. 4 Screen Launcher, is, 60 SCRNS. L/RBS, / 80, 1,520.00. 2 Eaglestallion, C, asterisk, 200 rounds. AL/R, 4, 40/4, 40/4, 40/. 24, 60.00. 6 MP Missile Tube, C, asterisk, 60 MSLS. AL/R, 30/30/30/30. 300, 3,000.00. 6 MP Missile Tube, C, asterisk, 60 MSLS. AL/R, 30/30/30/30. 300, 3,000.00. 2 Eaglestallion, C, asterisk, 200 rounds. AL/R, 4, 40/4, 40/4, 40/. 24, 60.00. 4 Screen Launcher, is, 60 SCRNS. AL/R, / 80, 1,520.00. 16 Hell Dart, C, asterisk, 240 MSLS. Aft, 40/40// 160 1280.00. 2 screen launcher, is, 30 SCRNS. Aft, // 20 380.00. 1 lot spare parts, 5.00%. 17,500.00. 1 levitator system, 35,000.00. 2 turret assemblies, Valiant, 1,000.00. 2 turret assemblies, Gottfried, 2,000.00. Totals: 4,746 heat. 349,998.50 tons. Tons left, 1.50. Calculated factors. Total cost, 1,404,578,000 C bills. Battle value, 168,097. Cost per BV, 8,355.76. Weapon value, 87,142, ratio equals 0.52. Damage factors, SRDMG equals 4,343, MRDMG equals 4,281, LRDMG equals 3,236, ERDMG equals 1,037. Maintenance point value, MPV equals 592,178, 185,428 structure, 262,900 life support, 143,850 weapons. Support points, SP equals 575,730, 97% of MPV. BattleForce 2, not applicable.